Chapter 26-21. Nitre Field. At that moment, Chen Wuren's respect for the two senators grew considerably. In Ming Dynasty society, clan power reigned supreme. The Yamen's reach extended only to the county level. Imperial authority, as the saying went, did not penetrate the countryside. Rural order was maintained primarily through clan rules, and even when matters were reported to officials, county magistrates typically refused to involve themselves in domestic affairs. Still, Chen Wuren felt compelled to offer a gentle warning. The chiefs are kind-hearted, but this humble subordinate has a concern, if I may be permitted to voice it. Speak freely. Since ancient times, even the most upright officials have struggled to adjudicate family disputes. Should this case be handled poorly, I fear it may tarnish the Senate's reputation. Zhang Xiao understood Chen Wuren's worry. He turned to Zhang Jiayu, deciding to test the young man. Jiayu, what's your opinion on this matter? I accompanied Henning to the countryside and witnessed the situation firsthand, Zhang Jiayu replied. Huangxi and her son are truly pitiable. Their story would move anyone to tears. However, Section Chief Chen raises a valid point about the difficulty of judging family matters. I believe the two chiefs should not intervene directly. Oh, so you're suggesting we ignore it entirely? Zhang Xiao asked. No, not at all, Zhang Jiayu clarified. What I mean is that it would be better to let Henning handle this matter. Now that's a fine idea. Let me think, Zhang Xiao smiled. Henning, you're now a member of the Women's Federation. First, we'll grant you the title of Special Commissioner of the Guangzhou Municipal Women's Federation. Later, I'll have Prefect Liu issue you an official appointment letter, complete with the official seal. We won't merely involve ourselves in this case. We'll do so with full legal authority. Zhao Henning could barely contain her excitement, though she affected reluctance. For the sake of justice, I suppose I can make this small sacrifice. We have our athlete, but we still need a referee, Li Yar added. The Guangzhou Circuit Court officials are currently at Dagang Market in Longshan, not far from here. Tomorrow morning, send a messenger to Dagang Market at once. Have Yuqi Gang and Wu Yixuan of the Circuit Court come to Jiujiang immediately. Jiujiang's Qiaonan village lay roughly 2 kilometers northwest of Jiujiang Great Market. This was the home of the Jiujiang Zhu clan. During the Xianchun period of the Southern Song dynasty, the clan patriarch Zhu Yuanlong had led his kinsmen on an arduous migration from Nanxing to settle here. Over 300 years had passed since then, and the clan had become deeply rooted in the region. Throughout the generations, the family had produced many distinguished figures. Chen Zizhuang's maternal grandfather, Zhu Rang, had risen to the rank of prefect of Quzhou and been awarded the honorific title of Grand Master of the Palace. A memorial arch bearing the inscription, Good 2000 Shi, still stood in the countryside in his honor. Fish ponds encircled the village. Behind a Zhu clan property within the village walls, a large expanse of land had been enclosed. Within this enclosure, numerous dried fish fry ponds had been subdivided into smaller pits by newly constructed earthen dikes. The entire compound was surrounded by tall walls, and inside, the scene was one of bustling activity. All the workers were members of the Zhu clan. Some poured water and quicklime into the pits, the chemical reaction generating heat to maintain the soil at a specific temperature. Others emptied buckets of human and livestock urine along with silkworm excrement into the matured pits, then waited quietly for harvest time. Still others dug mature soil from older pits, mixed it with plant ash, and transported it to the processing room. Had European arms dealers of that era witnessed this scene, they would have been astonished to discover that someone in the distant East had independently developed the Nitre field method, invented by the French. The earliest records of this technique dated to the 14th century. By the mid-15th century, Nitre fields had become a common sight across Europe, serving as the continent's primary source of potassium nitrate. The method freed Europeans from dependence on natural nitre ore, while simultaneously yielding potassium nitrate of far greater purity. The principle behind the Nitre field method was elegantly simple. It essentially replicated, on a massive scale, the natural phenomenon of potassium nitrate crystallizing on the earthen walls of latrines and pig pens, creating an artificial deep layer environment for batch production. The technology itself was not complex, yet it had never developed in China. The reason was straightforward. It required enormous quantities of farmyard manure. Unlike European agriculture, with its well-developed animal husbandry, Chinese traditional farming was dominated by intensive crop cultivation that occupied nearly all arable land, leaving livestock breeding rates extremely low. Nitre fields demanding vast amounts of animal fertilizer simply could not take root. When the Senate had first established itself in Hainan, they had considered using the Nitre field method to produce their own potassium nitrate. But after calculating the input-output ratio, they discovered they could never collect enough raw materials to sustain operations. The plan was quietly abandoned once they secured access to natural nitre from India through the Portuguese. Who could have imagined that such a substantial nitre field operation would spring up here? As for the Portuguese who had taught this method to the Zhou clan, presumably he had long since merged with the very nitre field he helped create, disposed of without witness by gods or ghosts. The Zhou residence was a sprawling compound of deep courtyards and winding corridors. Past the artificial mountain in the main courtyard lay the study. Zhu Xilian set down the thread-bound volume he had been reading, his expression contemplative. Reuben was truly a hero of his generation, he said to his guest. He governed his army with strict discipline tempered by compassion, never seeking a hair's worth of private profit. He synthesized the wisdom of countless military treatises, distilling their mysteries and essentials into his Binglu. His analysis of gunpowder and firearms was particularly incisive, and his tactical insights were genuinely original. What a pity, he shook his head. If Brother Shimon had been there to assist him, they could have crushed those Lingao bandits in a single stroke. We would never have arrived at today's disaster. Zhu Xilian was approaching 40. He was a grandson of Zhu Rang, younger brother of Zhu Bolian, and a cousin of Chen Zizhuang. Chen Zizhuang had grown up in the Jiujiangzhu household since childhood, and he and Zhu Xilian, being close in age, had studied and matured together. Their bond ran deep. The Binglu Zhu Xilian mentioned was Reuben's masterwork, completed in the 34th year of the Wanli reign. Chen Zizhuang, Liu Feng, and 3 others had written prefaces for it. Naturally, the Zhu clan library possessed a copy. The man Zhu Xilian addressed as Brother Shimon was none other than Mao Yuanyi. He had once served under Sun Chengzong, supervising armies in Liaodong and fighting alongside Yuan Changhuan, Sun Yuanhua, and others against the later Jin on the Liaodong battlefields. His monumental Wu Beizhai, published in the first year of the Tianqi reign, was the culmination of 15 years spent studying military texts from successive dynasties and gathering materials. Later, he was pushed out by the eunuch party and endured the turbulent rise and fall of court politics. In the second year of the Changzhen reign, when the later Jin attacked the capital, he had guarded Sun Chengzong's breakout from Dongbian Gate to Tangzhou and helped repel the enemy assault. For this, he was promoted to vice-general and given command of the Jiuhua Island Navy. But jealousy from the Minister of War, Liang Tingdong, led to his dismissal, and he was further implicated in a Liaodong soldier mutiny, resulting in exile to Jiangpu and Fujian to serve garrison duty. As the Liaodong situation grew ever more desperate, he petitioned repeatedly to serve his sovereign, but political enemies blocked him at every turn. He had no recourse but to drown his grief and indignation in wine. Mao Yuanyi covered his mouth and coughed several times before speaking. Reuben was descended from a military family and possessed both civil scholarship and martial strategy. His Binglu contains many pioneering insights. My own Wu Beizhai, in its section on firearms, drew heavily on his achievements. I heard about the Great Battle of Chiang Mai as well. The army under He Rubin's command fought fiercely against the bandits for several days without breaking, a force truly worthy of being called an Iron Army, not inferior to the Guaning Iron Cavalry. Yet the bandits' military prowess proved a grade higher still. That was something no one could have anticipated. Now that Governor Xingwenken has been defeated, there is no standing imperial army left in the two Guangs, Zhu Xilian replied. The great mansion of our dynasty tilts toward collapse. Brother Shimon, despite your illness, you have risked danger to venture deep into the tiger's den. You are truly a solitary loyalist of the great Ming. As the saying goes of you, in youth he emerged from West Wu, his name became famous at the Northern Palace. Behind the curtain he summons scholars, mounted on horseback he becomes a general. With your assistance, our chances of success have improved considerably. Mao Yuanyi waved away the praise. I dare not accept such words. Ziji, your clan has sacrificed its fortune to relieve the nation in this time of crisis. It is I who admire you from the bottom of my heart. I am a man with crimes on his record, one who longed to serve his country but found no door open to him. Worry and depression brought on this wasting illness. I know my days are numbered. It was only through the aid of noble patrons at court that I was finally able to come to Yue territory and serve. I will die without regret. But the bandits' power is formidable. They cannot be overcome by force alone. Raising troops will require us to wait patiently for the right opportunity. In history, years of depression and heavy drinking would claim Mao Yuanyi's life in the 13th year of the Changzhen reign, at only 46 years of age. Adding insult to tragedy, the Wu Beizhai, the work into which he had poured 15 years of exhaustive research, cataloging generations of military texts, was banned and destroyed during the Qing dynasty. It would not be republished until the Daeguang era. Zhu Xilian nodded with understanding. Troops and horses cannot move until provisions and fodder are in place. The matter of gunpowder production, I must trouble brother to oversee it. After discussing their plans a while longer, the two men walked together to the workshop. By the Ming Dynasty, black gunpowder production technology had already reached maturity. In the early Ming, the court had maintained strict control over gunpowder and firearm manufacturing, with rigorous secrecy measures in place. By the mid to late period, however, the pressing demands of the Liaodong campaigns had sparked widespread discussion of military affairs among both officials and commoners. Secrecy measures relaxed accordingly. Fire attack manuals proliferated in unprecedented numbers, spreading gunpowder knowledge throughout the scholar class. Foshan's iron smelting industry was highly developed, and the region served as an important production center for imperial cannons. Consequently, the Pearl River Delta boasted many artisans well versed in gunpowder and firearm manufacture. Now, with the addition of an expert like Mao Yuanyi and the household soldiers he had brought with him, the operation had truly gained wings. Ming Dynasty gunpowder theory still followed traditional Chinese medicine's framework of monarch, minister, assistant, and guide. In black gunpowder, Nitre served as the monarch medicine. The time-honored simple formula ran: 1 Nitre, 2 sulfur, 3 charcoal, meaning the combined proportion of sulfur and charcoal did not exceed 1/4 of the mixture. For the Zhejiang region, obtaining sulfur and charcoal posed no difficulty. Local sericulture was well developed, and sulfur and lime were commonly used to repel insects and vermin. The humid climate of the Pearl River Delta also meant that silkworm cocooning required an additional step of baking the cocoons compared to Jiangnan methods, making charcoal a readily available commodity as well. Only Nitre proved difficult to obtain, and it had always been a substance under strict imperial control. Natural Nitre deposits were exceedingly rare in the wild. China's Nitre supply came primarily from 3 sources. Sichuan produced Qiaonan Nitre, Shanxi yielded salt Nitre, and Shandong contributed earth Nitre. None of these production areas currently fell within the Senate's controlled territory. With the land ravaged by war, foreign Nitre imports had dwindled to almost nothing. After the Senate occupied the two Guangs, they imposed equally strict controls on Nitre sales to meet their own military demands. To acquire large quantities of Nitre without attracting unwanted attention, the Zhou clan had racked their brains. Their solution came through a Portuguese trader from Macau, who taught them the European Nitre field method. Since Nitre fields required as long as 8 months to mature, substantial numbers of fish ponds had to be converted, and not just in one location. Only the Zhou family's deep roots and vast property holdings, combined with funding from local gentry led by Chen Zizhuang and Taoist Mu Shi, made the undertaking barely possible. Gunpowder production was dangerous work requiring considerable technical expertise. After Mao Yuanyi's arrival, he established a complete operational system modeled on Ming Dynasty official gunpowder factory standards. Clear rewards and punishments were implemented, elevating operations well beyond the clan's previous amateur attempts. Production accidents decreased, and the risk of exposure diminished accordingly. End of chapter. Chapter 26-22. Li family Enclosure Zhu Shilian and Mao Yuanyi arrived at the workshop, a spacious brick-and-tile building divided into sections for Nitre refining, sulfur refining, and medicine mixing. In the Nitre refining workshop, a young man named Mao Shiba was instructing the Zhou clan's children. The Nitre quality in this batch is slightly inferior. Add 5 more egg whites. Mao Shiba had been born a servant in Mao Yuanyi's household and had studied under his master's guidance since childhood. He was exceptionally skilled in gunpowder production. The other workers poured rough Nitre into an iron pot, spreading it flat to half fill the vessel. They added egg whites and worked the mixture evenly by hand before slowly incorporating water, spring water, river water, pond water, or sweet well water only. After transferring the mixture to another pot, they brought it to a rolling boil over high heat, stirring constantly. They skimmed off impurities and foam with a fine-meshed bamboo basket, then stirred and boiled again before adding plant ash water. Finally, they dipped a grass stalk into the Nitre solution and let a drop fall onto a fingernail, judging whether the huohu, the critical moment of readiness, had arrived by observing the bead's shape. The boiled Nitre solution was filtered through 2 layers of grass linen into a large glazed ceramic vat. Within 3 to 5 days, Xiaoyao Nitre teeth would crystallize. Once harvested, these crystals were dried in tree shade, ground fine, and sifted through silk for later use. Even the mother liquor was saved. It still contained extractable Nitre. In the medicine mixing workshop, all production tools and equipment were fashioned from wood, stone, or copper. Iron was strictly forbidden to prevent sparks and accidents. Fire was also prohibited indoors, so all work took place during daylight hours. At present, however, the workshop was not mixing medicine, only grinding and processing the 3 main raw materials, which were stored separately to minimize risk before use. Ming Dynasty gunpowder formulas varied according to their intended purpose, falling broadly into categories of propellant, explosive, and signal medicine. Propellants were further divided into rocket powder, gunpowder, and cannon powder. Explosives included hand cannon powder, landmine powder, and naval mine powder. The ratios differed for each type. The Bureau of Armaments and the Bureau of Weaponry established these ratio standards and issued them to arsenals as military secrets, never disclosed to the public. Consequently, the formulas listed in private military treatises could serve as references but were not necessarily accurate. Beyond ingredient ratios, gunpowder for different purposes also required different particle sizes and densities, a complex science. Without guidance from true experts, what private individuals produced might accomplish nothing more than setting off fireworks. To test the gunpowder's performance, Mao Yuanyi had arranged to mix a small batch of finished product. To prevent combustion and explosion, the raw materials first had to be moistened with wine, then ground into a fine paste and pounded 10,000 times before being shaped into granules the size of kidney beans. Mao Yuanyi took a pinch of the finished product from the mixing groove and placed it in his palm. Walking outdoors, he explained to Zhu Xilian, "Gunpowder must be burned in the palm. It passes muster only if no heat is felt. If it burns hot, pound it again and test once more. I have 4 lines of verse on this. In mixing medicine, refinement cannot be overdone. In grinding medicine, fineness cannot be excessive. Pounding can never be too much. Building emptiness is the greatest taboo. If the medicine is refined properly, less accomplishes more. Both excess and deficiency upset the balance. Using it in proper measure achieves harmony." With that, the medicine granules ignited with a sharp boom in Mao Yuanyi's palm and vanished instantly, leaving only a wisp of green smoke. "Brother Shimon's talent is remarkable," Zhu Xilian praised. "This powder rivals what the bandit thieves possess." Mao Yuanyi grew serious. "Gunpowder is meant to harm our enemies, but if stored improperly and it accidentally causes self-injury, the harm is far greater. Without proper storage methods, tragedies like the repeated disasters at Wanggong Factory, the Helmet and Armor Factory, and Anmin Factory in the capital serve as grim reminders. The core principle of powder storage is avoiding fire. It cannot share quarters with manufacturing, cannot be near populated areas, and must never be hidden in deep pits. Since our operation requires secrecy, we should store the gunpowder using Western methods. Rather than mixing complete batches, we refine and grind each component separately, storing them for assembly when needed. When the time comes, we can use connected mortars and gather workers to pound everything together. It can be completed in a single day, no need to worry about delays." After inspecting the gunpowder manufacturing site, Zhu Xilian returned to the Zhu residence. Zhu Bolian was already seated in the main hall, along with Zhu Zhonglian, Zhu Xulian, Zhu Jilian, Zhu Huilian, and the other principal members of the Zhu clan. Zhu Bolian's expression was troubled. "Disaster is coming. The bandit thieves used to exercise loose control over the countryside, which allowed us to achieve what we have. But judging from the bogus magistrate's actions, it appears they intend to build a town in this township. This bodes ill. If the bandits discover what our clan has been doing, we'll be exterminated. Brothers, we must relocate the gunpowder workshops and equipment immediately. We must not beat the grass and startle the snake." "Elder brother, what exactly is the bogus magistrate's purpose here?" Zhu Huilian asked. "Schools," Zhu Bolian replied. "Fish fry factories, silkworm seed factories, mulberry seedling factories." "What?" The others found this incomprehensible. Schools they could understand, but what on earth were fish fry factories, silkworm seed factories, and mulberry seedling factories? Zhu Bolian recounted everything he had seen and heard. The others listened in stunned silence. Yet given the reputation the bandit thieves had cultivated, they had no choice but to believe him. If so many industries were to be established, a substantial settlement would rise on Jiujiang's territory before long. This spelled serious trouble. Quiet river water meandered past Li family enclosure. Since the bandit thieves had occupied Guangzhou Prefecture, fewer boats sailed these waters. Before long, they had taken Jiaking as well, and rumors swept through the village that the bandits meant to fight their way to Beijing and claim the Dragon Throne. The village elders laughed it off. Years ago, when bandit warships had stormed into the Pearl River estuary and burned Wyang Post Station, similar talk had circulated. The district's Great Excellency had ordered villages to form militias and recruit braves. For a time, every village bristled with tension, especially after the local militia ventured out to reinforce other forces and suffered a crushing defeat, leaving everyone jumping at shadows, hearing enemies in every rustle of wind and cry of crane. Fortunately, word soon arrived that the bandits had withdrawn. The old men all said what they'd always said. Since ancient times, dynasties were won on horseback. Who had ever heard of winning the realm from the deck of a ship? With the bandits' retreat, the rumors faded to nothing. Then, unexpectedly, 2 years ago the bandits suddenly seized Guangzhou Prefecture City. But instead of looting, They divided their forces and launched campaigns to capture cities and territories everywhere. Wherever they went, officials and garrison troops either surrendered or fled. Before long, the bandits emerged under a new banner, styling themselves Great Song and claiming dominion over all under heaven. How bandit thieves had transformed into Great Song was beyond anyone in the village to fathom. But everyone knew the bandits were Australians. That much was common knowledge. After all, Australian goods were excellent. Matches, kerosene lamps, Australian paper. Villagers used them all. Whether one called them bandit thieves, Australians, or Great Song, they had originally been nothing more than a group of merchants sailing large ships to conduct trade. In common eyes, they seemed much the same as the Red Hares or the Franks, just different in appearance. That they had conquered the two Guangs in a matter of years and now openly raised the imperial banner, this was rather difficult to process. Before long, stories spread of the bandits casting demon magic to capture human souls. Li family Enclosure fell into a state of anxious uncertainty. Anyone who went to market brought back fresh rumors. Some spoke well of the Australians, while others insisted the bandits were man-eating demons. The contrast was so extreme that ordinary people had no way to adapt. As Australian rule deepened across Guangdong, the common folk gradually grew accustomed to their new rulers. Generally speaking, the Australians did not disturb the villagers' established way of life. The magistrate had changed. Police now patrolled the markets. Lawsuits no longer meant visiting the county yamen but attending circuit court sessions held on fixed days each month. Beyond these changes, everything remained as before. Gentry and commoners alike continued living their good or bad days according to old customs, at least on the surface. Yet changes crept in gradually. After last autumn's tax collection, many Australian cadres suddenly arrived from the county seat. Most were very young, mere children, each carrying a cloth bag, wearing a cap and wielding tape measures and strange three-legged wooden instruments as they tramped noisily through the countryside taking measurements. They were followed by the old household clerks, retained from the previous administration, who carried what had once been called fish scale books, but were now termed agricultural real estate registers. Other workers set up drawing boards at field edges, sketching the landscape on the spot. Anyone in the village who owned land was summoned for questioning, those with deeds, those without, landlords and tenant farmers alike. Not one was spared. It was like being hauled into court. Notices appeared throughout the village explaining that this was called clarifying fields and acres. Land deeds issued under the Great Ming all had to be resurveyed for Great Song. Those with land disputes or missing deeds could have matters investigated and new documents issued on the spot. Those whose lands had been illegally seized could file reports then and there. For a time, Li family Enclosure boiled like water in a kettle. Despite its name, the Enclosure was not a single surname village belonging solely to the Li family. The Lis had long exploited their status as the dominant surname to seize sand fields reclaimed by smaller clans, and to appropriate public lands and wastelands as their own. Once the Australian Clarifying Fields and Acres campaign began, the smaller surnames seized their chance for redress. Though no one came forward publicly to accuse the Lis, secret reports flew like snowflakes. When the surveying concluded, the Li family had lost a fifth of their holdings. 6 members were arrested for historical crimes, some sentenced to exile, others fined. The Li family's arrogance was dealt a heavy blow. The smaller surnames were greatly emboldened. Still, the Lis remained numerous and powerful. Though chastened, they continued to dominate the Enclosure's affairs, just no longer with their former tyranny. The fields had now passed through proper channels. Though taxes still followed Great Ming's old rates, at least they were assessed fairly. Families with more or better land paid more. Those with less or poorer land paid less. No longer did the poor pay taxes meant for the rich, nor did mysterious additional levies materialize whenever grain runners touched upper lip to lower lip. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was the simplest and clearest form of justice. The residents of Li family Enclosure, who had once looked down on these seaborne bandit thieves, now felt a measure of admiration. Such methods, such capability, matters that previous governments couldn't sort out in decades or even centuries, the Australians had resolved as soon as they arrived. The old men nodded and said, "This is the new dynasty's fresh vigor." Naturally, some who considered themselves more perceptive observed that this was simply because the Australians were newcomers, handling affairs without entanglements or vested interests, free to be so clear and bright. Who knew what the future would bring? Even more people said that regardless of whether the Australians possessed genuine ability or merely benefited from being a new regime, who would ultimately claim the deer of this realm remained uncertain. The great Ming Son of Heaven still sat upon his throne in the capital. These bandit thieves merely occupied a corner of the empire. End of chapter. Chapter 26-23. Welcome, set tea for me in the pavilion. The speaker was Li Guangyuan, a man of about 50 who wore a black gauze dongpo cap and a Taoist robe patterned with swirling clouds and water. A wisp of beard hung neatly from his chin. One glance was enough to mark him as a powerful local gentry, head of a great household. Servant boys set up a folding table in the pavilion and arranged a complete tea set upon it. A bamboo-framed brazier stewed water to boiling, while another servant fetched a rattan chair produced in Qiaonan. Li Guangyuan settled into the chair and gazed out at the river. The pavilion stood on his family's private wharf, built for welcoming and sending off distinguished guests while sheltering them from wind and rain. The guest he awaited today was not, strictly speaking, particularly prominent. But this man's arrival would determine his family's future fortune, a thought that churned anxiety in his gut as he calculated again and again whether the step he was about to take was right or wrong. Li Guangyuan's family was the largest grain household in Li family Enclosure. He served as patriarch of the Li surname not only in this village, but in several surrounding ones. Beyond his holdings here, he owned businesses in neighboring markets and in Dongyuan County. Though he could not claim to be a figure of renown throughout the county, in this particular area he stood like one leg of a tripod, a local power whose authority could not be ignored. A servant boy lit the tea and poured for him. Li Guangyuan lifted the cup and sipped slowly. He was neither thirsty nor possessed of any particular appreciation for tea. He drank only to mask his anxiety and pass the tedium of waiting. The man he awaited was named Luo Haiying. They were not strangers. Luo Haiying lived in Wuxian village, a broad-shouldered, thick-waisted man who had loved knight-errantry since childhood. He had traveled extensively throughout Guangzhou Prefecture and possessed abundant knowledge. Zealous for public good and justice, he came from a family of means. The good fellows who worked both land and water routes in the Guangzhou region all gave him face. His wife's family was a branch of Master Li's own clan, within 5 mourning grades. When bandits had sailed upstream to attack Sanliang years ago, Wuxian village was one of the villages bound by mutual defense agreements. Luo Haiying was also a nephew by clan to the Luo Tianqiu family in Sanliang Market. When Luo Tianqiu served as vice regiment commander of the Dongyuan County Regiment Training Bureau, he recommended his nephew to the county authorities to serve as acting leader of Braves. This recommendation saved Luo Haiying's life. When Sanliang was besieged, he happened to be on duty in the county seat. Hearing that bandits had surrounded Sanliang, he rushed to lead several hundred regiment Braves back to rescue his home. But the village Braves gathered in the county were not his family's trained soldiers. Hearing of the bandits' fearsome reputation, they grew terrified and refused to march to their deaths. By the time word came that the bandits had withdrawn, Luo Haiying had gathered his own family soldiers and raced back to Sanliang, only to find devastation everywhere. When he reached the Luo family residence, he found it had long since been looted empty. Not 1 in 10 of Sanliang Market's gentry households had survived. He sought out Monk Dao, who was maintaining order in the market, and learned that most of the town's leading men had been killed or had taken their own lives. Their dependents had likewise committed suicide in great numbers. Those who remained had been abducted by the bandits, their fates unknown. Monk Dayal had gathered and encoffined the corpses of the slain gentry and their households, storing the coffins temporarily in his temple. Luo Heng wept loudly before that crowd of coffins, swearing to exact his revenge. But the bandits had vanished without trace. Fortunately, one of the two principals of the Rehabilitation Bureau, Li Kunfa, was a clan brother to Luo Heng's wife. From him, Luo Heng learned of everything that had transpired before and after Sanliang's fall. When he heard how his clan uncle had cursed the bandits and chose death over submission, only to be strangled on the thrashing ground, Luo Heng's tears fell like rain. When he then heard of Sai Qingxia's fate, he said at once, "Who would have thought such a remarkable woman?" Though humble in station, she acted with the spirit of the legendary Nitreantesses Nai Yinyang and Hong Xian. "Where is her body?" "Already encoffined and buried," Li Kunfa said. "Good. Burn incense and paper for me." Luo Heng pressed a tael of silver on Li Kunfa and questioned him closely about every detail of Sanliang's fall, so that he might settle accounts when the time came. But bandits remained active in the area. Luo Heng had stayed in Sanliang less than a day when his patrolling soldiers raised several alarms. Left with no choice, he returned to Wuxian village first, planning to lie low and make plans later. Yet he had not been home long before trouble found him. Because Wuxian had been bound to Sanliang by mutual defense agreements, the bandit army turned its attention toward Wuxian village next. Rumors flew. They said Master Luo had wounded a bandit officer while leading braves abroad, and that the bandits had come to slaughter the village in revenge. Instigated by a few troublemakers, a mob of villagers stormed the Luo residence, meaning to seize his family and offer them to the bandits. Luo's wife was 7 months pregnant. The shock sent her into early labor, and in the end both she and the child perished. When the bandits finally arrived, they abducted the entire Luo household to Qiaonan. The family's real estate and land deeds were sold at cut-rate prices to an evil gentry named Yuan Laiyuan. Luo Heng secretly reinterred his wife in the Lin family ancestral cemetery, dug up his hidden cache of money, and fled to Fashan. Fashan in those days was a place where people from all directions mingled. With money in hand, he lived tolerably enough. He made regular inquiries about the bandits, intending to petition the prefect once they withdrew, return to Wuxian and Sanliang, punish those troublemakers and gullible fools, and reclaim his family property. But when the bandits finally retreated, before he could mount his counterattack, he found himself visited instead by family soldiers sent by Yuan Laiyuan to collect rent. This Yuan Laiyuan was said to be local gentry, yet no one had ever seen him. But the gang of family soldiers under him were utterly ruthless. Twice a year, in summer and autumn, they descended on Wuxian like tax collectors, demanding payment of the burden. The money they extracted naturally went straight to the bandits. Luo Heng submitted petitions and worked through his network of teachers and friends, constantly bringing the matter to the attention of presiding officials. Every appeal sank into silence like stones dropped into the sea. The officials of Guangzhou Prefecture either colluded with the bandits or shrank from any document that accused them. Cases involving anti-bandit activities, however, were handled with urgent speed. When Luo Heng sent family soldiers to apprehend persons colluding with bandits, those he captured were released the moment they reached the county, while his own soldiers received 40 strokes of the cane before being sent home. On the soil of the great Ming, bandits had openly stolen and sold his land, then had the audacity to send men to levy burden upon it. The government pretended to be deaf and mute, even aiding the tyrant in his evil. Luo Heng's eyes burned with rage. From that day forward, he never again placed his faith in the court or its officials. He thought only of taking revenge with his own hands. He did not return to Wuxian. Instead, he stayed hidden in the Fashan region, wandering from place to place, making friends among men of exceptional ability, quietly raising sworn soldiers, preparing to assassinate a few true Kun and avenge his destroyed family. During his years in hiding, he came to know many capable strangers active in Fashion. Among them were members of the Eight Immortals Society, Baxian Hui. The Eight Immortals Society was a branch of the Tianmen Dao God Society. Ordinarily, Luo Haiying would have had no interest in such a low-level secret society, but as he learned more about them, he came to see them as a force that could be put to use. Since the court, that supposed gentleman, had proven unreliable, he would have to rely on small people. Luo Haiying joined the society. With his talents, it was not long before he rose to become third road master of the Eight Immortals Society. It was around this time that the bandits made their comeback, this time not merely besieging Guangzhou and raiding the countryside, but capturing the city outright, establishing a state with all its systems and trappings like so many monkeys donning official caps. Fashion had originally possessed a loyalty battalion and many powerful clan households. Luo Haiying had expected a battle. Instead, the local gentry surrendered to the bandits with unseemly haste. The loyalty battalion transformed overnight into the Australians' national army. While Luo Haiying hesitated, uncertain where to turn, he encountered a good fellow at an Eight Immortals Society ritual gathering. From that moment, he threw himself into the great cause of anti-banditry. But Fashion had become a model county. A group of little bandits arrived, young ones still smelling of mother's milk. Luo Haiying and the Eight Immortals Society members could no longer maintain their foothold in the county. They split up and scattered to Nanhai, Xiangshan, Sanshui, and other places, lying low and waiting for their opportunity. 10 days ago, he received a letter from Li Guangyuan. Master Li had made up his mind to join the great cause. Luo Haiying immediately sent several good fellows ahead with his name card. He himself waited a few more days, gathered 2 additional companions, and then took a boat directly to Li family enclosure. When he disembarked, Li family servants were already waiting to receive him. They escorted him all the way to the tea pavilion, where Li Guangyuan emerged at once to welcome him. The 2 men exchanged greetings. "Brother Luo, you look as hale as ever." Li Guangyuan clasped his hands and bowed. "And who might the 2 gentlemen behind you be?" "This is my clan younger brother, Luo Hedu." Luo Haiying indicated a young man behind him who carried a long wrapped bundle slung across his back. "He fought his way out of Sanliang Market with me back then." In truth, neither he nor Luo Hedu had participated in the Battle of Sanliang Market at all. But over the years, Luo Haiying had constantly boasted of his exploits there, how he had personally led village braves until blood flowed in rivers, how the bandits could not advance a single step into Sanliang, how the bandits had finally brought up all their cannons and bombarded the town until heaven shook and earth trembled, the sun and moon growing dim, how he alone had cut a bloody path through 10,000 soldiers and escaped with his life. Fortunately, the current principal of Sanliang, Li Kunfa, was his wife's clan brother and had told him everything about the town's offense and defense. This gave Luo Haiying the material he needed to embroider his tales. A hero of tiger might indeed, majestic and awe-inspiring. Luo Haiying turned and lowered his voice to introduce a monk in simple robes. "This is Master Haixing. He hails from Lingao County in Qianzhou Prefecture and fought the bandits when their iron ships first landed. He later traveled to Guangzhou Prefecture to study. He can be called the Great Ming's foremost expert on bandit affairs. He was originally on his way to the capital to present details of the bandits directly to the emperor and help formulate strategy. I specially persuaded him to linger here a few days first, so that he might brief us on their tactics." Gu Zunli had drifted for many years, and his face had grown thick as diamond. Hearing Luo Haiying's extravagant praise, his expression did not change nor his heart beat faster. He merely adopted the posture of a worldly wise sage and clasped his hands in greeting to Li Guangyuan. Li Guangyuan heard this introduction and could not help studying the man more closely. He was thin and wiry, his movements crisp and assured, clearly someone who had weathered storms. This so-called monk was almost certainly a wild fox Zen, a false monk without an ordination certificate duty, who had probably shaved his head to evade the bandits. Li Guangyuan returned the greeting. "So this is Master Haixiang. I hope the master will grace my manor with his presence for a few more days. The bandits have come in force this time. As to their true intentions, I would be grateful for your instruction." He then addressed the entire party. "Please, everyone, come to the house first. I have prepared a banquet to wash away the dust of your journey." End of chapter. Chapter 26-24. People with exceptional abilities. With that, he led the group through the manor gate. Li family enclosure, true to its name, had originally been polder land, reclaimed by building earthen dikes across the waterways and pumping out the water. The settlement was surrounded by water on 3 sides, connected to the mainland only by a single long causeway. The wharf sat at the end of this causeway, just outside the south gate. Being encircled by water made the enclosure easy to defend and difficult to assault, so no proper walls or ramparts had ever been built. Instead, earthen dikes ringed the perimeter, topped with dense bamboo fencing and punctuated by watchtowers. The guard was quite strict. Once inside the gate, they walked along a stone-paved road. A few merchants lined either side, but most of the people were local villagers. After less than half a li, they arrived at a brick gatehouse, Li Guangyuan's manor. A large, leveled thrashing ground spread before the manor entrance. It was noon, and a crowd of long-term laborers and manor tenants had gathered beneath an enormous banyan tree, cheering at whatever spectacle was unfolding. Li Guangyuan turned to Luo Haiying. "These are the fellows who arrived a few days ago bearing your letter of introduction. I've hired them as instructors. Once the rice ripens, we'll begin training the village militia in earnest. Let's have a look first." Luo Haiying's eyes gleamed with interest as he strode toward the crowd. Beneath the banyan tree stood an incense table bearing a tablet inscribed with "Supreme Jade Emperor of the Haitian Golden Palace." Several incense sticks smoldered in the burner, their smoke drifting lazily upward. Before the table stood 2 men in brown short tunics, black belts cinched at their waists, yellow silk kerchiefs wrapped around their heads. Opposite them was a woman in form-fitting red clothing, her own head covered by a crimson kerchief. At the center of the crowd, another yellow-kerchiefed man had stripped to the waist and was performing iron spear-locking throat. The performer's muscles bulged across his frame. His hands protected his dantian, his face flushed blood-red with exertion. The gleaming spearhead pressed against his throat while the red tassel beneath it trembled violently. The shaft bent into an exaggerated arc, its butt end grinding a small pit into the earth. The onlookers watched with wide eyes, sucking in sharp breaths, some terrified, some thrilled, some fervent with excitement. Every face wore a different expression. After some time, the man relaxed his stance. The crowd exhaled as one, then erupted in shouts of "wonderful." He followed with another demonstration called "impervious to blades," letting the woman hack at his bare belly with a broadsword. Each strike left only red welts, not a single cut broke the skin. The crowd roared their approval once more. When the performance concluded, the man caught his breath and clasped his fists in salute to the audience. He was about to speak when a voice rang out from the crowd. "I have a Kun rifle here. I'd like to test the strong man's invulnerability to firearms if he dares." The performer started at the challenge, his face twitching slightly, but when he identified the speaker, his expression settled into calm confidence. "Why not?" he said with a smile. "How can the Kun demon's petty tricks compare to the grand path of the Haitian great emperor?" He turned to the woman in red. "If I might trouble the fairy ant to cast her spell once more and bestow upon me the talisman water." The woman smiled faintly without answering, simply setting her round fan on the table. Her hands flipped gracefully, and her right index and middle fingers produced a paper talisman. She formed a seal with her other hand and began to chant. "Enter my gate, honor my God. Lishan Old Mother manifests the true Tao. I teach not the universal great shift, but the golden bell to guard your body. Defend the Tao, vanquish demons, stand with righteous courage. When all demons and monsters are slain, return to the mountain. The rest of her incantation faded into inaudibility. Her hands and feet moved in graceful patterns, almost like a dance. As her hands crossed, the talisman between her fingers ignited with a sudden whoosh. Unhurried, she let it burn nearly to ash before flicking the remnants into a bowl of wine on the table. While the fairy ant worked her spell, the challenger strode into the circle. It was none other than Luo Hedu, Luo Haiying's younger clan brother. He had a dark, round face with a pair of sword-shaped eyebrows slanting upward and red phoenix eyes half-lidded in an expression of casual superiority. His powerful shoulders and back looked ready to burst from his loose straight-collared gown at any moment. Brown hemp shoes adorned his feet, and each step raised dust and gravel, sonorous and forceful, as though he meant to stamp pits into the ground. Several onlookers murmured in admiration, "Now there's a strong man." Luo Hedu entered the circle and glanced first at the performer, then swept his narrowed gaze across the watching tenants. He tied up the lower hem of his gown at the waist, revealing a small box hanging there, then unslung the bundle from his back. When he opened it, the crowd saw an Australian bird gun and a small leather cartridge case. He slung the case diagonally across his body before picking up the rifle. The spectators forgot all about the fairy ant's spellcasting, their eyes fixed on the weapon. The Australian bird gun's reputation preceded it. Everyone knew that the bandit firearms were devastatingly effective, but they had only ever heard tell of them, never seen the real thing. So that's the Kun Thieves' rifle. Looks more refined than a Japanese bird gun. Wonder if it actually works. Works? Are you stupid? Could it have crushed General He in that rout if it didn't? Could it have taken Commander Xing's Xiaoyao in just a few days? I heard the bandits all use repeating rifles. How does this one fire in rapid succession? Enough blathering, just watch. The crowd buzzed with speculation as they pressed closer around the weapon. Li Guangyuan's eyebrows rose with delight. He studied the Kun rifle in Luo Hedu's hands, then glanced at Luo Haiying, who stood beside him with an air of quiet composure. He hadn't expected that the man he'd invited possessed such capabilities, actually obtaining a Kun firearm. With this rifle, their chances against the Kun thieves had improved considerably. Monk Haixing, known as Gu Zunli, hadn't known Luo Haiying had a Kun rifle either. He had seen Kun weapons before. At first glance, this one did resemble them, yet something about it seemed subtly different in ways he couldn't articulate. He pushed the thought aside and focused intently on Luo Hedu's movements. Luo Hedu braced the stock against the ground and gripped the barrel with his left hand. His right hand withdrew a paper cartridge, about 2 fingers thick, from the leather case and passed it to his left. With a reverse twist, he opened the cartridge's tail end and poured the powder into the barrel. At the bottom of the packet sat a thumb-sized lead bullet, one end rounded and one end flat, which fit snugly into the muzzle. From beneath the barrel, Luo Hedu drew out a thin steel ramrod with burrs on one end and a flat holder on the other. Using the holder, he pushed the bullet down into the barrel, tamped it firmly several times, then slid the ramrod back into its housing. Only then did he hold the rifle at an angle, break open the fire door, and take a small copper percussion cap from the box at his waist. He fitted it over the nipple, then raised the weapon level, stock braced against his shoulder. "Everyone stand clear," he bellowed. "Now you'll see what the Kun rifle can do." He swung the barrel toward another banyan tree 20 paces away. The onlookers who had clustered near the muzzle scattered immediately. One man who had been squatting too long found his legs wouldn't cooperate. He toppled backward onto his rear, but didn't dare linger. He rolled over and scrambled away on all fours. A muffled bang erupted and white smoke billowed from the barrel as the lead ball flew. The crawling man went limp at the sound, collapsing face down and lying motionless. A moment later, those nearest him caught the sharp stench of urine. Some curious souls rushed first to check on the fallen man. Finding him unharmed, they sprinted to the target tree and examined it closely. One drew a short knife to probe the hole, then turned and shouted, "Direct hit! Direct hit!" The bullets lodged too deep to pry out. The crowd erupted into fresh discussion. Some mentioned having seen government soldiers or Japanese bird guns that required lighting a match cord to fire. This Kun rifle needed no such thing. Wouldn't it work in wind and rain? Others recalled that ordinary bird gun bullets could be plucked from tree trunks easily, yet this one couldn't be extracted. Truly fearsome. Luo Hedu stood tall amid the clamor, casting a sidelong glance at the bare-chested performer. The man remained unmoved, serene as a mountain. He turned to accept the bowl of wine, now infused with talisman ash from the woman in red. He gulped down more than half, then poured the remainder over his head. After returning the bowl, he held a mouthful of wine, said simply, "Ready," and spat it into his palm with a sharp puff. He slapped his open hand against his chest. The sound rang out like a drumbeat. Then he sank into a 1,000 jin drop stance and went utterly still. Seeing the man had assumed his posture, Luo Hedu walked forward until he stood roughly 10 paces away. He braced the stock against the ground once more and drew out the steel ramrod, this time inserting the bird end first. He scraped it back and forth through the barrel several times before loading another cartridge as before, but when he went to seat the bullet, he paused. Instead, he pinched it between 2 fingers and raised it high overhead. "Everyone look closely," he shouted. "The Kun bullet may be small, but it's utterly vicious. Once it enters the body, it rots flesh and corrodes bone. There is no cure." Gasps rippled through the crowd. Luo Hedu pressed the bullet into the barrel with his thumb, tamped it down with the ramrod, fitted the percussion cap and brought the stock to his shoulder. The onlookers had already cleared away. "Here it comes," he bellowed, and before the words had fully left his mouth, he pulled the trigger. The crowd had frozen in anticipation. Timid children hid behind adults, peering out with half-covered faces, not daring to breathe loudly. Some clung to their parents' legs with eyes squeezed shut. Another muffled bang, followed immediately by a chorus of startled cries. But when they looked at the performer, he still held his 1,000 jin drop stance, not having moved a hair's breadth. A slight smile curved the corner of his mouth. A moment later, he opened his lips. The bullet was clenched between his teeth. He spat it out and raised it triumphantly overhead. The crowd was so stunned they couldn't even manage to shout their approval. Then Master Li's voice boomed beside them. "Magnificent! Magnificent! What divine skill, Instructor Chen! What wondrous magic, Fairy Huang! Bring 2 more loads of wine for our instructors." The spell broke, and the crowd erupted in cheers. Luo Hedu showed no sign of annoyance. He simply collected his rifle, offered Instructor Chen a respectful bow, then retreated silently to stand behind Luo Haiying. Luo Haiying gave his clan brother a brief nod before turning his smiling gaze back to Instructor Chen and his companions. End of chapter. Chapter 26-25. Getting on the boat, Li Guangyuan watched in stunned amazement. Our great Ming truly possesses such divine talents, he thought. If we could gather more of these extraordinary individuals and deploy them as our vanguard, we would surely be invincible. The great cause of driving out the Kun invaders may yet succeed. Upon arriving at the mansion, Li Guangyuan arranged for his guests to rest in a side courtyard. After everyone had washed, changed clothes, and refreshed themselves with herbal tea, a servant arrived to summon them. "The master has prepared a banquet in the outer study. He invites everyone to attend." They followed the servant to the study, where Li Guangyuan was already waiting at the courtyard gate to welcome them. After the customary exchange of courtesies, he seated monk Haxiang in the place of honor. The gathering proved lively. Conversation flowed as freely as the wine. Luo Hedu, an enthusiastic drinker, regaled them with tales of fighting alongside Luo Haiying at the bloody Battle of Sanliang years ago. The others punctuated his story with appreciative remarks. When talk turned to the tale of Qingxia, sighs and laments filled the room. All agreed that if everyone under heaven possessed such courage as that young woman, why should they fear the Kun bandits would not be crushed? The men found easy rapport with one another. Wine was poured and rippered until the lamps were lit. By then Luo Hedu had drunk himself into a stupor, and 2 household servants escorted him back to the side courtyard to sleep it off. Only Li Guangyuan, Luo Haiying, and Gu Zunli remained at the table. Li Guangyuan ordered the remnants of the feast cleared away and replaced with delicate snacks and freshly brewed tea of the new harvest. Then, at last, they turned to the matter at hand. Master, Brother Lin, with the Kun bandits raiding Guangzhou Prefecture again, proclaiming titles and establishing their own institutions, do you think they intend to entrench themselves in this corner of the realm? Or do they plan to march their armies northward and contend for the central plains? The Qiangzhou Kun forces won't retreat, Luo Haiying answered first. But to say they'll march north to contest the central plains, that's equally far-fetched. I doubt they can even swallow the fat morsel that is Guangdong. He smiled and lifted his cup, not tea, but Australian water that had been chilled in well water. He stroked his beard, now damp with the beverage. Australian water was wonderfully cooling and cleared internal heat, especially when chilled. The refreshment put him at ease, and he continued. The Kun bandits have been distributing bogus official positions throughout the prefectures, departments, and counties. They clearly intend to govern the 2 Guangs. Their new decrees emerge one after another. I've even heard they're conducting civil service examinations again. They've set their hearts on occupying this southern corner of the sky. This was hardly a remarkable insight. Even Li Guangyuan, who lived in rural seclusion and rarely ventured into the city, had gleaned the current situation from travelers and visitors. The Kun occupation of Guangnan was already a settled reality. If it weren't, he would never have risked wading into these murky waters. Yet advancing northward would present 10,000 difficulties. The Kun forces employ tactics entirely different from roving bandits. Roving bandits use impressed peasants and rabble as their vanguard, with their elite troops behind. Their momentum appears terrifying. They can sweep through 3 or 5 counties in a single uprising and claim 100,000 followers. But the Kun forces use only soldiers they've trained themselves. Whenever they intend to attack somewhere, they first concentrate their elite troops in one location. Combined with the fearsome power of their firearms, even if the government musters 1,000,000 soldiers, they cannot prevail. These insights were not originally Luo Haiying's own, but intelligence gathered from conversations with a certain righteous gentleman Huang years ago. Though Luo Haiying had met this gentleman Huang only once, the two had recognized kindred spirits in each other. Gentleman Huang had faced the Kun forces in actual combat with real blades and spears. His accounts of Kun military practices were far more reliable than anything offered by this monk Haxiang sitting nearby, who styled himself a Kun affairs expert. After speaking, Luo Haiying studied Li Guangyuan's expression to gauge whether his words had been too discouraging, whether he might seem to be praising the enemy while dampening their own resolve. Seeing hesitation flicker across Li Guangyuan's face, he quickly tempered his assessment. That said, though the Kun army is formidable, their numbers remain few. Even if every soldier were made of iron, how many nails can one hammer from that? These 2 Guangs span thousands of li, with great mountains rising range upon range. There are also countless Liang, Dong, and Yao peoples, tribes who have never submitted to imperial authority. Now that the Kun have arrived, they'll only seize the opportunity to create chaos, and throughout the region, many righteous gentlemen of the court are raising troops. The Kun forces are stretched thin, dividing their strength everywhere. They already show signs of exhaustion. These words were not lies. Since capturing Guangzhou in 1635, endless pacification campaigns had unfolded across the 2 Guangs. Northern Guangdong especially had blazed with resistance like a prairie fire. However, after a full year of security operations in 1636, the situation had greatly improved. Though scattered fighting continued in many places, nowhere did conditions approach the perilous state that had prevailed from late 1635 through early 1636, when local authority had hung by a thread. But Li Guangyuan, situated in Dongyuan County, one of the Senate's key governance areas, received little news from distant regions. He had heard vague rumors of unrest, but the actual state of affairs remained beyond his comprehension. He could only listen as the two men spun their theories. Gu Zunli eagerly added his voice. Brother Luo speaks truly. Though the Kun bandits claim descent from the former Song and bear a superficial resemblance, they have long been steeped in barbarian ways, cutting their hair short, wearing strange garments, practicing Kun rites and customs. They are absolutely not Chinese Zhanghua. Their numbers are few. Since landing, they have bewitched ignorant country folk and attracted followers with promises of profit, but they possess no righteous cause. True righteousness resides with our great Ming. The Kun forces may appear ferocious, but in truth they fear our great Ming greatly. When former commander he suffered defeat in the campaign against the Kun, the surrendered soldiers taken by the Kun were all sentenced to hard labor and bitter toil to break their spirits. This poor monk encountered some of Commander He's soldiers who had returned from Qiaonan to Guangzhou Prefecture. They all reported that the Kun drove them mercilessly. One often hears how roving bandits and the eastern barbarians recruit surrendered soldiers to fill their battalions, but the Kun do not. Not because they cannot, but because they dare not. In the prefectures and counties the Kun have invaded, there are scoundrels among the scholars who have collaborated with them. Yet the Kun dare not employ even these turncoats. Instead they confine them in study classes and teach them barbarian learning. Only after graduating through Kun learning examinations are they granted petty minor positions. While Kun learning possesses various ingenuities, its benefits lie entirely in industry and commerce. It is nothing like our China's way of Confucius and Mencius, vast and magnificent, spanning 1,000 years of history above and below. To rule all beings under heaven through the learning of industry and commerce is to follow a divergent path. This truly proves the saying that Hu barbarians possess no 100-year fortune. The Kun people must know this themselves. Therefore they fear the righteousness of our great Ming. Since escaping from Guangzhou City, this was the first time Gu Zunli could express his convictions so freely. The speech left him exhilarated. He glanced at Li and Luo, finding them still carefully pondering his essay on the distinction between Hua and Yi. Pleased with himself, he hastily reined in his galloping rhetoric. When this poor monk was in Lingao, I observed the Kun training their troops. Their methods do possess certain advantages. Though their soldiers are many, they move as one body responds to the mind, with strict and solemn commands. However, each soldier the Kun train costs enormously. Provisions, wages, weapons, easily 10 times what we spend on our own troops. The Kun value commerce and fund their military from trade profits. Lamentable that our great Ming's merchants, bewitched by petty profits, have colluded with them and opened channels of exchange. Little do they realize that today's wealth becomes tomorrow's sword raised against them. Here Gu Zunli suddenly noticed Master Li leisurely sipping his Australian water with evident contentment. Was this very Australian water not also transported by merchants? Yet this gathering of anti-Kun gentlemen accepted it without the slightest qualm. The absurdity was indescribable. He felt a flash of secret shame and indignation. But he was a guest, after all, and could hardly criticize his host. He merely raised his teacup to take a sip, swallowing his frustration along with it. Li Guangyuan's mind was churning with calculations. He was unwilling to raise troops against the Kun rashly. First, his resources were limited, merely a few hundred long-term workers from his manor households. Should the Kun forces dispatch a punitive expedition, Li family Enclosure would be reduced to ashes in an instant. The arrival of these capable individuals had given him a measure of courage, but it was not yet enough to make him commit. Li Guangyuan's motivations for opposing the Kun were complex. Part of it stemmed from the property losses inflicted by the Kun's clarifying fields and acres campaign. Part was resentment over losing face when close relatives and trusted retainers had been arrested. But most critical was the desire for official status that burned deep in his heart. Indeed, this local patriarch, despite his considerable power, his flourishing clan and his substantial wealth, had yet to produce a single provincial graduate, juren. In terms of the entire county, his family could only be counted as big household. They could not yet claim the title of gentry, jinshin. Without prominent official rank, the Li family of Dongyuan always stood a head lower than others. In dealings with established gentry, they could never gain the upper hand. Matters that others could resolve with a single name card cost Li Guangyuan large handfuls of silver. He had, of course, invested in the proper channels, funding examination preparation and encouraging clan children to study. But though the Li clan's lineage stretched back generations, their true rise had only begun with Li Guangyuan's father. Achieving a breakthrough in the imperial examinations would take time they did not yet have. This was why he paid such attention to alternative paths. When the Imperial Academy opened up donations, he had purchased an imperial student Jiansheng position for clan children, though this was a far cry from proper examination rank. A few days ago, an old acquaintance had visited specifically to hint that the court was preparing a counteroffensive. If Li Guangyuan could raise troops in response, official rank would not be a problem. It was then that Li Guangyuan made his decision to get on the boat. Luo Haing interjected a comment here and there while carefully observing Li Guangyuan's expression. He understood that although Li Guangyuan had gotten on the boat, the man remained indecisive, still looking both ways like a rat at a crossroads. He needed something to steel his resolve. Suddenly, as if just remembering, Luo Haing said, "Brother Li, I've brought you some unusual books this time." He called for his personal servant boy to fetch them. Li Guangyuan received a book and noted the exceptionally fine paper quality. The cover bore a striking illustration: a silver-armored warrior gripping a falchion, a powerful bow slung across his back, mounted on a black horse. The horse reared with forelegs raised, neighing proudly amid swirling wind and snow that filled the sky. The warrior's bleak killing aura seemed to leap from the painting and strike one's face along with the painted blizzard. Beside the illustration ran a line of elegant running script: "Heavy snow buries bow and blade." Below it, in smaller bold characters, "History of Great Ming's Governance of Liaodong." Looking more carefully, he noticed 5 Song typeface characters reading War History Research, their stark intensity somehow transforming the scene's atmosphere into something more ominous. In his initial captivation with the warrior portrait, he had overlooked them. Beneath these characters were smaller words: Liaodong War Situation Special Album. The table of contents listed: Impact of the Denglai Rebellion on Liaodong, brief analysis of the 8 Banners system, history of Huang Taiji's ascension to the throne. Li Guangyuan shook his head as he read. Such a magnificent painting of a general riding forth to the frontier, ruined by these scrawled characters. Monk Haxiang recognized the book at once. "Is this the Kun People's War History Research?" Luo Haing feigned surprise. "You've read this book, Monk Haxiang. It circulated through Guangzhou Prefecture and the Jiangnan region last year. My academic society colleagues and I studied it together." "Then please, sir, enlighten us with your analysis." Monk Haxiang did not decline. He selected the key points and summarized them while Li Guangyuan listened, idly flipping through a few pages and skimming the contents. End of chapter. Chapter 26. Gold Pig. This issue of War History Research was another piece of black material produced by the Ministry of Truth. The exposé required no special fabrication or embellishment, simply placing the self-contradictory elements of Liaodong's management strategies side by side and examining them from hindsight made it clear that the Great Ming's war situation in Liaodong had no future whatsoever. Far from recovering Liao, the campaign was nothing more than a festering wound bleeding the empire dry. When Gu Zunli finished speaking, Li Guangyuan let out a long breath. He realized he had been listening with rapt, anxious attention. For wealthy rural households like his in Guangdong, the Liaodong War had always seemed the stuff of legend, something distant that no one imagined had any connection to their lives. But these articles examined both battlefield conditions and strategic implications, incorporating geopolitical theories far beyond their time. The breadth and depth of analysis vastly exceeded the so-called military affairs discussions of traditional bureaucrats. Beyond his nervousness, Li Guangyuan felt a twinge of surprise. They had been speaking of the Kun thieves, so why suddenly drag in the Eastern barbarians? The two were as far apart as the southern sky from the northern sea, poles that couldn't possibly touch. The monk clearly had something important to say. Li Guangyuan immediately dismissed his attendants and asked, "The Liaodong situation is indeed perilous, but what does any of this have to do with the Guangnan region?" Gu Zunli nodded. "Master sees clearly across 1,000 li," he lowered his voice. "Master can presumably also see that the Liaodong campaign has already become a complete rout in the making." He glanced at Luo Haiying, who nodded slightly in agreement. For an unlettered man like Gu Zunli, whatever he knew about Liaodong came entirely from his time in old Master Shi's service. But learning something fresh and selling it immediately didn't diminish its effect. Seeing that Master Li had taken the bait and his appetite was whetted, Gu Zunli knew the moment had arrived. He lowered his voice further and unleashed the long-prepared bombshell. "The court intends to negotiate peace with the eastern barbarians and abandon all territory beyond the pass. The Guanning Iron Cavalry will withdraw to Shanhaiguan. Before long, they'll march south to exterminate the roving bandits and expel the Kun thieves." "What?" Li Guangyuan was stunned. He had heard something of the Guanning Iron Cavalry's fearsome reputation. "Consider this, Master. The Guanning Iron Cavalry are elite soldiers maintained by the court at a cost of millions in provisions and salary each year. Once they withdraw inside the pass and rely on the natural defenses of Shanhaiguan and the strength of fortified cities, they won't need nearly so many crack troops. Could they simply sit idle, consuming rations for nothing? Inside the pass, roving bandits rampage everywhere and the Kun thieves grow ever bolder. Both are thorns in the court's heart. Within a year or two, a great army must surely march south for a decisive purge." Li Guangyuan listened, nodding unconsciously. Luo Haiying saw that Monk Haxiang's bombshell had detonated as intended, and knowing the iron was hot, stepped forward to fan the flames. "This is just rumor, of course. In my humble opinion, the court openly negotiating peace is unlikely. The weight of the Huai distinction is simply too great. I doubt even the current emperor would dare make such a decision. However, private negotiations are entirely possible." "Private negotiations?" Li Guangyuan pressed. "How would that work?" "They would dispatch a secret envoy to talk behind closed doors. Afterward, the court would probably abandon defense of all passes and cities beyond the Great Wall. Soldiers and civilians would all withdraw inside. Once these troops are stationed behind the wall, they can rely on it for defense, and the eastern barbarians won't be able to raid southward anymore. Furthermore, the empty lands beyond will attract Mongol tribes. When the eastern barbarians and Mongols inevitably clash, neither will have the strength to threaten the south. This is likely the court's most viable strategy at present." Monk Haxiang added, "From the court's perspective, this is probably the only option. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers are gathered in Liaodong, winning not a single battle, yet consuming vast quantities of provisions and salary. Meanwhile, smoke and fire rise everywhere inside the pass. They even burn the imperial mausoleum at the middle capital. Better to withdraw everything and put those forces to use." "Then you're saying the court is about to send troops south?" "It's imminent," Monk Haxiang said with certainty. "Why else would we take such risks, making connections everywhere? I'll speak plainly. In every county under Guangzhou Prefecture, there are righteous gentlemen feeding their horses and sharpening their weapons, waiting for the court's great army to reach the 5 ridges so they can rise up in swarms to answer the call. Since ancient times, nothing stirred men's hearts like the prospect of official rank." Li Guangyuan was the wealthiest man in his corner of Dongyuan, a local strongman of considerable means. Yet his clan had never produced a provincial graduate or metropolitan graduate. Whenever he went out, he always felt a head shorter than others. It stung especially when passing through other villages and seeing their examination flagpoles, symbols of scholarly achievement that filled him with envy. And that was merely nominal prestige. The practical benefits of official rank were too numerous to count. Marriage alliances alone, the advantage of matching doors with proper families, could occupy hours of discussion. When he thought of the arrogance of the county's great examination clans, families he could only look up to and never dare provoke, something fierce stirred in him. Lost in these thoughts, almost as if possessed, he found himself wishing the court would hurry south immediately so his family could raise troops in response. A sense of urgency gripped him. When will the court's heavenly army march south to sweep away all this ugliness? The sun had already slanted toward the west. Rice stalks on both sides of the dirt road bent their heads in humble submission, heavy with ripening ears. Frogs in a distant pond argued endlessly about something. Birds stealing grain from the fields were suddenly startled into the air by the thud of solid footsteps, fleeing to a nearby tree where they perched in a row, watching the approaching stranger with wary eyes. The man had gaunt cheeks and an unshaven beard. He wore a short jacket patched many times over, with fresh holes worn through at the shoulders and back. His feet were bare, a pair of pitch-black soles that struck the dirt road with each powerful step. A bundle rode on his back, a bulging pouch de lion hung from one shoulder and the other bore a straw bag more than half filled with grain. A string of loaches threaded on a willow branch swung from his waist. His name was Li Ziyuji, though that name existed only on the clan register. Everyone called him Jin Zhu, Gold Pig. He was in his early 30s. His home lay just ahead, near the Li family enclosure. Though he bore the Li surname, he had not a drop of blood relation to the local Li clan. His ancestors had fled famine from elsewhere and settled here as long-term laborers for the Li family. Only when Jin Zhu's father was born did things change. Li Guangyuan's grandfather happened to be celebrating his birthday, and Jin Zhu's grandfather went to beg the old master for a favor. That was when they were finally united with the Li clan and permitted to enter the ancestral hall. Admission to the ancestral hall improved the family's fortunes considerably. The hall looked after its various branches to some degree, and seeing that Jin Zhu's family owned no land, they rented out more than 10 mu of clan fields to his grandfather and allocated 3 thatched rooms. At last they had a house and fields to call their own, and could finally put down roots. By Jin Zhu's generation, however, there were many brothers at home. When their father died and the brothers divided the estate, Jin Zhu received not even half a sliver of poor field, only the ancestral house, those same 3 thatched rooms. And the house came with an obligation, caring for his elderly mother. He had no choice but to walk his grandfather's old path and hire himself out as a laborer again. With Jin Zhu's circumstances, taking a wife should have been nothing but a dream. But Li Guangyuan's mother, who managed the household's inner quarters, went to plead on his behalf. Recognizing 3 generations of loyal service, Li Guangyuan bestowed one of the household's rough-work slave girls as Jin Zhu's wife. The woman had originally fled famine from the north and sold herself into servitude with the Li family to survive. Once he had a family, working as a live-in laborer was no longer practical. Besides, there was his ailing mother to care for at home. Jin Zhu switched to making his living through odd jobs. He worked outside while his wife cared for Mother Li and her persistent cough, tended a few vegetable patches around the house, and took in washing, sewing, and mending work from the manor's wealthy households to help make ends meet. Jin Zhu himself traveled to Xiaoyao Market to find work as a porter. Xiaoyao Market was a ferry crossing on the river more than 10 li away. Merchants traveling between Dongyuan and Guangzhou mostly passed through there, and the market bustled with shops of every kind. Finding odd jobs was never a worry. Between that and the rice distributions from the clan granary during festivals, some years his family actually fared better than his brothers who rented fields. But ever since the Kun thieves had occupied Guangzhou, fewer boats plied the river. Merchants at the market had grown cautious, reluctant to do much business. Consequently, Jin Zhu's earnings had dwindled compared to previous years. He reckoned the rice would ripen soon and the fields would need hands. Demand for short-term workers would surge. Better to head home, see how things stood, and figure out a plan after the harvest was in. He reached his door just as the sky turned fully dark. The house looked as crooked and worn as ever. The yellow mud courtyard wall had mostly collapsed, its gaps patched carefully with bamboo fencing. But there on the lintel hung something new, a red lantern. Jin Zhu studied it for a moment, then strode into the central room. His wife was not home. Mother Li, hearing footsteps from the inner room, propped herself up on her bamboo bed and called out between fits of coughing, "Who is it? Who's there?" "Mother, it's me. I'm back." Jin Zhu set down his bundle and pouch, then upended the straw bag to pour the rice into the storage vat. Mother Li had already wrapped herself in a jacket and put on her shoes. She came into the central room. "Jin Zhu, she coughed twice. "Jin Zhu's home." She took the emptied straw bag from his hands and looked her son over carefully. Noticing his bare feet, she couldn't help asking, "Why aren't you wearing shoes? Where are your shoes?" Common folk in those times mostly went barefoot. Rural people thought nothing of it. But Jin Zhu did loading and hauling work. Running around the wharf without at least a pair of straw sandals meant cut skin and torn flesh from all the broken debris. And those sandals weren't homemade, they came from specialized craftsmen. One pair wore out, the other fell in the river while I was unloading cargo. "I'll buy more tomorrow when I go back to work." Jin Zhu seemed unconcerned about his shoes. He unhooked the string of loaches from his waist and handed them to his mother. "Here, mother, I caught these loaches on the way. I heard eating them is good for your cough. Where's Lion Yang?" "It's already dark and she's not back to cook. What's she running around for?" Qiaonan was his wife's maiden name. Since the couple had no children, everyone called her Lion Yang. Mother Li took the loaches and covered her mouth through another coughing fit before defending her daughter-in-law. Lion Yang went to cultivate magic and seek medicine with Fairy Huang. She should be back soon. Cultivate magic. Cultivate her worthless magic. Jin Zhu had been holding in a stream of frustration ever since his recent wages had fallen short of expectations. He couldn't help cursing. A young woman can't stay peacefully at home, has to run wild like an untamed horse. If she gets kidnapped and sold off like old Tian's wife, she'll have no one to blame but herself. I'm away for a few days and already her skin's itching for trouble again. Just wait till I give her a good thrashing. And that Fairy Huang, who knows what kind of wild fox spirit she is, seducing decent people. For all we know, she could be a kidnapper. End of chapter. Chapter 26-27. Incense Ash. Jin Zhu, cough, cough. Don't talk nonsense, don't talk nonsense. Mother Li saw her son speaking without obstruction, hurriedly patted her son a few times while coughing, then put palms together to bow to 4 directions, praying in low voice for gods all over sky not to blame her son. After bowing, she said to Jin Zhu again, "Jin Zhu, don't talk nonsense. Fairy Huang has true Taoist cultivation." Some days ago, while speaking, Lion Yang trotted back. Obviously someone told her her own man came. Behind followed the family's big yellow dog, shaking head and wagging tail, running front and back. Seeing that Lion Yang, aged just 25 or 6, wearing cotton skirt and thorn hairpin, simple clothes. Although a farmer wife, she dressed neatly. Just that waist tied a red belt, chest also sewn with a patch of 8 trigrams pattern, truly somewhat violating harmony. Jinju saw Lion Yang dressed in such nondescript attire, couldn't help nameless fire rising again. Casually grabbed the whisk on the 8 Immortals table, throwing it at Lion Yang, covering head and face. Lion Yang dodged. The whisk fell in front of the yellow dog. That dog jumped backward in fright, erecting tail and raising head about to bark wildly. But seeing its own owner's face was iron blue, whimpered a few times, clamped tail and ran elsewhere. Only heard Jinju cursing in the room. "Old mother at home is sick, you this woman only know playing and frolicking outside. Sky dark, not returning home either. Don't know what benefit having your soul sucked away too." Lion Yang stood at the door. Seeing husband didn't go get chicken feather duster, only then entered room carefully, standing guarding room door defending softly. I went following Fairy Huang to cultivate magic. That Huang. Jinzhu heard Fairy Huang wanted to abduct and sell his own wife again, opened mouth wanting to curse again. Suddenly thought mother already said just now, so held back breath again, only staring at Lion Yang angrily. Lion Yang looked at man's face color, said carefully, Fairy Huang is a personal disciple of Lishan Holy Mother, having true fairy arts. A few days ago, I begged for talisman water. After going home letting mother-in-law take it, mother-in-law coughed less. Mother Li also didn't cover mouth, coughing lightly, chiming in on the side, exactly. Taking that talisman water these few days, my chest is not stuffy, breath is also smooth. Jinzhu looked at mother's illness condition, seeming indeed much better than previous days. At least since he entered room, didn't hear heart-tearing, lung-splitting coughing sound. Also seeing wife looking like lowering eyebrows and complying eyes, anger also reduced a few points. Tone slightly slowed. Look at you. What clothes are you wearing? What proper style? Just convenient for cultivating magic. You don't like slave family won't wear it. Lion Yang saw husband's face color relaxed, probably no danger of being beaten today. Hurriedly diverted topic, rice is already done. Since bringing Loach back I will clean it now. Saying deftly packed up bundle and pouch taken off by Jinzhu. Took out a short wax end from side room again. After lighting, supported with a saucer placing on table. Turned and asked Mother Li, what else does mother-in-law want to eat? I will make together. Mother Li shook head saying, I already drank porridge in the afternoon. Loach I won't eat, will go to sleep in a while. You make these loaches all for Jinzhu, you two eat together. Jinzhu's gaze was attracted by that candle. Seeing fire light bright and no foul smell of grease, knew it was expensive Australian wax. Immediately said, that loach was caught to cure mother's cough disease. I plan to stay at home for more days this time, not lacking this moment either. Just casually make some food is fine. Where did you get silver money to buy this Australian wax? Lion Yang saw man's tone turn gentle, only then had courage to size him up by candle light. Seeing Jinzhu didn't wear shoes, went a side room to take a pair of new straw shoes out again. Placing in front of Jinzhu's feet while answering, begged Fairy Huang to bestow, originally intended to insert in lantern. You came then give you to use first. This Australian wax is indeed bright, lighting it has no burnt stink either. Loach I keep first, today get a few to ensure rice for you first. Saying, holding an oil lamp to kitchen to prepare meal for man. Jinzhu didn't say much either. Carrying shoes went to well side to fetch water to wash feet. After putting on shoes, returned to room to pack up things bought home this time. Not long after, Lion Yang carried half a pot of porridge boiled with vegetables and loach mixed together. Porridge was not clear like usual. Rice put was very much. Taking a pottery bowl, first filled a full bowl for Jinzhu. Jinzhu looked at porridge, first pointed to jars and pots on table. 2 jars of Heaven Kitchen pickles, Tianchu Jiangkai, you and mother change taste at home. A pack of fine salt you keep well, don't let get damp. That colored pack is Australian fruit candy. You distribute a few to neighbor kids, remaining you and mother taste fresh too. Saying holding up bowl, wolfing down. Carrying rice walking for half a day, truly hungry too. Divided by 3, 5 and 2, quickly, 8 large half of small half pot of porridge. Originally he could still eat more, but to save grain, ate as little as possible at night. Besides wife and old mother hadn't eaten dinner yet. Immediately wiped mouth saying full, reclining comfortably in bamboo back chair to rest. Lion Yang served mother-in-law eating some porridge helping to east room to rest. Herself finished all remaining porridge, cleaned up table bowls and chopsticks, then wanted to put away items he brought back on table. Jinzhu said in low voice, in bundle still have 2 100 fen notes, keep first. In my pouch still have some remaining small change. You see if enough 80 wen. Medicine money owed to brother Yushin family I will go return tomorrow. After Senate promoted new currency system, original plan was 1 yuan exchange 100 fen. but value of 1 yuan was too big. Even 1 fen still had problem of face value too big, unfavorable for small amount circulation in market. So changed to 1 yuan exchange 1,000 fen. This exchange rate was basically similar to original one-tael silver exchange 1,000 wen. Folks accepted relatively easier. Exchange rate was fixed, simpler and clearer than exchange rate fluctuating daily in past. Currency value was also stable. Though paper money, it was quite welcomed by folks suffering from shortage of small amount payment means. Just unit of this fen was still habitually read as wen by majority people. When you were not at home, sister-in-law Yushin came to urge and ask several times. I didn't know how to reply her. Lion Yang sighed a breath, forcing too tight too. Brother Yushin willing to lend is already not bad, didn't ask us for interest money either. Jin Zhu sighed with emotion. How many people in village willing to lend money to family? Sigh, even 2 brothers, refusing to send old mother's patty on time. Because Jin Zhu supported old mother, besides receiving 3 straw rooms, his 2 brothers stated clearly to send 100 jin of patty together annually. But this patty frankly speaking never sent fully. Short jin lak liang was normal state. Inside also stuffed quite some blighted grain and rice straw. Converting to coarse rice, 1 year not even 30 or 40 jin. Although Jin Zhu complained, he also knew 2 brothers' days were not easy. More than 10 mu land passed down from father divided into 2. 2 brothers rented planting to pay rent, also had to feed family. Being able to take out 50 jin patty was already squeezed out hard from teeth gaps. If could also rent a few mu land to plant would be good. Jin Zhu calculated in heart. Short-term work income was not too stable and hurt body. He worked for a few years, waist and legs pained often. Colleagues working long, everyone fell waist and leg pain disease. Serious ones couldn't even walk road, let alone work. Finally couldn't avoid ending up dying of poverty and illness mixed. This rear dust he didn't want to step. Loading, unloading, carrying on wharf, always not long-term plan. But wanting to ask clan to bestow grace, again, was not easy. Speaking of land, clan released reclaiming sandfields by river every year, but this kind of good thing couldn't turn to his kind of fake clansman. Only see if had chance to rent a few mu clan field to farm again. If could ask master to open grace, renting a few mu land to plant would be good. He said in low voice. Just wanting to beg master Li family bestow grace also needed a cause. Pity Lion Yang was a rough work servant girl in Li family, couldn't speak words before master. Mother because helped as servant in Li residence in past, had some popularity. Just these years body always sick, didn't often go to ask peace and walk around either. Wanting to entrust request was not good to open mouth. Besides, thing like releasing rent couldn't be done without a generous gift. Home now didn't have this idle money either. While checking, Lion Yang came out from kitchen, holding a small bowl of yellow wine in hand placing on table, saying somewhat heartachingly, "That big pack of Australian candy cost quite some money, right?" Jin Zhu was somewhat embarrassed instead. That candy was picked up on road from wharf to warehouse. He originally dared not take back directly, keeping in hand for a few days. Seeing no one coming to look for it, then put away. Now had to lie. Warehouse manager saw work done well rewarded. Lion Yang's face carried smile. Own man had big ability, capability to support family, nothing was better than this. She took out a small paper pack from close-fitting underwear again. Inside had some incense ash. Sprinkled into wine, stirred with chopstick, pushed wine bowl to front of Jin Zhu. "What is this again?" Jin Zhu asked surprisedly. Lion Yang was somewhat coy. "Bestowed by Fairy Huang for begging son. My dose just drank already." Lion Yang face color peach red. Sentence behind almost fine not audible. Jin Zhu just returned home not long time heard Fairy Huang many times. Originally also had some disgust towards that Fairy Huang. But hearing it was for begging son, dared not slight either. He and Lion Yang married many years always without son. Mother was also chanting. Adding continuation of incense fire for Li family was a big matter. He held up bowl, examined a while again, raising head drinking down yellow wine. Next morning early, Jin Zhu went to return debt of Li Yushan family first, then visited several old customers, seeing when they prepared to hire people, how price was. While returning from west of Manor looking at thrashing ground, heard someone shouting under banyan tree. Big sword waving, earth collapses mountain falls. Big sword waving, kun head moves home. Pick up hay cutter blade, good to chop kun thief. Practice divine skill method well, kun thief turns into mud beach. Looking carefully, saw a few men wrapped in yellow kerchiefs tied with black belts leading Master Li Patriarch's family soldiers and some idle men in village practicing sword. Couldn't help walking over to watch. Saw one wrapped in yellow kerchief patrolling back and forth, other two posing a move, shouting a sentence. Family soldiers learned move while hi hi ha ha responding a sentence. Extremely noisy. End of chapter. Chapter 26-28. Kun thieves go to the countryside. Jin Zhu watched the spectacle with great curiosity, turning to ask one of the onlookers beside him, "Why is master having guards trained here?" The man recognized Jin Zhu and greeted him warmly. "Brother Zhu, you're back. These aren't guards, they're manor ding, zhuang ding. Our manor has established an altar called the Eight Immortals Society. After the rice harvest, everyone in the manor will train together. See those three with black kerchiefs wrapped around their heads. They're the three apprentice brothers who founded the altar and performed the rituals." He pointed them out one by one. On the left is third apprentice brother Xiaoyao. He practices the iron head skill and wields a chain whip. They call him Iron Chain Divine Whip. The fat one on the right is second apprentice brother Ma Jin. He trains in iron belly skin and uses a white wax pole, earning him the nickname Changban Golden Spear. But the most formidable of all is eldest apprentice brother, the one overseeing the training. His name is Chen Sheng, and he practices the golden bell cover. His entire body is invulnerable to swords and guns. A few days ago, someone took a kun thief's firearm to test eldest apprentice brother's golden bell cover. Fired a shot right at him. Can you guess what happened? The man paused dramatically, wiping the spittle from his lips, and looked at Jin Zhu with smug satisfaction. Seeing that Jin Zhu was listening with rapt attention, he continued, "Eldest apprentice brother caught that bullet in his mouth, chewed it up ga bang like he was eating fried beans and swallowed it whole. Then he patted his belly and said, 'Didn't add salt, too bland.'" Jin Zhu couldn't help but exclaim, "Is he really that formidable?" "Absolutely," the man declared with conviction. Everyone in the manor witnessed it right here on this thrashing ground. The other idlers standing nearby chimed in with agreement. Someone pointed toward a banyan tree. They tested the gun on that tree first, the bullets still lodged in the trunk. Jin Zhu gestured toward the incense table. "Is this altar also part of the White Lotus sect?" "Watch your tongue." A man who had remained silent until now spoke up urgently. "We don't worship the White Lotus sect. That's a tablet to the Jade Emperor. Ever since the Shandong Smell Incense sect, Wangxiangjiao, uprising during the Tianqi period, the White Lotus sect had become notorious throughout the realm. Su Hongru's name was known far and wide, and the legends surrounding his magical powers had reached the realm of the supernatural. Even in Guangdong, where folk religious sects were less prevalent, the White Lotus sect's reputation preceded it. The moment the man heard those three words, he launched into immediate denial, then hastened to explain. "This time, it's the Jade Emperor himself who has witnessed the kun thieves in the lower realm using demonic arts to stir up chaos. He commanded the Queen Mother of the West, Zai Wangmu, to emerge from seclusion and accept disciples to vanquish demons and monsters, protecting the great Ming's rivers and mountains. Fairy Huang is the Queen Mother's personal disciple. The round fan she carries contains two magical treasures bestowed by the Queen Mother herself. That fan can summon the 5 elements wind. Fairy Huang's powers are extremely efficacious. Right now, she's leading the women of the manor in cultivating magic and refining an immortal formation at Master Li's villa. After 49 days of practice, they'll succeed, and then they can summon the heavenly soldiers and generals to assist us." He looked Jinzhu up and down with sudden recognition. "Say, isn't your wife practicing magic with Fairy Huang? Hasn't she told you about this?" A knowing smile spread across his face. Though Jinzhu had never ventured far beyond the neighboring villages, Xiaoyao Market saw enough travelers that he could claim to be more worldly than the average country farmer. He listened with only half belief, but since this was Master Li's initiative, he naturally didn't dare voice any doubts. He watched the sword practice a while longer, then went on his way to look for work. The period around May, when early rice was harvested and late rice planted, was the busiest season for rural day laborers. Harvesting, sun-drying the paddy, thrashing. No sooner was the early rice finished than the fields needed fertilizing, tilling, flooding, and transplanting seedlings for the late rice, all without a moment's rest. They worked from dawn until dark, heads baked by the sun, feet scalded by the hot paddy water. Yet this was also when short-term laborers earned the most and ate the best. Not only 3 full meals of rice each day, but meat and fish as well. Now, at the end of May, every household was preparing for the summer harvest and summer planting season. Any family with substantial landholdings had to arrange with laborers in advance or risk being caught short-handed. Jinzhu made the rounds to his regular employers from previous years, ostensibly paying respects, but really to secure work agreements. He was relieved to find that demand for labor hadn't diminished. After the Australians arrived to clarify fields and acres, although the new field tax they promulgated was nominally higher than under the Great Ming, the clear delineation of property rights, transparent tax calculations, and simple payment methods meant landlords no longer bore the burden of countless mysterious surcharges and allocations. Many actually found their loads lightened. Moreover, with the Australians' increased demand for grain, many families had expanded their planting areas and needed more hands. Some landowners, seeing what a capable worker he was, urged him to abandon day labor and become a long-term worker instead, promising excellent treatment. Li Ziyuji merely said, "I'll think about it," though he didn't take these invitations seriously. If he was going to be a long-term worker, he might as well work for Master's household. At least they were of the same clan and would show him some consideration. Besides, how much could a long-term worker really save? He'd learned his lesson over the years. Master families always made it sound generous, so much silver per year, food and clothing all provided. But once you arrived, everything cost money. When the accounts were settled at year's end, receiving 60 or 70% of your promised wage was considered fortunate. What galled him most was that beyond farming, master families treated their long-term workers like household servants. Any heavy or menial task around the residence fell to them, without so much as a copper in reward. Fortunately, after making his rounds, he'd filled his schedule for the next 2 months. The wages were more generous than in previous years, too. He calculated that once this busy season ended, he could save up enough money to travel to Dongyuan and buy a few pills of cough-suppressing pill, Zhengguan, said to be the most efficacious cure for coughing, effective with a single dose. The only drawback was the price, 50 yen per pill. Though the incense ash from Fairy Huang that his wife had obtained did show some effect, it couldn't cure the root cause. Each dose brought only a few days' relief. Besides, he resented his wife going to cultivate magic every day. Something about it struck him as wrong. Even if there was nothing amiss, he begrudged Lian Yang wasting half a day every 2 or 3 days. With that time, she could be doing anything more useful. The money saved from buying medicine he would set aside. When the clan family next released land for reclamation, he could use it to grease the right relationships and secure 10 mu or so. Once reclaimed, that would be his own tenant land. He wouldn't have to scrape by on odd jobs anymore. If his mother's cough and breathing troubles could be cured, she could help around the house, and Lian Yang could get silkworm cocoons on credit from the silk warehouse to real silk, earning a bit more money. Their circumstances would finally ease. On the way back, the sun shone warm on his face. Li Ziyuji didn't mind the heat at all. For once, the warmth felt good. These days, having hope gave a man spirit. Everyone said it didn't matter whether it was the great Ming or the great Song. Whoever ruled, you still had to pay taxes and surrender grain. Yet against all expectations, the Australian's arrival had actually made his life better. He mused that since he'd be doing farm work, he should buy some new tools at the market. The most essential tool for harvesting rice was a sharp, handy sickle. His family had always kept one, and it suited him well. But some days ago, he'd seen Australian new farm tools in a shop at Xiaoyao market. The steel edge was truly fine, and it handled beautifully. His only reservation was that it looked rather light and thin. He suspected it might not be durable. As for the price, it had been expensive at first, but now cost little more than an ordinary sickle. A few days back, he'd heard from buyers that Australian farm tools were quite sturdy, not as delicate as he'd feared. So he planned to buy one. It would make the work go faster. After all, he'd have his own land to tend soon. With this thought, Jinzhu's heart swelled with contentment. His steps grew light and brisk as he hurried home. As he neared Li family enclosure, he spotted a small boat coming up the river channel, heading toward the village. The waterways crisscrossed throughout Dongyuan, and boats served in place of footpaths. A small boat was the most common sight, but the passengers on this particular vessel caught his attention. 3 or 4 young men squatted or sat at the bow, talking and laughing loudly. From their short hair and button-down jackets, Jinzhu knew immediately. False Kuns were coming. Jinzhu had seen plenty of Kun thief bandits during his odd jobs at Xiaoyao market. At first, the Kun soldiers had arrived aboard small fire-wheeled boats that belched black smoke. Merchants and townsfolk fled the market in panic, leaving only the market master and a few servants to attend to them. The Kun bandits ate a meal, rested for 2 hours, then boarded their vessel and departed. They bought nothing, requisitioned nothing, only asked the market master's manager to boil several large pots of water for their use. Later, he saw tax bureau men come to collect taxes, also arriving on fire-wheeled boats under escort of a squad of Kun soldiers. From that first tax collection onward, Australian silver dollars and notes began circulating, because the tax collectors refused to accept white silver or copper coins. The shops panicked for a time, as no one knew where to obtain this Australian money. Fortunately, before long, a grocery shop on the market hung out a sign reading Exchange Agency. Then came the Australian work team last winter, arriving to clear property and clarify tax. This time, many more people came. Young Kun men with satchels slung over their shoulders fanned out into the countryside to survey land, protected by squads of Kun soldiers. The work team had set up camp at the market, pitching tents near the wharf. The wharf was crowded with small boats and cannon-mounted fire-wheeled vessels. Jinzhu had been hired to help unload mysterious wooden crates from the supply ships, each one marked secret in black paint. After that, the Kun bandits largely disappeared, though a few false Kuns occasionally conducted business at the market, or passing Kun ships docked for a meal. No one ventured into the countryside anymore. The common people breathed a collective sigh of relief. The Kun had finally passed through. Who sat on the emperor's throne, who served as county magistrate, common folk didn't much care. But from long habit they dreaded seeing official people come to the countryside. Whenever such men appeared, it meant losing money or getting beaten. Never anything good. What were these false Kuns doing here? Jinzhu's heart clenched with apprehension. Following the river downstream led straight to Li family enclosure. End of chapter. Chapter 26-29. Unexpected complications. After Zhao Henning left, Mrs. Huangshi found herself unable to settle her churning emotions. The upheavals of recent days had surpassed anything in her life's experience, leaving her without appetite. She had never been one to make decisions on her own. Arriving at this point felt almost inevitable, yet still she wavered. Though the young officer Zhao had instructed her to file a formal complaint at Jiujiang Great Market Police Station in 3 days, she could not begin to imagine what might follow. The vast uncertainty ahead doubled her anxiety. After finishing her farm work, she decided not to wait for Guan Zongbao to return home. Instead, she set out to speak with Guan Yao's second sister. In her world, family matters still required family counsel. Like most natives of this era, Guan Yao had several brothers and sisters, but among his sisters, second sister maintained the closest relationship with him. When second sister heard what Huangshi had to say, she was both shocked and furious. Shocked that Huangshi actually intended to divorce Guan Yao, and furious that she had sought the Australians' backing. Younger sister-in-law, since you married through the Guan family's great doors, you should abide by a woman's proper path, second sister admonished. You are his hair-tied wife, his first wife. Is caring for him not simply heaven's principle and earth's righteousness? How can you entertain such thoughts merely because life has grown difficult? Second sister, I came to you precisely because you are his sister, Huangshi replied. Having reached this point, I no longer know what to think. I am telling you now simply to give you advance notice. Before long, I will gather the clan elders to decide the matter together. After Huangshi departed, second sister felt as though disaster loomed in her heart. Though she had married into another family long ago, she still cared deeply about her maiden family's reputation. She rushed immediately to find eldest brother's household, suspecting Huangshi would seek him out as well. Before long, news of the affair reached Guan Richeng, the branch head of their ancestral line. Gee, this is where matters stand with the Australians. Shaimai Hall patriarch Guan Boi closed the door to speak privately with his younger brother Guan Ji upon returning home from Jiujiang Great Market. As a rare metropolitan graduate Jinshi within the clan, one who had even served as a county magistrate under the Ming Dynasty, Guan Ji was naturally consulted on important matters. Guan Ji sighed. For the sake of our clan's continuity, we must bow our heads. The other elders should understand. What of Mr. Qiutao and Mr. Zhangxian from the Zhu clan? Guan Boi asked with evident concern. If representatives from their families come, leave them to me, Guan Ji said. Qiutao carries himself with awe-inspiring righteousness and serves his country wholeheartedly. He and I passed our examinations in the same year. He won't make things difficult for me. But if anyone thinks to gamble with the lives of our 1,000 clansmen, young and old, that is absolutely out of the question. With Guan Ji's assurance, Guan Boi's heart steadied considerably. Those who understand the times are the true heroes, he agreed. The other 5 halls of the Guan clan also intend to cooperate with the Senate this time. I hear Shud Hall is willing to gift their land in Shanxi village, the tract bordering West Sea, to the Senate. Though it is mostly swamp and mudflat, with the Australians' rumored capabilities, it should transform into fertile fields before long. Indeed, Guan Ji nodded. Looking back over the past decade, whoever befriends the Australians inevitably sees their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven alongside them. Gao Ju was nothing but a lowly merchant, yet in the blink of an eye he became a pillar of the state. Meanwhile, whoever crosses the Australians meets death and clan extinction. Even Zheng Zhilong, far away in Fujian, has turned to a pile of yellow earth, his clansmen dead or scattered to the winds. We watch him build his tower high, we watch him feast his guests, we watch his tower collapse. If our clan refuses to cooperate with the Australians, there are plenty of others lining up to board that boat. What standing would Shaimai Hall have then? When you put it that way, these true Australians are not nearly as coarse and vulgar as the rumors claim, Guan Boi mused. I hear Magistrate Zhang is a true Australian himself. Though he hardly looks the part of a ruler, he handles affairs with considerable skill, a man of broad learning and sharp memory. If the Senate's people are all of this caliber, they have the bearing of those who accomplish great things. May our ancestors bless Shaimai Hall to pass through this tribulation safely. Just as the 2 brothers were conferring behind closed doors, a servant boy's voice came from outside. "Master, this is bad, something terrible has happened." Guanji opened the door and scolded, "What is all this panic? Where is your composure?" The servant boy lowered his head and spoke anxiously. "The branch head from the Yancheng ancestor branch is waiting outside. He says something terrible has happened. The Australians are looking for an excuse to cause trouble." "Where is he?" Guan Boy emerged as well. "Please follow me, masters." In the main hall, Guan Richeng was pacing in tight circles. The moment he spotted Guan Boy, he stopped and rushed forward. "Patriarch, this is a disaster." Though advanced in years, Guan Boy had weathered many storms. He sat down unhurriedly, instructed the servant to serve tea, and motioned for Guan Richeng to take a seat before speaking. "Calm yourself. Tell us everything slowly." As Guan Richeng gave his report, Guan Ji found the situation peculiar. Unless a clansman had violated national law, the government never interfered in clan affairs. Could the Australians be seizing upon this incident for their own purposes, killing the chicken to warn the monkey? Guan Boy, despite his composure, felt his blood pressure surge as he listened. "This wretched creature," he shouted. "Does he despise Shanghai Hall so much that he would draw the Australian scrutiny upon us? Where is he? Bring him at once. I will interrogate him personally." It was 2 days later when several strong young men finally escorted Guan Yao from the gambling house and forced him to kneel before Guan Boy. Guan Yao was still half drunk. A basin of cold water struck his face with a sharp splash. Only then did he startle awake, looking around in bleary panic. "You wretch, do you know who I am?" Guan Boy demanded. "Branch head, patriarch, I know, Guan Yao answered fearfully. "Look at the mess you've made. Your own wife wants to bring the Australians in to settle matters. If this spreads, where will Shanghai Hall's face be? The situation is perilous, clouds treacherous, waves strange. Who knows if the Australians will use this as a pretext for interference? Would you drag 1,000 of our clansmen down with you?" But Guan Yao felt himself more wrong than the legendary Du-Yi patriarch. "I'm being wronged. I only beat my wife and son when I was drunk. I'm the head of my household. Surely that doesn't violate the king's law." "Our clan rules are strict," Guan Boy thundered. "Clansmen are taught from childhood to respect their teachers, revere the way, and maintain harmony between husband and wife. Matters concerning the whole clan are to be brought before the clan elders. Even the smallest grievance, yazai, must be addressed through the clan and the branch head's ancestral hall. No one may initiate official litigation without authorization. We recite the clan rules at the start of every season. Did you swallow them all into a dog's belly?" The great clan ancestral halls of South China had mostly been built during the Ming Dynasty era, and clan rules had proliferated in that same period, taking on characteristics of the village compact, Xiaoyao. Clan leaders, seeking greater control over their members, had petitioned the government to formally approve their clan rules. The government, in turn, regarded these rules as supplements to political authority, useful for monitoring clans and strengthening local administration. To maintain internal order, clan rules empowered the patriarch with judicial authority over internal disputes while prohibiting clansmen from bringing suits before officials. All contradictions were to be resolved within the clan. "Beating your wife, HMPH. Guanji, a man who had risen and fallen in the sea of officialdom, spoke with knowing gravity. "Some matters weigh nothing off the scale, not even 4 taels, but once placed on the scale, even 1,000 jin cannot balance them. Tell us about your family situation. We must determine how to handle this." Guan Yao launched into a rambling account, pulling threads from every direction. He brimmed with resentment toward Huangshi, claiming she had carried on an affair with a certain clansman. He had wanted to divorce her long ago, he said. Guan Boy shook his head as he listened, his expression that of a man who hates to see iron refuse to become steel. "You unfilial descendants," he cursed through gritted teeth. "You've completely disgraced our ancestors." Our Shanghai Hall ancestor, Pingjiang Lord Guan Jun, was a descendant of Guan Yunqing himself. 400 years ago, he fled the chaos, carrying our clansmen here to this place, clearing thorns and cutting brambles to establish our family legacy. And you? Ha ha ha! Guan Yao laughed wildly, a stark departure from his earlier terror. His expression had turned to one of rotten resignation. By Lan, I'm a man about to die. I don't even know if I'll see tomorrow's sun. I've never done anything to injure heaven or offend reason, Shang Tianhai Li, yet here I am, everyone turning against me, relatives abandoning me, wife and son scattering to the winds. Why should I care about ancestral face? Crack. Guan Boi's palm slammed against the table with thunderous force. Do you want to be removed from the clan register? If so, I will grant your wish. From this day forward, you are no longer a child or grandchild of Shaimai Hall. When you die, you will not be buried in the clan grave. At the words removed from the clan register, Guan Yao's defiance shattered. He collapsed to the ground in panic. Without his name in the register, he could not receive offerings or tributes from his descendants after death. His soul would never return to the ancestral land. He would become nothing more than a lonely, wild ghost wandering the world, reduced to snatching leftover tributes from other petty spirits. Patriarch, I was wrong, he begged. Please show great mercy, spare me this once. I swear I will never let the Australians find out about anything again. You dare suggest there will be a next time? Guan Boi's voice carried unmistakable threat. Though he was patriarch, removing a name from the clan register was no simple matter. Generally speaking, a clan could not expel a member casually. The person must have committed one of the 10 unpardonable evils or severely violated clan rules in a way that corrupted the family's moral standing. When expelling someone, the clan had to summon all members and announce the offender's crimes before the spirit tablets of the listed ancestors in the ancestral hall. Then the clan register would be solemnly retrieved, a writing brush taken up and dipped in vermilion ink ground with water, and with one bold stroke, the offender's name would be crossed out. Finally, the offender would be expelled from the ancestral hall and the family's boundaries. No next time, no next time, Guan Yao answered meekly, Wei Wei Nu. Guan Boi turned to Guan Richeng. Guan Richeng, your Yancheng ancestor branch has managed its affairs poorly. Someone from your line entered the public court without first appealing to the clan. You are fined 5 taels of silver to be paid into the ancestral hall's public fund. Do you object? No objection. As a blood relationship group, the clan held that a clansman's actions should, above all, bring glory to his ancestors and honor to the clan. Failing that, he should at least abide by the ancestors' instructions and not disgrace those who came before. Wrongdoing was unfilial to the ancestors. When the patriarch adjudicated clan disputes, he acted as the ancestors' representative, responsible to them. As the saying went, children and grandchildren who intentionally violate family instructions shall be arrested by the assembled clan and brought to the ancestral hall. There, their crimes shall be told to the ancestors, and heavy punishment administered, that they may reflect and change. According to clan rules, you should receive 10 strokes of the whip, Guan Boi pronounced. Seeing that you have illness in your body, I commute your sentence to labor. You will repair the ancestral grave. Guan Yao kowtowed repeatedly. Thank you for the patriarch's gracious mercy. Guan Ji added a final instruction. You must persuade Huangshi to withdraw the lawsuit. Under no circumstances may the Australians be allowed to intervene in this matter. End of chapter. Chapter 26:30. Surprise inspection. After 2 hours, 1 shichen of kneeling at the patriarch's home, Guan Yao could barely stand. He didn't understand. He'd been this way for years. Why was the patriarch suddenly so angry? He complained to Guan Richeng as they walked away. Branch head, why make such a fuss over something so small? Every family has its share of troubles. Guan Richeng was furious. He slapped Guan Yao across the face. Still no remorse. Guan Yao held his cheek, sulking in silence. Go find your wife, Guan Richeng said. Speak to her gently. If you can keep this out of public court, do so and treat her properly from now on. No more incidents, but if this goes to court, you'll be stricken from the clan register. Following Zhang Zio's instructions, Mo Yu first arranged for several Tonka boys to covertly monitor Qiaonan village. They observed that boats carrying silkworm feces still entered the village every few days, though the frequency had dropped significantly. Small quantities of goods were also shipped out daily. Upon inspection, these proved to be nothing more than manure-like soil, residue, they were told, from the season's nearly depleted patent medicine production. The only useful discovery was confirming the location of the Zhu clan's patent medicine workshop. With no other leads, and Qiaonan village proving impenetrable to outside inquiry, Mo Yu decided to visit personally with 2 resident police officers. Large local villages were designed with obvious military defense in mind. Fish ponds and natural waterways formed moat-like barriers around their perimeters. All buildings along the village edge faced inward, with their doors and windows opening away from the outside. The gaps between structures were filled with enclosing walls, fences, and arrow towers. Only a few fixed entrances permitted access, closed at night and guarded during the day. Mo Yu and Liziron could only enter through the main gate. Whether by coincidence or prior arrangement, they encountered Zhu clan's old butler the moment they arrived. Zhu butler greeted them with a smile. "Master Mo, a rare guest indeed. What brings you here today?" Mo Yu glanced around casually. "Nothing special, just making the rounds. Chief Zhang has been touring the countryside to understand conditions on the ground. I need to show I'm earning my keep, otherwise I'll get an earful." The butler nodded knowingly. "Master Mo is too modest. With you overseeing this township, all the troublemakers fled long ago." "Well, since I'm already here," Mo Yu said lightly, "won't you invite me in for a visit?" Zhu butler hesitated briefly, then recovered. "Ah, forgive this old fool's manners. Please come in. I'll make arrangements right away." Before they reached the Zhu residence, Liziron caught a foul stench drifting through the air. He covered his nose involuntarily. Zhu butler smiled apologetically. "Please don't mind it, masters. This is country living. We make our living from fish and mulberry, so we use plenty of manure. It stinks certainly, but it's what we farmers value most." "No harm done," Mo Yu replied. "Our new chief Zhang is thorough. He wants to know everything, how fish are caught, how fry are raised, where the fertilizer comes from. He's been putting a lot of pressure on us lately. Why don't you show me your composting operation? Tell us how it's done. That way I can prove to Chief Zhang we're serving the Senate wholeheartedly." Zhu butler looked uncomfortable. "That filthy place would offend your eyes, master. If my master learned I'd taken you there, he'd punish me. Please let me escort you to the main hall instead. I'll serve you our finest Limu Mountain oolong tea." Mo Yu insisted. Left with no choice, Zhu butler led them to a composting site. It was exactly what it appeared to be, an ordinary farmyard composting operation, nothing unusual. Mo Yu asked detailed questions about the process, and the butler answered each one. Liziron knew where the workshop was located. From where they stood, its roof was visible in the distance. He pointed toward it. "Zhu butler, what goes on over there? There's a strange smell coming from that direction too. It doesn't look like a composting site." Zhu butler's heart tightened, though his face remained composed. "That's my master's newly established patent medicine workshop." "Patent medicine?" Mo Yu feigned curiosity. The butler had no choice but to elaborate. "Some years ago, my 6th master obtained a medicinal formula from an expert. He saw how fellow villagers Chen Tiquan and Li Shengzuo jointly ran Chen Li Jai Hall, making medicines to help people, beloved by all the villagers. He was inspired with a desire to practice medicine and help the world, Huan Hu Jaishi. So he had the formula made into patent medicine, a way of accumulating virtue for his descendants." "Ah, patent medicine," Mo Yu nodded. "Our chief Zhang is well versed in pharmaceutical arts. People call him the pharmacist. We've been wondering how to get into his good graces. If you could explain the process to us, we can report back in detail. If the chief is pleased, our futures are secured, and we won't forget your kindness, Zhu butler." The butler looked pained. "Masters, you put me in a difficult position. Every family guards its unique skills. If I reveal how our patent medicine is made, I'll bear the consequences. Laziron spoke up. A healer has a benevolent heart. If the goal is to help the world, shouldn't more people know how to make this medicine? If your master blames you for that, he's nothing but a hypocrite fishing for fame. You'd be better off finding a worthier employer. Don't mind him, Zhu Butler, Mo Yu intervened, playing the good cop. My colleague here is a rough fellow, speaks his mind without thinking. Don't take his words to heart. He sighed. You know how it is. We're all simple men who barely know our letters. We can't manage the fine work your master does. But our new magistrate insists on handling everything personally, even the smallest matters. The pressure has been unbearable lately. We need to bring back something substantial to satisfy him. If you're so reluctant, Laziron added, maybe there's something here you'd rather we not see. Without waiting for a response, he strode toward the workshop. Zhu Butler wanted to block him but didn't dare use force. He could only walk backward ahead of them, pleading loudly as he went. Other Zhu clan members gathered around, surrounding the police officers. Just as a confrontation seemed inevitable, Zhu Xilian's voice rang out from behind the crowd. What's all this commotion? Sixth Master, a misunderstanding. Zhu Butler hurried to his side and said respectfully, Master Mo of the Market Police Station is here today. He wishes to see the patent medicine workshop. I wasn't authorized to permit it, which offended our guests. I'm prepared to accept my punishment. Such a small matter, Zhu Xilian said dismissively. Yes, you should be punished. 10 fen will be deducted from this month's wages. Everyone disperse. After Zhu Butler withdrew and the crowd scattered, Zhu Xilian smiled at Mo Yu. If Master Mo is so curious, I'll personally accompany you. Would that be acceptable? Inside the workshop, Zhu Xilian explained the function of each piece of equipment, how materials were fed in, processed, and ultimately packaged as finished products. The air still carried a fecal odor. Noticing the officer's discomfort, he said, This medicine of mine is extracted from silkworm feces, so some smell during processing is unavoidable. But it's excellent medicine, cures deficiency of qi and blood, dizziness and tinnitus, heart palpitations and shortness of breath, mental fatigue and exhaustion. Gentlemen who dine on wind and sleep on dew, working hard through day and night, inevitably suffer from inadequate qi and blood. I'll have my butler prepare a few boxes for each of you, a small token of my appreciation. Though Mo Yu had served in the retired Fubo Army Navy, he was ultimately of Tanka origin. He lacked the education that younger soldiers received through formal schooling. His naval service had given him some exposure to steam engine operation and a basic understanding of mechanical processes, but concepts like enthalpy and entropy might as well have been written in a heavenly script. He regarded electricity and engineering mechanics as divine knowledge, the exclusive domain of senators. His understanding of chemistry was a complete blank, let alone the distinction between raw and patent medicines. Seeing that Zhu Xilian had welcomed them openly and concealed nothing, and finding no irregularities he could identify, Mo Yu offered a few compliments and apologized for the disturbance. When they returned to the village entrance, Zhu Butler presented each officer with several boxes of patent medicine. Sixth Master, they didn't discover anything, did they? Watching the false Kuns recede into the distance, Zhu Butler asked Zhu Xilian. You did well. Good thing you held them up earlier. Zhu Xilian exhaled with relief. Fortunately, Brother Shimin moved quickly. It was a close call. Outside Jiujiang Great Market in the marching camp, Zhang Jiayu was helping Huangxi write her complaint. He had volunteered for the task that day, and his pinflower small Kai script Zan Hua Zio Kai was exquisite, so beautiful it made Zhao Henning drool with envy. Even Huang Ziyan, who possessed exceptional calligraphic skill, praised it unreservedly. When the document was complete, Huangxi pressed her handprint onto it. Still uneasy, she sought out Yuqi Gang of the circuit court for consultation. Yuqi Gang was in his mid-30s, a native of Gayami in Leizhou Prefecture, Shandong. He came from a declining middle peasant family and had arrived in Lingao working with engine operations. After joining the Fubo army, he distinguished himself, brave in battle, both courageous and strategic. He was wounded and disabled during the mainland offensive and retired from active service. Elected to attend Lingao Judge College for further study, he passed the judge qualification exam and was sent to East Guangdong as a basic-level judge. Known for his upright and unbending character and strong principles, he applied legal articles somewhat rigidly, believing in absolute justice. His direct approach occasionally caused misunderstandings due to differences in language and local custom. Eventually, Yu Qigang was appointed judge of the Guangzhou Circuit Court, responsible for handling appeal cases across the Guangzhou Grand Region. "Lord, what can I do if he refuses to divorce?" Huangxi asked anxiously. Yu Qigang was not one to mince words. "If there was domestic violence, if he's at fault, if your marital bond has broken beyond repair, if you cannot live together and mediation has failed, then divorce should be granted." Huangxi hesitated. "I'm not worried about most things, but his illness. If I divorce him, people will gossip, and the clan elders may not approve." Another voice interjected. "Sister, what you're describing are moral concerns. You feel guilty because you think he'll struggle without you. That's your personal sense of compassion. But the marriage law implemented by the Senate is essentially contract law. A contract is an agreement. Do you understand? It emphasizes that both parties are equal, voluntary, and acting legally. Marriage and the marriage law are two different things. What does the marriage law protect? To use the technical term, legal rights and interests arising from the marriage relationship. Strip away the unnecessary modifiers and what remains is rights and interests. In other words, benefits. End of chapter. Chapter 26:31. Unexpected complications. Madame Huang fixed her gaze on the man who had spoken. His name was Wu Yixuan, and he appeared younger than Yu Qigang. A native of Qiaonan in Hainan and a graduate of Fangqiadi Academy, Wu Yixuan claimed descent from Wu Xiangxiu, a famous official of the Tang dynasty. His father had enrolled him at Fangqiadi early, where he majored in law and politics. After graduation, he had cooperated with the Little Senators, serving in various local posts to hone his administrative abilities. Eventually, Wu Yixuan was appointed as a judge of the Guangzhou Circuit Court, responsible for handling appeals throughout the greater Guangzhou region. Unlike Yu Qigang, Wu Yixuan possessed a temperament that was outwardly gentle but inwardly unyielding, with a silver tongue to match. He considered himself a true professional with a solid foundation in legal knowledge. Having followed the chiefs for an extended period, he believed he understood the essence of law thoroughly and looked down somewhat on retired soldiers. Seeing Wu Yixuan show off his knowledge, Yu Qigang spoke up. "Big sister, according to your complaint, your husband has violated at least several grounds for divorce under the marriage law, committing domestic violence or abuse, abandoning family members, and persisting in vices like gambling or drug use despite repeated warnings. Additionally, you've been separated for 2 full years due to irreconcilable differences." He paused. "The reason we still need a formal trial is that every family has its own troubles. The life between husband and wife is something outsiders can never fully understand. Although we judges represent public authority, we're still human. We cannot exercise discretionary power carelessly, determining the life or death of someone's marriage based on personal preference. As the proverb goes, better to demolish 10 temples than destroy 1 marriage. Perhaps both parties feel the conflict has reached an irresolvable point, but for a judge to determine whether emotional bonds are truly severed, based on evidence and arguments presented in a short time, is no simple matter." Zhao Henning listened in dismay. She had assumed that with the testimony of Madame Huang and Guan Zongbao alone, the divorce would be granted without hesitation. She hadn't expected Yu Qigang to say he still couldn't see things clearly. Wu Yixuan spoke with a hint of challenge in his voice. "My view is precisely the opposite. The marriage law has never concerned itself with emotions between men and women, nor could it ever. Whether we're discussing the marriage law itself, or the Supreme Court's specific opinions on determining emotional breakdown in divorce cases. The standards within are entirely objective. The law seeks to determine only one thing: whether the husband and wife still have the objective conditions to continue fulfilling their marriage contract, not some nebulous question of whether their feelings have died. Wu Yixuan's words lifted Zhao Henning's spirits considerably. Perhaps there could still be a clean separation with each party free to find their own happiness. So is divorce difficult? Madame Huang asked. Divorce is simply a matter of dividing property and debt, Yu Qigang replied. How much marital property do you have? That is, property acquired after your marriage. Sai, where would we have any property? Madame Huang let out a weary breath. All that remains is an adobe room in the village and a few taels of silver in debt. Then it's simple. You divide the house. Smaller items like pots, bowls, and utensils can be split evenly. The same applies to debts. And my son, will he stay with his father? Madame Huang asked. Blood relationships are innate, Yu Qigang said. No legal clause can sever them. Supporting elderly parents is an obligation children must fulfill. Your son will naturally bear that responsibility. Wu Yixuan added. However, the obligation of support is absolutely not the same as your so-called filial piety. It doesn't mean blindly satisfying a parent's every demand. It means only providing material support no lower than the local living standard, guaranteeing a normal life for elderly parents who have lost the ability to work or care for themselves. He paused. Your son isn't an adult yet, correct? He's 15 this year, Madame Huang said. Then he doesn't currently bear any support obligation. Instead, your husband must fulfill his duty to raise the child. This leads to another issue: custody of minor children. That is, whom the child will live with after divorce. Generally speaking, for minors over 8 years old, the court will rule based on each party's ability to provide care, while also respecting the child's own wishes. After the detailed legal explanation, Madame Huang still felt muddled. The circuit court wasn't handling just this one case, of course. She would need to return home and notify Guan Yao to appear at the court location, inside the military encampment, for the trial. Madame Huang walked out of the tent feeling uneasy. Zhao Henning assured her not to worry. She would take care of everything. Around this time, Mo Yu and the others returned to the main camp. After receiving their report that no obvious problems had been found, Zhang Xiao instructed them to continue monitoring. Jiayu, what's your assessment? Zhang Xiao asked. This student believes the chief's concerns are well-founded. We simply haven't found the evidence yet, Zhang Jiayu answered. Why not send troops to search directly? In ancient times, there was no such thing as human rights to speak of. When officials wanted to conduct a search, they simply issued an order. Let alone now, when the region was still under military control. Zhang Xiao shook his head. Zhu Xilian allowed Mo Yu to inspect the workshop. He must have already erased any traces. If we move now, won't we just be startling the snake by beating the grass? May I ask what trick the chief thinks the Zhu clan is playing? Zhang Jiayu found himself at a loss. No good ideas came to mind. Heh, you've asked the right question. Zhang Xiao chuckled. Judging from our intelligence, the Zhu clan isn't just acquiring silkworm dung, they're also buying up manure and fertilizer. For a major landlord, such behavior isn't impermissible, but the volume of their purchases is truly excessive. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. From a chemistry perspective, fertilizer primarily provides nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, the main nutrients for crops. Speaking of nitrogen, I'm reminded of an old venture, building niter beds with Jai Tuosi and Chen Huan back in the day. What use are niter beds? Zhang Jiayu asked, somewhat confused. A method for extracting saltpeter. Saltpeter, Zhang Jiayu's eyes widened. Could it be they want to shh? Zhang Xiao raised a hand to silence him. I didn't say what they want to do. Zhang Jiayu saw this as an opportunity to repay the chief's favor. If they're secretly preparing gunpowder, they'll need artisans. Jiujiang Township has never produced gunpowder, so the artisans must be outsiders. If material evidence is hard to find, This student earnestly requests that the chief arrest suspicious persons under the pretext of catching bandits. Interrogate them thoroughly and we'll surely get results. Now that's a good idea. We'll play a little feint east, strike west. Zhang Xiao stroked the small mustache on his chin. Henning, coming, what is it? Zhao Henning heard her name and hurried in. You're the Women's Federation Special Commissioner. Time to put that function to use, Zhang Xiao said. Over the coming days, Jiayu will accompany you to the villages to promote women's protection policies. Local women are largely capable of self-reliance, and we need to leverage that foundation. Therefore, I want you to publicize Madame Huang's divorce case vigorously. Let the masses from 10 li around come to hear the Senate's judgment. The bigger the spectacle, the better. Understood, Zhao Henning agreed without hesitation. Zhang Jiayu frowned. This student doesn't understand. Why publicize the divorce case so vigorously? What does this have to do with investigating the Zhu clan? It's about lulling the enemy into complacency. Mo Yu's investigation must have already drawn their attention. We need to make them believe this county administration concerns itself only with trivial domestic matters. After Madame Huang and her son finished their business at Jiujiang Market and returned to their straw hut, they found an uninvited guest waiting. It was Guan Yao's second sister. What exactly did Yao do wrong? The second sister demanded without preamble. Why would you treat him like this? Guan Zongbao glanced at his mother, puzzled as to how his aunt had learned of the matter. Madame Huang said nothing. Guan Zongbao spoke up instead. You might as well ask what he ever did right. Zongbao, how can you say such things? His aunt lectured him. Your father has worked himself sick for this family. Every bit of silver he earned went to supporting all of you. That sounds nice. Why don't you ask your own conscience? Guan Zongbao retorted. The money he earned before, he spent it on drinking, gambling, whoring, and medicine for the diseases he caught doing it. How many copper coins did we actually see? Seeing that her words had no effect, the second sister changed her approach. Don't blame me for meddling. I only want what's best for your family. Don't let outsiders lead you astray. When neither responded, she turned back to Madame Huang. Yao says he knows he was wrong. Just forgive him this once. He promises to live properly from now on. After the second sister had finished her pleading and departed, Guan Zongbao's anger boiled over. Mother, what are you thinking? Why did you go tell her about this? Madame Huang began to weep. Bayar, this matter can't be settled without the clan's approval. So you still want to stay with him? Tears streaming down her face, Madame Huang spoke haltingly. I've thought about this for days. Night after night I couldn't sleep. Now that he's admitted he was wrong, he's never lowered his head to anyone in his entire life. I feel I should forgive him one more time. Guan Zongbao was furious. What? He knows he was wrong. He didn't even come to apologize himself. Mother and son parted on bitter terms. Each went off to tend to their own farm work, speaking no more. Zhao Henning threw herself into Zhang Xiao's assignment with characteristic energy. From somewhere she rounded up a few storytellers, and with banners unfurled and tin-sheet megaphones in hand, they spread the word everywhere. Soon, households across the surrounding 10 li knew that Guan Yao's wife intended to divorce him, and that the Australians were championing her cause. Women adopted a spectator's mentality, eager to witness the proceedings firsthand. This time, Guan Boi could no longer sit idle. His Shaimai Hall's reputation had become the laughingstock of the township. After delivering a stern rebuke to the branch head of the Yancheng ancestral branch, he decided to speak with Madame Huang personally. Guan Boi arrived at the straw hut accompanied by the clan elders. Everyone took their seats, their expressions solemn yet touched with a semblance of benevolence, projecting authority without overt anger. Guan Yao stood behind them, resentment plain on his face. Madame Huang, Guan Boi began, since marrying into our Guan clan, you have indeed suffered considerable hardship. Seeing the situation today, I feel deeply ashamed. But why not bring such matters before the clan elders for resolution? It was a small family matter, Madame Huang said quietly. I dared not trouble the patriarch and the elders. Guan Boi nodded slowly. If it's a small matter, then there's even less need to bother the authorities. Wouldn't you agree? From somewhere, Guan Zongbao summoned his courage and stepped forward. Since the honored elders are here, perhaps they might render a judgment. My mother has suffered his abuse and humiliation for years. She no longer wishes to live with him. A clean separation is only right. End of chapter. Chapter 2632, Legal Popularization Style Lawsuit Part 1. One of the clan elders spoke up angrily. Zongbao, those are not words befitting a junior. I'll overlook your rudeness this once, given your youth and inexperience. Guan Yao, Guan Boi said, turning to face him. What do you propose we do about this matter? Guan Yao stepped forward and thrust an accusing finger at Huangshi. I've suffered endlessly for this family. I fought tooth and nail just to survive to this day. And she betrayed her womanly duties. She cuckolded me and drove me to this state. You dare blame her, Guan Zongbao roared. Aren't you afraid of heaven's condemnation? Guan Boi's face contorted with rage. Silence, you've brought shame upon our ancestors. This matter will not be spoken of again. Another clan elder stepped forward to mediate. What's past is past. Speaking of it changes nothing. Let us set aside old grievances. Today we discuss only the future. Guan Yao puffed up with arrogance. From this day forward, as long as she treats me well, I'll let bygones be bygones. Guan Zongbao, if you're willing to call me father, I'll still acknowledge you as my son. Huangshi bowed her head. Then I will treat him well. As long as he's willing to live peacefully, I can forgive him this once. Guan Zongbao was so furious he laughed bitterly, unable to utter a single word. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Guan Boi addressed Huangshi. I understand your family's difficulties. From now on, the clan will provide you with 100 jin of grain each month. Since the official family has taken an interest in this matter, we mustn't lose face before them. The official family plans to establish an agricultural technology school in this township. When it opens, the clan will fund Guan Zongbao's enrollment. Does this arrangement satisfy you? Huangshi thanked him profusely. Guan Zongbao, however, deflated like a punctured ball, unable to muster even a shred of joy. The next day, Guan Zongbao slipped away to the Jiujiang Great Market to find Zhao Henning. After hearing the whole story, she was livid with confusion and fury. She grabbed Zhang Jiayu and they rode without pause to question Huangshi directly. Huangshi wore the weary expression of someone who had given up the fight. I'm doing this for Bayar's sake, she said resentfully. Even if I divorced that man, Bayar would still be obligated to support him. If anything happened, Bayar would bear the burden. Better that I shield him from it. If you want to escape him, it couldn't be easier, Zhao Henning exclaimed. Under Senate rule, peace reigns everywhere. You and your son could fly far away. Even if you went to Nanyang to make a living, you wouldn't starve. Sister, you don't understand. Huangshi sighed heavily. Every family has its own troubles. As she spoke, tears began streaming down her face again. This is just, I can't even, Zhao Henning sputtered with incoherent rage. Today I finally understand what it means to mourn someone's misfortune while raging at their refusal to fight. Zhang Jiayu, as a local, could better appreciate Huangshi's predicament. Still, in his heart, he hoped she would leave Guan Yao and start fresh. Aunt, I understand your situation, he said gently. But this choice is truly unwise. Guan Yao's nature was set decades ago. He won't change. Exactly. Can a dog stop eating shit? Have you ever seen that happen? Zhao Henning's fury had nowhere to go. She grabbed Zhang Jiayu and pummeled his back with her fists, making him wince and grimace. Guan Zongbao looked at Zhao Henning hopefully. Can my mother's divorce still go forward? Zhao Henning shook her head. Divorce? How can we proceed with a divorce? It's a civil lawsuit. There has to be a plaintiff. The plaintiff doesn't want to sue anymore. What are we supposed to do? Ask the judge to forcibly separate them. Guan Zongbao let out a long sigh and shook his head repeatedly. Zhao Henning's voice softened with pity. Mark my words, her bitter days are still ahead. No matter how Zhang Jiayu and Zhao Henning pleaded, Huangshi remained unmoved. If anything, her resolve only hardened. Finally, with no recourse left, the two departed in bitter disappointment. Zhao Henning reported every detail to Zhang Xiao and Li Yayar. Between sighs, she said, I truly don't understand. What is she thinking? Is her head filled with nothing but excrement? Li Yar replied thoughtfully. Experience is the mother of wisdom. Henning, you should take a lesson from this. Changing someone's mind is incredibly difficult, especially in adults. To make someone who has lived for decades admit that everything they believed was wrong, that's nothing less than the collapse of their entire world. Rather than face that, they'd rather persist in their mistakes until death. Humans are like that, Zhang Ziao added, remembering Liu Dalin's earlier assessment of Chen Zizhuang. He shook his head. No matter what wrong they've done, they can always find excuses for themselves, and even turn around to blame others. Truly, as the saying goes, one may despise a person as intensely as fire and water, yet she can still follow her husband in life and death, faithful to womanly virtue to a fault. He continued, addressing Zhao Henning and Zhang Jiayu. That said, drawing your sword to help when you see injustice, that's exactly what young people should do. Don't take this too much to heart. Injustice exists everywhere in this world. It cannot be changed overnight by passion alone. Transforming the world requires the sustained effort of many people over many years. Zhang Jiayu bowed his head. I have received your teaching. Zhao Henning muttered bitterly, I made such a grand spectacle of this. Every village within 10 li knew that I, the Women's Federation Special Commissioner, was going to stand up for women. And now she just quits on me. It's infuriating. A pitiful person always has something hateful about them. Zhang Ziao smiled. Little Henning, don't be angry. Getting angry ages you. Your publicity efforts weren't wasted. If Huangxi won't come forward, there's still Zhengxi. If not her, then Songxi or Dingxi. The music plays on and the dance continues. When it came down to it, Huangxi's case was merely a typical example. Without Huang as a representative case, there would be Li or someone else. There would always be people bold enough to fight for their destiny. Divorce cases were hardly unprecedented in Guangdong. Zhang Ziao promptly dispatched notices to the surrounding countryside announcing the release of accusations. A trial would be held by the county circuit court at Jiujiang Market on June 15th. Following the witchcraft case, the court system had strengthened judicial construction throughout Guangdong. The circuit trial system in particular had matured considerably over the past 2 years. The courts of Nanhai and Panyu counties had established multiple circuit tribunals, conducting trials at various markets within their jurisdictions according to a regular schedule. At each location, the court would remain for approximately 1 week, primarily conducting summary trials for civil lawsuits and minor violations. Trials were open and transparent. The cases heard mostly concerned affairs directly related to the daily lives and livelihoods of common people. Combined with the extensive application of the Ma Ziwu-style trial method, which adhered closely to local conditions and people's welfare, the system quickly achieved excellent results once implemented. One could say the Senate's initial legal popularization campaign began with the circuit courts. After all, most commoners couldn't read the various legal popularization booklets, but through what they heard and witnessed firsthand, they gained profound impressions of the trial process and the judge's summary statement. At its conclusion, the significant results gave Liang Xinhu and his colleagues confidence to comprehensively perfect the legal system throughout the two Guangs region. Currently, the naturalized citizen judges serving in various courts mostly came from 3-month accelerated training programs. Only a select few had completed 2 years of legal education at the Fangqiati Judicial Training class after graduating from primary school. The circuit court primarily handled civil cases. Their defining characteristic was complex circumstances that resisted simple application of legal statutes, especially since the civil code revised by the Senate was a massive work. Setting aside the naturalized citizen judges from crash training courses, even the senators of the Law Society wouldn't dare claim complete mastery over this adapted code. After producing several embarrassing missteps of varying severity, the circuit trial system gradually found its footing. On one hand, they drew lessons from advanced practices of the old-time space. On the other, Liang Xinhu followed the method Zhu Yuanzhang had used when compiling the grand pronouncements, publishing a collection of typical precedents monthly. These cases included some accumulated from the Senate's judicial construction work in Hainan, along with cases from the old-time space. Of course, the selection and compilation depended primarily on organizing and summarizing the cases tried by judges each month, ensuring the precedents remained grounded in reality. Looking at the current trial situation, most local civil cases involved property disputes, particularly concerning land. This included family division and property distribution, tenancy disputes, and land ownership claims. Cases involving land were generally the most complex, entangled with numerous historical problems. The relevant deeds were often ancient, either incomplete, ambiguously worded, or of questionable authenticity. This gave judges considerable headaches. Because ordinary people knew little about official documentation, they relied entirely on retained personnel to identify and organize these materials. To prevent such retained personnel from exploiting their positions for fraud, they were centrally assigned to a newly established judicial appraisal center as technical specialists, responsible only for appraising materials without direct involvement in specific cases. Despite having this appraisal center's assistance, cases involving real property remained the greatest headache for naturalized citizen judges. Even if Liang Xinhu himself presided, results wouldn't necessarily improve much. After all, taking facts as the basis required clear facts, but these facts were often murky and undocumented. As for witnesses, frankly speaking, in this time-space where village factions and clan relationships dominated, they were not particularly reliable. Sometimes Liang Xinhu and the naturalized citizen judges could only resort to free evaluation of evidence. By comparison, cases like divorce and property division appeared far more manageable, divorce cases especially. Generally speaking, anyone willing to fight a lawsuit for divorce in this era had reached the end of their rope. One could say their determination was absolute. Such cases often possessed great dramatic quality. Every trial drew considerable public attention. Therefore, though the circumstances might be simple, for propaganda purposes the trials were conducted with particular care, in hopes of achieving the best possible legal popularization effect. 1 week before the circuit court's arrival at Jiujiang, local naturalized citizen cadres posted relevant notices, advising those wishing to bring lawsuits to prepare their documentation in advance. At that moment, throughout the streets of Jiujiang Market, inside tea houses and inns, litigation masters could be seen everywhere holding cloth banners reading "agent writing complaints," competing vigorously for business. Because illiteracy rates in this era were extremely high, and filing a lawsuit required a written complaint, litigation masters had rapidly spread from the original prefecture and county cities to rural areas, following in the footsteps of the circuit court. Although these litigation masters had never formally studied Australian law, they possessed a keen sensitivity to rules and regulations. Without any official training, after just a few years they had become remarkably adept at drafting various Australian legal documents. Even Liang Xinhu found himself surprised by their proficiency. End of chapter. Chapter 2633. Legal Popularization Style Lawsuit Part 2. On the day of the court trial, women from villages within 10 li in every direction descended upon the grand camp at Jiujiang Great Market. Though they hadn't come for the Huangshi divorce case specifically, the other cases on the docket satisfied their appetite for gossip just as well. Enough fodder to fuel dinner-table conversations for a year or two. Meanwhile, the medical team that had accompanied the magistrate completed their epidemiological investigation and set up a free clinic outside the grand camp. The scene was extraordinarily lively. Anyone unaware of the circumstances might have thought a new market had opened. Zhang Ziao found the spectacle deeply inspiring. In his view, the more people who came, the better. This was not merely legal popularization. It was a rare opportunity to subtly influence the masses with new concepts and ideas. His going down to the countryside tour was meant for inspection and fact-finding, yes, but it also served a performative purpose. Magistrate Zhang didn't consider this performance empty or impractical. Many new ideas and concepts were difficult to spread without events dramatic enough to shock people into awareness. It was like when the railways first opened. The sight of them had shaken villagers in remote backwaters to their core, cracking open their worldviews. Such visceral impact was far more effective than having a handful of rural teachers lecture from hanging charts and textbooks. So this time, the tour included not only the circuit court's open trials and the medical team's free clinic, but also an art troupe performing puppet shows. After the restoration of Guangzhou, the authorities had transferred some artists from Lingao while recruiting new talent locally, forming the Guangzhou puppet troupe. They had adapted the original Lingao dialect singing and spoken parts into modern Cantonese opera. The transformation proved remarkably successful. In an era starved for artistic entertainment, this localized adaptation thrived. The prematurely born Cantonese opera puppet shows quickly became wildly popular, with daily performances in Guangzhou selling out immediately. What had started as a single troupe soon expanded into 5 or 6 performance groups, touring everywhere with various new plays. To prevent these art groups from growing complacent on government stipends, the Literature and Propaganda Department had recently issued a policy allowing actors and staff to voluntarily resign and jump into the sea. That is, go commercial and form independent drama clubs. The troupe performing at Jiujiang today was one such club. Their repertoire naturally consisted of new plays approved by Wenqiu and Ku, the propaganda department, including Spending Money, Hua Qian, which promoted marriage freedom, actually an adaptation of Liu Han Qian, Arhat coin. Zhang Jiayu found all of this utterly fascinating. Folk drama held low status in traditional society. Though such performances featured themes of loyalty, filial piety, chastity, and righteousness, and carried some educational value, the government typically viewed them as teaching lust and theft. Officials frequently suppressed drama performances, sometimes detaining local troupe actors for caning and public pillory simply to demonstrate their commitment to rectifying social morals. Yet here were the Australians, not only imposing no restrictions but actively running troupes with great fanfare, even encouraging the formation of new drama clubs to perform everywhere and propagate their concepts. This approach had a profound impact on Zhang Jiayu's thinking. To traditional scholars like Zhang Jiayu, enlightening the common people meant gathering them solemnly in the county school or prefecture school, or at the very least, at the Yamen gates, where officials or respected Confucian scholars would lecture on loyalty, filial piety, chastity, and righteousness. Only this properly reflected the principles of Li, rights. That the Australians would use such methods to enlighten the populace was truly remarkable. Then again, the content of these performances consisted entirely of the various heterodox ideas the Australians propagated, so perhaps the unconventional medium suited the unconventional message. Zhang Jiayu watched everyone bustle about, finding novelty in everything he saw. He wandered throughout the camp in Jiujiang, wanting to investigate every fresh thing he encountered. Zhang Ziao had instructed the relevant personnel not to restrict him, letting him roam freely. As for his questions, they were to answer truthfully so long as nothing classified was involved. Zhang Jiayu felt that this single expedition accompanying Chief Zhang to the countryside had surpassed all his life experience of the past decade. This undercover mission had truly been worthwhile. He was especially interested in Liang Xinhu's training program for naturalized citizen judicial cadres. The judicial department faced an enormous shortage of professional personnel, but proper training took considerable time. Quick crash courses simply wouldn't produce the desired results. Therefore, training was conducted on a rolling basis. Senior naturalized citizen judges and prosecutors formed the core of study groups, with newly recruited students assigned to each group. Groups were capped at 5 people and used the old leading new method, combining classroom learning with internship observation. After students joined a study group, their mornings began with physical exercise, followed by lectures on laws, regulations, and judicial concepts. Afternoons were spent observing trials at various courts. In the evenings, they wrote reflection papers and received instruction in Lingao's new society concepts from their group leaders. After 3 months of study, they would accompany the circuit court to various locations as a unit to handle cases, learning while doing. This particular circuit court session was led by Liang Xinhu personally, so several more study groups had come along than usual. The moment they arrived at the Jiujiang camp, lectures began immediately. Maximizing every minute was a common trait of the senator's work ethic. Zhang Jiayu also came to audit the classes. Compared to traditional Chinese justice, the Australian approach was completely different. Before coming undercover, Zhang Jiayu had attended Australian court sessions to observe trials. Unlike ordinary spectators who merely sought entertainment, he hadn't treated these as mere overseas curiosities. He wanted to understand the underlying principles. Let us continue the lesson. Everyone turn to page 3. I will now explain the concepts guiding our great Song state's legal workers. Liang Xinhu cleared his throat. The judges and prosecutors we're cultivating are urgently needed to implement the fundamental strategy of rule by law. As the Senate destroys the old order and establishes the new, we must ensure that all work proceeds along institutionalized, legalized tracks. We legal workers are the most crucial link in guaranteeing the law's operation. At the same time, you must personally practice and spread legal concepts to every corner of society. This passage Zhang Jiayu could still understand. It was essentially the same old principles about officials needing integrity, strictness, and impartiality. Having read extensively gave him an advantage in grasping such concepts quickly. However, he still couldn't understand why the Australians wanted to strip the function of trying cases from local chief officers. Admittedly, the benefits of separation were obvious. Local officials were typically juren or jinchi, with no familiarity with criminal law, making them easily manipulated by the clerks beneath them. But after this separation, the relatively simple local yamen now required an entirely new institution. And according to the Australians, this specialized judicial institution wasn't even governed by the local yamen. Wasn't this politics from multiple heads? Zhang Jiayu was quite puzzled and immediately asked, "Chief, officials in the great Ming and previous dynasties also conducted trials. What's the difference between them and these judges and prosecutors you speak of? Why does the great Song want to separate these functions? And I've heard they're not subordinate to the county magistrate or prefect. With politics from multiple heads, won't local administration become inconvenient?" "You're Zhang Jiayu, correct. You're not a student, but you've been listening quite attentively." Liang Xinhu knew Zhang Jiayu's situation and nodded approvingly. "An excellent question. To explain it from the root, one could write several major treatises, but to put it simply, the main differences are as follows. First, traditional local officials wielded all power in one hand, managing both administration and justice. This easily led to abuse of judicial power and unfair trials in pursuit of meeting quotas from above. Our great Song emphasizes separation of the two, preventing such abuse. Second, scholars in Ming country mostly only read the 4 books and 5 classics before taking office. At most, they'd read the grand pronouncements. Once posted to local positions, they had to hire a Xing Ming Shiyi, criminal law private secretary, to handle cases. This was not only unprofessional and error-prone, but also created problems where the private secretary manipulated their supposed masters. The legal education we promote strives for professionalization and authoritativeness. The last point is also the most important. He paused, emphasizing his words. The purpose of Ming country officials was to serve the rule of the Ming emperor. As long as things appeared passable on the surface, they cared nothing for how common folk fared. But my great Song Senate's judges and prosecutors exist to protect the interests of both the Senate and the people. Whether wealthy gentry or impoverished Tanka boat dwellers, all receive equal protection. Having said this much, Liang Xinhu found himself warming to the subject. He began discussing some Song dynasty judicial systems that had been lost to later generations. Though these were Song dynasty systems, their ideological advancement in legal matters was remarkably progressive for their time. First is the Feng and sealing case system, Liang Xinhu said. As far as I know, this system was unique to my great Song. The Feng and system referred to the practice where Song dynasty judges, when trying minor crimes, those warranting caning or lesser punishments, would typically make their penalty judgment, say, 80 strokes of the cane, but then, based on certain considerations, seal the judgment paper in a box and temporarily withhold execution. It was essentially a suspended sentence system, also called Jai Zhang, sending cane, Can Zhang surveying cane, or Can Zia Zhang surveying down cane. If the criminal demonstrated genuine repentance, the penalty would go unexecuted. If they showed no remorse, the box would be opened, the judgment paper retrieved, and the penalty carried out. This was called Chai Duan dismantling decision. Sadly, when the former emperor threw himself into the sea at Yashan and the divine land sank, this suspended sentence system vanished without a trace. Liang Xinhu spoke with deep regret. Whether to suspend a sentence or not isn't really the main point. What matters is the consideration it embodies, the balance of emotion, reason, and law. Zhang Jiayu grasped the general idea, if not every nuance. Though he couldn't articulate it fully, the essential meaning was clear. He silently contemplated its implications. Next is Zhu Yan Fen Si, interrogation and decision division. Zhu meant Zhu Yu, interrogation. Yan meant Ding Yan, examining the law to determine the crime. Zhu Yan Fen Si referred to the separation of fact trial from law trial. The principle resembled how, under the Anglo-American common law system, juries determine whether a crime occurred while judges handle the application of law. Song dynasty criminal justice universally implemented this system. The judge responsible for fact trial and the judge responsible for law trial could not be the same person. What a brilliant method! Zhang Jiayu, well-versed in classical texts, immediately grasped its elegance. The prison department conducts interrogation, the law department examines and decides, each has its domain, and therein lies the safeguard against treachery. End of chapter. Chapter 2634. Legal Popularization Style Lawsuit Part 3. Liang Xinhu reflected that scholars truly were eloquent. Those 12 characters had laid out the benefits with perfect clarity. He nodded and said, "The gentleman speaks rightly. Since ancient times, the king's law has been ruthless. Every word and phrase concerns the lives and livelihoods of the common folk. That is why, beyond the interrogation decision division, the ancestors of this dynasty also established the system of overturning different separate survey, Fan Yibai Kan. Zhang Jiayu's interest was piqued. "Please enlighten me, Chief." Liang Xinhu explained that the overturning different separate survey was a judicial system implemented during the Song dynasty. Overturning difference, Fan Yi referred to recanting a confession, while separate survey, Bai Kan, meant a separate trial. During the Song dynasty, criminal defendants could cry foul and recant at any juncture, whether during the recording of testimony, the announcement of judgment, or even facing execution. Once a defendant recanted, the case automatically entered the appellate procedure of separate survey. In essence, the overturning difference separate survey was an automatic appeal mechanism built into the judicial system. Each time a criminal defendant recanted, a different judge had to be assigned to retry the case. This consumed enormous judicial resources and inevitably slowed the pace of justice. Of course, Some prisoners exploited this mechanism, serving detention again and again, recanting again and again, forcing retrial after retrial in an endless cycle. To prevent such abuse of judicial resources, a balance had to be struck between judicial justice and judicial efficiency. The Song people's solution was to limit the number of times a defendant could invoke the overturning difference separate survey. The Northern Song implemented the limit of 3 recommendations, San Tui Zhai Xian, giving defendants 3 chances to appeal through recantation. After the 3rd separate survey, if a prisoner still cried foul, the court would no longer accept it. By the Southern Song, this had been expanded to the 5 recommendation system, Wu Tui Zhai, allowing defendants 5 such appeals. Unfortunately, after the Yuan dynasty, this system was completely abolished. During the Ming and Qing eras, though situations like recanting confessions on the spot or filing leapfrog complaints still occurred, they either carried harsh restrictive conditions or left retrial decisions entirely in the hands of the presiding official. Crying injustice became an extremely risky proposition with no guaranteed benefit. Unless someone had suffered a grave miscarriage of justice, few dared to attempt it. Zhang Jiayu listened with rapt attention. Criminal law was part of every official's practice, and scholars inevitably touched upon it to some degree, but generally it received little emphasis. Zhu Yuanzhang might have possessed a strong legal consciousness, going so far as to promulgate the grand pronouncements, de Gao, throughout the realm. He had not only made it required reading at the imperial college and content for the imperial examinations, but also stipulated that any household possessing the book could have their crimes reduced by 1 grade. Yet when the man died, his policies died with him. In barely 100 years, by the Jiajing reign, the book had faded into obscurity, and the Ministry of Rights had to repromulgate it. Beyond this, the market offered extremely few books specializing in legal matters. The relevant Yamen clerks guarded such knowledge as secrets not to be transmitted. Thus Zhang Jiayu's understanding of the subject remained superficial, all general talk, rarely touching on specific practice, let alone legal principles. Liang Xinhu's lecture concluded at lunchtime. After a simple meal, the circuit court's first day of trials began at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhang Jiayu followed the crowd to observe the proceedings. The circuit court emphasized adapting to local conditions. In places with proper facilities, court could be held in a lofty hall or open pavilion, an ancestral temple, a shrine, an old government office. Where such amenities were lacking, it was common practice to set up court directly in an open space like a thrashing ground or stage. Jiujiang actually had quite a few usable buildings. However, Liang Xinhu wanted to maximize the reach of his legal education efforts, allowing as many common folk as possible to observe the proceedings. Whenever conditions permitted, he chose outdoor venues with larger capacity. Today's court session was set on one of Jiujiang's thrashing grounds. An earthen platform had been piled up in the center to serve as the court, surrounded by a wooden fence. A squad of National Army soldiers had already established a cordon along the perimeter, keeping the growing crowd of spectators outside the barrier. On the open ground, several wooden poles had been erected. Wired speakers hung from their tops. Zhang Jiayu had once attended the witchcraft case as a spectator. That case had involved so many people across such a wide scope that it could rightly be called the first case of the southern sky. At the time, the crowd seeking to observe had emptied entire streets. The Guangzhou municipal government had been forced to deploy large numbers of National Army troops to maintain order. Even with considerable connections, Zhang Jiayu hadn't been able to enter the courtroom itself, and had listened to the proceedings through a wooden box speaker outside. Today's circuit trial was similarly packed. For villagers without any other form of entertainment, watching trials was entertainment. Fortunately, Zhang Jiayu now held the status of visiting minister, which entitled him not only to a place inside the wooden fence, but also to a seat. He filed into the courtroom with the crowd and settled into the audience section. Looking around, he saw that the parties to the trial had all arrived. At first glance, there were quite a few people waiting, a dark mass divided into two groups. One side held civil cases, the other public security cases. The latter group was under police guard. According to the Law Society's design, the circuit court generally did not try major criminal cases. It primarily handled civil and public security matters. Zheng Huan watched the bailiffs on either side glance at the desk clock on the table, then shout loudly, "Time! Please maintain silence. All rise." Amplified through the speakers, this shout gradually hushed the noisy venue. Presiding Judge Liang Xinhu emerged from a tent beside the main seat. He wore the Zijai crown upon his head, a black robe about his person, and A-grade replica black leather shoes from the Landu ship on his feet. Truly majestic and commanding, the very picture of righteousness. The Zijai crown, also called the Law Crown or Iron Crown, was according to records first made by King Wen of Chu and worn by law enforcement officials, hence its name. Atop it was a decoration symbolizing the horn of the Zijai, a divine beast of ancient legend. The creature's horn was said to be inherently loyal and capable of distinguishing right from wrong. The Law Society had specifically chosen it as the symbol of judicial attire. This crown followed ancient tradition. Not only did most common people not recognize it, even ordinary scholars were largely unfamiliar with it, assuming it to be some new dynasty attire. Zhang Jiayu, having read widely and possessing broad knowledge, naturally recognized it. Only the law robe itself puzzled him. He truly could not determine which dynasty's relic it represented. Liang Xinhu picked up the gavel and struck it forcefully. Court is now in session. First case. The bailiff immediately brought both parties forward. They began with the routine preliminaries, name, age, home address, and other basic information. It turned out both parties made their living in Jiujiang. The defendant, Zhang Kai, was the shopkeeper of a small inn on Front Street. The inn wasn't large, containing just 7 or 8 rooms, mostly rented to small merchants and artisans working in Jiujiang. The plaintiff was his tenant, Chen Sanli, a small merchant who sold fishing gear in Jiujiang. Judging by their businesses, both were minor operators barely keeping their heads above water. Zhang Jiayu thought to himself with some surprise, what great matter could two such petty dealers have to trouble the government over? After establishing the basic facts, both sides stated their claims and positions. Only then did Zhang Jiayu understand the case. Chen Sanli had once signed a contract with shopkeeper Zhang for a 3-year lease. They had lived in peace at first. But when the Australians came and turmoil spread through the countryside, Chen Sanli feared that the unsafe conditions would affect ordinary folk like himself. He had rolled up his bedding and fled overnight. He remained gone for over half a year. When the situation gradually stabilized, Chen Sanli returned to Jiujiang to resume his old trade. To his dismay, shopkeeper Zhang, having assumed that a man who fled like that must have died in the chaos, had already rented the room to someone else. He was only willing to return the original rent. At first, Chen Sanli accepted this, but with the current stability and improved business conditions, rents in Jiujiang had risen considerably. With his original money, he could no longer secure such a favorable long-term lease. Chen Sanli felt he had been cheated. Shopkeeper Zhang, however, maintained that the man had abandoned the property of his own accord, and since the remaining rent had been returned, he felt perfectly justified in refusing to honor the old lease. Both believed they were in the right, and neither would yield. The dispute had dragged on until now. What had begun as a matter neighbors might have resolved among themselves had, after years of festering, transformed into an emotional battle where winning mattered more than the money at stake. Finally, Chen Sanli had decided to sue Zhang Kai. The court proceedings moved slowly. Unlike rural farmers, merchants who dealt with people daily spoke reasonably well. But these two parties, one a petty trader, one a declining small shopkeeper, had received no systematic education. Their logic inevitably became tangled, and the same question often had to be asked several times before receiving a proper answer. Defendant, you claim that when the plaintiff left Guangzhou, you had the right to reclaim the property. What is your basis for this? Replying to your honor, this is the rule on our street, Zhang Kai said. He just ran off like that. He was gone nearly 10 months, not a word of news. How was I supposed to know if he was alive or dead? Even if I were dead, I paid the money. You should have kept it for me for the full 3 years. Chen Sanli erupted. Silence, do not interrupt, warned the law officer beside him. Liang Xinhu then questioned the plaintiff, Chen Sanli, who stated he had never heard of any such rule. Subsequently, Liang Xinhu called several witnesses, some proposed by the parties themselves, others local Pai Jia officials and Chamber of Commerce representatives. All provided relevant testimony regarding whether a lease should be considered fulfilled or terminated when a tenant left without notice. The witnesses offered varying opinions and interpretations. Whether such a rule actually existed mattered little to Liang Xinhu. The Senate's relevant laws already contained regulations addressing precisely this type of question. The case presented no complexity. He could simply apply the law directly. At this moment, he was purely demonstrating to his study group students how to properly execute trial procedure. The cross-examination proved quite dull. Zhang Jiayu found himself stifling a yawn. Such a trivially minor case, and a senator had to personally preside over it. The Australian way of thinking was truly hard to fathom. When the cross-examination stage concluded, Liang Xinhu did not announce an adjournment. This type of case required neither a collegial panel nor mediation proceedings. The judge would render judgment based directly on the facts. The case was not difficult to decide, but before issuing judgment, he first provided an explanation of the legal reasoning. Establishing new judicial concepts as quickly as possible had become standard practice for the Senate. Explaining the basis for judgments was now judicial habit. This was especially important because the contract law and various commercial laws from the original time-space had backgrounds far removed from the conditions of this time-space. Applying them rashly would create numerous problems. European commercial law in this time-space had already developed in embryonic form, yet suffered from the same issue. It did not conform to local conditions. And traditional Chinese laws like the Great Ming Code contained very little pertaining to commercial matters. End of chapter. Chapter 26:35. Legal Popularization Style Lawsuit, Part 4. When formulating the relevant laws, the Law Society had been forced to make certain compromises with the commercial customs of the 17th century, issuing judicial interpretations that accommodated the practices of this era. From a strictly legal perspective, many of these commercial habits were difficult to justify as entirely reasonable. But they had persisted for years upon years, becoming deeply ingrained in people's hearts. The Law Society was powerless to sweep them all away at once. So apart from practices that obviously violated common sense, offended public order and good morals, or constituted monopolistic behavior, most commercial customs received tacit approval. Adhering to this principle, Liang Xinhu rendered the following judgment. According to folk commercial custom, a landlord may unilaterally dissolve a contract only in cases of unpaid rent, unauthorized subletting, violations of public security, and similar circumstances. When a house rental contract is established with a fixed term, neither party may declare the contract dissolved except under conditions stipulated within the contract itself, barring the exceptions already noted. This derives from the very nature of contracts. Our nation's rental customs have always respected the lessor's ownership rights. If a tenant commits acts that violate the contract or endanger public security, the contract should naturally be dissolved. This requires no further discussion. However, if the tenant has not violated the contract, the landlord cannot unilaterally dissolve it. To do otherwise would not only be impermissible under legal principle, but even measured against custom and human feeling, There is absolutely no justification. After the explanation concluded, the naturalized citizen clerk announced for all to rise. Liang Xinhu picked up his gavel and brought it down heavily for the second time. In summary, the plaintiff's litigation request has legal basis, and this court gives its support. According to Article 230, one of the Great Song Senate Contract Law, and Article 144 of the Great Song Senate Civil Procedure Law, judgment is rendered as follows. First, the defendant Zhang Kai is ordered to restore the house rental contract relationship with plaintiff Chen Sanli. Second, within 10 days of this judgment taking effect, defendant Zhang Kai shall pay plaintiff Chen Sanli 1 yuan in back rent plus accrued interest, calculated according to DeLong Bank's average loan rate. Any party with monetary obligations who fails to fulfill payment within the designated period shall pay double interest on the debt for the period of delayed performance, in accordance with Article 255 of the Great Song Senate Civil Procedure Law. Court costs of 4 fen shall be borne equally by plaintiff and defendant. When the judgment concluded, the defendant's face still showed an unconvinced expression, while the plaintiff appeared satisfied. Among the crowd of observers, someone whispered. Zhang Jiayu faintly caught the words. These Australians judge lawsuits in such a confusing manner. From Zhang Jiayu's understanding, shopkeeper Zhang had already done everything benevolent and righteous. He'd returned the rent. Even refusing to rent again couldn't really count as breach of contract. This Chen Sanli, on the other hand, pestering and refusing to let go, was obviously a troublemaker Dao Min. If it were up to Zhang Jiayu's temper, the man deserved 40 strokes of the rod first to correct the folk customs. The cases that followed were mostly similar, trivial matters, chicken feathers and garlic skins. The largest was merely a trade dispute worth less than a few yuan. Some of Liang Xinhu's judgments Zhang Jiayu found reasonable and well rendered, others he disagreed with. But overall, he maintained a relatively positive attitude toward the Australian's justice system. Reasonable or not, every judgment followed the law articles. And Liang Xinhu's command of those articles was obviously masterful. When citing them, he plucked the relevant passages from memory with ease, enunciating each word with crystalline clarity. This must be what they meant by professional. Yet even as Zhang Jiayu admired this, he secretly felt some contempt. Liang Xinhu, noble as a senator, had thoroughly mastered the way of book clerks, Su Li, truly willing to lower himself. The cases proceeded one by one. Some were simple enough to be settled in 3 sentences, with relevant legal documents issued on the spot. Compared to the old Yamen trials that dragged back and forth for 10 days or half a month, requiring many people to testify, this efficiency was far more convenient. Besides the money needed to hire someone to write the complaint and the litigation fee, there were no inexplicable customary fees, gui fei, to pay. For common folk, this was genuinely a good thing. After presiding continuously for more than 2 hours, Liang Xinhu grew tired. He let Yuchi Gang take over the bench and went back to rest, though not completely. He kept one ear on the trial proceedings through the loudspeaker, making occasional notes in his notebook. Lecturing on law articles and cases couldn't compare to the rapid improvement gained from personally presiding over a trial. Among all cadres in the Senate system, judicial cadres were the hardest to cultivate. Yet they couldn't simply let them intern, unsupervised either. Justice wasn't only about human lives being heaven's concern. On a social and moral level, it served to set the tone for society. The impact of a single precedent on the entire social order was incalculable. This was why Liang, Shen, and the others still insisted on hand-holding guidance even now. Huangshi hadn't come to seek a divorce, admittedly, but there were quite a few similar cases involving women's and children's rights, matters that in the past would have been dismissed as family disputes. Liang Xinhu tried these with particular emphasis. One was a property dispute case. An elderly man without sons had only daughters. In his old age, his daughters and sons-in-law had taken turns caring for him until his death. But after he passed, a clan nephew, with the support of the clan elders, had seized all the old man's property. The daughters and sons-in-law had come to sue, requesting its return. Naturally, their decision to bring suit had also come from guidance by a higher hand. Whenever Liang Xinhu arrived somewhere to hold court, he always wanted to create a few typical cases. Such property disputes had existed under Great Ming rule as well. Generally speaking, officials would render judgment by mixing mud, compromising, allocating a portion of the property to the daughters and sons-in-law while the lion's share went to the nephew or other clan relatives. But this time, following the civil code, the daughters as direct relatives inherited all the property. Never mind a clan nephew, even a biological nephew couldn't inherit. When the judgment came down, the entire venue erupted. Even Zhang Jiayu was shocked. In his view, when an old man died without sons, his property passing to clansmen was the natural order of heaven and earth. If the daughters and sons-in-law had shown filial piety during his lifetime, sharing some movable property with them was in keeping with heavenly principle and human feeling. Besides, these families weren't destitute. Wasn't this ruling just encouraging outsiders to devour extinct households? Kaiju Hu. Over these past days, he had begun to sense that the Australians harbored enormous hostility toward the old clan system. Whether by encouraging women to divorce, or at least attempting to, or through judgments like this property case, they were declaring to the common folk. The Senate did not recognize the clan's dominion over its members' persons or property. Anyone who had read a few books of the 100 schools of thought could understand where the Australians' hostility toward clans originated. No wonder the local gentry wanted to be their enemy. Zhang Jiayu's mood at this moment was complicated. Deep down, he had come here as an undercover. The Australians, acting against the tide, Dao Xingnai Shi, would only make the enterprise he and his allies carried out in secret run more smoothly. Those fence-sitting households with rat heads pointing both ways would surely understand who their true enemy was once they saw the Australian style. And yet the Australians spared no effort in protecting the common folks' interests. To say they deeply embodied the way of Ren, benevolence, was not excessive. The circuit trial proceeded like wind and fire, becoming known to everyone within 10 li and 8 townships. Zhang Xiao wanted precisely this effect. On the third day, before dawn had broken, a specially assembled search team was already packed and ready to depart. Jiayu, you'll follow the team as well. Before they left, Zhang Xiao suddenly sent someone with this order. Zhang Jiayu hadn't known about this arrangement. Hearing that he was to accompany the search inspection, he couldn't help but panic inwardly. He knew very little about Chen Ziern and the others' plans. He wasn't clear what arrangements had been made here in Jiujiang. When Zhang Xiao had previously mentioned suspicions about the Zhu clan secretly manufacturing gunpowder, he'd already suspected this was a gunpowder bureau, arranged in secret by Chen Ziern and the others. Although no contraband had been found during that search, Chief Zhang obviously still suspected the Zhu family. Zhang Jiayu had wanted to warn Chen Ziern and the others, but he himself was constantly at Zhang Xiao's side. His every word and act fell under the eyes and ears of these thieves. Acting rashly wouldn't save anyone. It would only put himself in danger first. Besides, they hadn't found any contraband anyway. Now the Australians suddenly wanted to conduct another search. Who knew what spider silk or horse tracks, what clues they had uncovered this time? If they found something incriminating and implicated his circle of teachers and friends, wouldn't that ruin everything? In an instant, a dozen thoughts churned through his mind. But at this moment he could only force himself to appear calm, acknowledging the order repeatedly. Arriving at the camp, he saw that the Bato unit Ba Dao Dui, assigned to protect Zhang Xiao, had already assembled. Zhang Jiayu had been at Zhang Xiao's side long enough to know that this unit normally served as peripheral guards for the Senate. Gathering them for a mission like this meant something significant was happening. He spotted Director Mo Yu of the Jiujiang Market Police Station among them. Was he leading the team? But looking again, the man giving commands wore an ordinary cadre suit with no markings or badges. His background was impossible to discern. Yet whether Mo Yu or Batto Unit Corporal Matsumura Yuman, both treated this man with deference, clearly subordinates before a superior. Zhang Jiayu studied him. The man was in his early 30s with an unfamiliar face, not one of Zhang Zio's attendants, nor a local cadre. But his expression was capable, his eyes bright and alert. Though not particularly tall or imposing, his movements revealed strength and precision. Obviously a practitioner with martial arts training. This must be one of those Zheng Bao, political security, agents Zhang Jiayu had heard about. Though he didn't fully understand what the term meant, he knew this was the Australians' depot guard, Chang Wei, their spy agency, specializing in investigating and arresting various rebels and dissidents. Even senators, noble as they were, often showed fear at the mention of Zheng Bao. Last time they'd searched the Zhu household, Mo Yu had led the team. This time, the depot guard itself had sent someone to supervise. They must have obtained critical intelligence. He watched Zhang Zio exchange a few low words with the man. The agent shook his head repeatedly, but Chief Zhang seemed to insist on something. After a while, the man finally nodded. While Zhang Jiayu was trying to decipher this pantomime, Henning approached, carrying a set of Australian clothes. "What's this for? I'm not used to wearing." Even for the sake of his undercover mission, there were two things he absolutely refused to do: shaving his hair and changing his clothes. "You fool! This mission requires traveling by land, not by boat. Wearing that loose gown and cloth shoes of yours, you'll be ankle-deep in mud the moment you step on a field ridge. You won't even be able to walk." End of chapter. Chapter 2636, Secrets of Qiaonan Village. Zhang Jiayu was stunned. The local water network spread everywhere. Ponds, swamps, and rice paddies covered the landscape. Though narrow paths ran along the field ridges between villages, boats were by far the most convenient means of travel. Yet Henning had said they would go by land, departing before dawn. This could only mean one thing: a surprise raid. But where? Since they were traveling on foot and it was just past the fourth watch, around 2 in the morning, the target couldn't be far, most likely somewhere within a few li of Jiujiang Market. His thoughts turned immediately to Qiaonan Village, which had been searched not long ago. Mo Yu had led that raid, but they'd found nothing. Zhang Jiayu had even offered a suggestion at the time. Could it be? A wave of nervousness washed over him. Could Qiaonan Village truly be harboring anti-Kun righteous gentlemen, secretly manufacturing gunpowder and forging weapons in the shadows? Had the previous search come up empty, only for them to now attempt a returning horse spear, a surprise return when defenses were lowered? And why had he been specifically ordered to join the team again? Was it because of his earlier display of diligence? Perhaps Senator Zhang wanted to test him. If they actually found something in Qiaonan Village, how should he react? If they discovered certain familiar teachers or seniors among the conspirators, should he try to find a way to rescue them? Conflicting thoughts surged through his mind, leaving his face pale and his hands restless, unsure where to put them. "What are you standing there dazed for? Hurry up and change." Henning gave him a shove. "It's not like you're going into battle." "Why so frightened?" Zhang Jiayu smiled bitterly to himself. If it were actual combat, he wouldn't be afraid in the slightest. Even the possibility of dying in battle wouldn't give him a moment's hesitation. But this, existing in this gray zone between black and white, was far more unbearable. The team assembled in full. Under orders from the unfamiliar cadre, the search team slipped quietly out of Jiujiang Market. Led by local police, they made their way along the field ridges. The moment Zhang Jiayu left Jiujiang, he lost all sense of direction. The pre-dawn darkness made navigation nearly impossible, and the uneven ridge paths had him stumbling, one step deep, the next shallow. It was utterly exhausting. Fortunately, his love of soldiering and martial arts had given him a strong constitution. He fixed his eyes on the white identification strip on the back of the man ahead and pressed forward. Gradually, the sky began to lighten. Zhang Jiayu had accompanied Zhang Xiao on tour through this area before and had some familiarity with the surrounding villages. As the scenery grew increasingly recognizable, his suspicions were confirmed. They were indeed heading toward Qiaonan village. No boats, light packs, traveling on foot. Apart from the commanding cadre and the guide, the entire team was Japanese. This was clearly a surprise attack on Qiaonan village. Could the village truly be harboring anti-Kun righteous gentlemen manufacturing gunpowder? Then why had the previous search turned up nothing? Could Mo Yu himself be an anti-Kun comrade? While his mind raced with wild speculation, the team arrived silently at the village entrance. Like other villages in the region, Qiaonan had a gate tower at its entrance that was closed at night, guarded by rural braves on rotating watch. After the Senate took control, this system had continued, only now the rural braves were called militia. The Zhu clan tribesmen had heard that Magistrate Zhang had been busy lately, making a big show of his women protection campaign and handling various trivial cases. They'd concluded he was nothing special, a man who concerned himself only with petty matters. Combined with the recent search that had yielded nothing, the villagers had grown complacent. Even the sentries at the gate had relaxed their vigilance, failing to notice the approaching national army. 2 vanguard team members quickly subdued the sentries. After disarming all the militia, the national army rapidly occupied the village's key positions and fortifications, sealing it so tightly that not a drop of water could leak out. Before the Zhu clan could mount any resistance, they found themselves surrounded at bayonet point. Zhu Bolian dressed in a panic. At first he thought bandits had raided the village, but when he recognized the National Army uniforms, shock gave way to alarm. "Did everyone leave?" he whispered urgently. "Long ago." "Good." Zhu Bolian's heart silently acknowledged how close they'd come to disaster. If the soldiers had arrived 2 days earlier, the artisans might not have escaped. But now they were all gone, along with the gunpowder and related equipment. The Nitre field remained, but it was empty, and presumably these Kun thieves wouldn't even recognize what it had been used for. Bolstered by this confidence, he composed his features into an expression of shocked outrage and addressed the soldiers. "Honorable generals, arriving at my humble residence so early in the morning, pray tell, what is the purpose of this visit?" The guide Mo Yu snapped at him. "Zhu Bolian, mind your behavior. This is Section Chief Su, here specifically to investigate a major case." Zhu Bolian kept his composure and looked up at the officer. Section Chief Su appeared to be in his early 30s with a pallid, unsettling complexion. Steeling himself, Zhu Bolian offered a bow. "Might I ask, my lord, what offense this humble citizen has committed?" Section Chief Su said nothing, as if deeming any response beneath him. It was Mo Yu who produced a search warrant and announced in awkward Mandarin, "We've received reports that strangers have been appearing and disappearing in Qiaonan village, suspected to be major river pirates. I have a warrant authorizing a search." "Director Mo, didn't you just search this place not long ago? We barely have any strangers here at all. Where would river pirates come from?" Zhu Bolian's face was a mask of wounded confusion. Mo Yu shifted uncomfortably. He'd only learned of this search at dawn, roused from sleep to prepare. They hadn't told him the destination until moments before departure. Forcing a stern expression, he said, "If there's nothing to hide, what's there to fear? A thorough search will clear your family of suspicion." Without waiting for Zhu Bolian to respond, he ordered the search to begin. The National Army filed in, blockading the Zhu residence, ancestral hall, shops, and other key locations. Everyone was herded outside for registration and inspection, while the soldiers ransacked the premises, rummaging through every box and cabinet. The search didn't conclude until well past 10 in the morning. The Political Security Bureau cadre in charge of the inspection brought the inventory list and whispered a few words in Su Tong's ear. As for prohibited goods, there were none worth mentioning, just a few dozen swords, spears, bows, and arrows, along with a dozen or so bird guns and a small amount of gunpowder. Every village had such things, and the Senate had never ordered their confiscation. Zhu Bolian addressed Su Tong directly. "My lord, the bows, arrows, and bird guns are for village defense against bandits. During the former dynasty, local banditry was rampant. We had no choice but to prepare. Tell me, did your search uncover any river pirates?" Su Tong remained cold and silent, his eyes fixed on the list in his hands as if deep in thought. Mo Yu interjected. "Even if we didn't find any pirates, they must have received advance warning and fled. That still implicates you." Zhu Xilian, who had been restraining himself, finally exploded in anger. "This is too much. Making wild accusations, fabricating charges from nothing. Is this how the current court conducts itself?" Other young men of the Zhu clan began to stir restlessly, and the scene threatened to spiral out of control. The National Army soldiers immediately leveled their mini-rifles, bayonets gleaming with cold menace. The atmosphere grew tense, both sides poised like drawn swords and bent bows. But Zhang Jiayu, watching from within the team, felt a wave of relief. Today's raid would surely come up empty. Given the chief's methods, any case required conclusive evidence. Right now they had neither witnesses nor material proof. If a conflict erupted, it would only mean pointless casualties, harm without benefit. Seeing that Section Chief Su offered no instructions, Zhang Jiayu hurried over to Mo Yu and said quietly, "Director Mo, since the search found no contraband and no suspicious strangers, perhaps you could suggest to Section Chief Su that we conclude things here. The Zhu family has deep roots in this area, substantial property and business. As they say, the monk may flee, but the temple cannot. If we need to make arrests later, we can do so at any time. Better to leave the remaining decisions to the chief." Mo Yu was indeed feeling awkward. The Zhu family was a prominent local household that had been quite cooperative. Conducting such a fruitless search made it seem as though they were deliberately causing trouble. He needed to maintain working relationships here and had no desire to make permanent enemies. He looked toward Section Chief Su. The section chief's face remained expressionless. When he noticed Mo Yu's glance, he gave a slight nod. With no further instructions from Section Chief Su and nothing gained from the search, Mo Yu delivered a stern admonishment to the Zhu clan before ordering the team to return to camp. Once back at the Jiujiang market camp, Su Tong went immediately to report to Zhang Xiao in private. After hearing the report, Zhang Xiao thought to himself that there was no point trying to outmaneuver this group of cunning foxes. It seems this matter will require coordination across multiple departments to resolve. "I was opposed to conducting a surprise search on Qiaonan village," Su Tong said, his complexion pale. "While it might prove they're involved in the case and reveal something of what they've been doing, it offers no major breakthrough for the investigation as a whole. So we gained nothing." Zhang Xiao sounded dejected. "Not necessarily nothing. At the very least, we've confirmed some important leads. They'll prove useful when we dig deeper later. What do you plan to do next?" "I intend to return to Guangzhou immediately. I'll organize the clues we've collected and present them to Bureau Chief Wu, then propose bringing this matter before the Guangzhou Internal Affairs Security meeting as soon as possible." "That works. I've been here long enough myself, time to head back and rest." Zhang Xiao stretched and then asked suddenly, "What's your impression of this Zhang Jiayu who's been at my side? He has exceptional qualities, but his heart is conflicted." Zhang Xiao paused, then burst out laughing. Su Tong could be rather amusing at times. Those two sentences hit the mark precisely. The man truly had a gift for reading people. No wonder he was the Political Security Bureau's top naturalized citizen cadre. Then let us hope he finds clarity of purpose soon. With the Jiujiang inspection concluded, this leg of the journey came to an end. Zhang Xiao was already considering his proposal to Liu Xiang for establishing a Jiujiang development zone. He envisioned opening a national primary school and an agricultural technology school here, along with a freshwater fish breeding base and the Guangdong Sericulture Improvement Base. Zhao Henning would be stationed in Jiujiang to oversee the sericulture improvements, while Tian Liang would supervise school construction. Chen Wuren would be appointed director of the Jiujiang Development Zone, and a squad of National Army soldiers would be garrisoned there to prevent any potential unrest. After discussing the matter, both Zhang Xiao and Li Yayar agreed that Jiujiang was unsuitable as Nanhai County's seat of government. Located at the county's southernmost tip, it couldn't effectively administer the entire region, the same problem that plagued the current county seat. Based on their knowledge from the old-time space, whether Nanhai governed Foshan or Foshan governed Nanhai, the optimal location for the county seat remained Foshan. However, Foshan had been handed over to the junior senators for their pilot zone experiment, making it awkward for Zhang Xiao to establish a county seat there now. For the time being, Foshan remained a district under Nanhai's jurisdiction. Considering Guangzhou's long-term development needs, which required a broad economic hinterland, as long as Liu Xiang remained mayor of Guangzhou, Foshan's role would have to remain that of a special pilot zone. End of chapter. Chapter 26:37. Folangji rapid gun Zhang Xiao's inspection of Nanhai County had reached a natural stopping point. Though he was returning to Guangzhou City for now, Foshan couldn't yet serve as the county seat. But as his first step in launching work in Nanhai, leaving Guangzhou was essential. Dealing with the municipal government and the sprawling mess of provincial organs there had proven extremely troublesome, not to mention the jurisdictional headaches. He had discussed this problem with Liu Xiang, who agreed with his assessment. They both concluded that Foshan Town would eventually be the ideal location for the Nanhai County government, but for now, they would simply have to make do. After consulting with his subordinates, Zhang Xiao identified 3 candidates for the temporary county seat: Dali, Shishan, and Qiandengu. After weighing all factors, he selected Dali. Fortunately, this was merely a station relocation rather than the complex undertaking of building city walls, and he wouldn't be taking the entire Nanhai County team with him. Many of the local cadres had homes in Guangzhou's urban area and suburbs. Relocating them to Dali would not only increase costs, but their expertise lay primarily in urban matters. After careful consideration, he decided to bring only a portion of the county government personnel, while the remainder would be absorbed into the Guangzhou municipal government. As for the current cadre configuration, Guangzhou City would no longer maintain separate districts, reducing hierarchy and simplifying institutions. Panyu County Station would also relocate to Xiaoyao on a designated date. With the autumn harvest finally behind them, the farmers could stretch their backs and breathe a little easier. Children ran wild through the villages, smiles plastered across their faces, no longer fearing their parents' scolding. Already, the fragrance of new rice drifted from the kitchens of the more impatient families. Neighbors who caught the scent couldn't help feeling a twinge of envy, though they also clicked their tongues disapprovingly. Some people just don't know how to appreciate their blessings. A few days earlier, a small boat had arrived at Xiaoyao Market. The passengers who'd once made Golden Pig, Jinzhu, so uneasy were indeed Kun people. But these weren't cadres conducting rural inspections. They were members of an Australian opera troupe. This was the Australians' first time bringing their troupe to Li family Enclosure, though they'd frequently appeared at the local markets, including Xiaoyao. Their style of improved puppet show, which adopted the later Cantonese opera singing conventions, was no longer a novelty in these parts. The puppet troupe took up residence in the village's earth grain temple, Tu Gu Ci, borrowing space there. On the thrashing ground, now emptied after the harvest, they erected cloth curtains and tents, arranged their opera chests, and began their performances. Entertainment was scarce in rural areas. Whether opera troupes, singers, 10-fan musicians, Dushi fan, or traveling acrobats, Pao Ma Mai Jai, all made their living at the markets. They wouldn't venture into a village unless invited, and in Li family Enclosure, Such performers only appeared when wealthy households celebrated auspicious occasions, or during god festivals when opera was sung to honor the deities. Now, with the autumn harvest just concluded, the farmers had money in hand and little work to keep them busy. Since this novelty called Lingao puppet show had come to perform, everyone was eager for the spectacle, a chance to shake off their weariness and relieve their boredom. The troupe performed twice daily, once in the afternoon and once in the evening. The melodies were pleasant, the stories tightly woven and full of twists and turns. Young and old alike loved it, and each performance drew a healthy take. Yet the troupe's arrival had an immediate effect on the Eight Immortals Society, which had been flourishing in the village. Just after the paddy harvest, the society's headmen had been leading villagers in martial arts practice. Anyone who joined received an additional subsidy from the Li surname public granary. Neighboring villages had sent invitations for the headmen to establish altars in their communities as well. The original slogans denouncing Kun thieves had quietly shifted to demon people. Everyone understood whom the term meant. When someone accidentally shouted the old phrase during practice, the headman didn't make a fuss. But now, all trace of martial arts practice in Li family Enclosure had vanished. Everyone knew this Australian opera troupe was eating from the Kun thieves' bowl. Any hint of suspicious activity, and they report back to the authorities. Then the whole village would face consequences they couldn't swallow. Not only had the public training ceased, but even the fairy ant god altar, Xiangu Shen Tan, where Golden Pig's wife Lion Yang often went to cultivate magic, had stopped operating. Lion Yang was beside herself, stamping her feet in frustration. She had already given Fairy Ant 1 yuan, agreeing to cultivate magic for 7 times 7, 49 continuous days, and collect the Incense Ash for the same period. But now, with fewer than 20 days completed, the ritual had been interrupted. She would have to start the cultivation from the beginning, which meant another yuan. That yuan had been offered to Fairy Ant in secret, hidden from Golden Pig. She had hoped the magic would help her conceive, planning to surprise him with happy news. But now she wasn't pregnant, and the money had drifted away like water. Where would she find another yuan? Another boat arrived at Li family Enclosure's small pier. Second butler was already waiting on the dock. He bowed first to Luo Hedu, who had escorted the cargo, then directed the workers to unload several boxes from the boat. Carrying and shouldering their loads, the group set off toward the Li family compound. They hadn't gone far when a pack of children came running past, chanting nursery rhymes as they played. Luo Hedu paused to let them pass. Listening to the rhyme, he shook his head and chuckled softly. He'd only been gone a few days, and that walrus monk had composed yet another ditty. The man had never succeeded at proper scholarship, but he certainly had a talent for mischief. Second butler led the servants and laborers toward the village. After a while, Luo Hedu suddenly asked, "Why are we taking the long way?" Second butler knew that Luo Hedu had become an important guest minister in the master's household, so he lowered his voice. "Second Master Luo, you haven't heard, a gang of Kun thieves recently arrived in the village." He quickly explained about the puppet troupe. Luo Hedu frowned. "That's troublesome. These play-acting false Kuns are experts at bewitching people's hearts, and worse still, they're all spies for the Kun thieves. If they discover anything, the master has already sent people to invite an opera troupe from nearby to perform temple festival opera," Shizai, second butler, assured him. "Said he's not worried about the expense. Hire the best troupe available and stage rival performances until we drive them away." Luo Hedu considered this. It was a reasonable approach. Autumn grain had come to market, and this year's weather had been favorable. Villages would naturally want a stage opera to thank the gods. The plan wouldn't arouse the false Kun's suspicions. Second butler continued, "The master says it'll also lift everyone's spirits. The troupe arrives tomorrow. When they get here, I'll let them know to save you a good seat." His expression turned knowing. "I hear they've got several men and women among them, all good-looking. the most romantic and agreeable sort of people. Luo Hedu had always enjoyed lively entertainment. Opera troupes that traveled the circuit usually offered other services on the side as well. He would certainly come to watch. When they arrived at the Li family courtyard, Li Guangyuan and Luo Haiying were already waiting. The moment Luo Hedu's group appeared, Li Guangyuan ordered the inner residence family soldiers to receive the loads and carry them inside. A side courtyard in a secluded corner of the inner residence now served as their headquarters. This was where they planned their operations, and where Walrus Monk and the 8 Immortals Society's leadership resided. Day-to-day discussions took place here. Once they reached the main room and dismissed the family soldiers, Li Guangyuan couldn't contain himself. He immediately ordered a trusted subordinate to open the boxes. Each of the 3 long wooden cases contained 5 brand-new Folangji rapid guns. Li Guangyuan rushed forward and seized one. The weapon was about 4 kai long, roughly 1.25 meters, and weighed around 10 jin, about 6 kilograms. He tore off the oiled paper and gun cloth, revealing the gleaming barrel and the natural wood of the stock. Heedless of the heavy grease coating the weapon, he turned it over in his hands, examining it from every angle. The other 2 boxes contained 1,000 bullets and the matching gunpowder and percussion caps. Together, the 5 crates had cost Li Guangyuan 200 taels of silver, no small sum, even for a countryside moneybag like himself. Finally setting the rapid gun back in its case, he wiped his hands with a handkerchief. Only then did he properly greet Luo Hedu, thanking him for undertaking the hardship of escorting the cargo. Luo Hedu had been watching Li Guangyuan the entire time, silently scoffing at the man's stinginess. When he'd first shown Li Guangyuan the Folangji rapid gun, the man had been utterly smitten, refusing to let it go. Later, after Luo Haiying had brokered a connection with a seller in Min region, Fujian, Li Guangyuan had balked the moment he heard the price. It had taken several rounds of personal negotiations by Luo Haiying before Li Guangyuan finally agreed to purchase 15 rapid guns and 1,000 bullets. Even then, the seller's stock was limited. If they wanted more, they'd have to pay a deposit and wait months for the next shipment from Luzon. But Li Guangyuan was the sort who wouldn't release the hawk until he saw the rabbit. He simply asked when the foreign ship might bring more Folangji rapid guns, and said they'd be in touch then. In Luo Hedu's view, these rapid guns were far more useful than the 8 Immortals Society's magic arts. To put it plainly, ignorant rural men coerced through magic were merely good for creating a spectacle. The moment they actually faced the Australians' fast guns and bird guns, they'd rout completely. All this business of opening altars and cultivating magic, it was really just about strengthening the resolve of the wealthy households to return to righteousness. As long as they could build sufficient momentum and spark fires everywhere, even the Kun thieves' formidable firearms couldn't cover all fronts. That would be their opportunity. The rapid guns were the genuinely useful tools. Training with them was straightforward. In little more than a month, you could form an army. When matters came to a head, rather than letting Li Guangyuan's property and wealth fall into Kun thief hands or turn to ashes, better to convert it into more rapid guns and raise a proper fighting force. If they could hold their own against the Kun thieves in the field, there might yet be a path to survival. But these truths couldn't be spoken aloud. Say them, and no one would follow. Li Guangyuan continued, "Rest for a few days first, worthy brother. The village is holding temple festival opera these next several days. After that, I'll need to trouble you to drill some of our sturdy young men. I've carefully selected them, all descendants of the Li surname. Please take extra care, worthy brother Lin, and teach them how to handle these rapid guns." He gestured for the butler to present a gift as payment for Luo Hedu's efforts. Luo Hedu expressed his thanks and followed second butler out of the manor courtyard. The servants moved the boxes into the backyard warehouse, leaving only Luo Haiying and Li Guangyuan in the room. Only then did Luo Haiying lean forward. "With these rapid guns in hand, brother Li, you must feel more at ease." Ever since Kun's soldiers had stationed themselves at Xiaoyao market, Li Guangyuan had been on edge, afraid that one day the Kun thieves would turn their cannons on Li family Enclosure and hang him from a gibbet. He'd wavered repeatedly on the matter of organizing militia to resist the Kun. Then came the day he witnessed one of the 8 Immortal Society's fairies apply talisman water. After drinking it, several of his family soldiers had plucked copper coins from a pot of boiling oil with their bare hands. Li Guangyuan had examined their arms over and over, finding no sign of injury. Only then did he truly believe in the 8 Immortal Society's magic arts. End of chapter. Chapter 2638. Rapid Gun Squad. Though Li Guangyuan possessed magical arts to rely upon, he had also studied books for several years and understood that no one in history had ever achieved lasting success through sorcery alone. Whether it was the Taping Tao of earlier times or the more recent White Lotus sect, no matter how their uprisings blazed like violent storms, all had ultimately ended in defeat. Even though Li Guangyuan believed his cause served the orthodox Great Ming, using such strange powers and chaotic spirits to advance his aims left him feeling uncertain at heart. He had witnessed the Australians' great cannons and rapid-fire guns firsthand. Thus he often muttered to Luo Hedu, saying how wonderful it would be if their own side possessed even a few such weapons. This sentiment struck precisely at what Luo Heng had been hoping for. He immediately arranged for Luo Hedu to purchase guns, which led to this transaction. "These rapid guns are simply too expensive," Li Guangyuan said, unable to suppress his heartache at Luo Heng's words. 15 guns and 1,000 bullets cost 200 taels of silver. 200 taels for just this handful, while the Kun thieves equipped every soldier with one. "Nanyang guns are nearly impossible to obtain," Luo Heng replied. "Even if you could find them, the market price is 30 yuan each, not including powder and bullets. Those who wish to achieve great things cannot be hindered by trifles, nor should they spare money, goods, or even themselves. When Master holds high the banner of righteousness to serve the king, Qin Wang, and the celestial troops recover Guangzhou, what will this bit of money matter then?" He had repeatedly encouraged Li Guangyuan to pour his entire fortune into the cause, purchasing weapons, recruiting sturdy men, and training an elite force of several hundred. Once the uprising began, Li Guangyuan would lead the 8 Immortal Societies, divine soldiers, to fight the Kun thieves head-on, while Luo Heng and his nephew could use their command position to absorb the troops for themselves. The Walrus Monk's intelligence claimed the court would soon dispatch a grand army for a southern expedition, descending upon the 2 Guangs with thunderous force to sweep clean every corner. The Kun thieves' days were numbered. Yet despite such assurances, Luo Heng knew the matter would not be so simple. The court had fought the Jianu for 10 or 20 years with more defeats than victories. Commander Xing had suffered complete defeat in the 2 Guangs as well. How could anyone assume the Kun thieves would simply vanish like smoke the moment the southern expedition army arrived, spending Li Guangyuan's money while building his own Luo family's forces? This was Luo Heng's true calculation. If the court's grand army succeeded, rewards for merit would naturally include his family. If the southern expedition faltered and the court suffered defeat, having his own troops would make him invaluable to them regardless. Li Guangyuan remained oblivious to these schemes. Hearing the advice not to begrudge money, he smiled bitterly. "I won't hide it from you, worthy brother. I have too many mouths to feed here, and the family's burdens are heavy. There are also relatives both near and distant who need looking after. Training the rural braves has already stretched our income past its limits. Though my heart wishes to buy more, I truly cannot produce that much silver." As he finished speaking, he gazed at the bird guns with a mixture of heartache and longing, as if beholding a pile of treasures. A sudden thought struck him. These 1,000 rounds of ammunition, what do we do when they're spent on the battlefield? No matter. We can smelt the bullets ourselves. Only the fire caps require a secret method to manufacture. When the time comes, we need only purchase more caps, which will save considerable expense. Besides, on any battlefield, whether it's the official army's bird guns or the Kun Thieves' rapid guns, 7 or 8 shots is the most anyone fires. With 80 rounds per gun, there's more than enough for 10 battles. Luo Haing spoke as if unconcerned. Moreover, these rapid guns are meant only to harass the Kun Thieves from a distance. To truly break them, we must rely on Fairy Huang's spells to make the rural braves invulnerable to blade and bullet, then close to hand-to-hand combat. Once we're at close quarters, the Kun Thieves' guns become useless. They're few in number. Even if several of our men engage one of theirs, we should always prevail. At the mention of Fairy Huang's magic arts, Li Guangyuan's confidence seemed to return somewhat. Fairy Huang says the talisman water is extremely difficult to refine. I'm uncertain whether she can produce enough in time. Luo Haing cursed inwardly at this fairy ant, still playing mysterious games to extract money, but could only say, the talisman water need only be applied when breaking formations in frontal assaults. As long as someone can charge close to the Kun soldiers, the rest will be easily resolved. A Kun Thieves' puppet troupe arrived in the village recently, Li Guangyuan said with evident worry. I wonder if they've caught wind of something. Luo Hedu also found the puppet troupe's appearance suspicious. He had been traveling outside for several days, and upon hearing yesterday that his nephew would soon return, he came to Li family enclosure. The moment he entered the village, he encountered messengers from the walrus monk warning him to be careful. Kun Thieves' spies were active in the area. The puppet troupe was not the only concern. A woman from the Tian family had disappeared several days earlier. Everyone assumed she had been abducted and sold. Then a few days ago, she suddenly returned, dressed in new clothes, carrying many novel gadgets and speaking well of the Kun Thieves to the villagers. She urged the village women to weave mats for sale together and was organizing some kind of mat weaving society. The whole situation reeked of suspicion. For the moment, he could not determine the puppet troupe's true purpose, nor could he fathom the Tian family woman's intentions. After pondering for a while, he said, for now, caution must be our priority. We should continue following the walrus monk's arrangements, keeping a low profile, appearing relaxed on the outside while remaining vigilant within. We'll observe the situation before deciding anything. Li Guangyuan nodded. The altar rituals and magical cultivation have been suspended, but everyone in the village knows about these things. Villagers have loose tongues, word is bound to leak out. A little leaking hardly matters. Opening altars and worshipping gods breaks no laws. You have nothing forbidden here. Don't the Kun Thieves always boast about handling matters according to law? Without solid proof and real evidence, they won't act. Luo Haing reassured him. If they truly knew something, they would have sent troops long ago. Put your heart at ease. Hearing this, Li Guangyuan felt somewhat relieved. Luo Haing continued. This Xiaoyao market is a vital location. I intend to establish an informant there. In the coming days, I'll personally scout the area and make arrangements. We'll say it's a relative of Brother Li's family, buying land and opening a shop in the market as our eyes and ears. For this matter, I'll need Master Li's help in hiring a reliable person to serve as guide. Establishing a shop in Xiaoyao Market was something he and the walrus monk had discussed at length. The market was not merely a major thoroughfare and the gateway through which the Kun Thieves came and went. More importantly, just recently, the Kun Thieves had established a police station there, with 5 policemen now permanently stationed. In the past, the Kun Thieves had merely passed through Xiaoyao Market. Now they had extended their tentacles directly into the area. They could not afford to ignore this development. That's easily arranged. Tomorrow I'll find someone familiar with Xiaoyao Market to await your instructions. Li Guangyuan, hearing how well considered the plans were, felt his mind settle considerably. After inquiring about the rapid gun squad's training for a while longer, he returned to the inner residence. Luo Haing went back to the side courtyard where he was staying. Luo Hedu came forward to greet him and recounted in detail everything he had witnessed during the escort journey. When the account was finished, Luo Heng examined the newly purchased rapid guns for a time. These were indeed the same Folangji rapid guns the walrus monk had brought previously. This type of rapid gun had only recently appeared on the market. Because they were trafficked through Folangji merchants, they bore that name. They were said to be roughly comparable to the Kun Thieves' rapid guns. Luo Heng had once secretly test-fired this weapon and compared it against Nanyang guns smuggled from the Kun Thieves. In terms of raw power, loading speed, and other aspects, the two were roughly equal, Bojang. However, the Nanyang bird gun was more exquisite and lighter, yet also more durable. After firing 10 or more times, the Nanyang gun showed no change except for the barrel heating up. The Folangji rapid gun, by contrast, developed obvious swelling at the muzzle and along the body, with shooting accuracy degrading noticeably. The Nanyang gun's barrel swelled only slightly, maintaining its accuracy. From appearance alone, the Nanyang gun's barrel was seamlessly fitted, forming an integral whole. How the Kun Thieves manufactured them remained a mystery. The Folangji gun, in comparison, resembled the bird guns used by the official army. The barrel was visibly seamed and reinforced with several hoops. Though Luo Heng understood nothing of smelting or manufacturing, he could plainly see the vast gap in craftsmanship between the two. Still, the Folangji rapid gun was the sharpest firearm available outside the Kun Thieves' arsenal. With these weapons, they could at least engage the Kun Thieves in frontal battle. They had already secretly collected some Nanyang guns, but the quantity was truly limited. To bring the rapid gun squad to proper strength, they would need to continue coaxing wealthy households into parting with their silver. He instructed Luo Hedu, "Master Li is organizing the rapid gun squad and you will serve as instructor. Remember, you must hold this squad firmly in your grasp." Having fought at San Liang alongside his clan brother, Luo Hedu possessed first-hand knowledge of the Kun soldiers' capabilities. He couldn't help but voice his concerns. "Big brother, no matter how we train, we have only 15 rapid guns. Combined with what we already possess, that's barely over 20. The Kun Thieves arm every man with one, and they've been drilling for years. Even if we train this rapid gun squad to perfection, when the Kun Thieves' main force arrives, what use will it be? Not to mention their various great cannons." Luo Heng watched his nephew vent his frustrations with a knowing smile. Only when Luo Hedu had finished did he respond. "These 10-odd rapid guns naturally won't be enough on their own, but we're not trying to match formations with an elite army. As long as you train this rapid gun squad well enough to hurt the Kun Thieves, to hurt them badly and build a reputation, those fence-sitters still watching carefully will see that the Kun Thieves aren't invincible with 3 heads and 6 arms, that they don't win every battle. Once people gain confidence and unite their strength against the Kun, we'll have a chance at victory." He let out a long breath before continuing. "Even if we fail this time, as long as we preserve this rapid gun squad intact, we'll have capital to establish ourselves in these chaotic times. Perhaps when the court hears of our exploits, someone will come to verify them. With the right maneuvering then, we might even secure official positions." "Official positions mean nothing to me," Luo Hedu said. "I only want to follow you, uncle, to kill as many Kun Thieves as possible and avenge our destroyed family." At the mention of the blood debt from their family's destruction, Luo Heng ground his teeth until they creaked. After a long silence, he suppressed the hatred burning in his chest and spoke. "The tricks of these side-door sects like the 8 Immortals Society, however impressive their spectacles, amount to nothing more than fooling ignorant peasants. Whether they can actually defeat the Kun Thieves remains to be seen. Even the court's Southern Expedition Grand Army may not be something to count on. You must drill this rapid gun squad thoroughly. Spare no expense, bind these men's hearts firmly to us." "Yes," Luo Hedu answered in a low voice. Luo Heng's tone softened. "You've worked hard on this journey. The Temple Festival Opera runs for the next few days at Li Family Enclosure. Take some time to rest and relax. Once the festival ends, the rapid gun squad will begin training. We can plan the selection of men in detail then. End of chapter. Chapter 2639. Temple Festival Opera, Part 1. A few days later, the opera troupe arrived as promised, and Li family enclosure grew more lively than ever. The puppet troupe had already been performing for quite some time, so they graciously yielded the thrashing ground to the newcomers. The actors sang in the distinctive yi-yi-yi style of their craft. This wasn't Cantonese opera, nor was it right tune sung in Mandarin. Rather, it was a form of local earth opera called tea-picking opera, Kaichazai, popular throughout northern Guangdong and southern Jiangxi. This style occupied a middle ground between grand opera and small singing, performed in dialect with lively singing and dancing, yet still conveying a proper story. The common village folk loved it. Since the puppet troupe's arrival, Li family enclosure had become the entertainment center for the entire region. Folks from surrounding villages within 10 li in every direction came to watch. The adults had grown somewhat weary of the puppet shows, so this new entertainment drew even larger crowds. Where people gathered, business followed. The crowd brought living water, and merchants swarmed into Li family enclosure to drink their fill. Peddlers who usually wandered from village to village now converged here, shoulder poles balanced across their backs, a lantern hanging from one end, a rattled drum from the other. They wove through the crowd, shaking their drums while hawking their wares, brushes and sundries, snacks, medicines, picture books. Those who arrived early set up stalls beneath nearby trees, borrowing light from the torches and lanterns around the thrashing ground. For a time, little Li family enclosure rivaled the bustling liveliness of Xiaoyao market itself. Golden Pig squeezed through the packed crowd, looking around. That morning, a steward from the patriarch's household had sought him out. The steward said that Golden Pig's work building the stage these past few days had impressed the family, and they decided to hire him on a long-term basis. They wanted to register him in the 8 Immortals Society as a Korsman Tuan Ding. Besides drilling fist and foot exercises, he would help the patriarch's household with various heavy labor. His pay would include the standard Korsman's share plus an additional subsidy from the family, with bonuses for good work. The steward added that if Golden Pig knew any reliable men from the countryside, the family would hire them too, as long as they seemed capable. For the past few days, Mother Li had been nagging Golden Pig to stay home longer instead of running off to Xiaoyao market for odd jobs. She wanted him to take advantage of the talisman water they'd begged from Fairy Aunt Huang and cultivate Zheng Yun more diligently at home, meaning she wanted him to give the Li family a descendant. A job that didn't require him to leave home was exactly what Golden Pig needed. He agreed immediately and spent the rest of that day following the steward around. Only after dinner did he finally have time to think of Tian Yingcheng. The Tian family wasn't well off either. Worse, they were an outer surname in the village, always passed over for good opportunities, yet first in line whenever trouble needed handling. Though they had a few tenths fen of mulberry base, the income barely covered the family's expenses. Most of the time, Tian Yingcheng had to work short-term jobs to make ends meet. This shared hardship had bonded him and Golden Pig, the fake-owned family, closely together. The two families had grown quite fond of each other over the years, so when this good opportunity came along, Golden Pig naturally thought of recommending his friend. Being a Korsman meant a steady share of money and grain, far better than Tian Yingcheng's current hand-to-mouth existence. With all the excitement over the Temple Festival opera, no one from Li family enclosure had traveled far these past few days. Tian Yingcheng should be resting at home. Golden Pig decided to visit the Tian family first and see if his friend wanted to take up this long-term work together. The last time Golden Pig had visited was to congratulate the family on Tian's wife returning home. He'd originally assumed she had run off with someone, unable to bear the poverty any longer. In recent years, kidnapping and trafficking, what people called flower padding, pai hua, had become rare. Since the Australians came, anyone caught trafficking faced death, and the punishment extended to everyone involved. Those who helped transport victims, matchmakers who arranged deals, anyone who provided shelter and buyers alike. A household right here in Li family enclosure had bought a child from traffickers, and the whole family had been exiled to some place called Taiwan. Their bones had probably turned to mud by now. When Tian's wife first went missing, Golden Pig had consoled his friend, telling him not to be sad. Life was easier under the Australians now. Save up for a few years and he could afford to marry again. But then, unexpectedly, Tian Yingcheng's wife had returned. Not only returned, but with healthy color in her cheeks. Not only healthy, but wearing bright new clothes and carrying back quite a few possessions. Behind their backs, everyone said Tian Yingcheng's headscarf had turned oily green. Yet Tian Yingcheng showed no anger. The gossips who'd hoped to watch the Tian household erupt in quarrels were left disappointed. The old folks said it best. The Tian family was so poor that having his wife come back at all was stepping in dog shit luck. What was the point of haggling over the color of his headscarf? Golden Pig's visit to offer congratulations had served another purpose too. He'd wanted to discuss partnering with Tian Yingcheng to find work in town after the Temple Festival opera ended. For men like them, there was no such thing as a slack farming season. They simply worked in the village during busy times and sought jobs in town during slow ones. He'd heard there were more jobs in the county these days, but he'd never worked there before. Going alone felt daunting. He wanted Tian Yingcheng to come along, especially since Tian's wife had a relative making a living at the city gate, Cheng Guan. Having that connection would help. Unfortunately, that day the house had been full of visitors, everything in chaos. Golden Pig had merely offered his congratulations and left. Later he heard that Tian's wife was planning to start a business in the village. He'd been meaning to ask Tian Yingcheng about their plans, but when he arrived at the Tian household this time, he found everything in disarray. Tian Yingcheng's old mother, his wife, and the children were all frantically packing, clothes bundled, belongings gathered. It looked exactly like a family preparing to move. Shocked, Golden Pig hurried to ask what was going on. Tian Yingcheng didn't hide the truth. His wife's disappearance had actually led to a stroke of fortune. The Australians had taken her in. She'd worked for several days at a silk warehouse the Australians operated in the county, and they'd been very satisfied with her. When they learned she was from Li family enclosure, they sent her back to the countryside to promote Australian silkworm eggs and mulberry branches. I heard about that, Golden Pig nodded. People say sister-in-law is selling Australian silkworm eggs. But if she's selling silkworm eggs, wouldn't she want to stay in the village? Why leave? You don't understand. Tian Yingcheng lowered his voice. Her selling mulberry cuttings and silkworm eggs, don't you see how that violates the taboo? Golden Pig remained confused. His family was too poor to raise silkworms and they had no mulberry base. He knew nothing about the trade. In Li family enclosure, silkworm eggs have always been Master Li's business to sell. Oh, right, of course, Golden Pig suddenly understood. And mulberry leaves too. Anyone who tenants his land has to sell to his family first. Now he grasped the situation. If Tian's wife was selling silkworm eggs and mulberry cuttings, she was snatching meat right out of Master Li's mouth. His face went pale. This woman was far too rash. You didn't give her a proper beating, he blurted. Does she have a death wish? Tian Yingcheng smiled bitterly. How would I dare? She came here on the Australians' orders. Master Li on one side, the Australians on the other. Which one am I supposed to offend? Let me tell you. A few days ago, the patriarch's family had sent a steward to speak with him. The steward said his wife had been bewitched by thieves using demon arts, that she was spouting nonsense. They ordered him to discipline his wife properly and stop her from speaking and acting recklessly. Otherwise, they would have Fairy Huang cast a spell to catch the demon. And when that happened, he shouldn't blame Master Li for showing no neighborly feeling. The Tian family had always been outer surnames in Li family enclosure. The steward's words threw the whole household into a panic. Tian Yingcheng's old mother cursed his wife as a disaster-provoking spirit. Even his wife was frightened. After the family talked it over, they concluded that staying in Li family enclosure was no longer possible. His wife had said the Australians promised that if she couldn't manage things here, she could return to the city and work for them directly. They would make other arrangements. Tian Yingcheng had listened to his wife describe the Australians' conduct and the benefits of working for them. His heart was moved. His family owned no land anyway, even the few tenths of Mulberry Base were rented. There was nothing in Li family enclosure truly worth holding onto. He had a strong back. Working under the Australians, he'd still have rice in his bowl. His wife would have proper work too. It was better than staying here. After thinking it through, our only option is to go to the city and throw ourselves on the Australians' mercy. At least we'll have something to eat. Tian Yingcheng paused. Your sister-in-law says the treatment there isn't bad. Why not come with us and work for the Australians in the county? Golden Pig now had his corpsman position and wasn't willing to leave home. He explained that he'd already secured steady work, and with his old mother and wife to care for, he didn't want to go far. Tian Yingcheng didn't press him. He simply lowered his voice and said, Golden Pig, you and I are brothers. You're a Li family man, and being a corpsman is a decent position. But this 8 immortal society that Master Li has been making noise about lately, I don't like the look of it. Seems sinister to me. Be careful. The government fears nothing more than secret societies. These words struck Golden Pig's heart. It wasn't that he found the 8 immortal societies' supernatural trappings suspicious, but rather that every martial technique they taught was meant for battle. They were training corpsmen in combat. What were they planning? The countryside was peaceful now. Bandits had been completely wiped out. The occasional troublemaker didn't require an army of corpsmen to handle. And stranger still, the 8 Immortals Society taught methods for dodging bullets and cannonballs. Where would common criminals get such firearms? He didn't dare follow that thought too far. As the saying went, Zai Si Jai Kong, think too deeply and terror awaits. Yet the corpsman position was genuinely tempting. He couldn't bring himself to give it up. Surely Master Li, with such a vast family enterprise, wouldn't lose his head and do something foolish. He hesitated, then said, I feel the same way little brother does, but I'm just a minor corpsman. When the sky falls, there are taller men to hold it up. What do I matter? Tian Yingcheng said. If things become unbearable, come find your old brother in the county. You'll always have rice in your bowl. Golden Pig nodded silently. They exchanged a few more words, and as he left, Tian's wife pressed some small Australian goods into his hands as keepsakes. Stepping out of the Tian family's door, Golden Pig raised his head to look at the sky. Tonight the moon was dim, hidden deep within thick clouds, not a trace of its light showing through. Stars flickered and darted among the cloud layers, playing hide and seek. And there was a large star, faintly emitting threads of red light, swaying in midair. His heart was uneasy. When he returned home, he found that his old mother and Lion Yang weren't there, probably gone to watch the temple festival opera. He decided to find them near the stage first. They could finish watching together, then walk home. End of chapter. Chapter 2640. Temple Festival Opera Part 2. The tea-picking opera on stage was just reaching its climax. The clown role Duke Gongyi circled the flower role Hua Dan with exaggerated dwarf steps, then grabbed a long bench and crawled across the entire stage in comic pursuit. The surrounding villagers roared with laughter. The flower role playing third lady was even more captivating, her posture graceful, her eyes shimmering with autumn waves, her singing voice crystalline and pure. The silk handkerchief in her hand fluttered up and down like a flower butterfly dancing across the stage. Whenever she opened her mouth to sing, the villagers shouted good, without pause. Those with spare copper in their pockets tossed coins onto the stage, and each time the coins clattered to the ground, the flower role cast a coquettish glance in that direction, her expression perfectly flirtatious, drawing even more enthusiastic cheers. Golden Pig knew this piece, third lady teasing the Duke. which told the story of a romantic and pretty widow named Third Lady teasing a lecherous duke. The performance had only just begun, so the singing remained relatively proper, merely playfully coquettish. But once the second watch arrived and night deepened, the obscene lyrics and erotic tunes would emerge. If enough copper coins piled up on stage, the performers would offer more than just coy glances. Far bolder performances were possible. Sometimes mid-show the Dan role would be replaced by someone else. Nobody needed to ask where she had gone. These were all matters the village farmers loved to see and hear. This was why, after the first watch, women and children gradually drifted home. Families with strict discipline also called their unmarried youths back, lest they watch until their spirits wandered from their residences. Golden Pig paid no attention to the coquettish display. His only concern was finding his family in the crowd. Li family enclosure housed the Li surname ancestral hall serving several nearby villages, and its annual temple festival opera was always the grandest. It attracted villagers from all around who arrived early, the old supported by the young, eager to watch. By now, the area beneath the stage was packed 3 layers deep, inside and out. Even the nearby trees and the earthen walls of the enclosure buildings were crowded with people. He worried that in such a crush, his old mother or his wife might come to harm. He squeezed this way and that through the crowd. Within moments his head was drenched in sweat, yet after a full circuit he found no trace of them. Had they already gone home? While he hesitated, he suddenly heard Lion Yang calling his name. Following her voice, he spotted his wife and mother at the outer edge of the crowd, almost at the platform foundation of the earth-grain temple. Lion Yang waved her handkerchief repeatedly while shouting his name. Golden Pig had just squeezed his way to Lion Yang, and his mother sighed when someone in the crowd suddenly cried out, "Aya! Fairy Huang shows her divine power." The crowd looked up toward where the person pointed, gazing into the night sky. There was that bright star, emitting threads of red light. Studying it more carefully now, they could make out a hazy human figure, a full 3 or 4 zhang tall, holding a lantern. What they had taken for starlight was actually the candle flame within that lantern. The figure held the lantern aloft, riding on clouds and mist, floating and swaying through the air. In the dim light, the lantern seemed to glow red. If this wasn't Fairy Huang, who else could it be? Fairy Huang was said to answer every plea. Her great name had long spread throughout the 4 li and 8 townships. Immediately, people dropped to their knees on the thrashing ground. When some began kowtowing, others followed suit, bowing and chanting together. Fairy Huang shows divine power. Fairy Huang shows divine power. Even the opera troupe stopped performing. The peddlers ceased hawking their wares. One by one, everyone knelt and bowed. Golden Pig felt someone tugging at his hem. Looking down, he saw Lion Yang with one hand supporting his old mother as she knelt, and the other hand gripping his clothes. Golden Pig had no choice but to kneel as well. While bowing, he stole glances at Fairy Huang hovering in the sky. The fairy rode upon a cloud, gazing down at the kneeling villagers from above. She did not speak or deliver any teaching. After some time, another point of fire suddenly ignited inside the lantern. In moments it stretched into a line of flame that shot directly toward the ground. This sudden change sent a ripple of alarm through the kneeling crowd below. Someone cried out in wonder, "Samadhi true fire! Samadhi true fire!" The crowd buzzed with excitement. It really is Samadhi true fire. Fairy Huang's divine power is formidable. They watched as the line of fire descended toward a small hill just outside the village. Moments later, flames rose from that spot. The crowd scrambled to their feet and surged toward the firelight. When they arrived, they discovered the source, a nameless small temple that had long fallen into disrepair. Those who reached it first had already extinguished the blaze. They had acted just in time. Only some curtains and window lattices had burned. Inside, the offering table and incense altar had been knocked over. Someone ignored the lingering heat and rummaged through the temple's interior, searching for something. Soon he emerged holding an object wrapped in a scrap of cloth, its surface blackened by smoke and clearly marked by fire. "Everyone come look," he shouted. "What is this?" He wiped the object with the cloth, and the crowd finally saw it clearly, a cast iron pagoda forged from pig iron about 1 kai tall. The man turned it over and over in his hands, examining it from every angle. Suddenly he exclaimed, "There are words on it, there are words." Hearing that the iron pagoda bore an inscription, the crowd pressed forward with even greater curiosity. Ma Jin, second senior apprentice of the 8 Immortals Society who had been helping fight the fire nearby, appeared to be literate. He took the iron pagoda and examined it by torchlight, then read aloud. "Li Guangyuan, the Jade Emperor sends you to guard the 4 directions. He bestows upon you this treasure pagoda as your token, and appoints you pagoda-bearing Li Heavenly King. Whoever disobeys your words, whether you wish to kill or chop, shall receive their due." Discussions broke out among the crowd. Master Li must have earned this by leading everyone to raise the altar in the village to catch the Kun demon. The Jade Emperor saw his courage and rewarded him with this appointment. Since the Jade Emperor has issued a decree, this matter is certain to succeed. And Uncle Li has been appointed a god, the pagoda-bearing Li Heavenly King himself. If that's truly the case, then as long as we serve Master faithfully, we're sure to receive good rewards. This iron pagoda is a treasure the Jade Emperor bestowed upon the patriarch. Let's deliver it to him at once. The crowd nodded in agreement and clustered around Ma Jin as he held the iron pagoda. They returned to the front of Li Guangyuan's manor courtyard, where Ma Jin raised the pagoda high above his head and knelt at the gate. "Li Heavenly King, Li Heavenly King," he called out. "The Jade Emperor has sent you the demon-suppressing pagoda. Li Heavenly King, come out and accept this treasure pagoda." The crowd knelt behind him and echoed loudly, "Li Heavenly King, accept the treasure pagoda." Golden Pig knelt among them. His mind was muddy as a nightmare, shocked senseless by these divine miracles. Involuntarily, he found himself shouting along with everyone, "Li Heavenly King, accept the treasure pagoda." Before long, Li Heavenly King, Li Guangyuan, emerged, surrounded by a group of attendants. His face still showed traces of bewilderment. A few days earlier, when Fairy Huang had read his face, she told him there were hints of immortal qi, Xian qi, between his brows. All he needed was the right opportunity to obtain the Tao. She had shared numerous stories of the 8 immortals with him, and explained that such opportunities were most wonderful and unspeakable. As long as he did good deeds and acted in ways the gods approved, the opportunity would surely arrive. He never expected it to come so quickly. Looking out at the villagers kneeling before him, he suddenly felt the heaven's mandate was upon him. Strength surged through his entire body, more than he could possibly use. It was as though he had returned to the days of his youth at the weak crown of 20, when he had first come to the Li surname patriarch's estate and imagined himself commanding the world. Li Guangyuan accepted the iron pagoda from Ma Jin and held it high before his chest. In that instant, the temple festival opera of Li family Enclosure reached its highest climax, right there at the main gate of the Li residence. News of what happened at Li family Enclosure spread rapidly through the nearby villages and markets. Word even reached the county city. Stirred up by charlatans scattered throughout the region, villagers swarmed to Li family Enclosure to worship the god. The small temple where the iron pagoda had been discovered was now repaired and gleaming like new. Li Guangyuan enshrined the iron pagoda inside. With agitators working in the shadows everywhere, the daily stream of pilgrims offering incense was beyond counting. The ash in the incense burners accumulated faster than it could be cleaned. Day after day, incense smoke spiraled upward. The scene was tremendously lively. As for the merit box, it was stuffed full daily with offerings of money and goods. Grain, pastries, flowers, fruits, cloth, and silk piled high along both sides of the temple's covered corridor. The Li family also erected a cool shed beneath the trees beside the small temple, built an earthen stove, and provided meals and divine medicine to the worshippers. For a time, News that Li Guangyuan was an immortal descended to the mortal world spread like wildfire. The clamor raised dust everywhere. Now, with rain threatening, Lion Yang picked through vegetable leaves while stealing glances at her husband building a new shed alongside the other corpsemen. More and more pilgrims were arriving. The original shed was no longer sufficient, so they were constructing another. Her husband had joined the Eight Immortals Society and no longer needed to travel far for work. He only had to drill for half a day, and doing miscellaneous work earned him a regular allowance. Any additional tasks brought extra rewards. This was far easier than working himself half to death doing day labor at Xiaoyao market. Golden pigs becoming a corsman had benefited Lion Yang as well. With so many pilgrims arriving, the steward had assigned her to help in the temple kitchen. Though she received no wages, she ate for free. At the end of each evening, after cleaning up, she could take home leftover rice and dishes, enough to cover her mother-in-law's meals too. Each month, they saved a substantial sum on food expenses. She calculated secretly in her heart that within a few months, she could set aside real savings. Since coming to work at the stove, even Fairy Huang had become more cordial toward her. The fairy no longer charged her for continuing to cultivate magic, another yuan saved. These days, Lion Yang's heart brimmed with quiet happiness. This was the best life she had known since marrying Golden Pig. Her only prayer now was that Fairy Huang would remain in Li family enclosure forever, and that the patriarch's family would continue leading the Eight Immortals Society. How wonderful that would be! But her husband was too stubborn. Lion Yang had urged him several times to visit Fairy Huang and pay his respects, to beg for a protective talisman. After all, his daily work involved knives and spears. Having one of Fairy Huang's talismans would give her peace of mind. Yet whenever she brought it up, he only grunted heng or ha in vague agreement, then promptly forgot. If she pressed him further, he just glared at her with a dark face, trying to frighten her into silence. She had no idea what Fairy Huang had ever done to offend him. Lion Yang told herself that once she conceived, this inexplicable rift between her husband and Fairy Huang would surely resolve itself. After all, he would have to visit Fairy Huang then to offer proper thanks. She had already drunk the talisman water and faithfully practiced the cultivation method Fairy Huang had taught her, never daring to slack off. Yet her belly showed no improvement. She had once secretly asked other women in the village who were cultivating magic to conceive, and they all advised her not to be anxious. Sincerity of heart summons the spirit. When the time was right, the opportunity would come. End of chapter. Chapter 2641, Storm over Xiaoyao Market Part 1, Li Guangyuan has ascended to immortal status. The Eight Immortals Society has finally gained momentum in this region. Their influence spreads like wildfire. The man speaking casually tossed his fishing hook into the river. What comes next? The one who asked was draped in a straw raincoat and wore a bamboo hat, the very image of an old river fisherman. This was none other than Taoist wood stone Mu Shidao Ren. He narrowed his eyes, watching the float bob and drift in the current, and let out a soft laugh. Next, we sit back and watch Li Guangyuan perform his grand opera. The questioner was Gu Zunli, also known as Walrus Monk. He had been dispatched to Li family enclosure to fan the flames and stir up trouble, helping the Eight Immortals Society seize control of the territory. Now that his mission was complete, he had earned deep respect within the enclosure. Yet he harbored considerable doubt about Taoist wood stone's arrangements. Helping the Eight Immortals Society make such a grand, conspicuous debut, wasn't he worried about Zhu Tu growing jealous? After all, the Eight Immortals Society was merely a small sect, a minor player in the Anti-Kun League. True, supporting the Eight Immortals Society served to check and balance the Zhu Tu branch of the Heaven Wei League, Tian Dao Meng. But with the Kun Thieves as their current great enemy, cunning and ruthless as they were, engaging in such divide-and-conquer tactics seemed rather ill-timed. Confusion aside, this Taoist wood stone before him commanded the entire strategic situation. He was Old Stone's agent, and for years he had appeared and vanished like a ghost throughout the two Guangs region, repeatedly slipping through the fingers of the Kun Thieves' depot guards. He hadn't merely survived. He had operated calmly within the enemy's layered dragnet, weaving together various factions and managing the anti-Kun forces with remarkable skill. Old Stone's full support went without saying, but without this man's tireless efforts, the current situation would have been impossible to achieve. Whatever his current arrangements, there was surely some deeper purpose behind them. Yet this very inscrutability often made Gu Zunli feel a thorn in his back. Serving under such a formidable master meant being a chess piece that could be sacrificed at any moment. He hesitated, unsure whether to press further, but Taoist Woodstone spoke first. The louder the commotion at Li family enclosure, the better. It will draw all their attention to Panyu and Dongyuan. That way, they'll have no time to attend to Nanhai and Sanshui, which is exactly where we need to accomplish something important. Gu Zunli dared not ask what this important matter was. He simply kept watching the float, pondering for a long while before finally asking, "What else needs to be done at Li family enclosure?" Taoist Woodstone didn't answer immediately. He lifted his fishing rod, baited the empty hook, and cast it back into the water. Only then did he say in a low voice, "You still have a few tasks to complete there." Xiaoyao Market sat at a crossroads of water and land routes, making it a bustling commercial hub that drew travelers from all directions. Among them, naturally, were the Hakkas, one of the three great communities of Guangdong. Unlike other places where Cantonese formed the majority, Xiaoyao Market was a Hakka enclave. In its southwest corner stood several square earthen fortresses called Two-Way Lu, collectively named 4 Points Gold, see Dian Jin. These two-story structures had outer walls of rammed earth, with no windows on the ground floor and only small apertures on the second. At each end of the main building rose gathering mountain-style Qiaonan square towers, taller still, fitted with shooting holes and observation ports. Bows and crossbows were kept at the ready inside. Several such fortresses were scattered in strategic positions, able to both seal themselves off and support one another. They had protected residents from bandits and river pirates on many occasions. Living conditions within the earthen buildings were inconvenient, however. Wealthy families had long since built separate manor houses nearby. Later arrivals constructed smaller dwellings around the periphery, gradually forming a settlement centered on the original fortresses. As the population grew, the local Hakka gentry recognized the area's convenient water and land access and established a market. An earthen road ran straight from the riverside ferry crossing and pier, branching into several side streets lined with trade signboards. The place hummed with activity. Recently, a Kun Thieves barracks had been erected near the pier. The punctual bugle calls each day added a desolate, martial air to Xiaoyao Market. Since the barracks appeared, Australian fleets had been arriving every few days, unloading large quantities of goods. According to the short-term laborers who carried the cargo, most of it was construction materials: timber, lime, sand. The Australians apparently intended to build something substantial here. The Chen hour, 7:09 a.m., had just passed. The streets were quieter than usual, with fewer day laborers gathered at the snack shops and tea stalls waiting for work. Only the ragged beggars went about their usual business, wandering before the various establishments and singing auspicious songs in hopes of earning a few coins. Bayu Pawn Shop, truly splendid, truly splendid. Green mountains and great rivers rejoice together, rejoice together. Gold and silver fill the house as the god of wealth arrives, the god of wealth arrives. Pixiu guards the gate. Enough, enough, stop singing. The shop owner has important matters to attend to. Try the next door. A young apprentice wiping down a table heard the Lotus Fall singer, Lion Hua Lao, and came out to greet him. Pawn shops considered it unlucky to turn away someone singing auspicious songs at their door, so rather than driving him off, the apprentice pulled out a paper note and tossed it into the beggar's cracked pottery bowl. The beggar grinned. Paper notes now, is it? Without the ring of copper coins hitting the bowl, the song loses its spirit. The apprentice laughed. You still want copper coins. These days, even silver has turned to paper. Forget silver ingots or small silver pieces. You can barely find a silver dollar anywhere. What a wonder the great song has become. They boast endlessly about their wealth, yet everything's turned into paper money. The head counter shot him a glare. Have you eaten too much? Spouting such useless nonsense. Get back to sweeping. The shopkeeper and the East owner will be out shortly. Seeing no further generosity forthcoming, the beggar moved on to the next establishment. His profession seems rather pleasant, actually, the fourth counter remarked with a smile. He eats his fill and answers to no one. No mental strain, no physical labor. You couldn't trade him for an emperor. What do you know? The second counter sneered. Even beggars have their rules. There's a big bone, a boss above them. Whatever money they collect must first be offered up. If you can't pay tribute, you'll get beaten at best, driven out at worst. Then you won't even have a place to beg. They won't be able to keep at this profession much longer anyway, the head counter said. Once the Australians reached Guangzhou, they destroyed the beggars' old networks. The big bones were all beheaded, and the beggars themselves were exiled to Taiwan to work the land. Even in our own county, the beggars in town have been swept up. Only out in the countryside do they still have any refuge. Once the Australians arrive here properly, even that refuge will vanish. Without these people pestering us, the master will save quite an expense. Don't underestimate those small amounts, they add up. Then why does the master glare at the Australians from morning to night? The fourth counter asked curiously. Who knows? The master thinks deeply about many things. We can't fathom it. The reason he's displeased, it's surely because of Master Fan, the second counter said with an air of mystery. This Master Fan was the market owner of Xiaoyao Market. Indeed, the market's very name derived from him. Master Fan's given name was Fan Xiao, and he had simply named the market on his land Xiaoyao. The earthen fortresses in the southwest corner belonged to his family. Though Li Guangyuan was the local snake of the region, Master Fan commanded Xiaoyao Market, which brought in a peck of gold daily. His financial resources were abundant, and crucially, his family held scholarly degrees. They were recognized gentry in the county. Though the Li family had more people and more land, Master Fan was powerful enough to rival them locally. The two families maintained surface politeness, but whenever their interests intersected, schemes and counter-schemes played out in the shadows. The arrival of the Australians had introduced new variables to this balance of power. When they first passed through Xiaoyao Market, the whole place was thrown into panic. Even with Master Fan's people maintaining order, the shops closed their doors for 2 days. Only after the Australians issued a peace notice, and the shopkeepers negotiated a reasonable burden through elected liaisons did business resume. However, the Australians never stayed long, no more than 3 to 5 days at a time. Though they passed through occasionally afterward, they never established a permanent presence. Gradually, people half forgot about them. They only knew that Master Fan had been appointed head paijia of Xiaoyao Market. Privately, he remained the market owner. Officially, he served as the Australians' local administrator. Either way, he continued to lord it over his countryside rival, Li Guangyuan. Later still, the Australians promoted their new currency locally, recruiting shops to accept it and ordering compliance. Exchanging silver for silver coins was tolerable enough. Though the weight seemed slightly unfavorable, the Australian coins were of fine quality and attractive craftsmanship. Accepting them wouldn't cause any loss. But these silver yuan notes, now those made the old moneybags grumble. Among Xiaoyao Market's first-class establishments, Li Guangyuan's Beiyu pawnshop had originally been one of the accepting business houses. But when Li Guangyuan heard he would have to accept silver yuan notes, he firmly withdrew from the arrangement. The Australians responded with cold treatment. When the market's Chamber of Commerce was established, Beiyu, despite being one of the largest businesses, was relegated to ordinary member enterprise status. They didn't even secure a director's seat. This slight festered in Li Guangyuan's heart. His decision to stake everything on the anti-Kun great enterprise was partly driven by the accumulated sting of such small humiliations. While the apprentices idly chatted, the shopkeeper escorted several guests from the backyard to the front gate. He directed the fourth counter's apprentice to lead them toward the pier. Among the group were Luo Haiying and Li Guangfa, who had arrived at Xiaoyao market the previous day and quietly lodged in the backyard of Li family's local establishment, Beiyu Pawn Shop. They had set out early this morning to reconnoiter the Kun Thieves barracks by the riverside and to scout potential locations for a new shop. The fourth counter had only recently graduated from apprenticeship himself. Seeing the master bring such distinguished guests, he was extremely attentive. Pawnshop apprentices had always enjoyed generous treatment, but the work demanded exceptional ability. Those who completed their training and became full partners were not only thoroughly versed in business, they possessed a worldly wisdom beyond ordinary people. When asked whether anything noteworthy involving the Australians had happened recently, the apprentice replied, "Repairing roads and building houses isn't exactly news, but they have issued a new type of currency." Li Guangyuan stopped abruptly, his expression sharp. "New currency?" "Yes, new currency." Seeing the master's grave demeanor, the apprentice dared not speak lightly. After a moment's thought, he continued, "This money only started circulating this Monday. There isn't much of it on the market yet. The shopkeeper had been planning to report this to the East owner in the coming days." End of chapter. Chapter 2642, Storm over Xiaoyao Market Part 2. With that, the apprentice produced several coins from his pocket. Li Guangyuan accepted one and turned it over in his fingers. The coin was noticeably smaller than a Yongle Tongbao and lighter too. It gleamed with a silvery sheen and carried a satisfying heft, yet it was clearly not silver. He had previously examined the Australian's 1 yuan, half yuan, and 20-cent silver coins with considerable care. This felt entirely different in size, texture, and weight. He raised it toward the light for closer inspection. One face bore the characters 1 wen, yi wen in Song typeface, rendered in convex relief. Beneath them curved a wreath of wheat ears, accompanied by Tashic numerals and Western script. The reverse featured a large Tashic numeral 1 at its center, with a pointed proud vessel as the background, unmistakably one of the Kun Thieves' great iron ships. The Senate had previously issued yuan and fen denominations, with 1 yuan exchanging for 100 fen. In practice, however, even the fen proved too large for everyday transactions. The populace continued using whatever miscellaneous bronze coins still circulated, sometimes resorting to direct barter. These bronze coins varied wildly in type, weight, and quality, resulting in exchange rates that shifted from place to place. 5 wen to 1 fen here, 10 there, 16 elsewhere. Such chaos hampered the Senate's internal economic activities and commodity circulation, while impeding their efforts to recover copper from old coinage. Issuing subsidiary currency in denominations smaller than the fen had thus become a pressing priority. The unit for this subsidiary currency was designated wen, accommodating the common people's established habits and colloquial usage. The question of what material to use, however, proved contentious. Ordinary bronze was out of the question. Since landing on these shores, the Senate had always suffered from copper shortages. Trade with Japan and mining operations had provided some relief, but copper prices remained stubbornly high. Minting bronze coins would yield no seigniorage whatsoever, and might even invite private melting, as people sought to profit from the metal content. Steel coins seemed the optimal solution, but the Senate lacked the capability to produce stainless steel. Carbon steel coins would corrode rapidly in circulation, severely undermining the currency's credibility. As for nickel, the most common material for small denomination subsidiary currency in the old-time space, this supposedly cheap non-ferrous metal was unfortunately scarce under Senate control. The same applied to aluminum. The final compromise was paper money. Since the existing yuan and fen already circulated as paper currency with acceptable public acceptance, the wen debuted entirely as paper notes, exchanging at 10 wen per fen. Both Li and Luo were well accustomed to the Thieves fen and wen paper currency. The sudden appearance of hard coinage naturally took them by surprise. This deserves careful examination, Li Guangyuan thought. Judging by its texture and weight, this new wen shared the refined characteristics of the Australian silver dollar. The material was smooth and lustrous, the pattern exquisitely rendered. The outer rim featured the raised edge typical of coins, beautifully finished, though it lacked the fine-milled grooves found on silver dollars. Yet when he tilted it toward the light, he discovered minuscule foreign characters along the raised rim, so tiny they resembled mosquito legs. How they had managed to engrave such fine detail remained a mystery. "This is a 1 wen coin," Luo Heng exclaimed in disbelief. The coin was clearly neither silver nor copper, yet such exquisite craftsmanship could not have come cheap, and it represented the smallest possible denomination. "Shall we cut it open to check the interior?" Li Guangyuan suggested. "It truly is a 1 wen coin," the apprentice confirmed. The shopkeeper tried cutting it with metal shears but couldn't break through. He filed at it next. "That silvery outer layer is some kind of coating. No idea how they did it, wrapped around an iron core." "Iron money," Luo Heng scoffed. "Since ancient times, what court has ever issued iron currency?" His words held truth. From Qin Shi Huang's casting of the half-tail Ban Liang onward, Chinese coinage had always been copper. Across the rise and fall of dynasties, the copper content might vary, and the size and weight might fluctuate, but apart from certain Tang dynasty regional warlords and minor local regimes, no legitimate government had formally minted iron currency. Seeing the thieves resort to iron coinage, Luo Heng felt a surge of excitement. To his mind, this signaled a treasury running dry, the first steps down a dead-end road to ruin. Li Guangyuan knew better. The Australians now issued paper money across all denominations, and it circulated freely throughout the two guangs. Merchants, travelers, and common folk alike accepted it without question. What material they used for their coins was ultimately inconsequential. What neither Li Guangyuan nor Luo Heng realized was that the 1 wen coin in their hands represented the first batch of small-denomination hard currency manufactured by the Hong Kong Mint. It had only just arrived from the Central Reserve Bank in Guangzhou, dispatched to Dongyuan to begin circulation. The coin was still pristine, never yet exchanged. Manufacturing subsidiary hard currency was not a sudden whim, but a necessary improvement compelled by the practical realities of currency circulation. Paper money certainly offered convenience in printing, usage, transport, and storage. However, actual implementation had generated considerable complaints from senators in both the finance and financial departments. While currency at various denominations did circulate normally as paper notes, problems grew more apparent with each passing day. Yuan and half-yuan notes caused the fewest issues, primarily because they circulated only in Guangzhou and Hainan. People in outlying areas rarely handled such large denominations and lacked the confidence to entrust their family's livelihood to a mere slip of paper. In Guangzhou and Hainan, where Senate policy had penetrated deepest, everyone from 90-year-old elders to young children had attended lectures on counterfeit prevention and seen anti-counterfeiting propaganda posters. They had handled genuine notes countless times. Even the most skilled forger could not replicate the authentic look and feel. Consequently, although counterfeit cases did occasionally surface, large-scale circulation of fake currency never took hold in these regions. Moreover, people treated high-denomination notes with care, storing them in dedicated wallets and handling them gently. Such bills could pass through many hands and still appear nearly new. The problems lay with small-denomination currency, particularly fen and wen notes. On one hand, Cost considerations had led the Senate to forego sophisticated anti-counterfeiting measures for low-value currency, relying solely on special paper and steel plate printing. The consequence was a wave of currency alteration cases in the areas surrounding Guangzhou. Steel plate printing techniques were not difficult to master. Counterfeiters carved tin plates and devised methods to wash away printed denominations on small notes before reprinting them with higher values. Some even repurposed defunct grain circulation coupons as base material. While such forgeries were easily detected upon careful examination, they proved highly effective at deceiving those unfamiliar with anti-counterfeiting features. This type of altered currency had already become the dominant form of counterfeit. The other problem was the severe deterioration of small denomination paper money. At tax bureau branches and DeLong bank outlets, window clerks had taken to presenting stacks of tattered, filthy scraps to their superiors while voicing their complaints. Several thousand 1 fen notes, wrinkled like used toilet paper, had to be painstakingly smoothed out one by one, authenticated and counted. For the clerks manning the windows, it was an ordeal, and these departments typically had to recount everything again after closing. At branches where small denomination paper money predominated, high-volume business days frequently produced long queues at exchange windows. Clearing operations often stretched past midnight. Subsequent calculations revealed that 1 wen paper notes required recycling after no more than 30 exchanges, yet their circulation cost far exceeded that of 10 fen hard coins made from silver-copper alloy. Thus, Wujiaku senators who had initially hoped to profit from paper money seigniorage increasingly pushed for converting small denominations to hard currency. Following consultation and discussion with the industrial department, the final plan called for 4 types of silver coins: 1 yuan, half yuan, 20 fen, and 10 fen. The latter two would use silver-copper alloy. Corresponding silver coin exchange coupons would also be issued in all 4 denominations. Additionally, 2 fen coin denominations, 5 fen and 1 fen, would be minted. Like the silver coins, these would circulate alongside equivalent paper notes, with hard currency taking precedence. The 1 fen coin would use zinc alloy with copper plating, a method widely employed for small denomination coins in the old-time space, the famous Lincoln head cent being a prime example. Elemental zinc had a relatively short smelting history. Only during the late Ming Dynasty was pure zinc successfully refined. Prior to that, zinc had only been obtained as brass through combined smelting with copper ore. Consequently, zinc in the Ming era remained a high-value metal comparable to tin, sufficient to support its role as fen currency. Zinc was not scarce in the Senate's metal inventory. After securing Guangdong, they had significantly expanded their sources. The supply should prove adequate for secondary subsidiary currency. The 5 fen coin's material, however, presented difficulties. A 5 fen piece needed to be demonstrably worth 5 1 fens. Merely enlarging the coin slightly and changing the pattern would not suffice. It required obvious differentiation from the 1 fen to justify its face value and increase public acceptance while simultaneously making forgery more difficult, since these coins would circulate widely in rural areas where anti-counterfeiting awareness was minimal. The mint solution was bimetallic currency. Many ancient governments had attempted such designs, only to abandon them due to manufacturing difficulties. Not until the 20th century was bimetallic coinage successfully used in circulating currency. The senators therefore had full confidence in its anti-counterfeiting properties. The initial plan called for a purple copper, pure copper, inner core with a brass outer ring. However, the soft inner core failed to bond securely with the outer ring and tended to fall out. Additionally, the color difference between purple copper and brass was too subtle before corrosion set in, making authentication difficult. The improved design used brass overlaying a white copper, cupronickel, or silver copper inner core, with brass forming the outer ring. This configuration bonded well, and the inner core displayed an attractive silvery luster. The major drawback was the nickel requirement. Currently, the Senate controlled only a few small nickel mines in Guangxi that had yet to see large-scale exploitation. Industrial demand for nickel remained high, driving its price under Senate rule above that of silver. White copper similarly cost more than the S800 silver used in jewelry. However, considering the complications of changing the currency plan and the imminent development of larger nickel deposits, the brass-over-white copper design was ultimately adopted. Due to insufficient raw materials, only limited quantities would be minted initially, with 1 fen coins taking priority. As for Wen currency, it would be issued exclusively as hard coinage. Existing paper notes would be gradually phased out through recycling. Only one denomination would exist, 1 Wen. The Senate had entertained various unconventional ideas for this subsidiary currency's material, including glass coins, ceramic coins, and even bamboo tokens. But the final consensus settled on iron. The primary material would be wrought iron, pressed into precisely shaped coins and then hot-dip galvanized. This process would not only prevent corrosion, but also endow the currency with a gleaming, silver-bright luster. End of chapter. Chapter 2643, Storm over Xiaoyao Market Part 3. Due to historical circumstances, iron coins had earned a poor reputation among the populace and proved difficult to circulate. By galvanizing them, the Senate hoped to significantly reduce public resistance to accepting the new currency. As for anti-counterfeiting measures, besides the relief patterns and galvanized coating, the only other precaution was a raised rim around the edge to prevent clipping. To minimize production costs, they had foregone milled edges to deter filing. The reasoning was straightforward. No senator believed anyone could turn a profit by scraping iron filings from wrought iron coins without losing money in the process. The senators universally dismissed concerns about counterfeiting. When the Senate Standing Committee inquired whether overseas powers or the Ming Dynasty might attempt to manufacture fake currency, the Mint senator engineer responded with confidence. If they wish to spend 1 yuan to counterfeit our 1 yuan silver coin, they would probably only need a few tons of lead or white copper, a handful of genius craftsmen, and a hydraulic press designed by transmigrators. But if they wish to spend less than 1 fen to replicate our 1 Wen hard coin made of steel, they would need the Senate, the Cabinet, the Ministry of Industry, hundreds of industrial senators, and thousands of industrial workers providing upstream and downstream technical support. In short, they would need the great Senate and the people. This is the Kun thieves' Tongbao money, their circulating treasure, the shopkeeper explained, hurrying over when he noticed the master examining the Australian coinage with such interest. It only started circulating a few days ago. 1 silver yuan exchanges for 1,000 wen. They don't issue Australian kun notes for this denomination. It's all Tongbao money. All Tongbao money? How strange. The kun thieves must have turned over a new leaf. Li Guangyuan toyed with the new coin in his hand. Though he knew it was merely an iron piece of negligible value, its craftsmanship was exquisite, comparable to the finest Yongle coins. He found himself reluctant to put it down. Luo Haing smiled. It's nothing more than an iron coin. If the Kun thieves are going to haggle over such chicken feather money, their great Kun kingdom might as well close up shop. Li Guangyuan asked instead, what's the current exchange rate for this money? The Kun thieves' warehouse on the pier handles exchanges. Master Fan's shops can also exchange them. Most merchants on the market have been bringing their old treasure notes to trade in. Small denomination paper money was neither durable nor easy to count, and it was still paper money after all in common folks' minds, naturally less reliable than this hard coin. Are people exchanging old coins as well? Yes, yes, the shopkeeper nodded eagerly. Not many bring good money to exchange, though. Mostly they're trading in sand pieces, crab shells, that sort of debased small currency. Few people bother bringing 5 baht coins. The Australians proved generous in this regard. Although they weighed and assessed the fineness, they would accept any minted coin, rejecting nothing. Whatever you brought, good or bad, they would always exchange some new money for it. Li Guangyuan pondered for a while but still couldn't discern what conspiracy the Australians might be plotting. He could only assume an unfathomable expression and let out a snort before tossing the coin back to the apprentice. Let's keep walking. The streets of Xiaoyao market looked much the same as before, nothing particularly remarkable. Today wasn't a market fair day, so few peddlers had come out. The street felt somewhat deserted. Li Guangyuan was a notable figure in these parts, and as he passed through, shop apprentices and keepers emerged one after another to greet him respectfully. Ever since the Thieves had arrived, Master Li had become considerably more affable in his dealings with people. In the past, he would have completely ignored the attentions of minor shopkeepers. Now he not only returned their courtesies with a contained smile and a nod, but occasionally exchanged a few words of greeting. Luo Hang's desire to open a shop on the market was clearly meant to establish a separate stronghold and set of eyes and ears for the Eight Immortals Society. Both men understood this perfectly well, though neither spoke of it openly. At the end of the day, the Eight Immortals Society was the Eight Immortals Society, and the Li family was the Li family. Though they currently shared a bed, they dreamed different dreams. Li Guangyuan certainly wanted to partake of the grand pie the Eight Immortals Society had sketched out. When the king's armies march south, we shall rectify and support the state, bringing glory to our ancestors. But he wasn't so foolish as to muster his forces against the Thieves based on mere empty promises, not unless the great Ming's official armies first entered Dongyuan County City. Nevertheless, he had leveraged the Eight Immortals Society to become a heavenly king. His influence over surrounding territories had surged dramatically, and his prestige within Li family Enclosure had reached its zenith. He still needed to show the Eight Immortals Society some face. Luo Hang, for his part, saw right through Li Guangyuan's calculations. But as the saying went, boarding a ship was easy, disembarking was hard. The benefits offered by the Eight Immortals Society and the Heaven Way League were not so easily taken. The two men, each harboring ulterior motives, inspected various locations throughout the market. Empty land was not in short supply at Xiaoyao Market, but Luo Hang declared each site unsuitable after a cursory look. They circled the entire market without finding a single satisfactory plot. The leading apprentice grumbled privately to himself. What kind of land did this Master Luo actually want? So particular, yet he never explained his reasoning. The market wasn't large, merely a street half a li long, and they soon reached its end. Here stood a pier, one that hadn't originally existed. The Fan family had only built it after the Australians arrived. To distinguish it from the old pier on the market, people called it the new pier. After the new pier was completed, it had seen little use. 3 to 5 days might pass without a single boat mooring there. That changed recently when the Australians launched major construction at Xiaoyao Market. The pier suddenly flourished, with massive quantities of boats docking daily to load and unload goods. Walking west from the new pier, they encountered a fence blocking the road. They had reached the market's edge. The big house the Australians were building lay just beyond the fence, separated from the new pier by a stretch of river swamp. Li Guangyuan knew this place. It had originally been river beach land, later purchased by the Fan family for use as a charity cemetery, a Yizhang burial ground. Who knew how many bones had been interred there over the decades? No one was willing to go near it in broad daylight. The Thieves were actually building their big house on this charity cemetery land. Li Guangyuan felt more than a little surprised. He observed several people wearing Australian-style button jackets, shouldering or carrying various objects as they moved about the construction site. One worker had set up a small box on 3 long legs, then spent a good while watching a plum weight hang down from it before finally straightening up. He pressed his eye to a small hole in the center of the box's side, and peered at something intently. As he looked, he waved his hands in strange gestures, as if conducting some manner of talisman ritual. In the distance, another Kun worker shouldered a long wooden board shaped like a ruler, painted with alternating red and black lines. This board-bearer followed the box-watcher's gestures, moving back and forth without a moment's rest. Yet another Kun worker had placed a long, narrow wooden box on level ground. From his bosom, he produced a small, exquisite object and studied it for a time. Then he prostrated himself before the long box in apparent worship. While kowtowing, he wrote and drew something on a scroll beside him, working with great care and occasionally comparing his work against the small instrument. Still others among the Kun people held strange implements in their hands, sometimes gazing at the sky, sometimes probing the earth, their purposes unfathomable. Surrounding this group of Kun workers stood Japanese samurai wearing iron bamboo hats with swords thrust through their sashes, standing guard at the perimeter. Idlers from Xiaoyao market had gathered in small clusters at a distance to watch, occasionally leaning their heads together to whisper. Li Guangyuan was thoroughly perplexed. He exchanged glances with Luo Haiying. What on earth were they doing? The shop apprentice, however, looked triumphant. He launched into an enthusiastic explanation. These are all Australian Feng Shui gentlemen. The grave land Feng Shui of Xiaoyao Market is wonderfully prosperous. This area has produced 3 cultivated talents in the past. The Kun people must have taken a fancy to this Feng Shui treasure land, so they've claimed it for themselves and moved all the tomb caves and burial grounds away. Luo Haiying let the explanation pass without comment, but Li Guangyuan was a local man who knew the situation at Xiaoyao Market intimately. This river beach was charity cemetery land, a burial ground for the destitute and friendless. Never mind descendants rising to prominence. Many of those interred here had never even had wives. Where was the Feng Shui treasure land in that? As for the cultivated talents Xiaoyao Market had produced, none of their ancestral graves lay within the charity cemetery. This apprentice was an outsider, speaking pure nonsense. But the apprentice grew more animated as he continued. That 3-legged small box is a 1,000 Li Yin-Yang box. The flat board that man shoulders is a guiding soul summoning board. Once the soul summoning board is erected, it guides and condenses the souls within a radius of 1 zhang. Then they use the yin-yang box to distinguish carefully. If the place harbors vicious ghosts or evil souls, it cannot be used. This is called watching qi. That long box the other man worships contains a condensed yin soul. If the earth is peaceful and its qi upright, the yin soul lies steadily in the exact center, unmoved by the 8 winds. If malevolent filth stirs within, the yin soul will try to shift direction, only held in place by the magical power suppressing it. The small object he took from his bosom is the most spiritually potent of all. That is a Western 8 treasures Australian compass. Don't let its small size fool you. It contains the mysteries of heaven and earth. Lifting its cover calms wind and balances qi, breaking through all the blinding illusions of ghosts and demons. That man uses the yin soul box and Australian compass together to perform gazing land. As for what he's writing, that's no ordinary thing either. It's a heaven book profound scroll. A Kun sorcerer of high magical power, writing and drawing upon that profound scroll, is making formations and changing Feng Shui, and those other magical tools the Kun people are holding. Li Guangyuan thought to himself, what utter nonsense. Yet doubt soon crept into his mind. Perhaps the Australians truly did possess some evil arts or demonic methods. Otherwise, how could they have swept across the 2 guangs from a small county like Lingao, claiming kingship and carving out territory in a mere 10 years? Besides, their many secret arts all defied common logic. Luo Haiying watched the Kun workers observing qi and gazing upon the land, measuring Feng Shui, while listening to the shop apprentice's torrent of words about Australian sorcerers' techniques. It all sounded like cloud-covered mountains shrouded in fog. After half a day of listening, he still couldn't make heads or tails of it. Unable to restrain himself, he interjected with a question. Are there any true kun among them? True kun? True kun and fake kun look almost the same, hard to distinguish really. Here the shop apprentice grew even more animated. But if you could get close, there are some differences. These true kun all carry themselves with chest thrown out and belly proud, an imposing bearing. They're also a head taller than ordinary fake kun. Their clothing differs too. Though the style looks much the same, true kun clothes have better materials and finer workmanship. More variation in style as well. If someone's dressed in something peculiar and distinctive, they're definitely true kun. Luo Heng couldn't help asking, "How do you know all this?" The shop apprentice replied proudly. When the kun soldiers first arrived, quite a few true kun came along. They inspected the commercial activity and market conditions here, with attendants shouting ahead and crowding behind. People all addressed them as chief. I saw plenty of them. The workers laboring now are all fake kun. The guards wearing iron hats and carrying swords are Japanese pirates under the kun thieves' command, but presumably there are some true kun inside the camp. He pointed to a spot at the edge of the construction site, surrounded by earthen walls and bamboo fencing. That's the kun people's camp right there. End of chapter. Chapter 2644, Storm over Xiaoyao Market Part 4. The earthen wall stood no higher than a man but topped with a bamboo fence. It rose to more than 1 zhang. The upper ends of the fence stakes had been sharpened and fire-hardened. At regular intervals, small openings pierced the barrier, likely cannon embrasures. Below the wall, a moat encircled the fortification, its waters connected to the river. Atop the earthen ramparts, several bamboo watchtowers had been erected, and the silhouettes of kun soldiers could be seen moving about on their platforms. Luo Heng possessed some knowledge of military strategy. He understood that while this camp appeared crude, these defenses combined with a squad of elite soldiers would be sufficient to repel an attacking force 10 times their number. How many kun soldiers are stationed here? This lowly one truly doesn't know, the apprentice said with an apologetic smile. But the workers usually all live inside the camp. A few hundred people, I'd say. What kind of nonsense answer is that? Li Guangyuan snapped. A few hundred, how many is that exactly? They've been building here for a month and you don't know how many people there are. Useless rice bucket. The apprentice's face crumpled with grievance. The pawnshop's rules were extremely strict. Aside from the shopkeeper, who could go out to conduct business, the apprentices lived no differently than prisoners. They ate and slept in the shop and were forbidden from leaving. Only on the 1st and 15th of each month could they request leave to go out for a bath and haircut, and they had to return the same day. To go home required an urgent matter and special approval. Let alone the Australians being here for over a month. Even if they'd been here 3 or 5 years, he would have had no way of knowing. But with the East owner scolding him now, the apprentice could only listen with lowered brows and an ingratiating expression. When Master Li had finished venting his authority, the apprentice ventured in a low voice. We lowly ones aren't usually allowed out of the shop. But I've heard idle customers who come in say that quite a lot of people live inside. When they unload goods, they transport whole sacks of rice in there. Oh, where is this rice transported from? Isn't Fan family supplying them? I heard it's transported by the kun people's own trading house. The Fan family only supplies vegetables to the kun people. Li Guangyuan snorted. Beyond his contempt, his heart harbored a trace of envy. Those blind kun thieves. How could they choose to partner with Fan Zio, that hack a fellow? Luo Hedu remained unaware of Master Li's inner turmoil. He focused his attention on the camp. After a long while he spoke. Is there anywhere nearby to climb for a better vantage point? I want to observe the interior of the kun thieves' camp. A difficult expression crossed the apprentice's face. There's actually a literary pagoda, Wen Ta, nearby. But it's still some distance from here. Even if you climb up, you won't be able to see clearly. Luo Heng said, No matter. Master has 1,000 li mirror. Just lead the way. The apprentice took the lead, guiding them out of Xiaoyao Market. They walked along field ridges and narrow paths for quite some time before arriving at a high hillock beside a river branch. A literary pagoda indeed stood here. Though similar in form and structure to others, this type of pagoda was not a Buddhist stupa, futu, in the religious sense, but rather built according to feng shui principles. Such pagodas varied in scale and size. Some couldn't be climbed at all. This particular one, however, was quite small in dimensions, yet contained an internal staircase for ascending and descending. The problem was that each floor's area was too cramped. When the three men reached the topmost level, the space was so tight they stood nearly face to face. Looking out through the small window, they could make out the distant Kun Thieves' barracks in a blur. Luo Haing produced a telescope and examined the scene carefully. The Kun Thieves' camp was roughly rectangular in shape. At its center rose a small earthen hill. Upon closer inspection, this hill appeared to be the only commanding height near the new pier. The fortifications on all four sides were generally consistent with what they had observed from outside. Behind the wall, ladders and scaffolding had been set up for elevated shooting positions. On the open ground within, they had even placed cannons. Though there were only 2 small cannons, judged purely by armaments, this camp could already be considered gu ryu jin tang, solid as gold poured into iron, utterly impregnable. Luo Haing felt a secret shock in his heart. What intentions did the Kun Thieves have in establishing such dense defenses here? He shifted his gaze to examine the camp's interior. The buildings were all long, rectangular structures arranged in neat rows. In the open spaces, several strange-looking objects had been placed, all covered with canvas tarps. He couldn't tell what they were. What are those objects, the ones under the cloth covers? The apprentice took the telescope and looked. He hesitated a moment before speaking. According to rumor, those are Australian iron steel beasts. Before using them, you have to feed them coal and mud. Then a spell is cast to make the giant beast go into a frenzy. A Kun person then enters an iron cage on the beast's back to control it. I've heard these giant beasts are of earth nature. Their whole bodies bound with refined iron shackles forged through Australian secret methods. Every time they exert themselves, they roar loud enough to shake the heavens. Their strength is incomparably great, and they're especially adept at digging earth and moving mountains. When the giant beasts walk, it sounds like rolling thunder. If these giant beasts were to break free of their shackles, terrible. The beast would immediately burrow underground and cause the earth to tremble for several tens of li in every direction. This entire Kun soldier camp was built with the help of these giant beasts. It took only a few short days to complete. And these long houses, how many people can they accommodate? This lowly one isn't entirely certain either. I only heard laborers recruited by the Kun people say that the long houses contain 2-level bunk beds. A single long house can probably house around 50 people. Luo Haing carefully counted the number of long houses. Approximately 200 people lived permanently in the camp, give or take. Although the majority were likely laborers and the actual soldiers couldn't be too numerous, laborers issued with swords and spears could still fight and kill. Under normal circumstances, this stockade would be truly impossible to take. The 3 men descended from the tower and returned to the pawnshop. Luo Haing asked, "You mentioned earlier that the land was a feng shui treasure land, and that families who buried their dead there had produced 3 cultivated talents. Which families were they?" Before the apprentice could open his mouth, Li Guangyuan laughed. "Brother Luo, stop listening to this Sha Kai spout nonsense. That riverbank is charity land. Those buried there are either paupers with no place to call their own, or unclaimed corpses of travelers who died on the road. How could a family capable of producing cultivated talents make graves there? A feng shui treasure land, he says. A vicious evil land is more like it." The apprentice smiled awkwardly. "Master, this lowly one was only repeating what others have said." Luo Haing, however, was calculating whether this matter could be put to use. If the Kun thieves had truly dug up people's ancestral graves, this could be exploited extensively. But if they had merely cleared away a charity cemetery, the situation offered little advantage in truth. He pondered for a moment, then proposed opening a shop near the new pier. That's easy enough. Land there couldn't be cheaper. Li Guangyuan readily agreed. Just have shopkeeper Wu handle the arrangements. The building doesn't need to be large. The cruder the better. I plan to open a tea and rice shop, Luo Hang said. When the time comes, I'll trouble you to introduce some workers. A trifling matter, leave it all to me. Within a few days, a tea and rice shop opened near the new pier, so crude it didn't even have a signboard. To call it a shop was generous. In truth, it was just one room serving as a kitchen. On the wasteland, they had erected a shed of reed mats. Beneath the shed, they set out rough tables and chairs, and that counted as opening for business. Crude as it was, business proved brisk. Luo Hang's purpose was gathering intelligence, not making money, so his prices were cheap. Moreover, the Australians' large construction site stood nearby. Apart from the core workers, large numbers of subcontracted laborers had all been recruited locally, and the Australians didn't provide meals. The moment this rice shop opened, customers flocked to the door, drawn by good food at fair prices. Luo Hang had truly set aside his status. He personally served as a common laborer in this rice shop, hauling water and chopping firewood day after day. Busy inside, busy outside, all while keeping his eyes fixed on the Australian construction. His knowledge of the Australians was considerable. After observing their defenses, he no longer harbored extravagant hopes of breaching the camp smoothly. However, his superiors had said that as long as he could stir up a wave of anti-Kun thief sentiment here and draw the Kun thieves' attention, that would suffice. He knew something of military strategy. Naturally, he understood this was a sound east, strike west tactic. Whether the camp fell or not didn't truly matter, yet he still clung to the ambition of taking it. His dedication stemmed not only from national hatred and personal vengeance, but also harbored dreams of rapid advancement. Taoist Wood Stone had already declared that capturing a true Kun thief's head this time would earn a direct award of a 5th-rank military post. Beheading or capturing a high-ranking fake Kun would merit a 7th-rank military post. To Luo Hang, who had only briefly tasted the flavor of official degree, this was an enormous temptation. And just now, the apprentice's words had revealed crucial information. This place was the Kun thieves' important construction site. True Kuns, or important fake Kuns, often came here for inspections. If he could breach the stockade and take such a head, the merit. At this thought, his heart burned several degrees hotter. From conversations with hired workers who came to eat, Luo Hang gleaned more intelligence. As it turned out, there weren't many fake Kuns in this camp. Besides 30 fake Kun soldiers garrisoning the site, others came and went according to the engineering progress, sometimes more, sometimes fewer. At peak times there might be 30-odd, at lean times only a dozen or so. However, all the fake Kuns possessed specialized skills. Some could operate those iron monsters, some could determine feng shui alignments, some understood building construction and road repair. Though their numbers were few, the dwellings inside the camp were many. Beyond the long houses and warehouses he had observed from the tower, many other buildings were under construction. Their specific purposes remained unknown. As for the true Kuns, they weren't permanent residents. Roughly once a month, 1 or 2 would arrive, all possessing technology. They would stay a few days and then depart. Whenever one saw Japanese pirate samurai wearing iron bamboo hats, or Korean soldiers in their broad-brimmed hats and white clothing, that signaled a true Kun's arrival. Regarding the camp's purpose, it was said to be the Kun thieves' yamen. But exactly what level of yamen, no one could say clearly. This yamen apparently differed from ordinary ones. Besides collecting taxes and holding court trials, it also intended to conduct promotion, supposedly teaching everyone about silkworm raising and silk reeling. They also wanted to establish schools in town, open warehouses, and build workshops. In the future, men would work in the workshops, women would raise silkworms and reel silk, and all children would attend school. Everyone would have employment. Everyone would live good lives. Whenever Luo Hang heard such talk, he could only laugh inwardly. Did they really believe the Kun thieves' words? Since ancient times where there were men above, there had to be men below. Even if everyone lived well, naturally some would live better than others. Right now, it was hard to say whether the Kun thieves could even fill common people's bellies with rice. Truly, boasting cost no tax. What yamen? You're all just idly spouting nonsense. Where under heaven has anyone ever built a yamen like this? A middle-aged fellow sneered. You don't understand a damn thing. Oh, like you understand anything, then you tell us. The crowd was unconvinced. I'll tell you exactly what's going on. The Australians are practicing geomancy arts. Can you shu here? They're setting up a feng shui formation. Either they want to break the great Ming's dragon Qi, or they're seeking the dragon and pointing the cave, building a tomb. Luo Heng was momentarily stunned. This possibility had never occurred to him. Though the claim sounded somewhat absurd, he had to admit it wasn't entirely impossible. Since landing, the Kun thieves had enjoyed smooth sailing in all endeavors, never encountering setbacks. No matter how dangerous the crisis, they always managed to muddle through. Perhaps they truly had learned some secret method of feng shui geomancy and had broken the great Ming's royal qi. End of chapter. Chapter 2645. The Capital Part 1. Luo Heng found himself thinking of Taoist Wood Stone, who had once laid out a grand feng shui formation in Guangzhou, scheming to ruin the Kun thieves' royal qi. Yet in the end, the Kun thieves had still broken through. And now this new Taoism was spreading everywhere. Perhaps they had truly learned some overseas arts of Qi Min Dun Jia, the strange gates escaping armor techniques. With these thoughts in mind, he pricked up his ears and listened carefully, eager to hear what insights this speaker might offer. But to his disappointment, the man proved to be nothing more than a layman, rambling on without any real substance. After just a few sentences, Luo Heng recognized the words for what they were: Wei Yan Song Ting, frightening words meant to scare people. The man had no real knowledge to offer. Luo Heng felt a twinge of disappointment. That evening, he brought up the matter as a joke while speaking with Gu Zunli. To his surprise, the old fox narrowed his eyes and began stroking his sparse rat-like whiskers. True or false, it matters not, the walrus monk said in a low voice. Having something to talk about is enough. What does master mean? When the Kun thieves arrived, the local populace remained calm and untroubled. The common folk bear them no ill will. Quite a few have even benefited from their presence. So if we simply invoke heaven's decree to move against the Kun thieves, it won't work. Naturally, Luo Heng nodded. Even if we proceed, the people would go through the motions without putting in real effort. Therefore, we need some evil deed that will fill the people with righteous indignation. An evil deed, Luo Heng thought for a moment. The locals had never been massacred by the Kun thieves. Speaking of evil deeds, he truly couldn't think of any. Though some of their policies had caused dissatisfaction among the common people, it hadn't reached the point where they would take up arms in rebellion. If there are none, then we shall help the Kun thieves along. Gu Zunli had already formulated his plan. He lowered his voice immediately. Didn't they level the charity cemetery land when building their camp? That's right, but they paid the landowners. Though the graves were leveled, those with owners received money to relocate the remains. Even the unclaimed bones were collected properly. Luo Heng trailed off as sudden understanding dawned. You mean, grave robbing and tomb desecration are among the 10 unpardonable evils, and such matters touch the hearts of common folk and gentry alike. So we need only do this. After hearing the plan, Luo Heng drew in a sharp breath of cold air. Isn't this far too lacking in virtue? If the Li family finds out, we're finished. Naturally, it must be done with the utmost secrecy, Gu Zunli sneered. Rest easy, others will handle this task. You need only grasp the timing. Luo Heng couldn't help but ask, the timing, when exactly will this timing arrive? At these words, Gu Zunli raised his eyes to the sky. After a long while, he finally sighed. You ask me, but I don't know either. I've been waiting for 10 years already. Luo Heng was about to curse, but Gu Zunli continued, don't be anxious. It's only a matter of these next few months. Rest assured. Taoist Wood Stone said that as long as a suitable opportunity arises, we can make our move. If we're speaking of suitable opportunities, Luo Haing said, now is the time. First, the Australians were currently building roads and constructing stockades, digging and excavating everywhere. This made framing them for grave robbing perfectly convenient. Second, the puppet troupe that had come to perform at Li family enclosure was currently staying at Xiaoyao market. Attacking the stockade might not succeed. But attacking the troupe lodging at the market hotel was as simple as reaching out one's hand. This puppet troupe was established entirely by the Kun thieves. If we seize this chance to eliminate them, the Kun thieves will be enraged. Gu Zunli nodded silently. He thought to himself that this man truly possessed some strategic sense, not merely a reckless warrior. In truth, Taoist Wood Stone had already revealed the bottom line to him. The court had decided to send forces south to punish the Kun thieves. It was already settled. Though no official decree had been issued, both the cabinet and the emperor had made their determination. Within the next 2 or 3 months, there would certainly be action. But exactly when this action would come, we wait like parched land longing for sweet rain. Capital Chang'an 9th year, 12th month, 1st day December 27, 1636. The hour was already approaching Su hour between 7 and 9 in the evening. The vast city of Beijing had fallen into deep silence. In July, the eastern barbarians, the Donglu, had invaded, their blades conquering Changping, Liangxiang, and Shunyi in succession, pointing directly at the capital itself. For a month, alarms had sounded multiple times. Though the eastern barbarians had since retreated, many of the refugees generated by this invasion remained detained within the city. Public order was unsettled, and the government strictly enforced the night ban. The night markets and pleasure quarters both inside and outside the city had grown quiet and still. Only the distant sound of night watchmen striking their clappers could be vaguely heard. Inside and outside the city walls all lay in darkness, especially gloomy and desolate. Though it was already the 12th month, La Yue, there was no festive atmosphere of the approaching new year within the city. Times were hard, and the common people struggled merely to survive. The brothels and great households still held their banquets with singing and dancing, as was customary. But all doors and courtyards remained covered, curtains hung low. Not a sliver of light escaped from the crimson candles burning high or the Australian oil lamps. The songs of entertainers and musicians were hushed, curling softly at the ears of hosts and guests. Even they rarely spoke loudly, conversing only in whispers. These past few years, the war had gone poorly. The nation's momentum declined daily. The emperor's temper worsened with each passing day. The eunuchs and depot guards, the spy agency, who had been rejected a few years prior, gradually regained their prestige once more. Though the faces had changed, their methods retained the familiar flavor of old times. Officials and wealthy men now pursued their pleasures more discreetly, lest word be deliberately carried to the emperor's ears, disturbing his state of mind and drawing down his thunderous wrath. The lanterns and candles on the imperial city gate swayed in the wind, their light falling upon the pitted, uneven stone slabs of the road, and the armor of the big-hand generals standing guard, casting a faint gleam. For the master of this realm, Chang'an's 9th year had been neither too bad nor particularly good. Of course, for the emperor, bad news had become the norm. As long as nothing worse occurred, it counted as supremely great fortune. Compared to the previous year, when in the first month the 13 families of roving bandits had conquered Fengyang and set fire to the great Ming's ancestral tombs, and in the second month the Kun thieves had launched their surprise attack on Guangdong, taking Guangzhou and Zhejiang in succession before claiming both Guangs. Compared to all that, the situation in Chang'an's 9th year was not so terrible. The best news was that the roving bandits, who had once burned like a prairie fire, had lost their former momentum under suppression by the official forces commanded by Lu Xiangsheng, Hong Chengqiu, and others. especially in July of this year, when the ringleader Gao Yingxiang had been captured and escorted to the capital for execution, for a court that had been burning at both ends. This was nothing short of a shot of medicine to the heart. Yet looking at the broader situation, the great Ming circumstances had not truly improved. Gao Yingxiang's capture meant only that the strongest branch of the roving bandits had suffered a major setback. On the whole, bandit activities remained extremely frequent. Li Zicheng and his units operated in Shanxi, Ningxia, and Gansu. Zhang Xianzhang, the 5 battalions of Ji Zhuo, Luo Rukai, Liu Guoning, Li Wangqing, and others galloped across the vast territories of Henan, Huguang, and Anhui. As for the smaller-scale roving bandits, local bandits, mountain bandits, and sea bandits, they rose and fell like sparks scattering everywhere. The court could not attend to one crisis without losing sight of another, responding and engaging without a moment's rest, falling into a passive state at every turn. Beyond Shanhai Pass, the Eastern barbarians had proclaimed their own emperor this year, naming themselves Manchu and formally establishing a rival court against the Great Ming. If this were merely an empty name, then in July, Ajaj leading the 8 Banners army through the pass to raid and plunder had once again driven a fierce blade into the already devastated lands of the north. Fortunately, the Kun Thieves, who had shaken both court and countryside by conquering the 2 Guangs the previous year, had halted their advance. Throughout the entirety of Changzhen's 9th year, they made no major movements. It seemed they had grown satisfied with occupying 2 provinces. Whatever the Kun Thieves' true intentions might be, as long as they caused no trouble, it was already good news for the young emperor. Now it was the 12th month. Though the year had been anxious and withering, the palace still required its customary display of ceremony. The inner officials of the palace had prepared gourd scene patches and python robes for the New Year attire. Young eunuchs and palace maids swept the palace rooms while craftsmen repaired buildings and utensils. Peach talisman boards, general charcoal, and door gods were readied for New Year use. Paintings of the fortune god, the ghost judge, Zhang Kui, and others were hung indoors. Gold and silver 8 treasures, Tibetan prayer wheels, and dragons woven from yellow money were hung on beds. Sesame stalks were inserted into eaves and pillars, and cypress branches were burned in courtyards. All manner of necessary items were continuously prepared and sent into the palace by the 24 yamens. The palace halls, usually cold and desolate, heavy with lifeless air, now carried at least some trace of vitality. The first watch clapper had already sounded. In Qiaonan Palace, the emperor finally set down the vermilion brush in his hand, temporarily stepping away from the mountain of memorials. Though the memorials never brought him any happiness, indeed, they were often the source of endless vexation, he was reluctant to leave them. He had a feeling that if he failed to open and review these memorials, they would transform into raging flames that would consume the great Ming's rivers and mountains entirely. Sometimes he felt that even a death row prisoner had it better than he. A condemned man merely awaited death. But he was like a drowning man, fighting desperately for his life, yet unable to grasp even a single straw. "Your Majesty," an imperial front eunuch, seeing him rise, hurried to seize the opportunity to report. Today, dinner had originally been planned at noble consort Tian's quarters. Dinner was usually served at the 2nd quarter of Shen hour, around 3:30 in the afternoon. Now it was already past the 1st quarter of Su hour, after 7:15 in the evening. Noble consort Tian had long since sent several waves of eunuchs to inquire outside Qiaonan Palace when the emperor might finish reviewing his memorials, but none of the imperial front eunuchs had dared to remind him. Ah, Zhen nearly forgot. Changzhen pressed his palm to his forehead. His skin felt ice cold. The palace hall was vast and tall. Even reviewing memorials in the warm pavilion during winter, after enough time had passed, hands and feet grew equally cold. The manager eunuch of Qiaonan Palace immediately signaled, and a eunuch promptly brought freshly prepared tribute tea. In winter, Having hot tea available at any moment was extremely difficult. The only method was to keep a charcoal stove burning constantly under the corridor, water simmering at all times. But ever since Lingao had sent thermos bottles as tribute, the charcoal expenditure remained the same. Only now the silver went into the pocket of the Qiaonan Palace manager eunuch instead. This is autumn tea. The cup was perfectly warm, the fragrance overflowing. For the exhausted emperor, it was most welcome. Especially pleasing was the cup before him, thin as an eggshell, translucent like carved white jade, inlaid with 100 flowers pattern in enamel color set with silver wire. Looking upon it lifted his spirits and improved his mood considerably. Where did this tribute come from? Replying to your majesty, it is Wuyi mountain tea from Fujian, the manager eunuch replied. An offering from Zhang Sen, the assistant commander of the Zhangzuo Suo. The name Zhang Sen stirred a small ripple in his mind. He seemed to faintly recall the former Fujian governor Zhu Weilian mentioning this name, but he could not quite place it. Seeing the doubtful expression on his face, the eunuch quickly reminded him in a low voice. He is the son of the late Dudu Tangzhai, Zhang Zhilong. He has inherited his father's hereditary post. End of chapter. Chapter 2646, The Capital Part 2. Ah, him, the emperor remembered. When the memorial reporting Zhang Zhilong's death had arrived at the imperial desk, he had felt somewhat shocked, but the news had not weighed on him as heavily as other ill tidings. After all, this Zhang Zhilong had originated as a sea bandit. He had maintained many unclear connections with the Folangji, the red-haired people, and Japanese pirates alike. Though he had accepted the court's amnesty and recruitment, his loyalty had always been questionable. He had quite the reputation for obeying military orders while ignoring court summons. When Zhang Zhilong died in battle, the emperor had felt some regret but no great sorrow. He had long received reports from the Jinyue describing how Zhang Zhilong had carved out his own domain in Fujian, occupying Zhangzuo Suo and acting with the authority of a local lord. Governor Zhu Weilian had indulged him blindly, and toward the court, Zhang had shown not a shred of reverence. Whenever the court discussed transferring troops northward to support Liao, he had found endless excuses and delays, unwilling to exert any real effort. Given enough time, his power would have grown too great to control. The emperor harbored deep distrust toward the military strongmen who had risen in recent years. Yet state affairs grew more difficult by the day, and he urgently needed martial generals willing to risk their lives. He had no choice but to indulge them. He did possess some measure of loyalty, at least. Though his feelings toward military generals remained poor, in this moment he suddenly realized that along the entire southeast coast, only the Zhang family still commanded a powerful maritime force. Though they had been defeated at the hands of the Kun Thieves, that very defeat had created a blood feud between the two sides. The emperor found himself thinking of Zhu Weilian again, how the man had once pacified Zhang Zhilong and calmed the sea bandit disasters plaguing Fujian's coastal waters. He had been a meritorious subject, at least effective when it came to dealing with pirates. Now, with some measure of regret, the emperor wondered why he had listened to the court discussions that led to Zhu Weilian's dismissal. Had he not done so, he would at least still have a high-ranking governor who understood the Kun Thieves' situation. Although he had reconscripted Zhu this year to serve as vice minister of war, the man had died of illness before assuming office. Dwelling on this, the emperor grew increasingly vexed. His antipathy toward Wen Tian deepened by several degrees. "Your Majesty, shall we ready the carriage?" The manager eunuch, noticing that the emperor seemed lost in thought, inquired with utmost care. Changzhen asked instead, "This Zhang Sen, how old is he?" Replying to your Majesty, "I have heard he is still a child, not yet 15 years old. If that is so, then presumably someone is assisting him." "This." The manager eunuch lowered his voice. "Replying to your Majesty regarding matters of local officialdom, this slave knows nothing of the situation," the emperor sneered. "You probably received no small benefit for delivering this tea." The eunuch's face went pale with shock. He immediately knelt and kowtowed, saying, "This slave would not dare." The emperor did not speak, letting the man continue knocking his head against the floor, yet his mood did not sour. This slave had certainly taken silver, but in doing so, he had actually provided a useful reminder. The Zheng family, he had heard, still retained considerable strength, still a major force along the southeast coast. Though Zheng Zhilong had died, this might not necessarily be a bad thing. Now the head of the Zheng household was a mere teenager. He would naturally lack his father's wild, untamable nature and would inevitably need to rely on the court's favor. "Rise," the emperor said lightly, then immediately ordered, "Ready the carriage." Observing the manager eunuch's fearful, panicked expression, he felt quite satisfied with his own unfathomable imperial will. Chenqian Palace had once been a place he visited often. But in recent years, as state affairs grew more difficult by the day, he frequently worked on political matters deep into the night. Even his sleep had become restless, and he had little mood to favor his concubines. His visits to concubine Tian had grown infrequent. After Gao, Yingxiang was captured, brought to the capital, and executed, the emperor finally recovered some interest in pleasure. He began visiting noble consort Tian again to relax his spirits. Compared to Empress Zhou and the other concubines, noble consort Tian was not necessarily more outstanding in appearance, but she was intelligent and multi-talented, skilled at reading people's moods. Her taste in clothing and pleasures ran to the elegant and novel. Coming to Chenqian Palace allowed his perpetually tense, exhausted mind some measure of relaxation. Inside Chenqian Palace, everything had already been prepared for the emperor's arrival. The dinner originally made several hours ago had been entirely cleared away. The table was now laid with 12 dishes of refined fruit plates to accompany wine. Since dinner time had long passed, and the emperor had very possibly not eaten, 6 dishes of Qiaonan dim sum had also been specially prepared. Noble consort Tian had been born in Yangzhou, and her father Tian Hongyu often sent people to Qiaonan to collect various fresh goods, novel clothing materials, and jewelry to send into the palace. Thus, everything within Chenqian Palace, whether the hall decorations, clothing, or cuisine, featured novel Qiaonan styles. This was quite famous throughout the back palace, and the emperor was fond of it. In recent years, Chenqian Palace had acquired no small number of Australian goods. Before Changzhen even entered the palace hall, he noticed that the lighting here was unusually bright compared to other places. From the corridor to the inner hall, 8 Australian oil lamps had been lit. Though the Kun thieves were now at war with the court, this did not affect the enjoyment of such goods both inside and outside the court. Australian oil lamps and Australian candles were especially prized for their exceptionally bright light, and high officials, nobles, gentry, and wealthy households still used them. The palace was no exception. However, the oil was expensive. After war had erupted in the two Guangs, not only did prices remain high, but supply became intermittent. So even within the palace, Australian oil lamps were mostly used only when the master was reading or writing. It was rare to see them used so liberally just for illumination. The emperor initially felt his beloved concubine was being somewhat extravagant, but having walked the dim imperial road through the deep night, the sight of this brightly lit palace hall gave him a feeling of warmth and comfort, so he said nothing more about it. Noble consort Tian and the palace eunuchs and maids welcomed him into the hall. The interior had been rearranged, with the displays and furniture replaced. Concubine Tian's palace had originally contained many Australian items. However, 2 years ago, when war had broken out in the two Guangs, the Australians, who had previously appeared so docile and obsequious, had suddenly transformed into fierce Kun thieves. They had seized the two Guangs and leaped to become one of the major threats that gave the court headaches. The eunuchs had remarked among themselves that even the eastern barbarians, who caused His Majesty endless trouble, had never taken a great Ming province. Yet the Kun thieves had in one stroke taken 2 of the 13 provinces. No wonder the news had sent His Majesty into thunderous rage. For this reason, many of the Australian goods in the palace had been quietly put away to prevent the emperor from stirring up emotions at the sight of such things and triggering his wrath. Only practical items like Australian lamps and Australian candles had been kept. However, in these past 2 years, the court had faced too many troubles. Even though the Thieves had already been added to the screen in Qiaonan Palace, they could not compare in importance to the roving bandits, causing chaos everywhere, and the eastern barbarians, stationed mere hundreds of li outside the capital. Since the Thieves had taken the 2 guangs, they had lowered their flags and silenced their drums, making no further moves. Consequently, these objects had quietly reappeared one piece at a time. Compared to other playthings, Australian goods were far more practical. Items like thermos bottles, oil lamps, Australian candles, and Australian fire matches were difficult to give up once one had grown accustomed to them. Still, everyone remained careful. In front of the emperor, no one dared mention the word Australia. They used Nanyang as a substitute. The meal spread on the table was exquisite, but the emperor had no appetite. First, he had just eaten several pieces of tiger eye nest silk candy because he had missed dinner, so he was not particularly hungry now. Second, the situation of recent days had left him with no heart to enjoy the delicacies before him. Noble consort Tian, seeing that Changzhen's appetite remained unstirred and that he showed no interest whatsoever in the meat and fish dishes, hurriedly called for someone to bring a bowl of clear soup. She advised the emperor to take a few mouthfuls of warm soup to settle his stomach. Changzhen had no appetite, but he could not bear to refuse his beloved concubine's good intentions. He reluctantly nodded. When the soup bowl's cover was lifted, a strand of delicate fragrance filled the palace hall. Looking at the soup concubine Tian had brought, it was clear as water, with only a few small pieces of snow-white, translucent tofu floating within, along with some slender green vegetable leaves. These were pea shoots. It was now the depths of the cold winter 12th month. Even the emperor found it difficult to obtain fresh vegetables. Though Fengtai's cave greenhouses could provide counter-season vegetables, they offered nothing more than leeks and cucumbers. Green leafy vegetables were extremely difficult to come by, let alone such fresh pea shoots. Picking up his spoon, he drank a mouthful of soup. The taste was exceedingly light, just a hint of salt and the clear fragrance of pea shoots. The fresh flavor was subtle, but the aftertaste left a strand of light, fresh sweetness in his mouth. He scooped up a piece of tofu and placed it in his mouth. The tofu was incomparably smooth and tender, with no bean smell whatsoever. It required no chewing. Pressing it lightly with his tongue caused it to break apart. After finishing the soup, his belly felt warm and his appetite returned. He praised, "This bowl of soup is excellent. How was this tofu made so fine and smooth?" Noble consort Tian, seeing his complexion warm, hurriedly distributed the dishes and served him rice. She explained slowly, "Tofu originally has a distinction between north and south. Northern tofu uses brine and has a coarse texture. Southern tofu uses gypsum, so it is softer and more tender. Now there is a new method that uses inner fat Nijai lactone to coagulate the tofu. Compared to southern tofu, it is 100 times softer and more tender, making it most suitable for soup." This inner fat tofu was precisely a product newly developed by Lingao's food factory. Since tofu could not be transported over long distances, they sold this inner fat coagulant for making tofu instead. It was available in the capital as well, where tofu shops specifically purchased it for production. Because it was foreign goods, the price was higher than regular tofu, and common people could not afford to eat it. Though the court and the Thieves were in a situation like water and fire, this did not prevent various Australian goods from continuing to spread far and wide. As for the fresh pea shoots, they had actually been produced in Fengtai using Senate soilless cultivation technology. Many light industry and agriculture technologies had spread far more widely than the Senate had ever imagined. In truth, Noble consort Tian was well aware of the connection between these bean shoots and tofu and the Kun thieves. After all, many items within this Chenkian palace, the floor clock, the full-length dressing mirror, various rouges and powders, had been obtained from Guangdong by her father. Changjin said with some interest, "The creations of this world are truly wondrous. Zhen had only heard of brine-set tofu. I did not know there was also gypsum, and now this inner fat has emerged. There is a proverb among the common folk, brine sets tofu, one thing subdues another. Zhen truly wishes that, like setting tofu, I could find several capable ministers and great generals to completely subdue these roving bandits, Eastern barbarians and Kun thieves." Concubine Tian said, "Your Majesty is a restoring sage master, rare throughout the ages, born with heroic martial spirit. These 3 bandits will sooner or later be swept clean from their nests." After speaking, she added, "Your Majesty, please eat." Having drunk the soup, the emperor felt much more spirited. He nodded in agreement. Noble consort Tian immediately had the palace maids serve rice, and they dined. The palace maids brought tea. Changjin's thoughts returned to the matter of Zhang Sen. The Zhang family had spent money bribing palace eunuchs to present this new tea tribute. They must have some intention behind it. Someone was likely acting as an intermediary, handling these arrangements. The manager eunuch naturally knew who it was, but the emperor was unwilling to let the eunuch succeed so easily. He decided he would personally inquire into this matter tomorrow. End of chapter. Chapter 2647. The Capital Part 3. His sudden interest in Zhang Sen was no passing whim. The imperial court had simply gained a brief respite and could finally spare attention for the Kun. 2 years ago, when the Kun captured Guangzhou and swept through Liangguang, the court had debated a southern expedition, but the imperial forces in Liangguang had collapsed entirely. The battalion soldiers and guard garrisons originally stationed there were virtually annihilated. Even the governor-general of Liangguang, Qiaonan, had barely managed to flee into Hunan with the remnants of his shattered army, where he had been clinging to survival ever since. Losing armies and abandoning territory, surrendering 2 entire provinces. In the past, Qiaonan would long since have been held accountable and thrown into the imperial prison. By now, his head would likely have rotted away. That Changjin had kept him alive until now was partly because the border situation was grave, and he was reluctant to change commanders lightly. More importantly, the court had neither troops to reinforce Liangguang nor anyone else who could control the situation. The emperor had considered many times arresting Qiaonan and bringing him to the capital for interrogation in the Sky Prison. But Wen Tian had dissuaded him. Currently, more than a dozen civil and military officials were capable of dealing with the roving bandits, and a few could contend with the Eastern barbarians, but officials who understood the Kun and had actually fought against them were exceedingly rare. Wang Zund had been dead for several years, leaving Qiaonan as the sole surviving expert. Therefore, he could only pinch his nose and let him atone for his crimes through meritorious service. Changjin was not entirely ignorant of the Kun. Over the years, through scattered memorials, garrison reports, and secret dispatches from the Eastern Depot and the embroidered uniform guard, he had glimpsed aspects of this thorny enemy. In particular, he had read notes on pacifying the hares, submitted for imperial review, many times over. He knew he was facing a completely new opponent, different from the Eastern barbarians and the roving bandits, different from the Waku and the red hares. Everything the court and the public knew about the Kun came from this small booklet. This was also why he had to tolerate Qiaonan until now. Last year, he had revealed his intention to punish the hares to his cabinet ministers. Apart from Wen Tian, their attitudes had been vague, showing considerable disapproval. Indeed, the court was beset by internal troubles and external aggression at the time. It simply could not attend to a war in the distant south. No matter how thorny the Kun were, punishing them was something that had to be done. Otherwise, How could he face the tumultuous criticism of court and public? How would future generations judge him as an emperor? Though the Qiaonan emperor had abandoned Annam, Annam was merely a region beyond the pale of civilization, hardly counting as lost territory. But Lianguang was part of the empire handed down from the Taizu emperor, ranked among the 2 capitals and 13 administration commissions. How could it be discarded under his reign? If the court lost 2 provincial administration commissions and did not raise troops to punish the rebels, would not the phrase, "under all heaven, every spot is the sovereign's ground," become a mockery? Would those increasingly arrogant military men still hold the court in any regard? As a monarch, there were some grievances he could not discuss with his ministers. He could only sigh in secret. These days, apart from the Grand Secretariat's decision to levy a Guangdong surtax starting from the 9th year of Changzhen, there was no conclusion on whom to select as commander-in-chief or which troops to mobilize. Even Wen Tian, on whom he had always relied, maintained a rather ambiguous attitude. In his words, he revealed a hope for pacification. Given the court's current situation, pacification might indeed be an option. Yet his intuition told him the Kun appetite was likely enormous, and they would not agree to ordinary conditions. Even if, as the cabinet ministers suggested, he promised them Qiangzhou prefecture, they might not be satisfied. Moreover, ceding territory would cause an uproar in public opinion. The very thought of such a scandalous act against heaven and earth made the emperor shudder. Only by demonstrating the court's power to the Kun would there be any possibility of them accepting pacification. When he considered it, the situation was ridiculous. The eastern barbarians occupied the bitter cold lands of the northeast. Originally, old Narhasai was just a minor personal guard under Li Qingliang, with hundreds of followers and no more than a few dozen armored men. Since his grandfather raised troops in his later years, in merely 20 or 30 years, they had beaten the court into repeated retreats, losing all of Liaodong. As for these Kun, it was said that when they first arrived, they had no more than a few large ships and a few hundred people. They had drifted to Qiangzhou, that remote southern borderland, barely surviving on industry and commerce. Yet now they had trained elite troops and capable generals, sweeping through Lianguang in one fell swoop. His great Ming possessed a vast empire spanning 10,000 li, hundreds of millions of subjects, and thousands of civil and military officials. Yet it could do nothing against these 2 great barbarian groups, one in the north and one in the south, and was forced to consider pacification. At this thought, misery washed over the emperor. He could never understand how the great Ming, which was clearly so powerful, had fallen to such a state. Seeing that he remained silent after dinner, his gaze distant and dazed, concubine Tian knew he was worrying about state affairs again. Fearing that his pent-up grief would cause indigestion, she hurried to divert his attention with conversation, speaking of the divine physician and immortal medicine that had recently become the talk of the capital. Though the capital was grand in scale, its urban environment was far from pleasant, owing to the large population and the perennial sandstorms of the north. In earlier years, when national power was strong and officials were competent, there had been some management of environmental hygiene. But in these final years of the dynasty, with hearts unsettled and social order in chaos, the original management systems existed in name only. In recent years, with the eastern barbarians entering the borders to plunder, a large population had flooded into the city. Infectious diseases ran rampant: diarrhea, coughing, fever. Though such illnesses mainly prevailed among the lower classes who lacked clean drinking water and lived in harsh conditions, high officials and noble personages could not remain immune. Many people had fallen ill, and quite a few officials had taken leave for this reason. However, by 17th century standards, this did not yet qualify as a plague. Concubine Tian's father had also fallen ill, and at one point his condition had grown quite grave, causing her great anxiety. Yet palace rules did not allow concubines to visit their families, not even their own fathers. She could only have medicine prepared from the imperial pharmacy and sent home. Not long ago, her family had finally come to report that her father had recovered. It was said he had taken medicine from a divine physician, and the diarrhea that had been unstoppable had ceased in just 2 days. The medicine prescribed by this divine physician showed remarkable efficacy, particularly for coughing, fever, and diarrhea. Its effects could be called immediate. Thus it had caused an instant sensation in the capital. Even the emperor, deep within the palace, had heard of it. After all, reporting market news was one of the daily duties of the Eastern Depot and the embroidered uniform guard. Changzhen did not take the matter to heart. The capital was gathered with high officials and nobles. Since they were human, they had 7 emotions and 6 desires, as well as 3 disasters and 6 calamities. Thus monks, Taoists, physiognomists, and divine physicians had always been most keen to come to this place of the emperor. The emergence of a living immortal was nothing new. So long as they did not spread fallacies to deceive the crowd, he generally could not be bothered to inquire. When concubine Tian mentioned this, he treated it as after-dinner entertainment, listening casually without paying much attention. But then she said, "This divine physician Zhou's medical skills are indeed superb, especially the medicines he prepares himself. They are effective for almost every symptom, no inferior to the Kun medicine." He suddenly stiffened and demanded, "What did you say?" Concubine Tian had seen the emperor looking gentle, his eyes half closed, his face relaxed and content. She had not expected his expression to turn fierce so abruptly. Her heart filled with fear, and she stammered, "This concubine said that the divine physician's medicine is extremely effective." "No, you said it is no inferior to whose medicine?" Hair. Kun, concubine Tian groaned inwardly. Why had she mentioned this for no reason? Though she was in the harem, through the eunuchs around her and the family members sent by her father to deliver items each month, she knew a thing or two about the current political situation. The Kun were one of the 4 great calamities of the world, written by the emperor on the screen in the palace of heavenly purity. Kun, Kun. Changzhen repeated the term several times. After a long while he asked, "What is the background of this divine physician Zhou? Where did your father find him?" "He was recommended by the new Minister of War, Lord Wang." Concubine Tian dared not conceal it. That would be Wang Yehao, Changzhen thought. After the death of Minister of War Zhang Fengyi, Wang had been handling the ministry's affairs with the title of Left Vice Minister of War. However, the emperor felt he was not a suitable candidate for vice minister, so he had decided to recall Yang Sicheng, who was at home observing mourning, to active duty, overriding the mourning period. At the same time, to allow Wang Yehao to work with peace of mind, he had specially granted him the title of Minister of War. Yet Changzhen had never liked this person. Though Wang had been reasonably competent during his terms as Grand Coordinator of Zhejiang and Left Vice Minister of War, he was a member of the Zhejiang faction. Although he had been stripped of his status by the eunuch faction in the 6th year of Tianqi for submitting a memorial regarding the Wanggongchang explosion, the Zhejiang faction's past of attaching themselves to the eunuch faction made the emperor harbor a grudge against these old members. Monks, Taoists, physiognomists, and physicians who gained great fame in the capital mostly had the backing of gentry and noble families. Without this, they could not establish a foothold. It was not surprising that Wang Yehao was Dr. Zhou's patron. Tian Hongyu was concubine Tian's father, Wang recommending a divine physician to treat his illness and curry favor with the imperial father-in-law was common practice. However, Changzhen was extremely wary of the harem interfering in politics. Wang Yehao's move made him suspect whether this person was plotting to whisper into his ears through concubine Tian. His face immediately darkened. Seeing his expression sour, concubine Tian became even more flustered. Just as she wanted to explain herself, she suddenly remembered her father's advice. When encountering a difficult situation, Stillness was better than movement. She simply remained silent, waiting for others to speak first. Fortunately, the emperor's mood was decent today. Recalling that he himself had initiated the inquiry about the divine physician, the matter seemed unrelated to any plea for influence. His expression quickly relaxed, but he made a mental note regarding Wang Yehao and divine physician Zhou. He reminded himself to have Wu Mengeming investigate the matter carefully tomorrow. What is this divine physician's name? This, your concubine does not know. The family servant only mentioned it in passing when delivering the message. Concubine Tian answered cautiously. She had more or less guessed the emperor's thoughts just now. Let us not discuss this divine physician, Changjin said, shaking his head. You said just now that it works even better than the Kun medicine. Is there hair rebel medicine in the capital? As for the hair rebel medicine circulating in the capital, your concubine knows of 7 or 8 kinds. Most are common household medicines for peace of mind. The most famous ones are huge marching powder and plague-repelling powder. Changjin remembered. During the Jiaxu year examinations of 1634, the embroidered uniform guard had secretly reported that someone had purchased a large quantity of pills and powders to distribute freely to scholars coming to the capital. The main medicine distributed was plague-repelling powder, and it was said the effects were quite good. As for the people distributing the medicine, they were merely some local wealthy households intending to accumulate merit and do good deeds. He had set the matter aside after hearing it. Plague-repelling powder, is that not from a pharmacy in Guang? He said casually, then suddenly caught himself. Did the Kun not originate in Guangdong? So the Kun tentacles had already extended into the capital at that time. End of chapter. Chapter 2648. The Capital Part 4. Yes, the brand is Chen Li Jai, concubine Tian replied. His family's medicines are all sold on commission through Changchun Hall. When Chen Li Jai had entered into a joint venture with the Australians, the shopkeeper had originally intended to open a branch in the capital to sell their various patent medicines. However, the Senate harbored concerns. Chen Li Jai, being a Guangzhou brand, had achieved considerable fame. Should the two sides go to war in the future, a branch in the capital would be difficult to preserve. Thus, through the 5 mountain and sea routes, channel of Runchitang, they secretly acquired a small pharmacy in the capital and renamed it Changchun Hall. While continuing to sell traditional herbal slices, it also carried various pills, powders, ointments and pellets from Chen Li Jai and Runchitang on commission. Within a few years, it had become quite renowned throughout the capital. Every year during the Dragon Boat Festival, the palace prepared peace-of-mind medicines to present to the emperor and the high-ranking consorts of the harem. These were nothing more than cooling remedies, Bezoar resurrection pills and purple gold ingots, meant to address common summer ailments like heat stroke, colds, and diarrhea. Among them was also the plague-repelling powder supplied by Changchun Hall. Changjin felt a flash of annoyance that the Kun medicine had spread so widely, but then he considered that hair rebel goods were already everywhere in the capital. From the harem down to the common people, everyone had come into contact with their wares to some extent. These peace-of-mind medicines were trivial by comparison. Reflecting on books like Notes on Pacifying the Hairs and Guide to Hair Rebel Affairs, which all described the Kun as so intelligent they near demonhood and omnipotent, he felt a secret pang of regret. If only these descendants of Huazia who had drifted overseas could have been employed by the court from the beginning, what need would there have been to worry about the roving bandits remaining unexterminated or the eastern barbarians remaining unpacified? Wang Zund misled the country, he muttered, his expression severe. The sudden vehemence startled concubine Tian. She had no idea who Wang Zund was, but anyone who provoked such thunderous rage from the emperor would surely meet no good end. She dared not speak further and simply remained at his side in silence. After a long while the emperor asked abruptly, "Noble consort, tell me, does your father have property in Guangzhou?" The words struck like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Concubine Tian's heart trembled. Though her knowledge of her father's property holdings was limited, she was well aware of how her warm family members committed misdeeds outside, trading on the status of imperial father-in-law. Under ordinary circumstances, the emperor would simply laugh off such matters if he learned of them. But the addition of the word Guangzhou made this greatly ominous. It seemed he suspected her father of colluding with the Kun. Years ago, at someone's instigation, her father had sent family servants to Guangzhou, claiming they were going to acquire a property. Not only had the venture failed, but the servants sent there had died inexplicably. At first, concubine Tian had paid it little mind. Only later did she learn that the property her father had coveted actually belonged to the Kun. The incident had reportedly caused an uproar throughout Guangzhou city. The Tian family had expended considerable effort to smooth things over. Because of this past event, concubine Tian remained particularly wary whenever anyone mentioned the relationship between the Tian family and Guangzhou. The matter had passed several years ago. Why was the emperor suddenly bringing it up again? Could it be that Cao Huachun and the others were putting eye drops in for her family? Yet whether considering herself or her father, their relationship with the eunuchs was passable. They observed all the usual courtesies, and there was no animosity between the two sides. Could it be the censors outside? While speculating on the emperor's state of mind, she answered carefully, "Your Majesty, this bondservant's maiden family was originally from Shanxi and later moved to Yangzhou. Guangzhou is remote, and we have neither relatives nor friends there. It lies far beyond our reach. How could we possibly acquire property there?" Changzhen had no knowledge that his beloved concubine's maiden family shared such a past with the Kun. His question had been unintentional. He simply wished to learn more about them. Concubine Tian was family, and compared to the formal exchanges between himself and his ministers, she would speak more candidly. "I noticed many Australian goods in the noble consort's palace, which is why I asked," Changzhen said. "Although most hair rebel goods are strange techniques and excessive ingenuity, there is no shortage of items that benefit the country and the people. It is simply a pity they cannot be used by the court." He sighed with evident regret. Observing Changzhen's demeanor, concubine Tian sensed he did not excessively detest the Kun. She was extremely astute and understood the emperor probably harbored thoughts of pacifying and recruiting them. However, she knew his temperament well. Such matters could only be proposed by ministers after speculating his wishes. "Your Majesty, please be at ease," she comforted him gently. "No matter how formidable the Kun may be, surely they too possess hearts that desire fame and profit. As long as they are bound by this, how can the heroes of the world fail to enter your Majesty's trap?" The emperor smiled bitterly. If it could truly be so, that would be good. By now he had formulated a plan in his heart, and he felt much more relaxed. He whispered, "Did the noble consort not mention obtaining a fine flower and bird painting to show me?" The next day, shortly after the noon meal, the emperor summoned Wu Mengeming, commander of the embroidered uniform guard, to the Wying Hall and inquired whether he knew of the divine physician Zhou, who had become quite famous in the capital recently. The embroidered uniform guard maintained the most rigorous surveillance in the capital, with countless eyes and ears everywhere. From the moment divine physician Zhou had made a name for himself, they had taken notice. There is indeed such a person. His name is Zhou Lezhai, and he claims to be from Shanian County, Shaoxing Prefecture, Zhejiang. He currently rents a room at Qiaonan Temple where he practices medicine. In ancient times, most physicians lacked fixed clinics, causing them to travel about ringing bells to solicit business. When business proved good in a particular area, they would sometimes rent quarters for a short stay, often in Buddhist temples or Taoist monasteries. Qiaonan Temple, is that not the Ziyahua Temple in Beijifang? That is exactly the place. Qiaonan Temple was a renowned great temple in the capital. Northeast of its sutra library lay a jujube orchard containing over 1,000 trees. In early summer, the flower fragrance was sweet as honey. In late autumn, the fruits hung red as clouds. This orchard was celebrated as one of Qingxiao Temple's wonders. How long has this person been in the capital? Apart from practicing medicine and selling remedies, has he done anything else? Wu Mengeming wondered what sort of trouble this divine physician Zhou had stirred up to draw the emperor's attention. Since some of his own relatives and friends had received favors from the physician, he intentionally offered a protective account. He entered the capital in April of this year. Ordinarily, he sits in the clinic or makes house calls. In his leisure time, he also goes on excursions. He maintains a wide circle of acquaintances, mostly relatives of patients reciprocating his kindness for curing their ailments. Do you know which family serves as his backer? Wu Mengeming dared not conceal the truth. It is Minister of War Wang Yao. Changzhen nodded, reasonably satisfied with the answer. He then asked, has Master Wang had any recent dealings with Master Tian of the embroidered uniform guard? This question was truly difficult to answer. Sweat instantly beaded on Wu Mengeming's forehead. After a moment's consideration, he reported, because someone in Master Tian's household fell ill, Lord Wang recommended him to attend. Apart from this humble official has observed no other dealings between them. In truth, Wu Mengeming was fudging matters here. The relationship between Wang Yehao and the imperial father-in-law Tian had not merely warmed recently. Since April, when Zhou Lezhai first entered the capital, Wang Yehao had used this divine physician to forge a connection with the Tian family. Divine physician, Zhou had been seeing patients and making house calls for them for half a year now. The relationship between the two families had grown much closer than before. Truthfully, Wu Mengeming could not quite fathom Wang Yehao's sudden eagerness to ingratiate himself with Tian Hongyu. Most ministers kept a respectful distance from imperial relatives like the Tian family. Very few were willing to associate with them. Wang Yehao had already risen to Vice Minister of War with the title of Minister at Court, and had served as Grand Coordinator in the provinces. One could say he had reached the pinnacle of his official career. It was difficult to understand why he had suddenly thought to curry favor with the consort's relatives, especially since the emperor was not someone easily swayed by pillow talk. Fortunately, Changzhen did not pursue this line of questioning further, but turned to another topic. Has anyone come to the capital recently from Assistant Commander Zhang Sen in Fujian? This baffling question left Wu Mengeming stunned. He had no idea who Zhang Sen was. Although an assistant commander held high rank, it was merely a military position within a guard. Without additional duties, it was essentially an empty title for a military man. There were several hundred such individuals throughout the Great Ming. How could Wu Mengeming possibly remember them all? Perhaps Changzhen himself realized the question was poorly framed, for he added, he is the son of the late Vice Commissioner-in-Chief Zheng Zhilong. At the mention of Zheng Zhilong, Wu Mengeming immediately understood. He hurriedly reported, this humble official has no knowledge of this matter. I will dispatch men to investigate and report back to your majesty. Go quickly to investigate and report back. This person has likely traveled to the capital from Fujian, the emperor instructed. Wu Mengeming departed the palace and returned to his yamen, immediately dispatching detectives to make inquiries. Within a few days, word came back. Several Fujian officials had indeed come to the capital. Some were reporting to the Ministry of Personnel after their terms expired. Others had arrived on official business. However, none of these individuals had any connection to the Zheng family. Only after inquiring at the Fujian Guild Hall did they discover that an inspector from the Jiangsu Coastal Defense Vice Prefecture Yamen was in the capital on business. An inspector was an insignificant petty official in the Vice Prefecture Yamen. Generally speaking, such a person would be unlikely to be dispatched to the capital on official business. The detectives also learned from people at the Fujian Guild Hall that he had not visited any government offices to conduct affairs, nor had any officials come to call on him. Yet this person ventured out daily and maintained extensive social connections throughout the capital. What is this person's name? Changzhen asked after hearing Wu Mengeming's report. His name is Qian Taichang. From which year's examination is he a graduate? It is said he is a national university student from the Nanjing Directorate of Education. Changjin thought, that makes sense. Had the man come from a proper civil service examination background, he would be unlikely to run errands for a youth like Zhang Sen, who occupied such an awkward position. This Qian Taichang was probably a private aide whom Zhang Zhilong had cultivated within the Fujian officialdom years ago. Now the emperor grew eager to know where this man had gone and whom he had met in the capital. Zhang Sen's sending him here clearly indicated a hope of gaining imperial support. Changjin wished to see which important officials in the capital this youth, so far away in Fujian, regarded as powerful allies. Wu Mengeming dared conceal nothing, and listed the officials Qian Taichang had visited one by one. Changjin glanced at the list. These individuals were mostly of Fujian origin, and some were old connections of Zhang Zhilong and Zhu Weilian. In truth, Qian Taichang had also called on Cao Huachun and other eunuchs of the Directorate of Ceremonial, but Wu Mengeming had omitted them from the list. What is his purpose in the capital? Changjin found this slightly strange. This Zhang Sen had already inherited the hereditary position, was not yet 20 years old, and possessed no examination degree. Surely he had not come seeking a recommendation for an official post. Moreover, the man had been running about for a month or two and had called on numerous court officials. Evidently, there was a more important matter at hand. This, your humble official has not yet discovered, Wu Mengeming bowed and reported. However, your humble official has already arranged for men to watch him secretly. Should your majesty give the order, we can apprehend him for interrogation. End of chapter. Chapter 2649, The Capital, Part 5, No need to arrest him, have men follow him instead. Watch where he goes, whom he meets, what he says. Report back when you have something definite. Yes, your majesty, this humble official will dispatch men at once. Wu Mengeming marveled inwardly that heaven's will is truly unpredictable. He could not fathom why this petty official from Fujian had piqued the emperor's interest, receiving the kind of surveillance treatment normally reserved for ministers and provincial governors. And Wang Yao, this humble official already has men watching him. Changjin nodded. Have your detectives secretly investigate what connection exists between him and that Zhou Lejia. Yes. Wu Mengeming waited a moment. Seeing the emperor had no further instructions, he retreated several steps, preparing to take his leave, but the emperor stopped him again. Delong Bank, how is its business these days? Wu Mengeming started at the question. Delong Bank was neither particularly large nor especially renowned in the capital. Its fame paled beside the venerable Shanxi houses of the old Shanxi financiers. Yet everyone in the capital knew this bank had connections with the Kun. From the very beginning, Delong's primary business had been silver remittances to and from Guangdong. The journey from the capital to Lianguang stretched thousands of li. To those of limited worldly knowledge, Guangdong might as well mean barbarian territory. Nevertheless, the capital housed a considerable number of Guangdong-born merchants and officials, and the flow of silver between regions was quite substantial. In the past, given the great distances and the difficulty of travel, remittance premiums had been exorbitant, whether sending money from the capital to Guangdong or the reverse. Remitting a single tael of silver to Guangzhou cost 5 or 6 times the fee charged for Jiangnan transfers, sometimes more than 10 times as much. The transfer times were equally protracted, causing no end of inconvenience for Guangdong's gentry and merchants. When Delong opened in the capital, it revolutionized the Lianguang remittance business almost overnight. Their transfers had no ceiling on amounts and charged remarkably low fees. But what the traditional houses found most impossible to match was their speed. For transfers between Guangzhou and the capital, the fastest wire transfer arrived in just 3 days. Such speed was unprecedented. Even the court's 800 li urgent garrison dispatches could not match it. More remarkable still, they offered a cheaper mail transfer that arrived within 10 days. This speed utterly overturned conventional understanding. From Guangzhou to the capital, even a courier officer riding through starlight and sleeping in the saddle, pushing urgently for official business, required at least 9 days. DeLong's money transactions were also impeccably clear and precise. Before long, they had completely monopolized silver remittances between the capital and Guangzhou. The gentry and merchants of Lianguang praised them effusively, and many northern merchants began using DeLong as their funding channel for ventures south into Guangdong. Those great rats who had already sniffed out that the ship of state was leaking also used DeLong to quietly funnel their embezzled and extorted silver southward, building themselves new nests of comfort. This north-south remittance business later expanded to include transfers between the two capitals, Beijing and Nanjing, and soon became DeLong's largest enterprise. The service continued even after the fall of Lianguang. Only as a matter of throwing dust in people's eyes did they discontinue the wire transfers. The mail transfer between Lianguang and the capital, however, remained open, with the time extended to 1 month. War was cited as the natural reason. Everyone understood perfectly well whether Manager Ling of DeLong was colluding with the heirs, but all maintained a tacit silence. After all, who would want to block such a convenient channel? Besides, Manager Ling was known in the capital's business circles as a man with hard backers, not only officials from Lianguang, but great eunuchs from the palace itself. So although Guangzhou had fallen nearly 2 years ago, and quite a few people had accused DeLong of colluding with the heirs, in pursuit of wealth and status during that time, every single accuser had died under unclear circumstances. Wu Mengeming had no desire to wade into such murky waters. Now that the emperor had suddenly inquired about this, a torrent of thoughts raced through Wu Mengeming's mind. Could someone have spoken directly to the emperor? And the matter was too weighty for a careless answer. He merely followed the emperor's line of inquiry and replied, "This humble official does not know. It is a bank, after all. Whether business is good or poor cannot be judged from outside appearances. Allow this humble official to return and investigate thoroughly." Changzhen fixed Wu Mengeming with an unblinking stare for a long while, watching until cold sweat beaded on the man's back. Only then did he lower his voice to a murmur that barely reached their 2 pairs of ears. "This matter must be kept secret. We have heard that someone among the inner officials has a connection with this bank. Go investigate and report back. You need not inform the Eastern Depot about this matter. Handle it in secret." Hearing this, Wu Mengeming's legs began to tremble. He felt as though he had suddenly stepped to the edge of a precipice. One wrong word, and dismissal and punishment would be the least of it. He might not keep his life. Wu Mengeming could not remember how he left or how he returned to his yamen. Back in his signing room, the other errands were easy enough to handle, but this investigation of the bank was impossibly thorny. Wu Mengeming knew a thing or two about DeLong Bank. Manager Ling hailed from Guangdong and had originally been a nobody, a fledgling, in the capital. Somehow he had found a way to ingratiate himself with Eunuch Yang, the director of the Bell and Drum Bureau in the palace, and through that connection had gained a foothold in the capital. Also because of Eunuch Yang's patronage, many of the palace's great eunuchs had deposited silver in this bank. Investigating DeLong or Lang Ningyun posed no difficulty in itself, but the emperor's parting words, "No need to inform the Eastern Depot," that was the most terrifying part. The Eastern Depot was the emperor's own domestic slave. As His Majesty's most trusted director of ceremonial and admiral of the Eastern Depot, Superintendent Qiaonan was privy to the most intimate imperial secrets. Although Wu Mengeming was also a close minister upon whom the emperor relied, he still had to defer to Superintendent Cao's authority. For the emperor to now command him to handle it in secret revealed that His Majesty had conceived doubts about Qiaonan. If Wu Mengeming protected the eunuchs in his report, the emperor would inevitably suspect him of colluding with them. But if he reported truthfully, Eunuch Yang was the director of the Bell and Drum Bureau. Though his rank was not as exalted as eunuchs of the Directorate of Ceremonial or the Directorate of Imperial Horses, he was still one of the managing great eunuchs of the 24 Yamen and an apprentice of Gao Shiming. Palace connections were deeply intertwined. Once Eunuch Yang was investigated because of this, Wu Mengeming would have mortally offended the eunuchs of the inner court. He knew that Eunuch Yang had been currying favor with Wang Dihua in recent years. If he offended Wang Dihua through this affair, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wu Mengeming's back was slick with sweat. He paced his signing room for what felt like hours. He felt he should discuss this with Cao Huachun, regardless of Cao's reaction, at least to give him advance warning. But the emperor had specifically cautioned him. If His Majesty discovered, then it struck him. The emperor had only instructed him not to inform the Eastern Depot. As long as he did not explicitly raise this matter with Cao Huachun, he would remain within bounds. Since Eunuch Yang had a relationship with the bank, he would naturally have to avoid him. But Wang Dihua was not an obstacle. Eunuch Yang had long attached himself to Wang Dihua. Presumably, he had shared a portion of De Long's profits with his patron. If Wu Mengeming let slip even a whisper of this to Wang Dihua, the man would understand immediately. As for how to handle matters specifically, Eunuch Yang would surely send someone to negotiate. With this strategy taking shape in his mind, he felt somewhat steadier. He immediately summoned several of his most capable subordinates and whispered his instructions. The winter night in the capital was bitterly cold, cutting to the bone. Save for the very few who had no choice but to run about earning their livelihood, and the patrol officers and watchmen making their routine rounds, ordinary folk who still had roofs over their heads had long since retreated into their homes. The streets lay empty and desolate. Yet amid this cold and bleak cityscape, at the western intersection of Huguosi and the capital, one courtyard blazed with light. This was the famous Liuquanju restaurant. The establishment had opened during the long-king reign of the Great Ming. Even now in the Changjian era, it stood as a century-old institution. The restaurant's street frontage was modest, just 3 rooms wide. Compared to other grand restaurants, it appeared rather common, but inside was another world entirely. Its backyard was broad and spacious, possessing a touch of pastoral charm within the city's confines. A great willow tree, over 100 years old, stood in the courtyard, and beneath it bubbled a clear spring whose waters were pure and sweet. The proprietor used this spring water to brew yellow wine that was mellow in taste and overflowing with fragrance. Diners called it Jade Spring Fine Wine. Besides the willow tree, the spring water, and the yellow wine, Liuquanju was most famous for its plaque having been inscribed by Yan Song himself. This made it quite celebrated in the capital. High officials and nobles came here endlessly for banquets, gathering day and night to exchange cups and drink merrily. At this moment, within a private room in the backyard's wing, a dispelling cold banquet was in progress. This was not a formal official banquet, merely a casual gathering of colleagues and friends. The guests were mostly officials and private secretaries from the Shunchen Prefecture Yamen, totaling 15 or 16 persons. The table was laden with an array of appetizers to accompany the wine: pickled fish, preserved eggs, drunken crabs, dried meat, vegetables, dried and fresh fruits, everything imaginable, over 20 varieties in all. Fine wines of various kinds had also been prepared. The fire walls in the private room were all heated. Outside, the cold wind bit cruelly, but inside it was warm as spring. The guests exchanged toasts and composed poems, thoroughly enjoying themselves. The middle-aged scholar seated in the place of honor was none other than Zhang Kai, the Shunchen Prefecture Yin. Zhang Kai had an upright reputation in officialdom, known for managing subordinates strictly while treating the common people with leniency. The emperor himself had praised him as a choice example of clean self-discipline and devotion to public duty. Though he bore a reputation for uprightness and integrity, a man in officialdom could not afford to be blindly rigid and unyielding. Social engagements were also indispensable. Work, Today's dispelling cold banquet was his own initiative, meant to reward and comfort his subordinate officials and private secretaries. Just as the gathering reached its liveliest, Zhang Kai's personal attendant suddenly entered and whispered something in his ear. The colleagues at the table saw his brows furrow slightly. They all fell silent and looked toward him. Zhang Kai signaled the long-serving attendant to withdraw, then beckoned the private secretary in charge of criminal justice to approach. He whispered a few instructions. Arrange for men to investigate tomorrow. Report to me the moment there is news. Yes, this student will make arrangements immediately. After speaking, the advisor took his leave and departed from the table. After the advisor had gone, seeing everyone's eyes upon him, Zhang Kai addressed the room. Everyone here is from the Shunshan Prefecture Yamen. This student will not play coy with you all. A case has just occurred. I'm afraid we shall be quite busy tomorrow. Everyone exchanged uneasy glances. A case that warranted the Shunshan Prefecture Yin's personal inquiry had to be a major and serious matter. They all held their breath, waiting for what he would say next. End of chapter. Chapter 2650. The Capital Part 6. Zhang Kai said nothing but pointed to a bottle of Guoshi Wushwang resting on the wine table. A chill passed through everyone present. They understood at once that he was not pointing at the wine itself, but at what it represented. A report came from the Yamen just now. There's been trouble at Delong Bank today. Apparently, the manager has vanished without a trace. This afternoon they suspended all remittance services to Guangdong. Zhang Kai paused, letting the words settle. By tomorrow there will likely be long queues outside Delong's doors. The stewards of every great household are going to have their hands full. He's a grown man. How does someone simply disappear in broad daylight? Could he be hiding? The last time Delong nearly collapsed, he only went missing for a few days. But things have been calm lately. Why would he vanish now? Hard to say. Speculation swirled, and no one could make sense of it. When news of Guangzhou's fall had arrived, Delong Bank had similarly shown signs of instability, nearly triggering a run on its holdings. Shunshan Prefecture had been forced to dispatch men to protect the establishment and maintain order. Yet somehow, that atmosphere of unease had dissipated like smoke in the wind. Zhang Kai had not yet been appointed Shunshan Prefecture Yin at the time, but he had heard the general story. Because this bank entangled too many high officials and nobles, especially eunuchs within the palace, the matter had ultimately been left to settle on its own. When Zhang Kai first assumed the post of Prefecture Yin, he had paid considerable attention to the bank. Yet Delong had always conducted itself with discretion and rigor. Apart from visiting clients at their residences, the manager and his clerks seldom ventured out. The gates were heavily guarded. Outsiders could not even approach, let alone overhear a word of what transpired inside. Maintaining local security was among the most important duties of Shunshan Prefecture. Over time, seeing that Delong made no unusual moves and receiving no decrees from the court, Zhang Kai had gradually allowed his vigilance to lapse. He had never expected a case like this to erupt so suddenly. There was no question about it. By tomorrow his desk would be buried under calling cards, each one requesting that he help investigate this matter. And not just his desk. The warden's office of the 5 wards, the Eastern Depot, the embroidered uniform guard, practically any yamen in the capital with jurisdiction over thieves and public security would receive the same. If the matter was handled poorly, it would likely reach the emperor's ears. At this thought, Zhang Kai lost all appetite for drinking. He instructed his subordinates and private secretaries to continue enjoying themselves, while he slipped quietly out of Liuquanju with his attendants, returning to the Shunshan Prefecture Yamen by sedan chair. The clerk on duty saw the Prefecture Yin return unexpectedly and scrambled to his feet to greet him. Zhang Kai glanced at the items spread across the table, his expression growing darker still. Wasting no words, he asked, "Is Judge Lord Liu here?" Lord Liu went home at the sounding of the first watch. "Send someone to Lord Liu's residence immediately. Tell him I request his return to the Yamen at once." The clerk dared not delay. He agreed hastily and hurried off. The private secretary in charge of criminal justice, standing beside Zhang Kai, spoke up. "Master, it is nearly the third watch already. Whatever this matter is, surely it can wait until tomorrow morning. Why summon Lord Liu in the middle of the night? It's pitch dark, we cannot conduct investigations anyway. No, arrangements must be made before dawn." Zhang Kai's voice was low and urgent. "There are too many powerful figures in this capital. The disappearance of a single manager Leng, who knows how many will be implicated. A great many people will lose sleep tonight." He turned toward the door. "Bring the man here, I will question him personally." What had driven him back to the Yamen was not merely the rumor of DeLong's troubles, but another piece of news, more unexpected and far more troubling. This news, to some degree, confirmed the whispers of Leng Ningyun's disappearance. Moments later, the bailiffs brought in the man who had reported the case. Zhang Kai studied him. The fellow looked impoverished, dressed in a short hemp garment patched so many times it resembled quail feathers. Over this he wore a sheepskin vest, and his calves were wrapped in sheepskin leggings, the attire of a carter who traveled long distances. "What is your name?" Zhang Kai asked. The carter was already overwhelmed. He had never set foot in such a grand yamen before. Now in this pitch-dark hall lit only by a single bean-sized lamp, a sternly dressed official in red robes and cap sat at the center like the city god enshrined in a temple. The man was frightened half out of his wits. Kneeling on the ground, he shivered uncontrollably, unable to utter a single word. The bailiff beside him delivered a kick, demanding a response. "Do not frighten him. Let him answer calmly." Zhang Kai instructed the bailiff, then addressed the carter again. "This official is the Shunchen Prefecture Yin. Since you have come to report a case, do not delay, speak." "Yes, yes." The carter finally gathered himself. He began his account in a rush. "This small one is named Jiang Quanwang. I make my living driving carts. Yesterday evening I went a Hadian to haul goods. It was nearly dark, about 4 or 5 li from Zizhaimen, when I came upon bandits blocking the road." To say they were blocking his road was not quite accurate. Rather, it was the large cart ahead of him that had been set upon by bandits. Though twilight hung low and visibility was poor, the sounds of fighting carried clearly through the dusk. Jiang Quanwang naturally dared not advance. Fortunately, his cart was empty and easy to maneuver, so he immediately drove his mule off the main road and took temporary refuge in the graveyard beside it. After a while, I heard a group of horses gallop past on the main road, heading northwest. Only after they had passed did I bring my cart back onto the road. He had traveled less than 2 li when he spotted an overturned carriage by the roadside. This was no ordinary flatbed cart used for both goods and passengers, nor one of the mule carts commonly hired for long-distance travel. It was a 4-wheeled Australian carriage, the kind that had only become fashionable in recent years. Comfortable to ride in and handsome in appearance, such carriages had quickly become popular among the capital's wealthy households. Some rental agencies had even begun purchasing them to offer for hire. In short, those who rode in Australian carriages were either rich or noble. Greed stirred in Jiang Quanwang's heart. He wondered if there might be some windfall to claim from the wreckage. Without hesitation, he climbed down from his cart and groped his way over. There were 4 corpses in and around the carriage. Blood covered the ground and swords had been left behind. Even now, Jiang Quanwang's voice trembled as he recounted this. He had rummaged through the carriage and the bodies, managing to collect a few small items and several taels of silver. He had thought himself fortunate, a small windfall in the night. But when he reached Zizhaimen, the soldiers at the gate noticed bloodstains on his clothing and detained him on the spot. After some interrogation, he was transferred to Shunchen Prefecture. Master, this person was not killed by me. I should not have let greed blind me into searching the bodies, but I swear I never raised a hand against anyone." Jiang Quanwang knocked his forehead against the floor repeatedly, begging for mercy. He had already suffered considerably at the city gate, and now in Shunchen Prefecture Yamen, terror had loosened his bladder. If a murder case involving 4 deaths was pinned on him, it would mean eternal damnation and the executioner's blade. Zhang Kai ignored his pleas and turned to the private secretary handling criminal affairs. Has Wamping County sent anyone to survey the scene? When this man was caught entering the city, the gates were about to close. Once the gates of the capital were sealed, no one could unlock them to enter or exit without a special decree. The scene survey would have to wait until morning. But there would be travelers on the main road at first light, carts and people coming and going along the official highway. In these lean times, the poor were bold. 9 out of 10 who spotted an overturned carriage would do exactly as Jiang Quanwang had done and help themselves to whatever they could carry. If they arrived too late, even the carriage itself might be gone. At that moment, someone announced that Judge Liu had arrived. Zhang Kai ordered the bailiffs to take Jiang Quanwang to the prison for custody and gave final instructions to the private secretary. Go to the prison yourself, question him thoroughly. Do not let a single detail slip by from beginning to end. Yes, I will go at once. The private secretary took his orders and departed. Meanwhile, Shunqin Prefecture Judge Liu Yike had already entered. Judge Liu had been dragged from his warm bedding in the dead of night and arrived nursing a bellyful of resentment. Though a judge was subordinate to the prefecture yin, both were court-appointed officials with no formal distinction of rank, so he came wearing a long face. What urgent matter requires handling duty at this hour? He grumbled. Yet Zhang Kai had a reputation for being upright and incorruptible, and Liu Yike knew better than to test that bad luck. After a perfunctory greeting, Zhang Kai dispensed with ceremony and briefed him on the situation. As he listened, Liu Yike's dissatisfaction only deepened. Cases of travelers and carriages being robbed and murdered were hardly rare these days. Though the capital was proclaimed the place of supreme goodness of the great Ming, its public security left much to be desired. Robbery and murder occurred not only on the official roads outside the city walls, but within the city itself, even within the imperial parks. 9 times out of 10, such cases ended without the murderer ever being apprehended. Even after Zhang Kai, known far and wide for his integrity, had taken office, he had not fundamentally reversed the situation, only improved it slightly. The prefecture yin's meaning is, as soon as the city gates open tomorrow, you will take men to survey the scene. Zhang Kai's tone brooked no argument. This case is of the utmost importance. The emperor himself may inquire about it. At these words, Liu Yike finally became alert. Who exactly is involved in this case? Manager Leng of DeLong. Him. Only now did Liu Yike grasp the gravity of the matter. DeLong was entangled not only with the Kun, but also with powerful figures throughout the capital and within the palace itself. If something had happened to this man, an earthquake would soon shake the entire city. He pressed urgently, "This manager Leng." Zhang Kai produced a bundle wrapped in coarse cloth, opened it, and spread its contents across the table. These were the scattered items Jiang Quanwang had scavenged from the victims. A few pieces of broken silver, a portable ink box, an abacus, a stack of bosom paper, a small tin medicine box, mostly the sort of things carried by men traveling on business. When the medicine box was opened, it revealed an unassuming small seal carved from ox horn. The inscription was in obscure bird seal script, but Zhang Kai recognized it immediately. It was simply the character, Yun. Zhang Kai had seen this cipher seal before. It was the one Leng Ningyun carried on his person at all times. Combined with the fact that both the ink box and abacus bore the words DeLong Bank, he had concluded that the robbed carriage and its murdered occupants not only included people from DeLong, but was also connected to Leng Ningyun himself. This alone could not confirm that Leng Ningyun had met with misfortune, but the discovery of this cipher seal made it highly likely that he had been in that carriage. This small ox horn seal is Manager Leng's personal cipher. He carries it with him at all times. So, Liu Yike began. Precisely, Zhang Kai nodded. The situation remains unclear. Brother, I need you to survey the scene. I will send more men to Delong to make inquiries. If Manager Ling is safe and sound, so much the better. Otherwise, I fear we will both have quite the headache. I will go the moment the sky lightens." Liu Yike showed none of his earlier reluctance. "I'll bring a few experienced hands from the fast squad." End of chapter. Chapter 2651. The Capital, Part 7, Baiaju Escort Agency, was known as Bioheng during the late Ming Dynasty. Legend holds that the term Baiaju was first popularized by the Australians in Qiaonan Prefecture. As for why Bio, standard mark, came to be written as Bio dart weapon, no one knows the true origin. Ask anyone in the escort trade and you will receive a different answer. Some claim that protecting and delivering goods is the bio target. Thus the goods cart is called a bio cart, and losing the cargo is called losing the bio. Others insist the Kun people, being less educated, confused the two similar sounds without distinguishing their meanings. So over time the characters became interchangeable. Still others say that Southerners race dragon boats each spring and award brocade flags to the victors, called Jinbio, Golden Standard Championship. And defending the title the following year is called Bayabio, defending the standard, meaning to guard the prize, hence the term Bayabio, bodyguard. Opinions vary widely and none agree. The original reason is lost to history. Kiwei Escort Agency's outer counter in Beijing operated under the name Helian Sheng. Having been established only recently, it remained a small escort agency, wholly owned and authorized by Kiwei internally. Outwardly, of course, the owner was recorded as a local of the capital. The reason for not using the Kiwei Escort Agency signboard was simple. The name Kiwei, originating from enemy-occupied Guangdong, carried too much sensitivity. To avoid potential danger, the Beijing outer counter had to sever all visible ties with Kiwei and eliminate any trace of Australian influence. Helian Sheng Escort Agency's management structure differed markedly from Kiwei's modernized reformed system. Instead, it employed the most traditional hierarchy: chief escort, escort masters, and porters, simple and clear. This distinction was deliberate, designed to wash away any Australian color from Helian Sheng's operations. The total staff numbered just over 50. Among them, only 3 escort masters with formal establishment status had transferred from Guangzhou. The rest were locally recruited escort households and martial artists. Helian Sheng's primary function was to undertake freight transport, ensuring that Kiwei's escort masters and large carts arriving in Beijing would not return empty or travel without cargo. At the same time, it conducted various related businesses of its own. Kiwei's most vital purpose, however, was to provide limited support for expatriate personnel stationed across the region and for Delong Bank. Kiwei Escort Agency's core businesses included convoy escorts, cart transportation, inns, and warehouses. All these enterprises shared a common requirement. They depended on stable conditions and unobstructed official roads. While the escort trade was founded on martial prestige, it could only establish a true foothold through official prestige, whether that prestige came from the regional commanders of the Great Ming or the commanders of the Australian Song. When escort agencies ran convoys, success hinged on making friends. Friends could cooperate, and cooperation could yield mutual benefit. Escort masters and robbers were not enemies but partners of a sort. In troubled times, with roving bandits scurrying across the land and the ruler of every territory constantly changing, there could be no stable robbers, and without stable robbers there were no stable friends. Without friends, one could not protect the escort silver. These days, the Great Ming's situation grew increasingly tense. Bandit troubles erupted one after another throughout the realm. Roving bandits and brigands often gathered by the tens of thousands, blocking roads and severing trade routes. The escort industry was a product of commodity circulation. Escorts traveled with merchants. Where trade routes went, escort routes followed. If the trade routes were cut, the escort routes vanished. If Kiwei's escort routes were broken, Liansheng's business would inevitably suffer. The compounding of these unfavorable factors had brought Liansheng's medium and long-distance escort operations to a near standstill, and business grew more depressed by the month. Especially over the past 2 years, the escort routes had contracted so severely that they could reach only as far as Tianjin and Tangzhou. Even the counties under Shunqian Prefecture's jurisdiction, anywhere slightly remote, had become inaccessible. Business contraction forced them to downsize and reduce personnel. Relying on DeLong Bank and its affiliated enterprises, they took on side work, cash transport, sitting watch in shops and guarding courtyards. Late autumn, noon. Inside Beijing's walls stood a Xiaoyao of 3 courtyards with side annexes. This compound served both as Liansheng's storehouse and as the residence of Chief Escort Li Rufeng. In the bedroom, Li Rufeng sat upright in a grand chair. Before him on the square table lay a pistol. Beside it, a piece of velvet cloth had been spread out, its surface scattered with the disassembled parts of another revolver. This type of revolver, weighing 2 jin and firing nitrated paper integrated cartridges, was called hard in the waist or fast horse iron by Qiwei's escort masters, an allusion suggesting that a man cannot be soft below the navel. Only when hard can he hold his waist up. Li Rufeng wiped the mechanism with careful attention, cleaning each part thoroughly before applying a layer of gun oil. Then with practiced deftness, he reassembled and combined the whole weapon. His movements were gentle, as though he were tending to his most intimate lover. The maintained revolver gleamed with the distinctive somber sheen of bluing, revealing an industrial beauty. Li Rufeng nodded with satisfaction. His gun was immaculate, as pristine as if it had just left the factory, without a trace of carbon deposits or rust. In truth, since this weapon had been issued to him, it had never once been fired. This was not because Li Rufeng lacked skill with firearms. He had always been an accurate shot, capable of firing with either hand. Escort masters viewed shooting as a martial art, just as they viewed archery on horseback. Within Qiwei Escort Agency alone, differing regional postings had given rise to several schools. The Australian Divine Machine Method, the Lingao Flying Smoke and Flowing Fire Art, and the Sun Family 24-Style Continuous Gun Method. Though a unified shooting manual existed internally, the cryptic terms, common names, and schools that these escort masters created for themselves, along with their deliberately cultivated air of mystery, had already merged into Qiwei's bloodline. This lore had become part of Qiwei Escort Agency's Jianghu culture and would one day provide rich material for legendary novels. But since arriving in Beijing, Li Rufeng had not conducted any shooting training. One could not fire guns on Beijing's ground. Moreover, the pistol itself was dangerous trouble. It would expose his connection to the Australians. 2 Australian fast guns were sometimes more coveted than gold and silver. Perhaps no one would rob money, but someone would certainly rob guns. This rendered the famous 6-sound continuous gun into nothing more than a deaf man's ear in Shunqian Prefecture, a mere decoration. Li Rufeng smeared grease on both pistols, wrapped them in oil paper, opened a secret compartment in the room, and placed them inside. This signaled that he would not be using these weapons in the near term. Contrary to his name, Rufeng implied a Confucian, scholarly style. Li Rufeng possessed not a trace of scholarly refinement. His thick beard spread out in wild tangles, his strong muscles knotted beneath his skin, and his entire bearing was as thick and heavy as a rectangular wall. At 27, he could easily pass for 37, perfectly fitting his persona as a crude martial artist. A rapid knocking broke the silence, followed by a voice beyond the door. "Master, old Father Wu from Master Leng's household has arrived. He is drinking tea in the guest hall and says there is an urgent matter. He wishes to see you immediately." Li Rufeng's brow furrowed. Liansheng maintained open business dealings with Leng Ningyun, but the two sides avoided intimate association to escape prying eyes and ears. Wu Kaidi served as Leng Ningyun's personal steward, commonly called stand-in manager Leng, or Leng Ningyun's shadow, and rarely left his master's side. His personal arrival could only mean something significant had occurred. A trace of ominous premonition stirred in Li Rufeng's chest. Li Rufeng strode quickly into the main living room. The moment he crossed the threshold, he saw Wu Kaidi standing there, his face pale as paper. The steward's eyes were dull, and cold sweat had soaked through his robe. His lips trembled as he struggled to steady his mind. After a long moment, he managed to control his emotions enough to speak. Escort head Li, men from Wanping County and Shunshan Prefecture came just now. They found corpses of Master Leng's followers on the road outside the capital. From the clothing and personal effects, they identified the dead as clerks from DeLong, and they want me to go identify them. Manager Leng went out yesterday and has not returned. I fear something terrible has happened, so I came to ask the chief escort to accompany me. Master Leng, I fear he is gone. His voice could not help but tremble. Hearing this, Li Rufeng's right eyelid twitched violently several times. He stood silent for a moment, then called out to the fellows beyond the door, "Prepare the horses. I have business and will be going out with old Father Wu." He swept a cloak over his shoulders and strode toward the door, speaking to Wu Kaidi as he moved. "Old Wu, tell me everything as we walk." Wu Kaidi started, then hurried to follow. Li Rufeng reached the floral pendant gate and paused suddenly, looking up in thought. After a moment he said to the attendant, "Go summon Sanyingzi to come with me." The winter morning in Beijing was sheathed in frost, the cold cutting to the bone. Yet colder than that sharp frost was the chill in Li Rufeng's heart. By the official road in the capital's suburbs, 4 corpses lay side by side next to an overturned carriage. Without need for much identification, Wu and Li recognized them immediately as Leng Ningyun's guards and personal page boys. Dozens of bailiffs and archers stood guard around the bodies. The coroner had already examined the dead and was filling out the corpse inspection form. Wu Kaidi stepped aside and spoke in a low voice to the leading inspector. "Your Honor has labored hard on my master's behalf. I fear there will be further trouble for you in the days ahead. Here is a small token of appreciation, just to weigh down your Honor's hand. I hope you will not refuse." He extended a red silk packet. The inspector felt its weight and knew it contained a stack of Australian silver dollars. Joy flickered in his heart. Raising his eyebrows and composing his expression into solemnity, he replied, "Valued housekeeper, please be at ease. Master Leng is a kind-hearted man. The fortunate are blessed by heaven. We brothers were patrolling here and discovered this matter. How could we wash our hands of it? If there is any use for us in the future, whether through water or fire, we shall not refuse with half a word." He tucked the red silk packet into his robe. Wu Kaidi nodded. "We wish to examine the scene here. I hope your Honor can make that convenient." The inspector glanced at Li Rufeng and gave a curt nod. "The county magistrate and the judge will arrive shortly. For a case of this magnitude, the county magistrate must handle it personally, and Shunshan Prefecture will also make inquiries. Once the judge arrives, we will be unable to intervene. The valued housekeeper must be quick." He waved his hand and the archers dispersed, clearing an open space. Wu Kaidi turned and nodded to Li Rufeng. Face cold and hard, Li Rufeng first examined the corpses, then paced around the perimeter searching for clues, occasionally squatting to study the ground more closely. Behind him, a woman wrapped in hood and cloak followed his every step. After a moment, Li Rufeng asked in a low voice, "What does Sanyingzi think?" The woman stood 7 kai tall and moved with an agile bearing. At Li Rufeng's question, she paused. A gust of autumn wind swept past, lifting her cloak to reveal a pair of willow leaf double sabers at her waist, their guards rimmed with tsuba and their handles wrapped in sharkskin. She spoke softly. "The attackers used horse arrows. The wounds are clean and smooth, good steel, sharp heads. The arrow wounds struck chest and face. The bandits' archery was precise. These must be men who train relentlessly for accuracy." After shooting, they retrieved the arrowheads. The hoof prints beside the corpses and the wheel ruts are lingering and messy. There should have been 3 horses. Ordinary travelers rushing along their way would never linger like this. Most likely, these were the bandits' mounts. Short knives and bows are not difficult to obtain, but a single good horse costs over 100 taels of fine silk silver. One must possess considerable means to afford such. These are no ordinary highwaymen. End of chapter. Chapter 2652. The Capital, Part 8. The woman nodded but offered no reply. Li Rufeng continued. There's a broken tree by the roadside. The bandits must have lain in wait for Master Leng's carriage, then hauled down the trunk to block the path. Archers positioned on both sides loosed their arrows in unison, cutting down the guards. Once the killing was done, they dragged the tree aside and took Mr. Leng along with the draft horses, but left the carriage and the corpses where they fell. Robbery and murder on the official road in broad daylight. 10 years ago, such a thing would have been unthinkable. Now it was commonplace. Most passers-by dared not intervene, even when screams and the clash of weapons reached their ears. Since Mr. Leng's body isn't among the dead, he's most likely still alive, the woman said. Return immediately and interrogate the Leng residence servants. We need the sequence of events while memories are fresh. If we delay, the government office will detain them as witnesses before we can speak with them. Li Rufeng felt as though he had stepped off the edge of an abyss, tumbling endlessly through infinite darkness, sinking. If this had been a straightforward kidnapping for ransom, it would have been simple enough to handle. Whether paying for his release or tracking down the hideout, neither posed great difficulty. Such bandits followed predictable patterns. By tracing the tongues and bird listeners, combined with the capital's various connections, they could always uncover leads, but the evidence at the scene told a different story. These were no ordinary kidnappers. They had acted with deliberate purpose. If that was true, their next move after seizing Manager Leng would be to vanish. In this vast Northland, finding one man was like searching for a needle in a haystack. The chances of rescuing Leng Ningyun alive were less than 1 in 10, and if his captors had spirited him into the mountainous regions north of the capital, there would be no hope of rescue at all. The greater mystery was why Manager Leng had suddenly appeared on the road to Hadian. Apart from his monthly trips to Tianjin, he almost never left the capital these days, and whenever he did travel, he always notified Helian Sheng to dispatch escort masters for protection. Even Wu Kaidi had no knowledge of his whereabouts. It made no sense. Leng Ningyun was no reckless youth. He was known for his caution and meticulous care in daily affairs. Li Rufeng could not fathom what circumstance could have driven him to venture out so carelessly. Li Rufeng glanced at the woman beside him. At present, the only escort masters stationed in the capital were himself and her. Female escort masters were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, whether in the great Ming or in Lingao, and golden phoenix Liao Sanyang stood foremost among them. He drew in a long, bitter breath of cold air. The Senate was too far away. They could not wait for rescue from that quarter. In this world beyond the Senate's reach, they had only themselves. Shunshan Prefecture Judge Liu Yike, wrapped in a sable cloak from beyond the pass, was still shivering despite his furs, the north wind sweeping down the main road cut to the bone. He tugged down his eye veil and surveyed the scene, the fast squad bailiffs bustling about, the whomping magistrate standing off to the side with a blank expression, knowing nothing useful. A secret irritation kindled in Liu Yike's chest. What had possessed this man surnamed Leng to venture outside the city walls in such bitter cold? DeLong's people were already at the scene. That went without saying. Their intelligence network was swifter than even the Shunshan Prefecture Yin's. They had likely arrived the moment the city gates opened. Of course, Judge Liu harbored no resentment toward them. After all, DeLong had never once failed to deliver their share of the 3 festivals and 2 birthdays gifts over the years. That courtesy, at least, deserved acknowledgement. The coroner finished filling out the corpse examination form. Afterward, the whomping magistrate approached to inquire, might DeLong be permitted to claim the bodies? Have them sign a bond and claim the corpses, Liu Yike instructed. But they must not bury them yet. in case someone else needs to examine the remains. Yes, Your Honor. Also, send all physical evidence seized at the scene to the Shunshan Prefecture Yamen and have the carriage brought back for inspection. Liu Yike wanted nothing more than for this wretched field survey to end. He could hardly bear the freezing cold any longer. Upon returning to the Shunshan Prefecture Yamen, Liu Yike reported the survey details to Zhang Kai point by point and handed over all the evidence collected from the carriage and the corpses. The carriage has also been brought back. It's parked in the stable. Were DeLong's people present at the scene? Zhang Kai asked. They were. The corpses have been claimed under bond. Master, we should summon the witnesses, the private secretary reminded him. Zhang Kai considered for a moment, then shook his head. No hurry, let us wait a while. After all, this was a major case, and the interrogation would sweep in a wide net of people. Witnesses were the ATM machines for the clerks and bailiffs. Once summoned and locked into the detention room, they would be squeezed for every copper. It was common enough for a victim's family to be ruined or bankrupted over a homicide case. Neither Zhang Kai nor Liu Yike cared particularly whether DeLong or the Leng family met such a fate. But DeLong had been established in the capital for several years now, holding deposits from countless high officials and nobles, handling remittances across the realm. If it suddenly collapsed due to this case, if its operational turnover failed, the consequences would be catastrophic. Even someone as upright as Zhang Kai had to weigh the implications and grant DeLong a buffer to make arrangements. Moreover, judging from Liu Yike's survey, 9 chances out of 10 this was not the work of ordinary thieves. Certain powers were likely pulling strings behind the scenes. Using the resources of Shunshan Prefecture to investigate would mean constraints from every direction, and the case might never be resolved. It would be far more expedient to let DeLong spend its own silver hiring people to investigate. With their financial might and social network in the capital, this was no difficult task. In the living room of Heliansheng, several core members of the Beijing station sat facing the 2 leading escort masters of the establishment. Dim light filtered through the willow-leaf lattice of the partition door, drawing slanting rays across the room. Countless motes of dust drifted through the beams, lending the air a turbid, oppressive quality. The atmosphere pressed down with terrible weight. Only an occasional cough broke the silence, revealing a trace of life within. Li Rufeng's body was pressed against the back of his official's hat chair. His left hand absently stroked the beard beneath his chin, while his right rested loosely on the armrest. 2 walnuts rolled against each other in his palm, their grinding contact producing a continuous, grating creak. After a prolonged silence, Li Rufeng fixed his gaze on Wu Kaidi, staring hard into his eyes. His voice was slow and measured. Old Wu, those of us in Qiwei have handled errands for the senators more than once or twice. We're all trusted attendants. We've never made a mistake. This is Beijing City, the center of the world, the heart of the metropolitan area. It has every strategic advantage and solid defenses. The city prohibitions are the strictest in the realm. By day there is the warden's office of the 5 wards, by night, the patrol battalion. They make their rounds ceaselessly. The various wards and alleys have military patrol stations, each with its heads and firemen to maintain order. Though the Great Ming is in decline and there have been disturbances and thefts in the capital of late, as long as one remains within the city walls, there will be no grave mishaps. Bandits dare not strike inside the city for precisely this reason. Li Rufeng coughed before continuing. Therefore, the rule of the Beijing station is clear. If Master Leng leaves the city, he must first notify Heliansheng, and additional personnel must be assigned for protection. But today I received no message, and he paused, letting the silence stretch before resuming. Mr. Wu is Master Leng's shadow. Why weren't you with him today? His tone was faint, so faint it carried no emotion at all. Wu Kaidi squirmed under Li Rufeng's unrelenting stare. At these final words, he sprang from his chair as though stung, his face livid. What, escort head Li, are you accusing me? Before Li Rufeng could respond, Liao Sanyang interjected from the side with a gentle smile. "This tea has such a lovely fragrance. It clears the heart and cools the temper. Please, both of you, have some." Her voice was husky, carrying a faint trace of allure. Without waiting for their response, she ignored the others and lifted her own teacup to take a sip. Setting down the cup, Liao Sanyang's expression hardened. She spoke solemnly to Li Rufeng. "I understand the fire burning in both your hearts, but do not let suspicion turn family members against each other. If Mr. Wu truly intended to sell us out, this escort agency, this draft bank, this grand mansion with its several courtyards, all of it would have been confiscated long ago. Our heads would already be on display at the West Market. Why would he wait until today?" "Sanyangzi speaks fairly," Wu Kaidi said from beside her. Li Rufeng snorted coldly but said nothing more. Liao Sanyang rose leisurely from her seat. She was 25 or 26 years of age. Even indoors at night, she still wore a cloak that nearly brushed the floor. Her long oval face was dominated by a pair of slender phoenix eyes, and a scattering of pale pockmarks dotted the bridge of her nose. Her 7 Kai frame stood taller than many men, and her presence exerted an indescribable pressure upon everyone in the room. Once standing, she swept her gaze across those assembled, paused, and then spoke again. "Now that this incident has occurred, what is the first thought in everyone's mind?" The few people present sat stunned. They exchanged glances, but no one dared speak. Liao Sanyang gave a soft laugh. "Allow me to say it plainly for everyone. What you are all scheming in your hearts is Tao Xiaoyao fleeing." The words fell like a thunderclap. Every face in the room changed color. One of the Beijing station members leapt to his feet and shouted, "Liao Sanyang, what nonsense are you spouting?" Liao Sanyang's lip curled in a sneer. "Assistant Manager Xiaoyao, what instructions did you give your page boy when you left home just now? Something about packing up, rolling up a bundle, and DeLong silver." Every eye in the room turned strange, swiveling toward Assistant Manager Xiaoyao. At the same time, the colors on their faces shifted. Clearly, they all had guilty consciences of their own. Assistant Manager Xiaoyao's face flushed crimson and he shouted harshly, "Slut, how dare you practice the ways of the factory and guard?" After a moment's pause, a new thought struck him. His face drained to ashen white. He trembled as he spoke. You are from the Political Security Bureau." A commotion rippled through the room. Liao Sanyang walked to the hall door and gazed through the half-open crack into the courtyard beyond. The branches of the ancient tree stood sparse and bare. The autumn wind moaned, shaking loose a scattering of withered leaves. She wrapped her cloak tighter around herself and murmured, "The weather has turned cold. One leaf reveals the autumn." Her soliloquy finished, she turned back to face Assistant Manager Xiaoyao and shook her head. "Assistant Manager Xiaoyao overthinks the matter. Kiwei is Kiwei, not political security, nor military intelligence. But in a dangerous place, at an extraordinary time, one must employ extraordinary means." She began to pace slowly, as though oblivious to everyone watching. Their gazes followed her figure as it moved. Liao Sanyang continued, "Losing a senator is something that has never happened since the great Song established itself in Lingao. To the great Ming, I imagine it would be equivalent to losing an imperial prince. This is a hole as vast as the sky itself. Even if Goddess Nuwa descended, she could not fill it. No one can shoulder this responsibility. Whether we will all be dragged out and shot remains to be seen. It is only natural that everyone is afraid. The desire to survive is human nature." At these words, beads of sweat appeared on every forehead in the room. End of chapter. Chapter 2653, The Capital, Part 9. "But if you speak of leaving," Liao Sanyang continued, "where exactly could you go? Defect to the great Ming? The Senate's ambition to seize the realm is plain for all to see. Only Lord Changzhen in this Beijing city, along with the various cabinet ministers and grand eunuchs, still pretend to be ignorant. Within a few years, the great Song's imperial guard will sweep across the world. The change of dynasty is imminent." She paused briefly, her voice turning cold. "If you abandon light to embrace darkness at such a time, do you truly believe the great Ming can protect you? Or perhaps you intend to abscond with DeLong's silver and vanish into the wilderness. You must understand, this sky belongs to the Senate, and this earth belongs to the Senate. When the world is unified, though the heavens are vast, there will be no hiding place for traitors. Though the land stretches wide, there will be no hole for villains to crawl into. Though the Senate is merciful and does not practice the calamity of exterminating entire clans, the relatives and families of everyone here reside in Guangzhou Prefecture. When that time comes, your parents, wives, and children will all be classified as rebels' kin. How rebels' families are treated, everyone witnessed it firsthand in Guangzhou. They cannot enter schools. They cannot work in factories. They cannot sit for civil service examinations. As long as the Great Song's national destiny endures, they will bear the status of rebels' families. Your children will be slaves and servants for generations. Your descendants will be bandits and prostitutes for generations. You will shame your ancestors in their graves and leave an infamous legacy for 1,000 years. Having said this, she pursed her lips into a thin smile. And taking 10,000 steps back, even if the Great Song chose not to pursue you, you are people who came from DeLong, who doesn't know you're a piece of fat meat, who wouldn't want to take a bite. Setting aside those parasites in the government, even if you have brothers with whom you've shared life and death, I'm afraid that with gleaming silver before their eyes, you won't remain brothers for long. Liao Sanyang pressed on. The Beijing station is not Master Ling's personal Beijing station. If Master Ling is absent, do we simply stop working? Some people believe that since Master Ling is not here and cannot be rescued, the Beijing station is on the verge of collapse, that the great Ming's factory and guard are about to burst through our doors, and everyone will immediately be cut into 1,000 pieces. Some people are afraid. Her eyes swept the room. But if you are afraid, will this trouble simply pass? It will not. This is a matter, and since it is a matter, it must be handled. Her tone sharpened as she added, fortune relies upon misfortune. Within misfortune hides fortune. When adversity reaches its extreme, prosperity follows. Chairman Wen taught us, crisis, YG means where there is danger, Wei there is also opportunity, Jai. Handling any situation depends on nothing more than men and money. We may not have many men, but we have plenty of money. There is still much that can be salvaged. Master Ling's absence is temporary. At this critical moment when people's resolve wavers, we must twist ourselves into a single rope and work together as one. Alive, we are loyal ministers of the Great Song. Dead, we are martyrs of the new dynasty. We stake the peril of our own lives to secure fortune and prosperity for 10,000 generations of descendants. At this, Li Rufeng also rose to his feet. Sanyangzi sees matters clearly. Today, to borrow Senator Ling's words, is about unifying thoughts and consolidating strength. Whatever different notions anyone harbored before, consider that page turned. But from now on, if anyone proves half-hearted again, Li One certain may recognize him, but the knife in my hand may not. His gaze hardened. Having been dispatched outside for so long, I fear many have forgotten that behind the Beijing station stands the Senate. Liao Sanyang took over seamlessly. Kiwei maintains a secret box for transmitting messages. Do not imagine that by selling out others you can keep your own hands clean. Though no one present spoke, their hearts had long gone numb with shock. What they feared most now was disintegration. It was best that someone was willing to step forward and take charge. Everyone felt they had found some backbone, and the panic and unease eased somewhat. Wu Kaidi spoke up. The urgent task is to arrange DeLong's business properly. Once Ling Ningyun's case had broken, Shunshan Prefecture would inevitably summon witnesses to the Yamen for questioning. Trials of this nature often dragged on for several months. Moreover, the Yamen's practice of detaining and summoning witnesses followed the same logic as bandits, inviting the god of wealth. The more people they could drag into the detention center, the better. Without advanced preparation, DeLong's business backbone would almost certainly be swept up in one net. After that, there would be no business left to conduct. The bank's business has not been as prosperous as in previous years. Wu Kaidi said, choosing his words carefully. But there are still many deposits and remittances. If problems arise with these operations, not only will the bank face imminent danger, but the Beijing station will also lose its foundation. Therefore, our first task must be to maintain the bank's business. Wu Kaidi had not come from a banking background, but he had followed Leng Ningyun for a long time and knew the bank's situation like the back of his hand. Although the bank's business is personally managed by the master and I haven't seen the account books, I have a general understanding. There are no issues with receipts, payments, and remittances. As long as no one exploits our misfortune, even without the master present, this portion can maintain the status quo. We will temporarily hold steady and conduct business as usual. However, Assistant Manager Xiaoyao interjected, "Mr. Wu, what you say is correct, but there is one problem. Our bank extends credit. Now that there is no news of Master Leng, without anyone needing to exploit our misfortune, word of DeLong's instability will spread through the market immediately. When depositors come to withdraw their money and trigger a run, disaster will strike at once. If someone fans the flames and throws stones at us while we're down, the bank will be forced to close within 3 to 5 days. The deposits the bank attracted could not make money from money on their own. The bank relied entirely on lending them out to earn the interest spread. This was the oldest and most fundamental business of the banking industry, and DeLong was no exception. The hundreds of thousands of taels in silver deposits it had absorbed in the capital also depended on lending to generate interest. In the 17th century, industry and commerce in Beijing and its surrounding areas were actually quite backward, with no commercial activities requiring massive flows of capital. The accumulation of vast sums in the capital stemmed purely from its status as the seat of power. But this also meant that funds absorbed from across the country had no local investment channels. In the capital, there were Beijing loans, loans extended to officials assuming posts in the provinces, which claimed enormous profits from small outlays, but the volume was limited. The truly large-scale commercial loans were found only in the Mongolian trade beyond the passes. Not only did this trade require substantial capital, but the profits were incomparably rich. The Mongolian trade was customarily dominated by Shanxi merchants, though much of the capital originated in the capital city, and it had long been monopolized by the Shanxi houses. As a latecomer, DeLong, under Leng Ningyun's direction, had made many attempts to break in but could never gain a foothold. The solidarity of regional merchant groups was far too formidable for an outsider like him to crack. Therefore, DeLong's funds flowed primarily to 3 destinations. First, the Korean trade in Tianjin, which also encompassed transactions with the Manchus. Second, the Shanghai Merchant Bureau's trade with Japan and the silk business in Zhejiang. And third, direct remittance back to Guangzhou for use in the planning agency's various investment and trade projects. The profits from all 3 channels were handsome, allowing DeLong to offer interest rates comparable to the Shanxi houses. Leng Ningyun deliberately avoided using excessively high rates to attract deposits, first because he considered it unwise, and second to avoid provoking existing financial powers and making too many enemies. Because all investment channels lay elsewhere, the reserves in DeLong's hands remained thin. Leng Ningyun maintained only a 12.5% deposit reserve at DeLong. When the currency reform commenced in Guangzhou, DeLong had mobilized large amounts of silver from various locations, and its reserves had once dropped to a mere 7 or 8%. Just the interest, acceptances, and remittances due this month amount to nearly 30,000 cuping taels. Assistant Manager Xiaoyao's expression was troubled. The ready silver in the vault is less than 80,000 taels. If a run occurs, we cannot hold out for even 3 days, Wu Kaidi said. This is precisely why we must work together in harmony. I don't understand the intricacies of banking, but since the master is absent, we must exhaust every possible means to preserve this enterprise. As long as DeLong can be maintained, It will at least count as atoning for our failures." Liao Sanyang nodded. "Mr. Wu speaks sense. We are here to discuss solutions, not to pour out our grievances. If there are difficulties, bring them forward for discussion, but we must also propose solutions. We do what can be done." DeLong's head accountant gave a light cough. He was a middle-aged man, a veteran from the Guangzhou Station era who had served as chief accountant of the Purple Brand account room. He was well versed in both the Australian accounting system and the Great Ming's commercial bookkeeping. In a low voice he said, "Assistant Manager Xiao is right. Once a run begins, DeLong is as good as dead. DeLong is not well regarded here. Given the chance to strike while we're vulnerable, the Shanxi houses will pile on without hesitation. They will refuse to honor the notes we have issued while delaying payment on the debts they owe us." "Then what should we do?" Wu Kaidi asked anxiously. "Simply expanding our reserves won't allow us to compete with the Shanxi houses. Moreover, at this point, there is nowhere to transfer silver from. We are far from the Senate here, and transferring silver is not something that can be accomplished in a day or two." Assistant Manager Xiao spread his hands. "Given the current situation, it looks grim. I think we should close the shop first and have everyone scatter to lie low for a while. As long as the doors stay shut and no one can be found, no one can demand a run, can they?" As he spoke, he caught Liao Sanyang's fierce gaze and felt his heart quail, not daring to continue. Another manager, Manager Wei, could no longer hold back. "Master Xiao, this plan of yours isn't necessarily wrong, but if we go into hiding, what if it incites a mob to storm the premises? There have been repeated precedents for this. Setting aside the silver, there are also." DeLong contained not only a large store of silver, but also numerous Australian precious goods, various account books, and intelligence collected over many years. None of these items could bear exposure. If a mob attack were triggered, leading the Yamen to seal and search the premises, everything would be laid bare in an instant. Regardless of whether Leng Ningyun could return safely, the stronghold of DeLong would be utterly finished. The head accountant spoke again. "Hiding won't work, continuing business won't work either. This matter must depend on old Wu." Wu Kaidi understood his meaning. "You mean, have the government seal the premises?" "It would be best for Shenzhen Prefecture to come forward," the accountant said. "That way DeLong's business would naturally cease as a matter of course. However, there is a crucial distinction. It can only be sealed, not confiscated. The key to this hinges entirely on you, Master Wu." Everyone present showed hesitation. If the shop was sealed, a bank run could indeed be averted in the short term, but once sealed, they would become fish on the chopping block. If someone harbored ulterior motives, they could easily use the seal as pretext to conduct a raid and inspection. Moreover, even a brief sealing would deal a severe blow to their commercial reputation. None among them could make such a decision. Wu Kaidi finally said, "I had better go to the Yamen first and see what can be done. Perhaps there is some way to reach a compromise, to have DeLong suspend operations without invoking the formal seal." End of chapter. Chapter 2654, The Capital Part 10. "If that's the case, all the better." Both assistant managers voiced their agreement. Li Rufeng, however, remained skeptical. "Are you confident this will work?" "I can't guarantee anything, but there's always hope." Wu Kaidi had already formulated a plan. "We mustn't delay. We'll divide our efforts. Masters Li and Liao will investigate the circumstances of the master's disappearance. I'll go to Shenzhen Prefecture to feel out my connections and see if there's any room for negotiation. As for the two assistant managers, your priority is to stabilize the bank. Continue processing receivables and payables as normal for now." Assistant Manager Xiao interjected. "If we can't suspend operations, the counter can hold out for 3 to 5 days at most, and that's assuming the major account holders don't come calling for their deposits." The large depositors held anywhere from several thousand to over 10,000 taels each. One stroke of bad luck, one major withdrawal request, and the counter would be bled dry. The big clients had to be placated first, and one of DeLong's primary customer bases was the eunuchs of the imperial palace. These eunuchs had always been renowned for their avarice. From the director of ceremonial down to the lowliest unranked servants, all regarded the accumulation of wealth as the measure of their capability. When one considered it, this was hardly surprising. Eunuchs were rootless men, without children, without true families. The only thing they could depend upon was their gold and silver. Thus, they guarded their money as fiercely as their own lives. Should a bank run truly erupt, it would become a powder keg threatening to destroy DeLong entirely. Even if Leng Ningyun himself were present, he would have little confidence facing such a predicament, let alone now, when his whereabouts remained unknown. Small wonder that Wu Kaidi placed his hopes on having the authorities seal the shop. Wu Kaidi heaved a sigh. If only we could devise some method to keep the depositors calm. Assistant Manager Xiaoyao furrowed his brow in thought, then spoke. DeLong's major clients can be divided into 3 categories based on their motivations. The first type deposits purely for profit and interest. The second type fears the shifting winds at court, the possibility of conviction and confiscation of their estates, so they split their wealth between 2 locations as a safeguard, a path of retreat prepared in advance. The third type understands something of the Australian song situation and intends to transfer their funds early, hoping to preserve their lives and families when the time comes. Liao Sanyang spoke up from the side. For this third type, we can share certain information with them. When the Australian Song Army eventually marches north, we should advise them not to misjudge which way the wind is blowing. Assistant Manager Xiaoyao hesitated briefly, then addressed Li Rufeng. Once we leave here, I'll immediately split up with the clerks to visit each client personally. These latter 2 categories can be reassured, but as for the first type, Wu Kaidi sucked his teeth and nodded grimly. The ransom money, I'll do everything in my power to raise it. DeLong should be secure in the short term. Our major clients are all cabinet ministers at court, influential figures in the provinces, and noble eunuchs in the palace. Protecting DeLong means protecting their own fortunes. But if this drags on too long, there's no telling what complications might arise. Li Rufeng and Liao Sanyang bowed once more to Wu Kaidi and the assistant managers. We're placing ourselves entirely in your capable hands. Manager Wei raised another concern. How will the 2 eunuch Yangs view this situation? They're also shareholders. Assistant Manager Xiaoyao snorted derisively. Those 2, they'll probably rush to send someone over to withdraw their silver the moment they hear. Did you really expect them to weather this storm alongside us? We'd have better luck counting on the Liaohai firm. Master Li's Liaohai firm certainly has substantial resources, but they're not going to hand us tens of thousands in cash without good reason. Countless thoughts churned through Wu Kaidi's mind. If one were to speak of merchants in the capital who possessed both the willingness and the means to mobilize large sums of silver on their behalf, the only candidate was indeed Li Loyu's Liaohai firm Beijing branch. However, ever since the Senate had captured Liangguang, Master Li's attitude toward them had grown noticeably cooler. Although their business dealings hadn't been severed outright, Master Leng had extended several dinner invitations to Li Loyu, each one politely but firmly declined. Now that they found themselves in such desperate straits, the chances were 9 in 10 that Li Loyu would be unwilling to wade into these troubled waters. Still, compared to approaching the Shanxi banking houses, this avenue at least offered a glimmer of possibility worth pursuing. Wu Kaidi spoke again. Old Xiao, old Wei, this approach is worth attempting. It's better than sitting here doing nothing. The Liaohai firm has made considerable profit through its dealings with the Senate over the years. They might be said to share our fortunes, for good or ill. If they truly abandon us in our hour of need, I doubt they'll be able to face the Senate when negotiating future business. We'll have to try. Though both men agreed verbally, the expressions on their faces betrayed their lack of confidence. Seeing that Liao Sanyang had concluded matters on her end, Li Rufeng cleared his throat loudly to reclaim everyone's attention. Let's discuss the essential business. He pressed against the armrest, leaning his body toward Wu Kaidi. Mr. Wu, has this situation been reported to Guangzhou? Though Wu Kaidi still harbored some resentment over Li Rufeng's earlier conduct, he recognized this was no time for pettiness or tantrums. Suppressing his displeasure, he replied, "It has. However, the telegram equipment cannot transmit over such distances. I fear we won't receive instructions for some time." Li Rufeng nodded and rose to his feet, speaking with clear deliberation. Even if Guangzhou dispatches someone to assume control of the Beijing station, the round trip spans 4,000 li. It will take considerable time. We can't expect anyone to arrive within 10 days, perhaps not even half a month. He glanced at Liao Sanyang before continuing. On our way back, Sanyangzi and I discussed several proposals. We'd like to present them now for everyone's consideration. The group bowed together in acknowledgement. Liao Sanyang spoke first. The chief escort and I discussed this at length. Since the authorities haven't made any move against us, we can conclude that neither the Eastern Depot nor the Embroidered Guard are responsible. Master Leng has no enemies in Beijing. Our rival banks certainly lack the ruthlessness and capability for such an operation. To employ methods like these, it must be the work of major bandits. Wu Kaidi started in surprise. What could they be after? Li Rufeng answered from beside her. Most likely wealth. At this, everyone exchanged glances and fell to whispering among themselves. Liao Sanyang continued. Such incidents occur in both the north and south. They're hardly rare. In Guangxi, the Yao and Zhuang peoples abduct people in broad daylight to demand ransom, a practice they call duo jin. In the north, it's known as capturing for ransom. To have expended such effort investigating Master Leng's background shows genuine calculation on their part. Since the bandits have such valuable goods in hand, why would they waste them? They will certainly make contact with us. Masters, please remain calm and patient. There will undoubtedly be news before long. Li Rufeng nodded in agreement and took up the thread. Firstly, and this hardly needs saying, our most urgent priority is saving the master. If the bandits truly seek money, we must prepare in advance to avoid being caught off guard. The Australian song has a saying, problems that can be solved with money aren't problems at all. If we can avoid violence and recover Master Leng safely in exchange for a considerable sum of money and goods, then even if we bear some responsibility for the loss, we can justify our actions. He paused, contemplating for a moment as he slowly turned the walnuts in his hand. In hostage situations of this nature, the government has never set a precedent for paying ransom to redeem captives and letting bandits escape unpunished. More often than not, they pursue outcomes where both bandits and hostages perish together. The constables and petty officials typically exploit such circumstances as excuses to extort the victim's family for bribes and kickbacks. Therefore, we must absolutely not pin our hopes on the authorities. They want to apprehend criminals. We want to rescue a life. Our fundamental objectives are at cross purposes. It's impossible to achieve both. We cannot simply sit with our hands bound, waiting for fate to decide. We must make every effort to rescue Master Leng ourselves. After we disperse, Sanyangzi and I will dispatch people to contact the leaders and headmen of the city's beggars, rascals, bare sticks, and ruffians. We'll cast our nets wide to gather intelligence. These denizens of the marketplace are invariably the best informed. This is work of the drilling, poking, spying sort, a business that often demands splashing hot blood. You gentlemen of refinement naturally have no knowledge of the filthy, underhanded tricks of this Jianghu. This aspect of the task falls within my domain, so Sanyangzi and I shall bear the burden. However, I must ask Mr. Wu to direct some silver our way to cover the necessary expenses. Matters of this sort require spending money like water. Frugality won't serve us here. We also need to raise the ransom in advance. Wu Kaidi exchanged troubled looks with assistant managers Xiaoyao and Wei. While the Leng residence does have some silver reserves, it's not a substantial sum. As for DeLong's operating capital, diverting those funds would be problematic. Li Rufeng pressed the point. However difficult, we must find a way. Liao Sanyang turned to address Wu Kaidi as well. Secondly, we need Mr. Wu to personally handle the various official matters with Wanping County and Shunshan Prefecture, greasing palms high and low, gathering intelligence from government channels. Mr. Wu, is there anyone in the Leng residence who can serve as the suffering host, the formal plaintiff? Wu Kaidi leaned forward slightly. Master Leng has a personal secretary named Hexiang. She ordinarily manages documents and attends to Master Leng's daily needs. To outsiders, we've always maintained that Master Leng's official wife remains at their home estate and didn't accompany him here. Hexiang serves as Master Leng's managing concubine. She can step forward to handle all such matters. Li Rufeng nodded. Good. He then turned to address the DeLong managers. Thirdly, we must trouble you managers to stabilize DeLong's situation. We'll need funds so the bank cannot suffer additional upheaval. But when it comes to banking operations, I'm like a rolling pin trying to blow fire, utterly ignorant. I entrust this entirely to you all. Li bows to you here. With that, he bent low in a deep obeisance to the DeLong representatives. Assistant Manager Xiaoyao and the others hastily clasped their hands and returned the bow. We wouldn't dare accept such courtesy. We're only doing our duty, Just as they were speaking, someone arrived from outside to report that Head Constable Qi of the Shunshan Prefecture Fast Squad had come. The announcement sent a jolt through everyone present. It was Wu Kaidi who kept his composure, instructing the others to wait there while he personally went out to handle the situation. Li Rufeng made no objection. He was well acquainted with the ways of government offices. It was standard procedure for the Fast Squad to come and detain witnesses. That the head constable himself had come in person indicated two things. First, that they regarded this matter as highly significant. Second, that there was room to discuss the weight. That is to say, terms could be negotiated. Otherwise, this head constable would have long since turned up his nose, disclaimed all personal connection, and handled the affair by strict official protocol. What occupied Li Rufeng's thoughts most urgently was precisely why Leng Ningyun had ventured beyond the city walls with only his personal attendants, without employing the escort agency's protection. Given Leng's personality and usual principles of conduct, this was profoundly unusual. If they could determine why he had gone out, they would have a thread to follow in searching for him. Unfortunately, both of Leng Ningyun's personal page boys had been killed. Although Wu Kaidi was a trusted confidant, his position ordinarily didn't grant him access to the inner quarters where he might have attended the master directly. The only remaining sources of information were the two chamber maids who served in Leng Ningyun's private rooms. Of these two maids, one was a life secretary assigned from Lingao, known as Hexiang at the Beijing station. After arriving, she had also assumed the role of Leng's confidential secretary. All important documents passed through her hands. The other had been purchased locally after they reached the capital. Her name was rather common, Yanhang, and Leng Ningyun hadn't bothered to change it. Though this second maid was unaware of Leng Ningyun's true identity, she too had received great grace from him. Having undergone a thorough background investigation by Helian Sheng, she had been confirmed as an ordinary girl of clean origins. There was nothing suspicious about her loyalty. Nevertheless, these two women attended to Leng Ningyun in his daily life and should possess considerable knowledge of his affairs. Li Rufeng resolved that he should begin his inquiries with them. End of chapter. Chapter 2655. The Capital, Part 11. In a corner of the room, Assistant Managers Xiaoyao and Wei huddled together, exchanging whispers. Though they too were naturalized citizen cadres, they were not Lingao cadres. They had been recruited in Jiangnan and Guangdong, which meant their resolve was somewhat less firm. They harbored no doubts about the Senate's strength, but finding themselves in such a precarious situation had set their nerves on edge. To be honest, they held little faith that Wu Kaidi could devise a suitable solution, yet any thought of fleeing had evaporated under Liao Sanyang's fierce gaze. At present, Their mood had settled into something closer to resignation. While the group each nursed their private concerns, Wu Kaidi returned. Assistant Manager Xiao hurried forward. "How is it? What did Head Constable Qi say?" "He came to inform us that witnesses are to be detained for a court appearance tomorrow," Wu Kaidi replied. "We need to prepare the witnesses. I cannot flee. I must appear in court tomorrow." Assistant Manager Xiao shifted uneasily. "You are DeLong's backbone now. What if they detain you?" As he spoke, both assistant managers' faces betrayed their panic. "It doesn't matter." Wu Kaidi settled into a seat and took a sip of tea. "Head Constable Qi said a total of 10 people must be detained. As long as we appear in court personally tomorrow, afterward we only need 10 bodies in the detention cell. We simply have to remain available when summoned for interrogation." As he spoke, he produced a list. The first name was, astonishingly, Wu Kaidi himself. Below it, besides Hexiang, were the 2 assistant managers, several of DeLong's regular key personnel, and servants who frequently handled affairs for Lang Ningyun. Assistant Manager Xiao frowned. "That's what they say, but what if this is a fishing trap, a ruse to lure us all there and catch us in one net?" Manager Wei shook his head. "Why would they need such elaborate schemes to catch us? Shunchen Prefecture Yamen could have seized us all just now. Did you think you could have escaped?" "Precisely," Wu Kaidi agreed. "Head Constable Qi has no reason to deceive us. He has done us a considerable favor." With this favor secured, Wu Kaidi now felt more confident about his next step, requesting the government to seal the shop. In truth, he had already negotiated the price with Head Constable Qi moments ago, a total of 80 taels of silver as a hardship fee, plus 30 taels for substitute fees covering 10 people. Head Constable Qi would handle the relevant witnesses. This was a significant show of face. The ability to use substitutes in particular was an enormous concession. Wu Kaidi understood that without the tacit approval of Judge Liu, or perhaps even Prefecture Yin Zhang himself, Head Constable Qi would never have granted such a favor. The group resumed discussing countermeasures, particularly how to respond during tomorrow's court session. Wu Kaidi's suggestion was simple: tell the truth. Except for matters involving the Australians, everything else could be disclosed freely. In reality, our knowledge of this affair is limited. Simply answer whatever Judge Liu and the others ask. So long as Senate matters remain untouched, there is no need to deliberately conceal anything. Assistant Manager Xiao asked apprehensively, Will torture be used during the court session?" Wu Kaidi smiled bitterly. "You elders can rest assured. I will naturally bribe Head Constable Qi's people. Even if torture is applied, they won't let you truly suffer. But this matter must be resolved as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if the Emperor takes an interest one day and decides to have the Eastern Depot or the Embroidered Uniform Guard, inquire carefully. Once we enter the Imperial Guard's northern prison, then truly even immortals cannot protect us." These words drained the color from Assistant Manager Xiao's face. Manager Wei and the others displayed their unease in turn. Li Rufeng shot Wu Kaidi a look of dissatisfaction, thinking, what good does it do to frighten people like this? He cleared his throat. "We simply need to clarify the matter as soon as possible. Everyone should return to their duties. Don't let your thoughts run wild." With that, the group dispersed. Li Rufeng, Liao Sanyang, and Wu Kaidi remained behind. One urgent task demanded immediate attention: rescuing the bio. That Senator Ling had been kidnapped was now a certainty. Hoping the government would rescue him was wishful thinking. They could rely only on DeLong itself. "I propose requesting help from headquarters," Wu Kaidi said. "This concerns a senator. We cannot afford to be negligent." "I don't oppose asking headquarters for help," Li Rufeng replied. "But even if they dispatch people, no one will arrive for 10 days. This matter cannot wait that long." He paused. "Better to rely on ourselves than on others. We should locate him as soon as possible." Wu Kaidi felt as though he faced a hopelessly tangled knot, unable to discern even a single thread to pull. Somewhat flustered, he could only nod in agreement. Liao Sanyang considered briefly before speaking. Mr. Wu, can the people who personally attended Master Leng be summoned for questioning? That's easily arranged. Hexiang and Yanhang are both in the inner residence. However, his original personal page boys and guards were all killed. Apart from those two, compile a list of anyone who could approach and attend to Master Leng. We will examine them one by one. Liao Sanyang's expression hardened. I suspect there was an insider assisting in this matter. Wu Kaidi started, stammering, You mean? Exactly what I said. DeLong likely has a traitor in its midst. Liao Sanyang had harbored this suspicion since examining the crime scene. To ambush Master Leng so precisely on the official road would be impossible without advance intelligence. Moreover, luring him out of the city in the first place had probably also required inside assistance. Those under the greatest suspicion were naturally the people closest to Leng Ningyun. Surely Miss Hexiang should be. There is no should be. Liao Sanyang cut Wu Kaidi off. In my view, her suspicion is the greatest. Li Rufeng shared this assessment. Without delay, the three summoned Hexiang and the other close personnel of the inner residence one by one for questioning, focusing on whether Leng Ningyun had exhibited any unusual behavior in recent days. The interrogation indeed yielded clues. They did not identify the most likely suspect, but Hexiang and the others who regularly attended to Master Leng all reported the same observation. He had been preoccupied with worry for several days. When composing his weekly report, he had hesitated at length, setting down his brush only to take it up again, writing passages only to burn them. This had greatly surprised Hexiang, who waited to transcribe the report into cipher. Such weekly reports were mostly routine matters. Even when important news warranted special instructions, he had never displayed such agonizing indecision. Do you know what he was writing? I don't, Hexiang shook her head. Our protocol forbids asking questions when a superior drafts a telegram. We translate only after it is complete. When did his preoccupation begin? Are there any remnants of the burned drafts? None. Protocol requires complete disposal. Hexiang understood that the chief's hesitation likely related to his disappearance, so she strained to recall every detail. The worry began last Saturday. I don't know what caused it. Originally, Yanhang was summoned to attend him in bed that night, but come evening he instructed that her presence was unnecessary. And then he called for me, Hexiang said. I assumed. A sudden flush crept across her cheeks. He handed me a telegram draft and instructed me to encode and transmit it immediately. Did you glimpse any words or phrases on the draft? Li Rufeng pressed. I hadn't even opened it to look before he snatched it back and burned it in front of me. Hexiang explained that she had been greatly astonished at the time. Such a thing had never happened before. Disposal of telegram drafts had always been her responsibility. Senator Leng had never personally burned a draft before. Though I didn't see the telegram's contents, the marking on the cover indicated it was a red telegram. Red telegram designated the highest priority in the Senate's telegraph classification system, requiring communication personnel to deliver the message to its recipient with maximum speed. The three exchanged glances. Clearly, this telegram's contents were no trivial matter. Yet if it was so urgent, why had he burned it? In the days that followed, Leng Ningyun seemed trapped in an endless cycle of writing and burning telegrams. This pattern continued until the night before his disappearance. Was there anything strange about him that final night? Nothing obviously strange. I simply felt that he had become quite agitated. He even gathered the two guards and page boys together for a meeting. Are there meeting minutes? Wu Kaidi pressed. No, Hexiang shook her head. Even I was forbidden from entering during the meeting. It seemed they were preparing for something significant. The attendees, all except Master Leng himself, had now become cold corpses, unable to speak a word. Li Rufeng's mind seized upon a grim realization. These two guards, like himself, had each been issued 2 revolvers. Their combined firepower had been formidable. If they had carried their weapons, and the enemy had set an ambush on the official road, yet still managed to dispatch both guards so easily. Moreover, judging from the scene, neither guard showed any indication of having fired. There were no cartridge casings at the site, no traces of gunpowder residue on their fingers or sleeves. Li Rufeng felt the burden on his shoulders growing heavier. He drew a slow breath and pressed on. Do you know what Senator Leng and the others brought when they departed? I know nothing of this. He never mentioned his outing to me at all. Hexiang paused, but consulting the exit record should reveal the answer. Wu Kaidi immediately retrieved the exit record. The items Leng Ningyun had carried on the day of his departure were clearly registered. Not only had both guards been armed with revolvers, but even the page boys and the coachman had been equipped with weapons. Obviously, he had ventured out prepared for danger. If he had foreseen peril during the meeting, why hadn't he notified Helian Sheng? The three exchanged looks of bewilderment. Liao Sanyang spoke first. If only we knew what Master Leng saw that first troubled him so. I believe it was almost certainly a letter. Wu Kaidi pondered aloud. Master Leng rarely ventured out and never met with outsiders casually. Let us check the letter registration log. Upon examination, they found that 26 letters had been delivered to Leng Ningyun's study on Friday. Because the log recorded details such as the sender's identity, they quickly identified the suspicious items. 2 letters marked "No Sender." These 2 anonymous letters were submitted through DeLong Bank's counter. Li Rufeng frowned. I'll question the clerks who delivered them. Are the letters still here? Liao Sanyang asked. They're not in the archives. Hexiang shook her head. There's no filing number recorded, nor any submission date. Master Leng simply never handed the letters over. Needless to say, the letters had either been destroyed, or he had hidden them away in secret. End of chapter. Chapter 2656, The Capital Part 12. It would be best if we could find these 2 letters, Wu Kaidi muttered. Li Rufeng, however, held no hope. The letters were probably burned. Not necessarily, Liao Sanyang said. If he truly conceived his plan after reading them, the content must be crucial. Why would he destroy something so important? In my view, the matter these letters contain is grave, likely involving some particularly important secret, so he kept them himself. Even the emperor has palace-retained documents never dispatched. Then why burn the telegram draft? Li Rufeng asked, puzzled. Wu Kaidi pondered for a moment. Yes, most likely there is some secret in these letters. The matter is significant and the chief wanted to investigate thoroughly before reporting to the Senate. Sanyang, you are right. These letters might still exist. Hexiang hesitated. Even if they do, they are not in the confidential files. This was where the matter became sensitive. If the letters were in the confidential files, Wu Kaidi's status and the current emergency would grant him normal access. But if they were truly palace-retained, they would have to enter Senator Leng's private study to search. This was not only overstepping authority, it bordered on great disrespect. Everyone present fell silent. Searching a senator's private materials at such a time, while not quite treason and heresy, was certainly inappropriate. After all, no one knew what secrets the senator's private study might contain, or whether they could be exposed to the eyes of naturalized citizens. For a moment, no one dared make this decision. In terms of authority, Wu Kaidi and Hexiang were the highest-ranking naturalized citizen cadres at the Beijing station. However, with Leng Ningyun missing, they were also the 2 biggest suspects. It was hardly appropriate for them to propose a search. Liao Sanyang scoffed. You are all hesitating one by one. I know what you are thinking. How about this? Since it is inconvenient for Master Wu and Miss Hexiang to speak much on this matter, let me say it, we must check Chief Leng's study. She glanced at each of them in turn. I admit this is rash, but time waits for no one. During our training in Lingao, comrades from the National Police and Political Security Bureau taught us there is a golden window of 72 hours for tracking missing persons. The longer the delay, the smaller the chance of finding them. This matter cannot wait. I don't oppose it, Wu Kaidi said, then looked at Hexiang. What about Miss Hexiang? Since something happened to the chief, I cannot escape responsibility, Hexiang replied. It is good to look for them. If we can help the chief out of trouble a day earlier, everyone's burden will be lighter. With consensus reached, they split into two groups. Hexiang and Li Rufeng went to search the private study, while Liao Sanyang and Wu Kaidi continued questioning Leng Ningyun's personal staff. The internal staff close to Leng Ningyun, apart from the 4 already dead, numbered only 6. Although Liao Sanyang had initially harbored some suspicion of Hexiang, after thorough questioning, the woman's story proved watertight. Moreover, she and Yanheng remained in the inner residence year after year, practically never stepping past the main gate or the second gate, with absolutely no channel for betrayal. The remaining staff consisted of 2 rough-work maids and 2 page boys. Although these 4 often needed to go out for their duties, all were refugees from the north, taken in from Shandong and Hangzhou. They had no relatives or friends in the capital, while their family members remained under the Senate's control. The possibility of any of them betraying DeLong was extremely small. With brief interrogation, Liao Sanyang ruled out their suspicion. The questioning lasted until twilight. Having found nothing, Liao Sanyang grew secretly anxious just as Hexiang and Li Rufeng returned. "Are there letters?" Wu Kaidi asked immediately. "Yes." Li Rufeng's answer was crisp. He placed the document holder in his hand on the table. "There are 2 anonymous letters inside. Miss Hexiang has confirmed they are the ones sent that day." "We haven't opened them yet," Hexiang added. "We invite everyone to observe together and bear witness." Wu Kaidi smiled bitterly. "At a time like this, why stand on ceremony? Just take them out." He opened the document holder, revealing 2 letters inside. The envelopes were very ordinary, the common sort used by local merchants. The recipient's name and address were written simply in regular script with a brush, but there was no sender. Wu Kaidi opened the envelopes and withdrew the letters. Each contained just a thin sheet of letter paper. When the first letter was unfolded, all 4 of them stared in stunned silence. There was no text on this letter, only several strange figures smeared with a brush. All 4 had studied or lived in Lingao and recognized some letters of the red hairs and other Westerners among them, but this particular combination was unlike anything they had seen before. They could not help but feel bewildered. "What kind of ghost talisman is this?" Wu Kaidi exclaimed. Hexiang found it equally strange. "There are a few Western letters in here, but I cannot understand what the rest are." "Don't be hasty," Liao Sanyang said. "Look at the second one." The second letter was opened. It was proper correspondence, though containing only a few words. "Master Leng, the matter in yesterday's letter is appropriate. If you wish to know the reason, please meet at the Wild Tea House at Qiaonan outside Zijiamen on the 29th of the 12th lunar month. Come with a light carriage and few attendants." Below the message, the signature read, "Known but not named." Now they were all utterly lost. They turned the letters over and over, examining them several times. Liao Sanyang even roasted the letter paper and envelope over fire, but nothing new appeared. "I know the Wild Tea House at Qiaonan," Li Rufeng said. "It is about 2 li from where the crime occurred. Besides passers-by stopping for a meal, quite a few people go there to drink tea and enjoy the scenery on ordinary days. Master Leng was lured away by such a letter. Obviously, the mystery lies in this one we cannot understand." Wu Kaidi scrutinized the strange symbols. Could some spell have been cast on this letter, hooking Master Leng's soul away at once? Liao Sanyang cut him off. "Master Wu, you have also trained in Lingao. How can you speak such nonsense? This letter is probably some kind of code. We don't understand it, but Master Leng does. He knew the matter was of great importance, so he took the risk to meet them. It is signed known but not named, most likely someone Master Leng knows or knows of." As she spoke, Wu Kaidi and the others considered the context and found her reasoning quite sound. Li Rufeng took the letter, examined it carefully, and sniffed it close to his nose. "The calligraphy is rather clumsy. It was probably not written by a serious scholar. The ink smells bad and the ink traces are messy." The 4 treasures of the study used were not fine items. The person who wrote this was either a hired scribe or a shop assistant or an accountant in some store. Originally, they had thought finding the letters would reveal important clues, but they had not expected such a result. The group could not help but feel somewhat disheartened. Seeing their discouragement, Li Rufeng tried to rally them. At least we know the bandits went to the wild tea house at Qiaonan. Many people come and go to rest there on ordinary days. If we send people to inquire, we should be able to gather some news. Just as he spoke, 3 knocks sounded at the door. The porter keeping watch in the courtyard pushed it open and entered. Little Bazzi and the others are back. Li Rufeng and Liao Sanyang exchanged a glance, immediately understanding there had been progress on the matters they had arranged upon their return. Liao Sanyang nodded to the porter. Before long, 2 porters walked in, escorting a person with a gunny sack over his head. One of them kicked the captive behind the knee, and the man immediately dropped to his knees with a thump. The porter then pulled off the hood, revealing his face, a handsome young man in his early 20s. Liao Sanyang walked toward him. When she moved, the hem of her cloak did not sway or stir as though a ghost were floating forward. She stopped before the young man, extended her right index finger, gently lifted his chin, and giggled. What a romantic and dashing powder-faced lad, so adorable it makes one feel pity. Seeing Liao Sanyang, the young man trembled uncontrollably and knocked his head repeatedly against the floor. "Sanyangzi, spare my life," Liao Sanyang spoke softly. "Oh, spare you for what? This lowly one does not know how I offended Sanyangzi," the young man stammered. "I hope Sanyangzi will explain clearly." Liao Sanyang did not look at him. Instead, she turned her gaze to the porter Little Bazzi standing beside the captive. Little Bazzi understood and addressed Liao Sanyang. "Sanyangzi, this hooligan is called Wang Shizhen. When he started out, he dominated a few local prostitutes. Later, he made some money and grew his operation, gathering 15 or 16 idlers in Xianyi Ward and controlling over 20 unlicensed prostitutes. Every day near evening, he orders them to stand by the gates outside various wine shops to solicit customers. A month ago, he suddenly acquired a top-tier courtesan. He is just a filthy rascal from the dirt. How could he touch such high-quality goods? And that courtesan hooked up with Steward Zhang of Delong within a few days. This Steward Zhang was the one in charge of general affairs at Delong. All the daily miscellaneous matters in Delong and Lang Ningyun's residence were managed by him. Although it was not a critical post, he had access to Lang Ningyun's schedule. Hearing this, Liao Sanyang sighed. "Our power in the capital is ultimately too limited. Delong's reach is too wide, and with so many people, we really cannot watch over the messy matters in their crotches and money bags. It was an oversight. Such shoddy goods as Steward Zhang were also recruited." Liao Sanyang turned her face toward Wang Shizhen and spoke with cold indifference. "Who told you to do it? I want to hear the truth." Wang Shizhen knocked his head against the floor, then straightened his upper body. He put on a rascal's expression, like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. "Sanyangzi, please perceive clearly. How dares this lowly one deceive you? I really do not know what this is about." Liao Sanyang's hand suddenly twitched. Her right hand shot out in a slap. The motion was strange. Her shoulder and upper arm remained perfectly still, only her forearm snapping forward with an extremely small amplitude of movement. Even her cloak did not stir. Wang Shizhen received a crisp, loud blow across the face. 5 bloody ridges rose immediately on his left cheek, which swelled up at once. Liao Sanyang's expression did not change. She spoke with the same cold indifference. "I want to hear the truth." Wang Shizhen spat out a mouthful of bloody foam. "This lowly one does not know what it is about." Liao Sanyang flicked her forearm and delivered a backhand slap. Wang Shizhen's right cheek swelled up immediately as well. She repeated, her voice flat and hard. "I want to hear the truth." Wang Shizhen still answered. "This lowly one does not know." End of chapter. Chapter 2657. The Capital Part 13. Liao Sanyang stopped asking questions. She began slapping Wang Shizhen in a steady rhythm. Her hand was extraordinarily hard, harder than the shoe soles specifically kept in the yamen for face slapping. With each blow, Wang Shizhen's face swelled another layer. The crisp crack of palm meeting flesh sent chills down everyone's spine. Manager Xiaoyao broke out in goosebumps and couldn't stop trembling. At that moment the porter keeping watch outside entered again. "Sanyingzi, we've found Steward Zhang. He didn't come to work yesterday, fled apparently. Not sure what he was thinking, but he returned home today looking for his children and we caught him. He'll be here shortly." Liao Sanyang stayed her hand. She drew a Dutch linen handkerchief from her bosom, elegantly wiped the bloodstains from her fingers, gave a slight nod and said, "When he arrives, bring him in to confront Wang Shizhen." The porter bowed and hurried out. Wu Kaidi and the others sitting nearby all drew sharp breaths at Liao Sanyang's display. Wu Kaidi shook his head. "Everyone says Sanyang's plumes are made of gold. Today I realize that saying is greatly mistaken." Liao Sanyang turned to look at him. "Oh," she inquired, her raspy voice rising slightly. Wu Kaidi smiled bitterly. "Sanyang's wings are made of knives." At this, Liao Sanyang covered the corner of her mouth with her handkerchief and giggled, her body trembling with laughter. After a moment she rested her left hand lightly on the double sabers at her waist and whispered, "My knives, no one has seen them." Steward Zhang was escorted up. He was a fat man, which was nothing short of a miracle in this little ice age where hunger and cold prevailed everywhere. Little Bazzi kicked Steward Zhang and reported, "Sanyangzi, this filthy rascal knew he couldn't escape and couldn't bear to leave his family behind, so we managed to corner him." Steward Zhang was panting violently, as though he had just run 5,000 meters. Sweat had soaked through several layers of his clothes, and the fat on his face twitched continuously. With trembling hands, he held up a written confession and rasped, "Wang Shizhen, that old pimp, used a prostitute as bait to lure this lowly one into trouble. This lowly one should never have been so blind as to fall for this bastard's beauty trap. But this lowly one would absolutely never dare betray De Long. I was simply too afraid, hesitant, not knowing what to do, and in my confusion I fled for half a day." Liao Sanyang asked softly, "Then why did Steward Zhang come back?" At her question, he shook even more violently, his teeth chattering. In a tearful voice he stammered, "This lowly one thought it through afterward." Though Sanyangzi has only been handling affairs in the capital for a year, everyone walking the Jianghu roads across the 36 wards knows that Sanyangzi's reach extends to the clouds. No matter how fast my legs are, they can't outrun Sanyangzi's knife. Running around outside is no better than coming back. Though I've caused a great disaster, it was an unintentional mistake. I beg the chief escort and Sanyangzi to see clearly. This lowly one has written a confession to turn himself in. I will bear all the punishment myself. I only beg that my old mother, wife, and children not be implicated." Having touched upon his sorrow, he couldn't help but prostrate himself and weep bitterly. Hearing that her reputation had grown so formidable, the corners of Liao Sanyang's mouth curled upward with a touch of pride. But when she turned to look at Steward Zhang, a man who had whored and visited prostitutes yet now put on an act of being framed and wronged, she felt a wave of nausea rise in her chest. Little Bazzi leaned in and whispered, "Sanyangzi, don't believe his tragic story. He only wrote that confession after we caught him. If we hadn't detained his family, he never would have written it." Liao Sanyang walked slowly to Steward Zhang's side and took the confession. Glancing at it, she noticed the bloodstains on the signature at the bottom, a blood letter, written by biting his finger. She gently patted his shoulder. The bandits designed this scheme with great deliberation. Even if this beauty trap hadn't worked, they would have used other methods. Steward Zhang, though your crime is unforgivable, your circumstances are pitiable. The brothel is a pit that traps men. Ruining your own future for a prostitute, why bother? However, you thought to care for your old mother, wife, and children, which shows you have at least a shred of conscience. I appreciate this bit of filial piety. If you can establish merit to atone for your crimes, I will exonerate you. For now, go confront that Wang Shizhen to verify the truth. How you are dealt with depends entirely on how you conduct yourself. Look out for yourself." With that, Liao Sanyang no longer spared a glance for Steward Zhang or Wang Shizhen. She turned to Little Bazzi and asked, "Has that prostitute been caught?" Little Bazzi shook his head. "We didn't get her." Li Rufeng said, 9 chances out of 10 she's already been silenced." Then he addressed Wang and Zhang. Don't think being caught is bad luck. If you hadn't been caught, you'd probably have been silenced by now. The people who dared move against Master Ling's men in the capital, do you think they're the merciful type? Liao Sanyang frowned and instructed in a low voice. We have many matters to attend to here, so we can't deal with this now. Take the two of them away. Don't lock them in the same place. Interrogate them separately. Don't take Steward Zhang's story at face value. Pry their lips open. Report to me immediately after we disperse. Little Bazzi nodded without another word, bowed in salute, and took Steward Zhang and Wang Shizhen away with a few of the men. Though the specific details remained unknown, combining what she had learned from the captured Steward Zhang with the letters, Sanyang had already formed a rough picture in her mind. She had someone bring out a large-scale map of the area outside Xiaoyao and spread it on the table to study. The Wild Tea House at Qiaonan was a fairly well-known establishment outside Xiaoyao, situated right along the official road to Hadian, less than 3 kilometers from the gate. The place had pleasant scenery, river ponds and flowers and trees, a spot outside the city where travelers could rest and enjoy the view. Usually, many passing travelers and tourists gathered there. Choosing this location for the meeting was probably meant to lower Leng Ningyun's guard. They struck midway. Master Leng didn't anticipate this, Li Rufeng said. The Wild Tea House is usually crowded. The owner is the local tithing head, and many government runners gather there too. But according to the confession head constable Qi brought, the man named Jiang who discovered the scene said the attack happened at dusk. Sanyangzi frowned. On Master Leng's schedule, the meeting was set for noon that day. For a moment, no one could untangle the specific tricks at play. They all vaguely sensed that this opponent who had attacked Master Leng was not the sort of bandit or robber they were accustomed to dealing with. Yet none of them could articulate exactly what felt wrong. Wu Kaidi rested his chin on his hand and sighed. I've followed Master Leng for several years now, except for the first year when I didn't know the Master's background and felt like I was walking on thin ice. The years after that seemed like smooth sailing. No matter how big the wind and waves, I always felt everything was under control. Only today do I find myself somewhat lost, Liao Sanyang smiled. Don't say that. Who among us isn't, after all, losing a senator? This is the first time. This opponent is truly formidable, no ordinary person. Just as they were speaking, someone suddenly reported that assistant managers Xiaoyao and Wei had arrived. Invite them in, Wu Kaidi said. Li and Liao exchanged a glance involuntarily. The two assistant managers entered and briefly described their visits to clients. They had visited 7 or 8 in total. Upon hearing the news, most were shocked and urged them to find the person quickly. None had proposed to withdraw their money. Wu Kaidi nodded slightly, though something felt strange. The clients the two assistant managers had visited were all so-called third-type depositors. Their wealth was ostensibly deposited at Delong in the capital, but in reality, it had already been transferred to Guangzhou. They simply maintained passbooks in the capital for the convenience of using silver. These people knew quite a bit about the Senate, so such feedback was not unexpected. Just then, little Bazzi suddenly walked up to the hall, looking excited. Seeing him, Liao Sanyang knew something had happened and hurried forward to meet him. Little Bazzi looked left and right, cupped his hand to his mouth like a trumpet, and whispered a few words in Liao Sanyang's ear. Her eyebrows rose, and her expression shifted several times in rapid succession, finally settling into one of joy. When she straightened again, Liao Sanyang had adopted the composure of someone with a well-thought-out plan. Liao Sanyang surveyed her surroundings, smiled confidently, and announced, "Masters, please be at ease. I will make a bold claim here. Within a month, this matter will have an outcome." Everyone immediately understood that Wang Shizhen must have talked. Important confessions must have been extracted. Seeing Liao Sanyang speak with such certainty, their spirits lifted. Only Li Rufeng's eyes flickered as he glanced at her. Wu Kaidi was about to ask, but Liao Sanyang's gaze sharpened and she spoke first. "This matter concerns Master Ling's safety. The secret cannot be carelessly leaked. The intricacies of the Jianghu are something you masters probably cannot help with. This humble woman must beg your pardon here. After the matter is settled, I will tell you everything." Wu Kaidi was taken aback and swallowed the question that had risen to his lips. Liao Sanyang's face bloomed like peach blossoms as she smiled charmingly. "On the day Master Ling returns, I will drink with you all." The meeting dispersed. Li Rufeng stood facing the hall, his back to Liao Sanyang. He watched the departing crowd, was silent for a while, and then suddenly said, "There is no news, is there? 1 month. If things don't work out after 1 month, what then?" Liao Sanyang replied leisurely, "In this Beijing city, the Political Security Bureau cannot enter, and the Military Intelligence Bureau cannot act openly. The only martial organization that can operate freely is Helian Sheng. If Guangzhou sends people, traveling by sea to land at Tianjin, then riding hard, that takes half a month at the fastest. We can't afford to wait. We must sort out a lead as soon as possible. Earlier, I told little Bazzi to come in after a quarter of an hour and report something. No matter what, just whisper a few sentences. Only when everyone sees that things are improving will people's hearts stay steady. Although Wu Kaidi and the others harbor no disloyalty, they come from merchant and servant backgrounds, with timid and cautious temperaments. If not given something to hold on to, I fear they will collapse. In the Australian New Language this is called hope, Li Rufeng said, a spiritual pillar. Liao Sanyang laughed. Right, just like the golden pillar supporting the Great Hall, she sighed again. I am calming their hearts, but aren't they also calming ours? There's also the purpose of testing loyalties in it. Li Rufeng chuckled twice. It becomes tedious if spoken too plainly. Li Rufeng sighed. The harder the Senate's army fights, the more stable we are. Only when the army is at the city gates can we be as steady as Mount Tai. Liao Sanyang said, it's just that in the current situation, this fighting and stopping, it has become a limbo with the most variables. End of chapter. Chapter 2658. The Capital, Part 14. Li Rufeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, since ancient times, the Son of Heaven has always been made by those with strong soldiers and sturdy horses. The great song occupies Lingao, where we have built high walls and accumulated grain in abundance. Only after 10 years of planning and 10 years of patient waiting have we achieved today's powerful army and great wealth. We should be pointing our banners northward, wielding golden halberds to sweep away the barbarians, drawing fine bows to punish the disobedient. These construction slaves who have usurped the Ming are nothing but petty clowns. Once our grand army arrives, they will crumble instantly. Our orders will settle all 4 directions, and within a month the world will change masters. He paused, his voice turning bitter. Taking our time to claim kingship is acceptable, but if we tarry too long, we lose the heart of enterprise. Lingao has become a nest of brocade and embroidery, the Purple Light Tower, a village of gentleness. The senators spend their days playing with wind and moon, hesitant and indecisive as little girls. I cannot fathom what they are doing. Silence, Liao Sanyang said softly. The court situation is treacherous. Do not discuss such matters recklessly. Li Rufeng realized he had spoken out of turn. He sighed lightly and coughed to cover his embarrassment. We will need to select a few steady and skilled hard hands. Sooner or later we must venture out of the city. Liao Sanyang looked up, considering for a moment before speaking. Zhao Liangjian counts as one. He hails from Jinxing in North Zhili and served as a Ma Lang hand. He is skilled in using flying stones and can take out a person's eyes from 20 paces. He is meticulous, experienced, and prudent in his actions, a man who can be relied upon. There is also Liu Chang, an archer from Xuzhou. He is an excellent shot, clever and sharp. Li Rufeng nodded. Fine, I will pick 2 more. Chen Kui, a Maohulu from Henan. He can climb houses and ascend roofs, traverse mountains and cross ridges. He is skilled with short weapons and has seasoned Jianghu experience. And Sun Changtu, originally a warrior monk from Funyu Temple. He possesses great strength and impressive stature. He has smashed through prefectures and counties for many years and is well-traveled and knowledgeable, familiar with using a staff. We can choose a few more besides them, and that should be enough. Thinking of these men, Liao Sanyang said softly, they did not come from Lingao, yet all are people who keep faith and value righteousness. With their skills, they could carve out territory anywhere, whether as soldiers or bandits. They are willing to accept 5 or 6 taels of food and wage silver here each month simply because they refuse to bully the weak or slaughter the innocent indiscriminately. At this, both fell silent. The hall sank into a brief quiet. In the dim evening light, everything appeared old and dirty. Dust and sand poured in through the open hall door, rendering the two figures, standing one behind the other, chaotic and blurred. After a short while, Li Rufeng broke the silence. He stroked his beard, hesitated, then asked, "Do you truly believe there will be news?" Liao Sanyang shook her cloak, walked to the hall door and raised her face toward the sky. "There will be." The few pale white pockmarks on her nose bridge caught the dim afterglow, reflecting a faint light like scattered cold stars against a dark night. Her tone was confident and unwavering, without the slightest hesitation, as if answering Li Rufeng, yet also speaking to herself. When Leng Ningyun woke, his mind was in chaos. For a disorienting moment he could not determine where or when he was, somehow convinced he was still napping in his office at the fund management company from back then. His mouth and tongue felt parched. "Little Li, pour tea," he called out groggily. A moment later, a cup of tea was indeed brought to his lips. Leng Ningyun took a sip in his confusion, and comfort spread through his body. He smiled. "Little Li, you don't know, I just had a dream. It was really interesting. I'll tell you about it the next time we eat together. The master can speak of it any time. This slave loves to listen." A woman's charming voice sounded by his ear. "Hey, what master? Call me sir." Leng Ningyun suddenly shuddered. "Wrong, wrong. Why would little Li call me master when feelings run deep?" His eyes snapped open. In an instant, memories flooded into his mind like a tide. He woke immediately. "This is bad. I've been kidnapped." Before coming to the capital, Leng Ningyun had received comprehensive training from the External Intelligence Bureau at the farm. The lectures on the dangers of overseas activities had focused heavily on how to prevent kidnapping and how to handle being kidnapped. If this were a simple kidnapping for ransom, he would not have worried much. Kidnapping was, after all, nothing more than a pursuit of wealth. To obtain the ransom, kidnappers would not easily take his life. With DeLong's influence in the capital, spending money to eliminate the disaster would resolve the problem. But alas, today's kidnappers were not after wealth. Thinking of this, Leng Ningyun secretly cursed his own recklessness. His soul had been hooked instantly by that letter. Reflecting on it, he still could not escape the shadow of abandoning the gun and fleeing at the camp all those years ago. Though no one had mentioned the matter in all this time, he had always considered it a shame. He had not hesitated to risk his life repeatedly to prove himself. This time, if he was being honest, it had been a momentary obsession. The bait thrown by the other party was simply too tempting. If he could have obtained a clear answer, it would have been no less explosive than detonating an atomic bomb in the Senate. He could have seized the opportunity to become a rising star, attracting everyone's attention. Yet that momentary obsession had led him to this end. Thinking that he had not even notified Wu Kaidi, Hexiang, or the others, that he had not left behind a single written document, he broke out in a cold sweat. "I brought this upon myself. I cannot live." The thought filled Leng Ningyun with such regret that he nearly fainted again. "Master, drink a few more mouthfuls." Through his daze, he heard the woman from before speaking softly. Leng Ningyun opened his eyes. He was lying on a bamboo bed, its curtains hanging low around him. The speaker was a young woman kneeling on the bed, feeding him water. "Where is this?" he asked, confused. The woman did not answer. Seeing that he had awakened, she said in a low voice, "Master, please do not talk too much. The drug has not worn off yet. Just rest well." Leng Ningyun observed that she was about 20 years old. From her appearance and dress, she looked like a maid from a wealthy household. Her accent, however, was not the Jianghui dialect of the capital's Mandarin, but carried the southern tones of Jiangnan. At this moment, his entire body was sore and limp, utterly devoid of strength. Even his brain felt clouded with dizziness. He knew the other party must have administered some drug to control him easily. This filled him with fear. He had no idea what these mysterious drugs were made of, or what consequences they might have for his body. Even in the old spacetime, clinically tested anesthetic drugs still carried great risks, let alone these unexplained substances with unknown pharmacology in this world. However, no matter how unwilling he was, he could only submit to the mercy of others. He had been terribly thirsty, so he drank several more mouthfuls of water until he finally felt comfortable. Then came the urge to urinate. Setting aside any embarrassment, he said, "I need to urinate, help me up." The woman complied, helping him rise from the bed and lean against its side. She fetched a chamber pot and assisted him. Lang Ningyan had spent several years in the capital and had grown somewhat accustomed to ordering slaves and maids about, but he still could not adapt to being served like an invalid. "I'll do it myself," he said hurriedly. "Your legs and feet are weak right now. Do not push yourself," the maid replied. Lang Ningyan's hands and feet were indeed feeble. He could not even urinate on his own. He had to lean against the bed rail just to sit upright. He had no choice but to let the maid handle him. After fully experiencing the corruption of a landlord's privilege, he was helped back onto the bed. The maid brought a porcelain bowl. "Master Leng, you have not eaten for a day. Please have some." He had not felt hungry before, but at her words, he suddenly realized his 5 viscera were empty. "Since I have been kidnapped anyway, I might as well relax," he thought. Losing a senator would be a major incident. Both the Beijing station and the Senate would spare no cost to rescue him. Opening the porcelain bowl, the fragrance of milk mingled with fermented rice wine wafted out. It was a bowl full of milk curd. The slightly yellowish curd was dotted with nuts and dried fruits, and it instantly aroused his appetite. He took a bite with a silver spoon. The milk fragrance was rich, the taste smooth and sweet. The craftsmanship behind this curd had definitely come from a wealthy local household. Milk curd existed in Beijing during the Ming Dynasty, but compared to the later Manchu Qing era, this delicacy was far rarer. Outside the palace, only high officials, nobles, and the finest brothels could savor such treats. Indeed, Lang Ningyan thought, the ones who kidnapped me are not common highwaymen, but some big shot. As for who that big shot might be, he had a vague sense in his heart, though how that person had written that letter remained an unsolved mystery. After finishing the bowl of fruit curd, Lang Ningyan felt comfortable throughout his body. When the maid brought mouthwash, his spirit had nearly recovered. After rinsing his mouth, he asked, "Who is your master? Why was I brought here?" The maid curtsied and offered an apologetic smile. "This slave is named Xiaoyao, ordered to serve the master here. If the master has any requests, please just tell this slave. Only do not leave this room. As long as you do not go out this door, the master shall act as a duke for 10,000 generations." All right, enough of that. I understand." Lang Ningyan felt a wave of irritation. However, hearing her name was Xiaoyao, his heart stirred. "Is your surname Lin?" "This slave is not surnamed Lin. The name was bestowed by the head of the household," the maid said, her smile unwavering. "Listening to your accent, you seem to be a southerner." Lang Ningyan had spent his previous life in financial circles and was keenly sensitive to people's accents. Xiaoyao smiled slightly but did not engage further. "It is this slave's good fortune that the master is considerate of this slave. If the master needs anything, just give a shout. This slave will be just outside." With that, she withdrew. The door opened. In a fleeting glimpse, Lang Ningyan caught sight of what appeared to be a small courtyard. The sky beyond was pitch black, and he could discern nothing clearly. Looking around, the room he occupied seemed to be the east side room of the main house. The decoration, furniture, and furnishings were of a level appropriate to a middle-class family, nothing particularly luxurious. The sole luxury item was an Australian oil lamp that illuminated the entire space. From these furnishings and the condition of the room, he roughly deduced that this must be someone's residence. Night had already fallen outside, yet he could not hear the watchman's drum. Clearly, he was not in the city, not even in Haitian town. Most likely, he was in some landlord's dwelling in a village or a wealthy family's countryside villa. It seemed the other party had been well prepared. At this time and in this place, he could only embrace the philosophy of taking things as they come. He leaned back against the headboard to rest. The drug's effects had not yet worn off, and he felt weak and exhausted. Just then the partition door creaked open. Heavy footsteps approached, followed by a man's voice. "Mr. Leng, how have you been?" End of chapter. Chapter 2659. The Capital Part 15. Leng Ningyun started awake. He opened his eyes to see a young man in his early 30s entering the room. The visitor wore a snow-blue Taoist robe with a net kerchief atop his head, and 3 strands of wispy beard adorned his chin, giving him a refined and measured appearance. Leng Ningyun leaned forward slightly out of habit. "Sir, you are." "My humble surname is Le," the visitor replied simply. "Mr. Le," regardless of which spacetime he found himself in. Leng Ningyun's primary occupation had always been dealing with people. His ability to read them had been honed to perfection over the years. At first glance, this visitor appeared young with a dashing bearing, somewhat resembling an otherworldly Taoist blessed with immortal bones. Yet upon closer inspection, his demeanor seemed somewhat affected. "I wonder why you mobilize such forces to bring me here, sir. What is your purpose?" Mr. Le smiled faintly, seated himself without invitation, and said, "Mr. Leng, please remain calm. Originally, I had no intention of showing my face, but circumstances have forced me to invite you here." Leng Ningyun had sensed something peculiar about this person from the start but couldn't quite identify it. After a moment it struck him. The accent and intonation of this Mr. Le were far too similar to those of a senator. Since the Senate's arrival in Lingao, they had spared no effort in promoting Mandarin for nearly a decade. Yet very few naturalized citizens could speak it well. The best among them managed only Canton Mandarin or Fujian Mandarin, serviceable for communication, but heavily accented. Those who spoke it best were naturally the new generation children of Fang Qiati, who had learned from childhood. Their Mandarin had reached a level nearly indistinguishable from that of the senators themselves, and their consciousness, thinking, habits, and demeanor reflected this as well. The problem was that such individuals were rare, and the oldest among them were only in their early 20s. No one remotely approached the age of this Mr. Le sitting before him. Moreover, his intonation and manner of speech were entirely unlike those of any naturalized citizen. Leng Ningyun shivered. Could it really be? In truth, he had entertained such a thought from the moment he first saw the letter. But the Mr. Le now before him was practically a senator. Cold sweat broke out across Leng Ningyun's body. The External Intelligence Bureau had long harbored similar suspicions. After the umbrella and parasol cases were resolved years ago, they first learned of Old Man Xi's existence through interrogations of captives and captured documents. At that time, the Bureau noted that the infiltration methods, contact protocols, and operational plans displayed knowledge far transcending the era. In an age when clandestine operations were essentially the domain of Jianghu folk, such sophistication far exceeded their expectations. Back then, the senior officials of the center suspected that besides themselves and that looming Japanese, other people had transmigrated to this spacetime. They compiled a report for the executive committee based on the gathered intelligence. Fewer than 20 people had read that report, and Leng Ningyun was one of them. He had been given access because he was to serve as the head of an overseas station. All senators assigned to lead overseas stations were required to read it, to understand the potential threats they faced. Such suspicions reached their peak during the Hangzhou station incident. The appearance of Hao Yuan in particular had once driven the Senate nearly to madness. Although Hao Yuan eventually died, the one who slipped through the net, Black, still left the Senate feeling as though a thorn were lodged in its back. Based on the intelligence collected, the External Intelligence Bureau's suspicions regarding the origins of Old Man Xi were elevated to new heights. However, the theory that Old Man Shi might be another black diminished significantly after the witchcraft case at the Guangzhou station. The senators found it difficult to believe that a 21st-century talent, capable of orchestrating the Parasol action and the Hangzhou riots, someone with exceptional organizational and incitement abilities, would believe in witchcraft and invest such vast resources into pursuing various feng shui secret arts and curses. Honestly, wouldn't those manpower and resources have been better spent on other means? Additionally, Old Man Shi's activities had decreased recently, and even crude schemes like counterfeit currency had been attempted. The External Intelligence Bureau judged that anyone with even basic scientific literacy from the old space-time would know such a strategy stood little chance against quasi-modern currency. In short, Black's actions remained consistent with the logical thinking of a transmigrator, but Old Man Shi's behavior was erratic and wildly imaginative, with extremes at both ends that defied logical categorization. Therefore, Old Man Shi was unlikely to be a second Black. At best, he was a genius of this spacetime who had acquired some modern knowledge. The Bureau's current hypothesis held that Old Man Shi was probably not a single person at all, but rather an organization assembled by certain individuals. Leng Ningyun had never seen the man before him in any of the External Intelligence Bureau's reports, yet his Mandarin accent, his manner of speaking, and that strange letter all seemed to reveal countless ties to the old spacetime. "Mr. Leng, I know what you are thinking," the man smiled. "But I am not." Leng Ningyun trembled. "You are not what?" "I am not the person you think I am," Mr. Le said leisurely. "That is, the person the Senate fears most." "Bah, the Senate fears nothing." Leng Ningyun suddenly found his courage. "The Senate commands powerful ships and sharp cannons, possessing the wealth of the 4 seas. Of course it fears nothing." Mr. Le tapped his own temple. "It only fears this. Otherwise, why insist on exterminating Hao Yuan completely?" Cold sweat formed on Leng Ningyun's back. He knew the Hao Yuan situation intimately. During the Hangzhou incident, Black and Old Man Shi had loomed behind Hao Yuan, an ever-present danger to the Senate. When he learned of Hao Yuan's death, he had secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Presumably, other senators felt the same. "In that case, you must be Old Man Shi, Mr. Le laughed heartily. One could say that, though such a description would be incomplete. Leng Ningyun's heart steadied somewhat. So it was the Old Man Shi group who had kidnapped him. Now he needed to clarify 2 things above all else. First, why they had taken him. Second, whether a second Black existed within the Old Man Shi group. The speech and manner of this Mr. Le carried a scent of the old spacetime that felt strangely familiar to Leng Ningyun, yet he dared not draw any certain conclusions. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Then what would be the complete version?" "There is no such person as Old Man Shi in this world," Mr. Le said, a trace of regret in his voice. "And yet, he is everywhere." Leng Ningyun turned these cryptic words over in his mind. Their meaning seemed to suggest that such a person as Old Man Shi had once existed, but that he was no longer among the living. "Mr. Le, you've kidnapped me and brought me here. What exactly do you intend?" "In Beijing City alone, at least 200 or 300 people know DeLong's background." Leng Ningyun nodded. "That's no secret." "Correct, it is indeed no secret," Mr. Le smiled. "However, knowing what manner of person Master Leng truly is, that knowledge belongs to us alone." Leng Ningyun remained silent. Unless subjected to torture or threats against his life, he could not admit to being a senator. This was the outermost layer of the multi-tiered confession protocols the External Intelligence Bureau provided to all senators. Seeing his silence, Mr. Le smiled inscrutably, leaned close to him, and whispered, "Odd changes, even remains, for the sign look at the quadrant." Leng Ningyun's eyes widened. Though he had steeled himself for such a possibility ever since seeing that anonymous letter bearing E=mc, the shock that seized his heart when the moment actually arrived was still violent. After a long pause, he managed to speak. "You really are the same as you, correct? Aren't you?" "No," Mr. Le smiled, a smile tinged with nostalgia and a trace of sadness. Now Lang Ningyun's thoughts fell into complete disarray. Whether old man she was another transmigrator or this Mr. Le was another disciple of blacks, he could not fathom their motive for kidnapping him. The reason I invited Mr. Lang here is to ask you to serve as a peacemaker, Mr. Le clarified. Lang Ningyun laughed. Mr. Le must be joking. Since the founding of the Great Ming, there has never been talk of ceding territory, paying indemnities, or marriage alliances. What virtue or ability does Lang possess to serve as such a peacemaker? Even if the Senate agreed, would the emperor consent? Given suitable conditions, the emperor might not object, Mr. Le replied. You are a senator, one of the noble 500. The Senate will certainly not stand idly by while your life hangs in the balance. So you mean to use me as a hostage to force the Senate to accept your terms? Mr. Le smiled slightly but said nothing. This is wishful thinking. Not necessarily. After all, the Senate has stationed quite a few senators throughout Ming territory, Senator Zhao in Hangzhou, for instance. Even within Liangguang, senators are scattered across various locations, and their protection is hardly watertight. Judging by one's own measure, who can guarantee eternal safety? Mr. Le's voice was patient, guiding. By now, Lang Ningyun was drenched in sweat. This Mr. Le appeared kind and pleasant, but his words dripped with murderous intent. The danger to life he spoke of was probably not a simple matter of confiscation and beheading, but rather death penalties, designed for maximum spectacle and deterrence, like death by 1,000 cuts. Compared to Zhao Yinggong, who maintained deep ties with the Qiaonan gentry and operated almost as an independent kingdom, Lang Ningyun was indeed the weakest link among all the senators stationed abroad. Small wonder that old man Xi's group, desperate and cornered, had chosen to begin with him. Wave after wave of cold sweat broke over him as he recognized the gravity of his peril. Now he understood. The old Manchi group was no simple cabal of anti-Chinese-led bureaucrats. Their vision exceeded that of ordinary officials and gentry, and their understanding of the Senate ran far deeper. What seemed certain was that a transmigrator was guiding them, though whether this person was black or someone else remained impossible to determine. Continuing to bicker was pointless. His only option now was to stall for time and await rescue. Feigning submission, he said, "Since you insist on thinking so, I have no choice." "What would you have me do?" Mr. Le nodded approvingly. "A wise man adapts to circumstances." With that, he pushed the 4 treasures of the study across the table toward him. "Please write a letter, Mr. Lang." End of chapter. Chapter 2660. The Capital, Part 16. The clatter of horse hooves shattered the early morning silence. Several riders emerged from the mist, their silhouettes growing sharper as they approached Beijing. Liao Sanyang rode at the front. Her body moved with supple resilience as she held the reins loosely in her left hand, keeping her upper body perpendicular to the horse's spine. She rose and fell in gentle rhythm with the animal's gait, a seamless understanding between rider and mount. She loosened the reins further, letting the weight disappear from her left hand. The horse lowered its head and neck in response. She had relinquished control, allowing it to amble along the road at its own pace. With her right hand, Liao Sanyang touched the upright collar of her jacket. There was a small bulge at its corner, a deadly poison pill that she could bite into simply by lowering her head. A captured woman faced torments 100 times more terrible than those endured by men. A woman who had fought her way through thickets of blades and spears never feared death. Indifference to dying stayed the reaper's hand. The blood on one's blade was always someone else's. She raised her head slightly, her thoughts drifting. Counting from Master Ling's disappearance, a day and a half had passed. In that time, Liao Sanyang had slept only a few hours, spending the rest rushing about inside and outside the city. She had scattered her people and contacted local power brokers in the villages and counties along the main roads surrounding the capital, primarily the runners and bailiffs stationed in various places. These low-level public servants controlled the instruments of local investigation and security. They could mobilize the idlers and white catchers, who assisted the government offices, wielding considerable influence over local affairs. Her focus was on tracking Boss Leng's horses. Horses were large targets, easily spotted and identified. Starting with these offered the best chance of achieving a breakthrough. Li Rufeng remained in Beijing to manage relations with all parties and handle any ransom letter or middleman that might arrive. In this male-dominated society of the Great Ming, people simply trusted men more. Deep down, Liao Sanyang held little hope for the investigation. These civilians, bought with money and goods, often reported false or exaggerated information to claim credit and rewards. Most of what they provided proved useless. From the kidnapper's perspective, abandoning the carriage while keeping the horses left the biggest clue. However, horses differed from carriages. Their mobility was far greater. They could take main roads, small paths, or even travel cross-country. The gaps in coverage were as numerous as mesh holes in a net. Like the assistant managers, there was little Liao Sanyang could do, but she could not afford to dwell on that. If her heart grew panicked, nothing would get done. Since arriving in Beijing, Liao Sanyang had felt a faint unease. The farther from Guangzhou, the more severely the Australian song's influence had decayed. The Beijing station was the most unique existence among all overseas stations, and the one with the faintest Australian song character. The capital, the political center of the Great Ming, was crawling with spies, the factory and guard omnipresent. Any unconventional behavior meant treason and heresy. Should the Beijing station fall out of tune with this city, it would immediately become the brightest of targets. Given their isolation, the Beijing station had made substantial concessions for the sake of cover. Except for retaining the financial system necessary for work coordination, Helian Sheng, De Long, and the Leng residents had all abandoned Australian song customs to follow Great Ming etiquette and law. Furthermore, they employed as few naturalized citizens as possible. Nearly all positions of lesser importance were filled by locals or those recruited from nearby areas. Management followed the feudal ethical code entirely, relying mainly on contracts, shop rules, family laws, and official statutes. This caused the few personnel dispatched from Lingao to undergo rapid reverse assimilation, reverting to the living habits of the Great Ming. The rules Li Rufeng spoke of had never been strictly observed. Even in modern times, lacking supervision and instant communication, relying solely on employee self-discipline would lead to the erosion of regulations. In the Beijing station with its strong feudal character, rigid rules often failed to adapt to complex and ever-changing situations. Flexibility became the norm, and various Lingao regulations became mere scraps of paper after repeated compromises. What could actually be enforced was the simple, crude feudal family law. Liao Sanyang had heard complaints from other dispatch personnel. If an overseas station had only one senator in charge, it would inevitably become a one-word hall, often engaging in petty tricks of outward devotion and inner opposition, like, when the general is abroad, he may refuse the sovereign's orders. Some instances of rule-breaking had even caused security incidents later. These cases had all entered the relevant training materials. Master Leng was the rule-maker. All rules of the Beijing station existed to manage others. Temporary changes regarding security and travel routes were often decided by Master Leng himself, which made Li Rufeng's invocation of rules sound more like excuses and deflection of responsibility after the fact. Master Leng would kneel and kowtow to the court's powerful figures, but within the Beijing station, he was the absolute leader, possessing irrefutable authority. What he said went. No one dared question him. As for his character, Liao Sanyang admired him considerably. Like most senators, he lacked the cold ruthlessness of those from wealthy families and was rather upright and kind. On ordinary days, he neither indulged in lust nor showed much interest in amusement and feasting. He was fair in personnel matters and official affairs, and an expert in business. Yet Liao Sanyang always sensed that somewhere in this Master Leng's bones, there lurked a certain restlessness, an unwillingness to remain ordinary. On the surface, he lived a disciplined life at the Beijing station, responding carefully to everything around him. But there was always some impulse within him to do great things. He was easygoing, often joking with employees from Lingao. Once, while teasing the dispatched senators in Liao Sanyang's presence, Master Leng had said, "The Senate treats dispatched senators like buying lottery tickets, winning 5 million every day and continuing to win for 10 years straight." After all, what dispatched senators faced was never just enemies on all sides, but also human disasters, natural calamities, diseases, and countless unpredictable accidents in chaotic times. The greatness of the Senate was not worth a laugh before nature's awesome might. Running around through chaotic times under minimal conditions of security, hygiene, and disaster prevention, 10 years without accidents of death, disability, or disappearance among dispatched senators, that itself was a miracle for the Senate to be proud of. Though much of it relied on fortune's favor, the excitement of result-oriented thinking and personal adventurism in pursuit of self-worth had temporarily covered many problems beneath the brilliance of various overseas achievements. While enjoying their luck, they were also constantly accumulating risk. Liao Sanyang did not understand what a lottery ticket was, but she could roughly guess it was some kind of gambling game. The Beijing station's special, somewhat chaotic management system contained numerous vulnerabilities. The Beijing station was a team built according to local conditions. In the post-Ming era initiated by the Northern Expedition, whether to retain the Beijing station had become an increasingly controversial topic. On one hand, the development of the station's financial, industrial, and commercial businesses had proven highly effective. On the other, it contradicted the original purpose of keeping a low profile. As Australian goods sales increased and contact with high-level clients for savings and loans grew more frequent, Boss Leng's fame had spread, and with greater exposure came greater risk. Should it be completely abolished or taken over entirely by indigenous employees? All parties were still studying and deliberating. Liao Sanyang had no right to comment, nor could she say much of substance, but she perceived certain signs that the Beijing station would likely be downsized, or rather, forced underground, and that Master Leng would probably return to Guangzhou. Master Leng mocked the Senate's gambling on dispatched personnel, yet he himself remained unchanged, still placing personal decisions above the Beijing station system without a second thought, feeling it was only natural. The others from Lingao also sensed something, more or less. In their spare time, they would whisper among themselves. The Great Ming Law lists 10 abominations. The first 3 are conspiracy of rebellion, conspiracy of great sedition, and conspiracy of treason. Beyond the 5 punishments, there is lingchai, death by 1,000 cuts, reserved for those guilty of great sedition and treason. Being in an enemy country, the uncertainty about the road ahead and the terror of that extreme punishment by fish-scale slicing made people's hearts extraordinarily fragile. The employees from Lingao were filled with anxiety and insecurity. In this moment of suspended uncertainty and swaying morale, Senator Leng's kidnapping might become the final straw that broke the camel's back. Human hearts are subtle. A momentary wavering in one person's resolve could push everyone into the abyss. All of Liao Sanyang's posturing was for the sake of stability. People needed to see that things were progressing. Until someone arrived from Lingao or the situation changed, Liao Sanyang and Li Rufeng had no path of retreat. They could only persist. Liao Sanyang pulled her mind back to the present. She looked at the winding road stretching before her and whispered to herself, "Keep walking forward." Upon returning to Delong, she found the area outside the main gate deserted, without the anticipated crowd of depositors demanding their money. Instead, 7 or 8 Shunchen Prefecture bailiffs stood guard along the street. A notice stamped with the Shunchen Prefecture seal had already been pasted on the spirit screen. It seemed Wu Kaidi had persuaded the authorities to temporarily seal the bank. She did not approach the front entrance but detoured through the back alley. After twisting through 7 turns and 8 bends, she knocked at a small door tucked away in an inconspicuous narrow lane and slipped back into DeLong. Tea smoke curled upward. The hot tea gradually warmed Liao Sanyang's body. Gazing at Li Rufeng through the rising wisps, she noticed that this man who was always so energetic appeared somewhat listless now. Liao Sanyang cradled the cup with both hands, smiled gently, and said, "Why does the chief escort torture himself so? Why be so anxious?" Li Rufeng sat in the round-backed armchair, rubbing his head. "I once thought fighting and killing were the most dangerous things. Now I know that sitting idle like this, just waiting, that is the most torturous." Liao Sanyang smiled. "Shall I procure a string of prayer beads for the chief escort? You could recite the heart-calming mantra to settle your mind." Li Rufeng smiled bitterly. "I have been hot-tempered all my life. I have no wish to eat vegetarian food and chant Buddha's name. I only want to kill people cleanly and refreshingly, but I cannot touch the bandits' trail." "Any news from Guangzhou?" Liao Sanyang asked. Li Rufeng scratched his head with a crackling sound. "Soon. They say they are transmitting via the telegraph box, relaying it leg by leg. Should be faster than relay horses, but such heavy instruments of the state are not available everywhere." Just as the two were speaking, someone burst through the entrance hall. It was little Bazzi. Waving an envelope in his hand, he shouted, "It's here! It's here! The ransom note is here!" Li Rufeng and Liao Sanyang shot to their feet simultaneously. They looked at each other and let out a long breath in unison. The great stone that had been hanging in their hearts finally crashed to the ground. End of chapter. Chapter 2661, The Capital, Part 17. Little Bazzi hurried into the living room with a letter in hand, Wu Kaidi close behind him. The moment he crossed the threshold, he announced to Li Rufeng, "Mr. Wu has brought a letter." He presented the document with both hands. Wu Kaidi stepped out from behind little Bazzi and approached Li Rufeng. "The letter arrived around the yin hour yesterday, between 3 and 5 in the morning. Someone shot a headless arrow into the Leng residence carrying this message. It's addressed to me." He paused, gathering himself. "Since the master's accident, I've been the one managing affairs inside and out. The bandits must have assumed I'm in charge. I came as soon as I received it." Li Rufeng nodded without reply and immediately unfolded the letter, reading it in silence. The letter was not long, but Li Rufeng studied it with meticulous care, reading through it several times. When he finished, he gently rubbed the paper between his fingers, then raised it to his nose and inhaled before passing it to Liao Sanyang. Liao Sanyang took the letter and pinched the paper between her fingers. The texture was coarse and cheap. She noted the letter bore only a salutation, no signature. A white-headed letter, they called it, a life-demanding letter. The characters were written in cinnabar, red as fresh blood, startling to behold. She focused her gaze and read carefully. The letter stated, "To Brother Wu Kaidi, personally open. We, humble servants, have suffered from the chaos of war and the invasion and violence of powerful bullies. The common people have exhausted their fat and blood to fill the jackals and tigers. Our livelihood is in dire straits, unable to bear the insults and abuse, forced into the grass and wilderness. We have long admired your master's benevolence and joy in giving, his virtue of broadly relieving the distressed. We, humble servants, admiring your reputation, respectfully invite Lord Leng to linger and stay for a short while at our humble place. We shamelessly borrow 100,000 taels of full standard fine silver to help relieve our distress. On the day the flowered silver arrives, we will respectfully send Lord Leng back intact. Brother, you should think carefully. Do not inform the officials. Absolutely do not shift the disaster to your master, causing Lord Leng to suffer the humiliation of the axe and saw. Please be sure to heed this. As for the transaction of person and money, when and where, wait for another invitation later." Liao Sanyang finished reading and felt a flicker of surprise. She turned to Wu Kaidi. "The style of this letter doesn't seem like the work of common bandits. The wording is remarkably polite, yet their actions are ruthless. They killed without hesitation when they struck. Strange indeed." Did anyone see the archer? Wu Kaidi shook his head. Guards were posted outside the door, but only hanging lanterns lit the main gate. The alley beyond was pitch black. They saw nothing. The arrow was shot in a high arc from a surrounding rooftop, landing inside the courtyard. The arrowhead was wrapped in cotton cloth, and threaded onto the arrow shaft was a jade hair-binding ring. Its Lingao craftsmanship, bearing the mark of Purple Light Tower. Master Ling was wearing it when he left the house. When the arrow struck ground, the patrol dogs barked without end. The night watchman came to investigate and discovered it then. Li Rufeng retrieved the letter from Liao Sanyang's hands, examining it once more. These brushstrokes are vigorous and powerful, the result of years of practice, not mere days. No rough fellow could produce this. It looks like the handiwork of an old scholar, someone who makes a living writing letters for others. At this, Liao Sanyang's brow furrowed slightly. There are countless people who earn their bread by writing. Investigating that angle would be nearly impossible. For a matter this secretive, bandits would be reluctant to let an outsider pen their demands. Among their number, there must be someone educated. She studied the characters again. The strokes show no trembling or dragging. The structure is neat, the brush movement fluid. The handwriting is undisguised, which tells us they don't fear us recognizing it and tracing it back to them. They're confident we won't know them. The paper is common market stock, nothing distinctive. And while cinnabar is expensive, writing requires very little. A pinch obtained from anywhere would suffice. From this letter alone, we can glean very few clues. Li Rufeng paced 2 steps across the hall, then settled back into his chair. "The letter has arrived," he said, his voice low and measured. "They're telling us to wait for further orders. They'll certainly seek a middleman to contact us and negotiate the ransom." Liao Sanyang's eyes glinted with sudden understanding. Seeking a middleman means the handover is likely some distance from the capital. Could the bandits operate from a stronghold in the surrounding countryside? She considered the implications. This group includes educated men who can write, skilled archers who command the bow, spies embedded in the city, and riders capable of covering ground quickly. Such a fully equipped operation suggests they're accustomed to ambitious undertakings. It raises one's interest. Li Rufeng stroked the beard at his chin. "For now, we can only speculate. Typically, such life-demanding letters arrive the day after a kidnapping. The Leng residents received this one nearly 2 days later. I suspect the bandits were delayed, passing the hair ring back and forth as proof of their captive takes time. They also likely wanted to wait and observe the Leng residents' movements before making contact." Liao Sanyang nodded, then turned to regard Wu Kaidi. "Mr. Wu, can the ransom be assembled? Can we actually gather 100,000 taels?" Wu Kaidi drew in a sharp breath, his expression troubled. 100,000 in flowered silver is no small sum. The shop is sealed now, so we needn't worry about a run on deposits, but the pure silver on hand is limited. If we liquidated all of De Long's movable assets, we could probably scrape together enough. However, without authorization from the head office, privately diverting those funds cannot be entered into the accounts. Explaining it afterward would be difficult, he hesitated. That's one concern. The second is this. Once the master returns and De Long reopens, we'll need tens of thousands of taels for operating capital. Liao Sanyang lowered her head in thought. By Australian reckoning, 100,000 taels of silver amounts to roughly 3,700 specified jin. That cannot be transported without heavy carts, extremely conspicuous. If large wagons begin moving, I fear it will immediately alert the government. People will notice, and that invites trouble. Wu Kaidi nodded grimly. This matter cannot be hidden. Judge Liu of Shunshan Prefecture visits De Long every day now. He practically wishes he could move in. However, if we intend to redeem the master, Prefecture Yinzhang won't oppose it. As long as the person returns, De Long reopens, and this whole affair settles down, he'll consider it resolved. If Manager Leng remains missing for too long, the pressure on him only grows. Li Rufeng spoke in a measured tone. "I understand. In that case, we needn't do too much with Shunshan Prefecture. Only clear the checkpoint for leaving the city. That's not difficult. It simply means greasing the right palms and spending more silver so that the warden's office and the gate guards won't interrogate anyone from DeLong or Heliansheng. He began to outline the plan. We must not make noise. Break the shipment into small parts. Select only the most reliable people, whether carts, horses, or men. Smuggle everything out piecemeal, bit by bit, to a gathering place outside the city walls. 100,000 taels is substantial, but not impossible. It can be assembled in 2 or 3 days with enough effort. He paused. When the bandits killed and captured their victims, they already alarmed the government. The instruction to not inform officials means we cannot coordinate with authorities regarding the ransom or the investigation. Other matters are inconsequential. Li Rufeng fell silent for a moment, scraping at the whiskers on his chin, worry creeping into his expression. There is only one thing that concerns me. In Lingao, kidnapping cases often end with the hostage being killed. When the family comes to redeem their loved one, they frequently receive only a corpse. Liao Sanyang considered this, then shook her head. The bureau chief may be overthinking. The situation here differs from Lingao. The Great Song's Qianzhou prefecture operates under a different system than the Great Ming's realm. She spoke with the authority of experience. Kidnapping and hostage killings occur frequently in Lingao precisely because the Political Security Bureau and the Police Bureau are swift and fierce. They possess photo-shadowing techniques. The daily newspapers publish illustrated wanted notices, and patrolmen of the Police Bureau search according to the images. Bandit strongholds outside Lingao City have long been swept away. Inside the city, household registration is everywhere. Every family has a doorplate. It's extremely difficult to conceal hostages whether inside or outside the walls. Verifying the hostage, exchanging money, completing the redemption, every step carries sky-high risks. The official notes and silver dollars in Lingao all bear Australian codes, traceable to their source, making the money difficult to spend. Qianzhou is bordered by sea on all 4 sides. When a case breaks, one can only flee to the miasmic wastelands with nowhere to hide. Once caught and brought to justice, the sentence is immediate hanging or shooting, absolutely no leniency. Therefore, those who dare kidnap for ransom are all heinous and desperate individuals. Because hiding hostages is so difficult and fearing their secret will leak, they often kill their captives. Moreover, such criminals are usually just scattered individuals working together, never forming any organized force. The Great Ming is different. A little distance from the capital, within the territory of North Zhili, numerous bandits establish strongholds in the mountains and gather to dominate their regions. Such men don't fear government suppression. When soldiers come, they scatter. When soldiers leave, they regroup. Ransoms are arranged through village elders who serve as go-betweens, with the exchange taking place in the stronghold itself. The concerns we face in Lingao, hiding people, evading searches, need not trouble them at all. Thus, they actually operate with certain rules. As long as the government doesn't interfere and complicate matters, they release the captive upon receiving payment. We must verify the person when paying the ransom. Before the bandits have their money in hand, they will absolutely not harm Master Leng lightly. Li Rufeng pondered for a long moment, then gritted his teeth. Allocate the funds, handle it. His voice was firm. The situation is now clear. The bandits kidnapped him for wealth, nothing more. There are only 2 circumstances in which they would kill the hostage. First, the family reports to officials, authorities investigate too deeply, soldiers advance to suppress the stronghold, and the bandits, cornered, murder their captive. Second, when ransom becomes hopeless and they cannot obtain their silver, they fly into a rage born of shame and kill in frustration. He leaned forward. Right now, Master Ling's safety must be our priority. We cannot afford to haggle over the ransom amount. The heavier the ransom, the safer Master Ling will be. Bargaining back and forth only wastes time and increases uncertainty. We must not offend these bandits under any circumstances. If it comes to the worst, The responsibility for diverting these funds, I will bear it together with Mr. Wu." Wu Kaidi stood frozen, stunned by these words. Then the blood drained from his face entirely. He had no idea how he had suddenly been drafted to share this crushing responsibility with Li Rufeng. He wanted to object, to argue his case, but couldn't find where to begin. Refusing seemed wrong. Agreeing seemed equally impossible. His mouth opened and closed several times, no sound emerging, like a fish gasping its last on a dry riverbank. "There is one more scenario that leads to killing the hostage," Liao Sanyang said quietly. Li Rufeng started. "What else?" "Unpredictable changes," Liao Sanyang replied. Before Li Rufeng could ask for elaboration, she continued. "If Master Leng offends them with careless words or attempts to escape, he may provoke the bandits into striking a killing blow. Other possibilities, encountering officials during transit, or even the bandits simply feeling unhappy, any of these can trigger unexpected violence. Life and death hang on a single thought. Kidnapping for ransom is fundamentally different from murder and robbery. In murder and robbery, when the crime occurs, the victim is already dead and the goods already lost. The matter is settled. The only question is how to apprehend the culprit. In kidnapping, both we and the bandits are in constant motion. They move, we move. During Political Security Bureau training, we learned that the longer a kidnapping drags on, the more dangerous it becomes. In Lingao, if a case cannot be solved or the victim redeemed within 10 days, there's a 60% chance the hostage will die." She paused. "Here in the capital, there is no post office, no telegraph, let alone political security or police bureau. Message transmission is painfully slow, and control over the countryside is weak. The window might extend, perhaps double, but 20 days is still critical. And the great Ming is now mired in turmoil and chaos. Everything is unpredictable." Li Rufeng slapped his thigh and declared loudly, "Since the incident occurred, this matter has spun beyond our control. There's no use dwelling on what cannot be predicted. We must simply adapt as circumstances change." His voice steadied. "We are weak here in the capital. There's little we can do. Now that we have news, at least we're not fumbling blind." He turned to Wu Kaidi. "Mr. Wu, send an urgent message to Lingao. The pressing task is to allocate the funds. We are anxious and the bandits are anxious too. We are anxious for Master Leng to return home. They are anxious to take the money and flee." He rose from his seat. "We will return to Heliansheng immediately. Shunchen Prefecture bailiffs are stationed outside the Leng residence. I doubt anyone would dare come to the door to speak the ticket." His expression darkened. "But if the negotiator cannot reach us, this situation becomes truly dangerous." With that, Li Rufeng seized the dazed Wu Kaidi, still standing wooden and motionless, and marched him out the door. End of chapter. Chapter 2662. The Capital, Part 18. The three of them forewent horses, taking a mule cart directly back to Heliansheng. They had barely washed their faces and taken their seats when a young fellow brought tea. An attendant entered from outside and reported, "Chief Escort, 3 guests are waiting outside requesting an audience." Li Rufeng paid him no mind and said impatiently, "Guests from where?" "I'm occupied with family affairs and cannot attend to them. Turn them away. Tell them Li bows in thanks and will visit another day." The attendant replied, "The visitors said they've come regarding Master Leng's matter." Every heart in the room skipped a beat. Liao Sanyang blurted out in a low voice, "Someone arrives the moment we return. I doubt even Lingao's telegraph could work this fast." "Their spies have been watching outside Delong for quite some time," Li Rufeng said. Middlemen who proposed ransoms were typically relatives or friends of the victim, or influential local figures capable of handling such delicate affairs. Sometimes, they would also seek out hooligans and rascals who colluded with Greenwood bandits to bridge the two parties and ensure the transaction proceeded smoothly. Government law forbade the redemption of kidnapped persons. Anyone caught proposing a ransom would be branded a bandit's relative or accomplice. After arrest, they faced severe torture and extortion. Thus, serving as a middleman carried tremendous risk. No one agreed without either connections or considerable benefit. Li Rufeng's body froze as if nailed to the spot. His imposing figure stood at the doorway for a long moment. Then he turned abruptly, released Wu Kaidi's arm, strode back to the center of the living room, seated himself upright and said in a deep voice, "Invite them in." Before long, 3 large men walked into the hall in a triangular formation. Liao Sanyang, Wu Kaidi and Little Bazzi flanked the entrance on both sides. As the trio passed, all 3 scrutinized the visitors carefully. The leader had his head wrapped in blue cloth and wore a blue cloth straight gown. He possessed a burly frame, his waist bound tight, sleeves narrow, feet clad in black boots. The 2 behind him wore dark melonskin caps, coarse short jackets and hemp shoes, with leg wrappings wound around their calves, dressed like farmers. All 3 had fierce faces and exposed chests. They walked with shoulders rolling and backs hunched, their gaits lacking any proper form. Though their clothes bore no patches, they were stained with oil and grime, appearing greasy and unwashed. Seeing them enter, Li Rufeng rose slowly, ordered tea to be served and cupped his hands to the 3. He gestured toward the officials' hat chairs arranged below, indicating they should sit. "Where do the good fellows hail from?" The leading big man returned the salute with cupped fists and laughed. "We've come specially to relieve the chief escort's worries." Li Rufeng laughed as well. "Li can eat meat and drink wine. What worries could I possibly have?" The big man gave a hi-hay laugh. "Without us brothers, I'm afraid the bureau chief cannot pass this cold autumn." He placed heavy emphasis on the word cold. Leng. Hearing this, Li Rufeng's eyes narrowed slightly. "Those who travel far in the Jianghu make friends by the thousands. We in the escort business set up counters outside and seek our living on the knife's edge in this capital city, relying entirely on our friends' support. Since the good fellows are here, there's no need to hide or hedge, speaking in unrelated half-sentences. Honest men stand in the light, speak openly." The big man raised his hand and spoke loudly. "The bureau chief is straightforward. We 3 brothers are from Sant County. We don't have proper nicknames. Folks just call us Song Da, Wang San, and Liu Wu. We've earned a small reputation in the countryside. Master Ling has been dusted, taken by the good fellows of Tiangshuan's stronghold. My brothers were entrusted by Chief Hu of Tiangshuan's stronghold to serve as middlemen, holding up both families with one hand to settle this matter." Li Rufeng nodded. "That you're willing to act as middlemen. Li truly appreciates Brother Song's kindness. Brother Song is also a local power, so let us dispense with empty formalities. Simply name the time, place, method of exchange, and the amount. Let us trade as soon as possible." He paused before continuing. "To burn incense, one must first see the true Buddha." The big man called Song Da laughed. "Very well, let the chief escort see the true Buddha." One of the men behind Song Da produced a cloth bundle from his bosom and presented it to Li Rufeng. Li Rufeng opened the bundle and found a lock of black hair inside. Something felt wrong immediately. To serve as a token, it needed obvious identifying characteristics. Along with Leng Ningyun, a carriage and clothes had also been lost. Those would serve as far better proof. Everyone had hair. There was no way to tell if this belonged to Leng Ningyun. Li Rufeng frowned and passed the bundle to Liao Sanyang. She took it and ran the strands through her fingers. Though the hair was black like that of a strong man, the texture felt dry and withered. The owner seemed somewhat malnourished. Leng Ningyun's hair was lustrous and full of shine. Liao Sanyang judged almost immediately that this was not his. She kept her conclusion to herself, walking slowly toward Song Da. With a pleasant expression and warm voice she said, "Brother Song, I'll take this hair to let Master Leng's concubine identify it. If it proves genuine, everything becomes easy to discuss. Don't think this slave overly suspicious. Any family suffering such an incident would be anxious. Yet there are always those wicked-hearted people. The more a family grieves, the more they want to exploit the danger for unrighteous wealth." As she spoke, Liao Sanyang watched carefully. Song Da's face stiffened and his body twisted with discomfort. She nodded, then said abruptly, The wind was fierce at the yin hour last night, blowing in half a letter and a carved feather. Song De looked baffled. Song retired early last night and didn't notice whether the wind outside was strong or weak. Seeing that he knew nothing of the letter delivery, Liao Sanyang already had the measure of him. She spoke again. Curious. Both the Ling residence and DeLong are managed by Mr. Wu. If there were a matter to discuss, one would go to the Ling residence. Why did Brother Song seek out this escort agency instead? Song De's heart tightened. He hurried to explain. Who doesn't know that Helian Sheng and DeLong act as inside and outside for each other? I saw Master Wu arriving, Liao Sanyang giggled. Everyone knows. I'm afraid not everyone. Brother Song must have been watching Master Wu's movements at the Ling residence to know he'd come here, yes. Song De grew nervous. Absolutely not. After speaking, he stood abruptly and said sternly, the Ling residence lies quite far from here and traveling back and forth takes time. Song has other matters today. Since you wish to verify, Song will pay another visit. I only ask the bureau chief to advance 1,000 taels of Nok silk for Master Ling's food and lodging expenses these past days. Otherwise, I fear what arrives next time will be Master Ling's fingers and toes. He followed this with a sinister high-hay sneer. At these words, Liao Sanyang seemed to take fright. Her face paled slightly and she fell silent, pacing back 2 steps. She casually untied the slipknot of her cloak, then looked at Li Rufeng and stammered, Chief escort this. What should we do? Li Rufeng studied Liao Sanyang, sighed and furrowed his brow tightly. He nodded and called to his subordinates. Why is Sanyangzi showing no hospitality at all? Go to the counter, withdraw 1,000 taels of silver, and ask Brother Song to take it away. Whatever happens, we must ensure Master Ling remains unharmed. Seeing Li Rufeng relent and the fellow departing to fetch the money, Song De's tension eased involuntarily. Just as he was about to speak, Liao Sanyang glanced at the hair in her hand and said suddenly, how strange, this looks like a dead man's hair. Song De's face changed. He blurted out, how could it be? This was just cut off this morning. The moment the words left his mouth, he knew his mistake. His face went pale instantly. Liao Sanyang smiled faintly, tossed the lock of hair casually to the ground and said softly, Brother Song, impersonating ransomers to frighten and extort a victim's relatives. If reported to the officials, who knows how many bamboo beatings you'll suffer and how much time you'll serve in prison. Cold sweat instantly covered Song De's face. His fingertips trembled at his sides. His complexion turned iron blue and gradually twisted with rage. He looked around and saw that Liao Sanyang stood closest to him, a mere weak woman. He suddenly roared, seize this woman, take her hostage and fight our way out. The big man named Wang San drew a Juan dagger from his waist, bellowed, and charged with the blade. Liao Sanyang grabbed the cloak behind her and swept it through the air. The dark red fabric churned into a vertical crimson vortex at the center of the hall. The moment the vortex unfurled, it contracted sharply toward the center, swallowing Wang San's knife-wielding arm and wrapping tightly around both blade and limb. Liao Sanyang set her right foot forward and left foot back. Her left hand seized Wang San's cloak-wrapped right hand while her right grasped his left wrist, pulling outward to give him the illusion that his arm was being drawn away from his body. Wang San resisted, pulling back. Liao Sanyang instantly reversed her force and twisted against his momentum, pinning both his arms together and bunching them against the right side of his torso. His body tilted. His hands became inseparable. She immediately pivoted her left foot back, stepping and turning to her left rear, cutting in front of Wang San's chest with her back now facing him. She released his wrist, supported his knee with her right hand, pulled with her left and lifted with her right. Bending at the waist and arching her back, she used her spine as a fulcrum, driving power through her hips to carry Wang San vertically upside down across her back before hurling him towards Song De with gathered momentum. Wang San's body crashed heavily onto the floor. The blue brick surface served as the best of weapons. He slammed onto his back against the massive slab with a resounding crash, feeling as though his very skeleton had shattered. His eyes rolled back. He coughed twice and fell unconscious. Little Bazzi cheered from the side, Sanyangzi's godly wrestling. He made to step forward and help after shouting, but a large hand held him back. He turned to find Li Rufeng shaking his head. Sanyangzi has been pent up badly these past 2 days. Let her play and clear her mood. Songda found himself blocked by Wang San's thrown body. Liu Wu, on the other side, rushed forward instead. He reached out to grab the front of Liao Sanyang's clothes at her chest. Liao Sanyang collapsed her chest, relaxing her muscles to absorb the impact and dissipate the incoming force. Her left hand shot out to seize Liu Wu's right shoulder while her right hand caught the upper part of his cross-collar. Exerting force with both arms simultaneously, she dragged and pressed him down and to her left. Liu Wu had intended to attack directly when meeting weakness, planning to overpower Liao Sanyang with brute strength. He never expected this woman to possess such immense force. Suddenly he was the weaker party. His head spun as offense and defense reversed in an instant. Under the pull of tremendous force, Liu Wu's body tilted violently. To maintain balance, he instinctively stiffened in the opposite direction. Liao Sanyang seized this moment to release her grip, borrowing his counter-stiffening force to pull in the reverse direction while using the outer edge of her left foot to flick against the inside of his right foot, attempting to sweep his leg from the ground. Liu Wu reacted with extraordinary speed. His right leg curled upward, evading Liao Sanyang's sweeping kick. But now he balanced on only his left foot, his body slightly unstable. He leaned forward and grabbed Liao Sanyang's lapel with both hands, fighting desperately to maintain his equilibrium. End of chapter. Chapter 2663. The Capital, Part 19. Liao Sanyang's left foot touched ground a heartbeat before Liu Wu's. She shifted laterally, a subtle adjustment that forced his center of gravity forward. In the same motion, she abandoned the throw for a grapple, her left hand seizing Liu Wu's right wrist in an iron grip while her body pivoted back to the left. Her right arm drove against the big man's left elbow joint as her right leg snapped toward the hollow behind his knee. Liu Wu clamped his body tight, bending his arm and retracting his elbow to break free before the hold could fully form. Liao Sanyang flowed into a new stance, retreating half a step to create distance between their lower bodies. By the time Liu Wu's right foot finally landed, Liao Sanyang had already destroyed his positioning, forcing him into constant defense. His center of gravity rode high, the vertical line of his balance hovering at the very edge of his base of support, teetering on the brink of instability. Unable to fully adjust his posture, Liu Wu's right leg splayed outward at an unnatural angle. Liao Sanyang's sense of timing was razor-sharp. In that hairsbreadth of a moment, she lifted her right leg and drove her heel down with vicious force onto the proximal end of Liu Wu's hip. The human hip is remarkably solid, but the posterior inferior wall lacks ligament reinforcement, a structural weakness. With Liu Wu's right leg already abducted nearly 40 degrees, his body was caught in an unnatural state. The greater trochanter of his femur formed a lever's fulcrum against the hip socket. Under Liao Sanyang's violent stomp, the femoral head slipped forward and downward, wrenching the joint apart and dislocating the bone entirely. Liao Sanyang seized Liu Wu's thumb with both hands and twisted, channeling the force of her stomp into a forward shove. Liu Wu screamed as he was sent flying. The moment Liu Wu struck the ground, Liao Sanyang closed the gap with a single stride and lashed out with her toe. The steel tip of her shoe drove into Liu Wu's forehead. He managed one strangled cry before consciousness fled. Liao Sanyang had struck like an eagle taking a rabbit, cycling through throw, grapple, and strike in a single fluid instant. Every transition between offense and defense was nothing more than a micro-adjustment of her body. To the onlookers, the two had barely touched before Liu Wu was kicked to the ground, victory decided in a heartbeat. A deep chill settled into Songda's chest. Liu Wu was a renowned local wrestling expert. Normally, 5 or 7 men couldn't get near him, yet this woman had put him down in a single exchange. Liao Sanyang leapt toward Songda. He couldn't evade, and that very helplessness ignited the ferocity buried deep in his heart, the savage instinct of a big Guanggun bearstick-slash-rascal. Songda roared, charged to meet her head-on, and swung his fist with every ounce of strength he possessed. The fitted silk shirt hugged Liao Sanyang's curvaceous figure, accentuating her graceful lines. Liao Sanyang drew a long, deep breath. Before the onlooker's eyes, her back seemed to expand by a full measure. Her inverted triangle frame unfurled like a spreading fan. Through the thin fabric of her shirt, a mountain range of muscle revealed itself: trapezius, scapular spine, acromion, deltoid, rhomboid major, and latissimus dorsi undulating in continuous waves, each ridge and contour sharply defined. She pushed off the ground, rotated her body, twisted her hips and drove through the shoulder, extended her arm and unleashed her fist. No tricks, no flourishes. Hard against hard. Tough against tough. A woman who could wield heavy double sabers could only be a natural-born powerhouse. Their knuckles collided with a muffled pang. Their punching arms formed a single straight line. The crack of shattering hand bones split the air, raising the hair on every listener's neck. Songda's outstretched right hand went slowly limp. He sank to his knees bit by bit, clutching his hand and groaning in pain. The groans swelled louder and louder until Songda's body collapsed into a heap. Cradling his wrist, now broken clean through, he wailed and rolled across the ground, pitiful as a child without a mother. The body beneath Liao Sanyang's silk shirt slowly settled, contracting back into its soft, lovely form. She drew a handkerchief from her bosom, wiped the bloodstains from her knuckles, then walked over to retrieve her cloak. A large hole gaped where the sharp knife had pierced through. Liao Sanyang stroked the fabric, sighed, and said wistfully to Li Rufeng, "Chief Escort, I bought this at the Lingao department store with half a month's salary. Look at it now. What should be done?" Li Rufeng wiped the cold sweat from his brow, cleared his throat with 2 dry coughs, and said, "Reimburse it. Full reimbursement." Songda lay on the ground clutching his right wrist, his body trembling violently from fear. Li Rufeng walked slowly toward Songda. His burly frame radiated an immense pressure. From Songda's vantage point, he looked like a giant holding up the sky. Li Rufeng produced a banknote worth 20 taels from his robe, gave it a shake, and tossed it out. The note drifted down to settle on Songda's face. Li Rufeng's deep voice rumbled, "Brother, take these 20 taels and go recuperate. Consider it a small punishment to warn against larger mistakes. Learn from this. Since ancient times, only 1 stick of first incense is burned. This time it was a broken hand. Next time what gets sent," Li Rufeng's voice dropped low, "will be a life." He waved his hand, signaling Songda to leave. Songda scrambled up, clutched the banknote tight in his uninjured left hand, and knocked his forehead hard against the ground twice. His voice came out in a ragged hiss. "Many thanks to the bureau chief for sparing me today. You receive thunder on the high mountain. I drink the west wind on the flat ground. We lowly folk would never dare touch the tiger's might again. Whether we meet on small roads or big roads, this lowly one will engrave the bureau chief's grace in my 5 viscera. May the chief escort cross mountains and seas smoothly in the future with a flat river ahead." With that, Songda struggled to his feet. Liao Sanyang approached from the side and rested her hand on Songda's shoulder. At the sight of her, his face blanched and his whole body shuddered. Liao Sanyang smiled gently and spoke in a soft voice. "Brother, don't panic. This slave knows the measure of her own hand. The 3 of you have broken skin and dislocated joints, but these are only superficial wounds. You'll be fine in a few days. Only don't delay. You must seek treatment quickly. The escort agency can beat people, but we're even better at healing them. For falls and injuries of every severity, we have good prescriptions and medicines. The senior brothers in the agency all possess secret methods of bone setting. If you're willing to let us treat you, no aftereffects will remain." Songdo understood the implied meaning at once. He kowtowed and said, "Sanyangzi is a bodhisattva reincarnated. When we lowly folk return, the outside world will immediately learn that Grandpa Bureau Chief and Sanyangzi have clear ears and eyes and cannot tolerate even a grain of sand. Even if there are still fools blinded by lard and greed, they wouldn't dare come to the door trying to trick the master again. We will ensure peace and quiet for your ears. Liao Sanyang nodded. This slave has weak qi and blood and cannot stand much noise troubling my heart. We didn't know each other until we fought. I accept brother's good intentions here. She called toward the doorway, Bazzi, take the three brothers down to set their bones. Then she gave Songda's shoulder a gentle pat. Little Bazzi acknowledged the order, summoned a few fellows, and had the three men carried out. Liao Sanyang moved to little Bazzi's side and whispered, set their bones and send them back. Find out where they're staying. Little Bazzi nodded and hurried off. Watching the men being carried away, Li Rufeng sighed and shook his head. There are many such swindlers. When a wealthy family suffers a kidnapping, sometimes multiple groups arrive simultaneously to propose ransoms after the incident. No one can tell which is genuine and which is false. It only adds to the chaos. But usually, we don't fight like this. We simply drive those idlers away. Liao Sanyang replied coolly. That Songda played the fool and wanted to strike first. Besides, having a fight isn't such a bad thing. It lets the outside world know we aren't just muddled, confused worms. We shouldn't let people look down on us. At this point, Wu Kaidi spoke to Li Rufeng from the side. I'm afraid the chief escort cannot leave here. In that case, I'll return to Delong first to handle the situation. You and I can gather later. Li Rufeng nodded. All right, sorry to trouble you so much, Mr. Wu. It was originally my duty, Wu Kaidi said, as it should be. He cupped his hands and strode out quickly. After Wu Kaidi departed, Liao Sanyang asked Li Rufeng, did you manage to learn anything from Wang Shizhen and Steward Zhang? Li Rufeng shook his head. If they knew anything critical, would the bandits have let them live? Though he said this, they had still gleaned a few key details. Wang Shizhen had acted on commission and received 400 taels of silver for his part. As for who had commissioned him, he confessed, but by the time the escorts rushed to apprehend that person, the man had already hanged himself. Needless to say, he had been suicided. Secondly, Steward Zhang had been promised 5,000 taels upon success. Half the silver had been paid in advance. The other half was to be given to him once he escaped to a designated location. If he'd received that other half, he'd probably be dead by now. Not receiving it just means he'll live a few more days. Liao Sanyang sighed. Who gave him that promise? Given Steward Zhang's experience and worth, simply sending someone to persuade him would never have worked, nor would flashing silver on the spot have steeled his resolve. The middleman must have possessed considerable status and prestige. Speaking of which, it's an old acquaintance, Li Rufeng said with a sneer. Steward Qiaonan of the Xia family Shanxi house. Since Delong had opened in the capital, friction between the Shanxi houses and Delong had never ceased. It was only because Delong had such a powerful backing that, despite their abundant funds, the Shanxi houses dared not employ tactics of extermination. They could only make petty moves to vex Delong. So it was him, Liao Sanyang sneered. No wonder, no wonder. I suspect he was also acting on someone else's orders and may not be the true mastermind, Li Rufeng said. However, to reassure Steward Zhang, they had to borrow his credibility. Without such a leading figure in the banking world stepping forward, Steward Zhang would never have summoned the resolve to betray Master Leng. Where is Steward Qiaonan now? Jumped into the river or hanged himself? They say it just happened to be his turn for the once every 3 years annual leave, and he went back to his hometown in Shanxi. In this chaos of war, abandoning the capital to rush home, is he not afraid of being robbed by bandits on the road? And even if he reaches Shanxi, roving bandits are everywhere. What's the rush? Liao Sanyang's voice dripped with ridicule. Needless to say, whether dead or alive, they would never find Steward Qiaonan. Even if we can't find Steward Qiaonan, the Xia family must be aware of something. This remained useless. Among the 8 Shanxi houses in the capital, though the Xia family's was not the largest, The Shanxi houses shared the same voice and breath through ties of fellow villagers. After years of careful operation, they had grown deeply rooted, their branches thick with leaves. Their power was far beyond what DeLong could match. Hoping to approach the Xia family for information was nothing but wishful thinking. Liao Sanyang let out a sigh of disappointment. Li Rufeng said, "Just now, old Wu mentioned we could make an educated guess." Wu Kaidi had reasoned that whoever could compel the Xia family to act must not only be a major figure at court, but also, inevitably, an important client of theirs. Simply following that line of thought, the mastermind behind the scenes would be identified 9 times out of 10. End of chapter. Chapter 2664, The Capital Part 20. DeLong has some knowledge of the Xia family's client situation, Li Rufeng said. Manager Wu will go back to check now. There should be news by tomorrow. The clients of the Shanxi houses are either wealthy or noble, and noble people have always been particular about a cunning rabbit keeping 3 burrows. I'm afraid finding the exact mastermind won't be easy. Liao Sanyang was not as optimistic. Without resorting to extraordinary means, I fear we'll never uncover the real culprit. Surely you don't mean to. Li Rufeng knew this colleague well. Perhaps because a woman couldn't establish herself in the Jianghu without possessing a ruthlessness that surpassed ordinary men, Liao Sanyang had earned a reputation at the Beijing station for her decisive and merciless methods. Just thinking aloud, Liao Sanyang smiled. The managers and shopkeepers in the Shanxi houses are no ordinary people. Unless matters reach the point where either the fish dies or the net breaks, we cannot touch them. At this, both fell silent, the future seeming bleak. Their opponent's mind was meticulous. They had probably already anticipated the investigation's trajectory and severed the trail in advance. I wonder what instructions the center will give us, Li Rufeng said. On the day of the incident, they had immediately sent a co-signed emergency telegram to report the situation to the center and request instructions. But so far, apart from the reply confirming receipt, the only guidance had been to stabilize the situation and report daily. Presumably, a matter like a missing senator was a major event even in Lingao. It would require deliberation before any decision could be reached. Liao Sanyang frowned, clenched her right hand into a fist, and lightly pounded it against her left palm. It seems we have no choice but to remain patient. A sharp scream pierced the air from a side room in the backyard of the escort agency. After a while, the door creaked open, and a man approaching 50 emerged. It was Old Feng, a senior worker of the escort agency. A cigarette butt dangled from the corner of his mouth, the ember having already burned down to the filter. Old Feng wiped his hands with a cloth that reeked strongly of alcohol. Little Bazzi hurried over to meet him. Uncle Feng, did you set them properly? The escort agency traded in martial prowess. People were its greatest wealth, and interpersonal bonds ran deep. They addressed each other as senior brother, junior brother, uncle, and uncle master. Old Feng gave a noncommittal grunt, found a clean stone to sit on, sucked hard on the last remnants of his cigarette, then reluctantly spat out the filter. Seeing this, little Bazzi reached into his shirt and withdrew a cloth bundle. He opened it with great care, revealing 3 crumpled paper cigarettes wrapped inside. He presented them respectfully. Uncle Feng, please continue. Old Feng's face immediately brightened with delight. He first tucked 2 behind his ears, then picked up the third and held it horizontally beneath his nose, closing his eyes and inhaling deeply with an intoxicated expression. After a long moment, Old Feng opened his eyes. Holy ship brand. Yes, the chief escort says you don't cough when smoking these. Old Feng asked again, where did you get them? You don't smoke? Little Bazzi shook his head. A reward from the chief escort. I don't smoke. Sanyangzi says there are nails in the mud in this smoke that prick the lung leaves. Old Feng obviously scoffed at this baseless rumor. So many people in the Great Song smoke, and I've never heard of anyone pricking their mouth. Besides, when you haven't eaten a proper meal in days and someone might chop off your head tomorrow, what's the point of worrying about nails in the mud? A match flared, then was shaken out. The red ember of the cigarette glowed once more, flickering like a distant star. With the cigarette lit between them, the rapport between the two grew noticeably warmer. "The injuries on those three are just dislocations," Old Feng said. "Now that they're set, they're no different from healthy men. Those bandit fellows have hard bones, though not easy to reset. They can be moved shortly." Little Bazzi squatted down, hugged his knees, and looked up. "Uncle Feng, since we have time, would you tell me about Lingao?" Old Feng took a leisurely puff like an immortal savoring the moment, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and said, "Not much to tell. I can't properly describe how good Lingao is. It's simply a place where you can eat your fill at every meal." Little Bazzi laughed. "I don't believe it. If such a paradise exists, why did you come to Beijing?" Old Feng chuckled. "Lingao is good, true enough, but a day without work is a day without food. You can't be idle for a moment, work one day, eat one day. It absolutely won't let anyone starve to death, but eating well and dressing well, that's not so easy. I only have this life as my capital. Coming to this capital city to cross blades with people means my family back in Lingao can have refined rice and fine flour on their table." "Uncle Feng, are your martial arts very good?" Old Feng smiled slyly. "Though my martial arts are rough and I can't serve as an escort leader, I can set bones and treat injuries from falls. I have some Jianghu experience and the overseas subsidy is generous. Coming here, even though I'm just a worker, the pay is considerable, serving the chief escort and helping out where needed." Little Bazzi was quiet for a moment before speaking again. "Uncle Feng, Sanyingzi said she would take me and my brother to Lingao. Is that true?" Old Feng replied casually. "What's difficult about that? Guangzhou is short of people now. They only fear no one will come. They don't fear big bellies to feed. It's just buying 2 more boat tickets." He looked Little Bazzi up and down and smiled. "You're young. Lingao likes young people like you. Go there and you'll have a bright future ahead." Little Bazzi smiled sheepishly. "I wouldn't dare think about a future. I only hope to live without worrying about food and clothing." Taking another puff, Old Feng asked, "You're called Bazzi, 8th son. Are there 8 brothers?" Little Bazzi shook his head. "No, the first 2 brothers died right after birth. Mother said to leave a few yin positions empty to ward off disaster. My 9th brother and I are the only 2. Parents." Little Bazzi traced a circle on the ground with his finger and whispered, "Gone." Old Feng didn't press further. He reached out and ruffled Little Bazzi's hair. "Sanyingzi says your mind is quick and you handle things clearly. You're someone who can become a real man. Work hard. For a young man like you, the road ahead is wide open." The two sat in silence for a moment. Then Old Feng suddenly asked, "Have you killed anyone?" Little Bazzi froze. His eyes flickered and he gave no answer. Old Feng continued, "Once you've killed people, you stop seeing them as human anymore. You start treating them like pigs and dogs. In chaotic times, human life is cheap as dirt, like this smoke." He exhaled gently. "One breath and it scatters." He blew a delicate smoke ring and went on. "Those who come out of this escort agency are all unwilling to do evil. We keep the word chivalry at the bottom of our hearts. Integrity and justice as our foundation, our promises held sacred. Knowing etiquette, accepting discipline, understanding that human life is precious, refusing to kill indiscriminately. Being able to guard a piece of clear sky within your own heart amid this chaotic world. That's what makes a first-class character. Going to Guangzhou to earn your rice won't be difficult for someone like that." Old Feng added, "But once you've killed, the heart grows hard. Just like Sanyingzi, when she looks at you with cold brows and angry eyes, she wants to kill you. When she treats you with tenderness and affection, she also wants to kill you. Look at that warm face of hers. Underneath is nothing but a heart of stone." Hearing this, Little Bazzi asked curiously, "Uncle Feng, what is Sanyingzi's background? I've never heard her mention it." Old Feng said, "Speaking of it, there's nothing strange. Her family was originally an escort family here in North Zhili. Her hometown is in the Beiyang and Langfeng area. Many people there practice martial arts. One path is to take the military examination, join the army and earn a future. The second is to become bodyguards. People in North Zhili know the land and the people well, So later, when they assigned agents, a woman like her was sent to Beijing. Her family was a powerful clan in the countryside, counted among the local gentry. The Liao family championed bravery and refined their martial arts for several generations, and they had connections with shopkeeper Sun. The two sides claimed lineage from the same sect. Qiwei's shopkeeper's son received much help from her father for his escort routes through North Jili. Then disaster struck, local bandits rose up causing chaos, and there was no way to survive. The whole family fled the famine and sought out acquaintances elsewhere. He gave a rueful laugh. Hey, no matter how strong your skills are, one person with one knife, how can you fight against the whole world? The Liao family traveled 1,000 li to throw themselves upon shopkeeper Sun's mercy. The escort business has always been one of shared hardship and shared meals. Shopkeeper Sun is most loyal. When friends come seeking refuge, he would pawn his house and sell his land to take care of them. So the Liao family put down roots in Guangzhou. At that time, there was no great song yet, and Qiwei's business wasn't this large. And speaking of which, I even met Sanyang's father once. They say that when Sanyangzi was still in the countryside, there was a stone mill at the head of the village. A group of young men practicing martial arts often competed there to see who could lift it. After several rounds, only a rare few could even pry up a seam. At that time, Sanyangzi was just a teenager, only 14 years old. Seeing the noisy crowd and looking impatient, she walked up, embraced that millstone and carried it 3 full circles around the mill stake. Little Bazzi marveled. Sanyangzi had such divine strength when she was young, Old Feng laughed. In the Song dynasty, Han Shizhong was invincible in his village at age 10, called Rascal Han V. People come in 1,000 colors, each with their own peculiarities. How can we generalize? Little Bazzi pressed on. And later, Old Feng said, after a year, Sanyang came to Guangzhou. At 16, she followed her father on escort missions. Because mixing men and women was inconvenient, she rarely went on outside escorts. She was extremely prudent. At first, she only guarded female relatives and property for wealthy families and officials in her residences. This job is not easy to do. In truth, one person must serve as guarantor, silver guard, property guard, nursing home watchman, and night watchman all in one. And there are all manner of unclear accounts between men and women in the inner residence. Unless one is both shrewd and smooth, one cannot manage it. Old Feng took a puff of smoke and continued. Later, Sanyang took on more and more responsibilities. I'm not entirely clear about what came after. Being in the escort business long enough, fighting becomes inevitable. Knives and spears have no eyes. Even if your martial arts are exquisite and powerful, just having the skin scratched by a rusty iron blade can cause death from pus sores and blood poisoning. Fighting with real weapons is no game. Though there is Australian divine medicine now that can save the injured, that medicine is precious, and not everyone can use it. Back then, without such wonders, fighting was even more perilous. People died at the slightest misstep. Legend has it that Sanyangzi encountered powerful bandits repeatedly over several years, surviving 20 knife battles without a single wound, earning her the title Golden Feather Phoenix, taking the meaning of unbreakable and undying. Truly incredible. But words of the Jianghu are mostly big talk and bluster, false claims to strengthen one's reputation. You cannot believe them all. Speaking of this, Old Feng shook his head, obviously not quite believing this incredible combat record himself. After a pause, he continued. Later, the Australians came. Shopkeeper Sun climbed into favor with them, and Sanyangzi's road widened further. In just a few years, she rose to her current position. She will certainly prosper in the future. They say she is quite appreciated by a female official surnamed Du of the Great Song. It wouldn't be strange for her to become an Australian Song female official herself someday. Official Du calls her a representative of new era women's rights, wanting to kill until the heads of great Ming gentry men with their groups of wives and concubines roll. Scary, scary. Hearing this, little Bazzi nodded, a secret resolution forming in his heart. He must bow to Liao Sanyang as his godmother, and fight for a brilliant future for himself and his brother. End of chapter. Chapter 2665. The Capital Part 21. The hall was built in the reduced column style, its front section broad and lofty, while the rear rested upon thick wooden pillars. Mottled paint clung to the beams and columns, layers of faded color that marked the passage of years. High on the back wall hung a plaque bearing 4 dignified characters in regular script, "Righteousness through the ages." Beneath the plaque stood a solid wooden partition screen, its 4 borders carved with intricate patterns of grass and vines. Couplets flanked the screen on either side. A square table had been placed before the partition, and Li Rufeng sat upright in the grand armchair on the left, steam curling from a teacup on the table before him. The sun had set, but the moon had not yet risen. The sky hung dark and heavy. In the evening mist, the silhouettes of the 2 figures sitting quietly in the hall appeared dim and indistinct. Liao Sanyang occupied the lower seat, gently kneading her shoulder and back with her fist. Li Rufeng glanced at her from the corner of his eye. "If you're tired, go rest. This matter won't be resolved in a day or 2. You need to conserve your strength for what lies ahead." Liao Sanyang did not speak. She merely shook her head and said softly, fatigue weighing on her voice, "I'll rest after we have the telegram decoded." As they spoke, a fellow came in carrying a large candle, set it on the table, then turned and withdrew. Liao Sanyang watched the candle flame, her thoughts drifting with each rise and fall of the flickering light. Li Rufeng waited. He was waiting for an important message. A telegram had arrived from Lingao. Leng Ningyun's secretary, Hexiang, was decoding it now. Communication between Lingao and Beijing could only travel by wireless telegraph. The Beijing station was equipped with a telegraph machine, and while the radio environment in this era remained pure enough that signals from small stations like the 2-watt silicon could cross 1,000 miles in fair weather, Beijing and Hainan still lay vast distances apart. Though the radio assigned to the Beijing station possessed relatively high power, stable communication remained impossible during bad weather or atmospheric magnetic anomalies. Messages generally had to be relayed through the Shandong and Nanjing stations, which meant delays were unavoidable. This time, however, they had not waited long. They had managed to connect with Lingao precisely when they needed it most, receiving a reply in less than 3 days. Lingao had acted swiftly. When it came to the lives and safety of senators, the Senate's deeply ingrained tendency toward deliberation and delay simply did not exist. Their response had always been vigorous and immediate. Accidents were like illness. They came without warning. No one could guarantee they would never encounter unforeseen events. The more resources one contributed to resolving others' crises, the more righteously one could demand resources when danger struck oneself. Once a special case became precedent, it transformed into privilege. The senator's motto had always been, "One for all for one." Of course, this motto applied only within the ranks of the senators themselves. A servant from the Leng residence walked in quickly, accompanied by a Hellion Sheng fellow. Without a word, he handed a blank envelope directly to Li Rufeng. Li Rufeng said nothing. He waved his hand to dismiss them both, then opened the codebook at his side. After receiving a telegram, secondary decoding was required. Plaintext transmission between personnel was strictly avoided. This prevented messages from being lost, stolen, or glimpsed during transit and handover. At the Beijing station, only Senator Leng Ningyun, the operator Hexiang, and security head Li Rufeng each possessed a copy of the codebook. Other personnel received their orders only after Leng Ningyun conveyed Hexiang's decoded messages to them. Li Rufeng produced a pencil, checked it against the codebook, and began recording quickly on a sheet of paper. The pencil scratched against the letter paper with a soft, steady rustle. He wrote with difficulty. His rough, calloused hands, hardened from years of gripping blades, looked absurdly mismatched wrapped around a slender pencil. Outside, the sky had turned completely dark. The hall lay quiet. Liao Sanyang watched Li Rufeng in silence. On the candlestick, the wax had melted and dried into pale rivulets. A fellow entered to replace it with a fresh candle. This was already the third. The dancing flame cast shifting light across Li Rufeng's angular face, making his expression seem to waver between shadow and illumination. When he finished decoding, Li Rufeng blew the pencil shavings from the paper with a soft puff, scanned it once, then handed it to Liao Sanyang. She unfolded the sheet and read by the dim candlelight. The telegram stated, Guangxi Returgent number 1007, Jan 4, 1637. Your telegram received. The Senate attaches great importance to the Leng Ningyun case, now designated Capital Case 1. As of the date of this telegram, a joint special task force for Capital Case 1, composed of military intelligence and special recon, has been formed. The task force departed by special ship on the same day and will land at Tianjin port shortly, proceeding to Beijing overland. Please ensure relevant comrades at the Beijing station are prepared in advance for coordination, cooperation, and data compilation. Additionally, we concur with the conservative response plan adopted by the Beijing station during the initial stage. We specifically propose the following points for implementation. 1. The case shall follow a step-by-step principle. Rescue first, solve second. Do not rush to crack the case. The priority is to secure Leng Ningyun's safe return. Under the premise of ensuring the first step, proceed with the second step cautiously. If the two steps conflict, the second step may be abandoned as circumstances require. 2. The right to life supersedes property rights. The Beijing station may utilize all available resources to ensure Senator Leng's personal safety. Wu Kaidi is hereby appointed as temporary acting station master of the Beijing station, authorized to handle all matters related to the Leng case with full authority. After thorough consultation with relevant comrades at the Beijing station, he may allocate DeLong's working capital, maintaining proper ledgers of all fund inflows and outflows for post-event financial inspection. 3. Principle of secret investigation. All investigative work by the Beijing station is to go underground immediately. Remain still, watch for movement, and avoid provoking the criminals or threatening hostage safety. All existing cases demonstrate there is no precedent of criminals ceasing their crimes and surrendering under police pressure after family members report to authorities. If the situation deteriorates, criminals will kill hostages to vent their rage before fleeing. 4. Comrades Li Rufeng, Liao Sanyang, and others are temporarily seconded from the Qiwei Escort Agency to the External Intelligence Bureau, effective the date of this telegram. Li Rufeng is hereby appointed as temporary security person in charge of the Beijing station, with Liao Sanyang to assist. The above personnel are to assess the current security situation of the Beijing station as reference for whether to retain or relocate the station in future. In kidnapping cases, time is critical. Conditions on the front line can change in the blink of an eye. Relevant security personnel must adapt to shifting circumstances and handle sudden situations with flexibility. In the event of an emergency, there is no need to await orders. Act freely, dare to take responsibility, and avoid rigidity that might cause delays. 5. Being behind enemy lines with friend and foe intermingled. Avoid armed conflict unless absolutely necessary. 6. Maintain existing relations with the usurper Ming Court to prevent creating a two-front constraint that would impede rescue efforts. 7. 3 radio stations are now being deployed from Guangzhou, carried by civilian vessels, to temporarily form a network with existing naval warships and military intelligence radios, striving to ensure reliable communication. Please transmit and receive daily between 22:00-23:00, frequency XXXXX. 8. On the day the task force arrives, relevant operations of the Beijing station will be handed over to them. The temporary appointments of Wu, Li, and Liao in this telegram will be automatically relieved upon handover, with follow-up arrangements to be made by the task force. Recently, military conflicts between our forces and the reactionary armed forces of the usurper Ming in Guangxi have intensified, and operations to eliminate local bandit forces in Guangdong have also entered a critical stage. Implicated by the war situation, the intelligence, diplomatic, and commercial operations of the Beijing station have been disrupted and encountered temporary setbacks. In the face of such difficulties, we trust you will hold firm to your principles, confront these challenges head-on, refuse to let passing clouds obscure your vision, and let your resolve surge forth. One day, when we climb high and gaze into the distance, wherever our cannon's range extends shall be the territory of the great song. We hope you will work diligently, shoulder this burden with courage, and establish new merits once more. The road ahead is bright, we walk it with you. Center message copied to Li Liao, Jan 5, 1637. Liao Sanyang finished reading and released a quiet breath. Her heart seemed suddenly to have found solid ground beneath it. She returned the telegram to Li Rufeng. He took it, read it twice more, then held the translated sheet close to the candle flame until it caught fire. When only a corner remained, he flicked his wrist, and the ember dissolved into a puff of drifting ash. Li Rufeng let out a long breath. They're trying to boost our morale, afraid we won't hold out and the whole operation will fall apart. They didn't give us an arrival date, but the task force should be here within 10 days at most. I'm just worried the situation will change before then, Liao Sanyang said. Li Rufeng's brow furrowed. Change is certain. If things truly reach the point of no return, Liao Sanyang asked, how many firearms do we have? 10 Nanyang rifles, all smoothbores. Effective range is 90 paces, nothing compared to the breech-loading rifles the Forbidden Army carries. And we only have enough men we can truly trust with firearms to match that number. Between us, we have 4 repeating short guns in total with rifled barrels. They're all hidden in the secret cellar, Liao Sanyang nodded. They could prove useful in a crisis. With only a few dozen men in this agency, if we form up in open ground and rely on our firearms, we could handle 200 opponents. If we use carts to build a makeshift fort, we could fend off 300 or 400 local bandits. With the short gun, I can hit accurately at 10 paces. Li Rufeng sucked his teeth, his voice carrying a note of difficulty. I can manage 15 paces, but if we encounter a large force of 1,000 bandits or more, it'll be hard to deal with. Even when the task force arrives, we'll still have too few people. He paused. I know someone in the capital battalion. Liao Sanyang cut him off flatly. Absolutely not. 100,000 taels of ready silver is enough to incite military chaos. Soldiers have been the same since ancient times. Their dark eyes see only white silver. They'd kill their own fathers for it, let alone friends. If the government army gets involved, you, I, and Master Ling will all die in the mayhem. And besides, she paused for a moment before continuing, these aren't likely major bandits. If they were truly large-scale outlaws capable of raising 5,000 or 7,000 men for an uprising, they wouldn't operate like this. The Australian Song's military reputation extends only along the coast. The roving bandits of the Central Plains are poorly informed and narrow in their knowledge. Inland local bandits don't understand how formidable Great Song soldiers truly are, and they hold little reverence for the Great Song's prestige. These petty bandits don't think beyond tomorrow. They act recklessly and kill as casually as cutting grass. Abducting 1 or 2 wealthy households for ransom is nothing remarkable to them. No need to hide their faces. But these criminals are unwilling to reveal themselves. They're acting covertly, sneaking about. That suggests they're local men of means, perhaps landed gentry or entrenched local powers, men who fear that if word gets out, they'll lose all standing in their communities. She drew a breath. The great Ming has always emphasized the center controlling the periphery. The soldiers of the 5 military commissions and the capital battalion are concentrated here in the capital. I can't speak for elsewhere, but around the capital itself, there aren't many places for local bandits to hide. When I scouted outside the city the day before yesterday, I was doing 2 things. First, positioning eyes at major intersections and passes. Second, gathering intelligence on the local strongmen in the surrounding area. My guess is that perhaps. Li Rufeng leaned forward, cutting in. You think they're in the prefectures and counties near the capital? Liao Sanyang nodded. It's just a guess. I have no evidence. Call it, well, a woman's intuition. Li Rufeng smiled bitterly. I'm truly exhausted. Seeing this matter drag on without resolution, I actually considered begging help from the capital battalion. But for now, we still have to use money to buy back a life, responding to each move as it comes. Yes, Liao Sanyang agreed. Your mind is getting muddled, she frowned. There's something that strikes me as strange, though. Transporting and storing 100,000 taels of silver is extraordinarily difficult. Even if the kidnappers succeed, they themselves will become a very tempting piece of fat meat. End of chapter. Chapter 2666. The Capital, Part 22. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Zhou Lejai's mouth as he listened to Liu Zhao recount how the Song brothers had failed to swindle money from the escort agency. This came as no surprise. Once word of such an opportunity spread, every city fox and shrine rat would scramble for a bite. Even the pettiest villains, those too insignificant to drink from the soup, would still try to lick blood and taste a hint of the spoils. Were it not for De Long's formidable reputation and powerful backing, and the shrewdness of those managing the operation, to say that a third of Master Leng's fortune would be scattered to the winds would be an understatement. The team Master Leng maintains is composed entirely of ruthless characters, Liu Zhao observed. Not a hint of disorder among them. Zhou Lejai nodded. More than just orderly, they're likely conducting operations as we speak. If we don't handle this carefully, we may find ourselves bitten in return. I only wonder how these Kun thieves will respond to the master's letter, Liu Zhao said. None of the people currently in the capital have the authority to decide, Zhou Lejai replied with a laugh. The matter must be reported to Lingao. Only after the true Kuns deliberate can a decision be reached. Heavens, won't that take several months? The Kun thieves possess wireless radio boxes. Messages can be transmitted in an instant. Since this matter involves a true Kun thief, we should have news within a month at most. Let us not act rashly. We shall sit firmly on the fishing platform and remain calm. But Master Wang mentioned last time that the Emperor is preparing to mobilize troops, Liu Zhao pressed. He's already preparing to issue an edict for the Guangdong supply tax. Will there be enough time? Mobilizing troops and horses is not something accomplished overnight. Only after this Guangdong tax is collected and silver fills the coffers can the army march. Don't expect any movement for at least half a year, perhaps a full year. Zhou Lejai's expression grew serious. That gives them ample time to deliberate. Ever since his last meeting with Leng Ningyun, when he had successfully obtained the man's handwritten letter, Zhou Lejai's spirits had been buoyant. Through years of struggling against the Kun thieves, he had rarely gained the upper hand, constantly finding himself at a disadvantage and often receiving cold looks from Minister Wang. Were it not for the minister's thorough understanding of the Kun situation, his awareness that these thieves posed a grave threat to the heart of Great Ming, and the fact that Zhou was the first person in the empire to truly comprehend the Kuns, their cooperative relationship would have barely held together. Leng Ningyun was the first Kun thief they had captured. Arresting him had not been difficult in principle. After all, the man was right here within Beijing's walls. But taking him into custody was another matter entirely. In the years Leng Ningyun had spent in the capital, he had constructed a reliable protective umbrella around himself. The palace eunuchs, in particular, treated him as their god of wealth, depositing heaps of silver in his bank to earn interest. The notion of touching him through official channels was nothing short of a fool's dream. The court's gravest threat lurked right at the Son of Heaven's feet, yet they could only watch as Leng drew resources from every direction, absorbing wealth with impunity. Not only could they not touch him, they couldn't even plot an assassination. The consequences of such an attempt were more than even Wang Yehao and the other grand officials could bear. Zhou Lejai recalled the phrase the teacher had once used. Interest group. Indeed, the term captured the essence exquisitely, cutting deeper than simple labels like eunuch party, Donglan party, or Zhejiang party. These were people bound together by interests alone. And speaking of which, wasn't his own scheme to capture Leng Ningyan also serving a certain interest group? The grand officials proclaimed this was about saving the country and preserving lives, but others would make the same claim. Take these Kun thieves. They too used saving the people from fire and flood as their banner. Lend me a pair of wisdom eyes. He found himself unconsciously humming the little tune the teacher had often sung back in those days. Regrettably, he hadn't mastered even a 10,000th of the teacher's vast learning. Far from cultivating a pair of wisdom eyes, he had been forced to shoulder heavy burdens with only reluctance to sustain him. His gaze drifted to the corner of the study, where a banner of peculiar design hung embroidered with the characters, "Hanging pot to save the world." The edges were worn with age, and a gourd dangled from the bamboo staff. These were all relics the teacher had left behind. Zhou Lezhai remembered their chance encounter outside Guangzhou City in the 7th year of Tianqi, 1627. It had been spring, the season of peach blossoms and green willows. The teacher had trudged along the field ridges outside the village, a box strapped to his back, and this very banner clutched in his hand. His gait was unsteady, and the straight gown he wore hung crooked and twisted on his frame, quite a laughable sight. Not to mention that curious Guangzhou Mandarin accent of his. But it was a dose of medicine drawn from that gourd that had pulled Zhou Lezhai back from death's edge. From that day forward, everyone in the village called the stranger the divine doctor. Many patients who had been sent to Guangzhou City and failed to be cured by famous physicians at the great pharmacies recovered the moment they took his medicine. Lin Qijin, who had first invited him for diagnosis, boasted at every opportunity about his wisdom in recognizing the man's talent. Lin Qijin's wisdom eye may have been worthless, but the divine doctor's fame spread nonetheless. Before long, Imperial Commissioner Wang sent someone to summon the teacher, and from then on, the teacher joined Master Wang's staff. If that were all, it would amount to nothing more than an ordinary tale. However, not long after Mr. Zhou departed, government soldiers descended upon Hedu village, claiming they sought to apprehend sorcerers and search for sorcerous items. In the end, no sorcerer was caught, but several poor souls who had accepted the white rice relief from Mr. Zhou were dragged before the village head and beheaded. The village erupted in turmoil. Everyone whispered that the teacher was a sorcerer. Those who had taken his medicine felt as though disaster loomed over them, scrambling to burn incense and worship at the temple, begging for ash-infused holy water to drink. Whether it helped, only heaven knew. Zhou Lezhai had also taken the teacher's medicine, but his parents had died long ago, and with no one to fuss over him, he was spared from drinking that ash water. Though his body recovered, Zhou Lezhai's prospects remained bleak. He had studied at the clan's private school but failed the child candidate examinations several times. Instead, he found himself drawn to all manner of miscellaneous studies. On ordinary days, he loved to rig up water wheels in the irrigation ditches or fashion pipes from bamboo tubes, activities that delighted the village children but earned unanimous disapproval from the clan elders and scholars, who judged him a waste. Yet even a waste was still a child of the clan. Without parents, the clan bore responsibility for looking after him. Seeing that he had studied until 16 without being able to compose even a proper opening essay, the elders deliberated, better to have him learn a trade. As for what trade he should pursue, before the elders could reach a decision, former Imperial Commissioner Wang sent Wang Liang to the village once more. The soldiers claimed they still wished to search for sorcerous items. Naturally, the result was the same as before, nothing found. Fortunately, no one was killed this time. Then Wang Liang announced that he sought several youths from the village to become disciples of the teacher. Gender did not matter, he said, so long as they were literate. Only then did everyone realize that the teacher was no sorcerer after all, But if he wasn't a sorcerer, why had those who received his grace been dragged away and beheaded? No one understood. Naturally, no one dared ask. Of course, sending girls away was out of the question. First, few girls were literate to begin with. Second, no one had ever heard of a man taking female disciples. The divine doctor's intentions seemed self-evident. Yet this was neither betrothing a wife nor buying a concubine, but creating some nondescript arrangement called female disciple. If word spread, the scandal would be truly incredible. After much deliberation, the waste Zhou Lezhai was selected, though at that time he did not yet bear this name. And so, in a muddled fashion, Zhou Lezhai followed Wang Liang to Beijing. It was his first time leaving his hometown. Traveling northward for more than 2 months, he arrived at the capital, that place of supreme virtue beneath heaven, covered in the dust of the road. Arriving in the capital for the first time, the young man from Guangdong felt uncomfortable in every way. Not only could he barely understand the local Mandarin, but the Zhejiang dialect spoken by the servants in Wang Yehao's residence proved equally incomprehensible. By comparison, the teacher's strange Guangzhou Mandarin was far easier to communicate with. The teacher at this time was vastly different from the man who had appeared in Hedu village. He now spoke decent Mandarin, carried himself with the proper demeanor of a scholar in his every gesture, and even his clothing had lost that awkward appearance of the past. Clearly, the teacher enjoyed great trust within the Wang residence. The servants treated him with marked respect, and Master Wang frequently summoned him for long conversations that stretched on for half a day at a time. Though his title was secretary, his treatment far exceeded that of other staff members. Master Wang had even assigned 2 maids specifically to attend to his daily needs. Such high regard, Zhou Lezhai understood, could not rest on medical skills alone. This finally put the young man's heart at ease upon his arrival. Only when the master prospers can the apprentice hope to eat. Otherwise, losing one's position in a capital thousands of li from home would leave one without even the words to beg for food. Upon entering the teacher's tutelage, Zhou Lezhai first underwent a round of what he would later learn to call testing. He was asked many questions, some of which seemed utterly nonsensical. For example, do you believe thunder is caused by the thunder god striking his drum or by some other mechanism? Finally, when the teacher discovered that Zhou Lezhai was not only literate but could also solve simple arithmetic problems, he expressed considerable satisfaction. "You are now my student," the teacher declared suddenly, speaking in that Mandarin with its peculiar accent. "The first thing you must do is learn to speak as I do." Zhou Lezhai was filled with suspicion. He had never heard Mandarin spoken this way. Though it bore some resemblance to capital Mandarin, the pronunciation and vocabulary differed considerably. But since he had become an apprentice, the teacher's word was law. Let alone learning to speak as he did, even unreasonable requests would have to be obeyed. "Don't think me meddlesome. I have a bellyful of learning here," the teacher tapped his own head with a somewhat comical gesture. "But this knowledge can only be properly taught once you master the language I speak. Do you wish to learn my skills?" Did that even need asking? Zhou Lezhai thought. Wang Liang and the others had told him upon entering the residence that the teacher knew astronomy above and geography below, and possessed many supreme studies, which was precisely why Master Wang valued him so highly. Setting all that aside, the master's medical arts alone, his skill in treating illness and preparing medicine, would be enough to establish a family and a career if properly learned. And so Zhou Lezhai followed the teacher, beginning with this strange Mandarin. Later, the teacher explained that it was called Putonghua, common speech, the language current in his homeland. Once Zhou Lezhai mastered Putonghua, he would be able to read the many secret manuals written in it and absorb the knowledge contained within. "But isn't the teacher a fellow townsman of Master Wang? Are you not both from Shaoxing Prefecture?" Zhou Lezhai had asked in confusion at the time. He had heard more than enough of the Shaoxing dialect spoken by the Wang family servants during the journey north and had grown quite familiar with it. I am indeed his fellow townsman, and indeed from Shaoxing Prefecture, the teacher replied with a smile. It's only that the particulars differ slightly. What is the difference? End of chapter. Chapter 2667, The Capital Part 23, that I will tell you later. For now, you need only follow me and study diligently. The teacher deflected the question. Zhou Lezhai had heard from Wang Liang that the teacher was a man from the Yongle era, that he had once sailed the seas with the Sanbao eunuch and cultivated the Tao until he achieved immortality overseas. Most people, of course, dismissed this as the typical boasting of monks and Taoists, not worth taking seriously. Still, there was something undeniably strange about the teacher. His face appeared no older than 30, yet his knowledge and learning ran impossibly deep. This alone lent some credence to the notion that he might have mastered the art of eternal youth. Whenever others spoke of his supernatural powers, however, the teacher would demur with great humility, insisting he was merely a mortal who had been fortunate enough to obtain a small measure of wisdom root. As for what this wisdom root actually was, everyone in the Wang residence guarded the secret closely. Even Zhou Lezhai, despite his status as a disciple, remained in the dark. This only deepened the aura of mystery that surrounded the teacher. After following the teacher for a few days, Zhou Lezhai was roused one night just after falling asleep. Wang Liang had come to summon him for an audience with Master Wang. Zhou Lezhai already knew that Master Wang served as chief official of the Office of Transmission, an impossibly lofty position for a commoner like himself. The prospect of a private audience made his heart quiver with apprehension. He dressed hastily and followed Wang Liang through a maze of winding paths to a secluded courtyard. Upon entering the chamber, he found a middle-aged man seated in the center, his bearing stern and imposing. It was Zhou Lezhai's first time standing before such a high official. His knees buckled and he dropped to the floor with a thump, pressing his forehead to the ground. "You are that child?" "Yes, yes, this lowly commoner is he," Zhou Lezhai replied quickly. "Has Wang Liang explained everything to you?" "Yes, he instructed this lowly commoner to study under Mr. Zhou and become his disciple." "You must learn from Mr. Zhou with the utmost diligence," Master Wang said, nodding slightly. "Mr. Zhou possesses vast learning and extraordinary insight, and it is rare indeed that he is willing to take on a student. You must not grow complacent." "This lowly commoner would never dare," Zhou Lezhai kowtowed again hurriedly, then realized his answer sounded improper and quickly amended. "This lowly commoner will dedicate his very life to learning." He, risking your life won't be necessary, so long as you understand its importance. This represents a great future for you. I humbly ask the master to continue guiding me." Sensing that Master Wang's words were gentle admonitions rather than reprimands, Zhou Lezhai relaxed slightly and hastened to express his loyalty. "Good child." A faint smile seemed to cross Master Wang's face. "Since you have come to my residence, it must be fate. Work hard and I will not treat you unfairly. Earning a future for yourself and bringing glory to your ancestors, these need not be difficult things." Zhou Lezhai was not the most perceptive of young men, but he understood Master Wang's meaning clearly enough. He was being taken on as a personal retainer. The implication was plain. He should recognize where his primary loyalty lay. His relationship with Master Wang as servant to master came first. His status as the teacher's disciple was secondary. He spoke quickly. "This servant understands. If the master has any orders, he need only command me. Naturally, you must apply yourself wholeheartedly to your studies with Mr. Zhou." Master Wang paused, seeming to weigh his next words carefully. "Do not harbor any disrespectful thoughts toward him. However, he resides alone in my household. As his employer, I cannot help but concern myself with his welfare. Yet I am occupied with many matters and cannot attend to every small thing. Keep an eye on him for me." This was an order to monitor the teacher. Though somewhat unexpected, Zhou Lezhai felt no qualms about accepting immediately. After all, he had only been with the teacher for a dozen or so days. There was no deep bond between them to speak of, nor had he seen any tangible benefits. When he considered it honestly, even the teacher's food, clothing, and lodging were provided by Master Wang. What reason would he have to develop independent loyalties? This servant understands. You are indeed a clever one, Wang Yahao praised. From now on, if you have anything to report, speak to Wang Liang privately. There is no need to mention such matters in front of others. Yes, Nuo, Zhou Lezhai bowed deeply. If there is an urgent matter, you may also come directly to me. Wang Yahao fixed Zhou Lezhai with a stern gaze. From that day forward, Zhou Lezhai began his dual career as student and spy. In truth, apart from occasionally spouting inexplicable words and appearing somewhat unhinged, Mr. Zhou said nothing particularly outrageous. They did not remain in the capital for long. Zhou Lezhai followed the teacher to Shaoxing Prefecture. This journey south had actually been Wang Yahao's idea. He had specially requested leave from the court. The official reason was to repair his parents' graves, but in reality, there was also the matter of discussing land and property with his younger brother. Zhou Lezhai knew nothing of these affairs. He simply followed along with the main party as they traveled south. Fortunately, they could take the Grand Canal for most of the journey. As an incumbent high official, Master Wang received support from local authorities at every turn, whether requisitioning boats, requesting services, or securing accommodations. Everything proved remarkably convenient. Traveling by boat also spared them the exhaustion of overland travel by cart and horse. During the long, tedious days on the water, the teacher held his lectures aboard the vessel. The content of these lessons, beyond that awkward teacher's Mandarin, now included arithmetic. Zhou Lezhai had studied arithmetic before. The clan elders, concerned for the future of the clan's children, had once hired scholars skilled in mathematics to teach them. As a result, Zhou Lezhai not only knew how to use an abacus and solve problems like chickens and rabbits in the same cage, but had also studied material from the mathematical manual of Zhang Qiujian and the 9 chapters on the mathematical art. Although most of what he had learned was practical in nature rather than theoretical, it covered considerable ground: plane geometry and area calculations, volume formulas, solutions to systems of linear equations, and more. He was no blank slate. Once he overcame his initial difficulty accepting the unfamiliar numbers and formulas, he soon immersed himself in the subject. Zhou Lezhai could tell the teacher was uncertain about exactly what to teach him. Sometimes he taught arithmetic, sometimes he lectured on the study of investigating things, geoscience. Other times he expounded upon the geographical patterns of mountains and rivers. In short, the teacher seemed to understand everything, and his vast knowledge inspired genuine awe. There was just one glaring weakness: his calligraphy was truly abysmal. His handwriting looked as though a dog had crawled across the page, and it was riddled with vulgar simplified characters. As for composing poetry or crafting parallel couplets, that proved even more hopeless. Never mind comparing him to a proper scholar. Even Zhou Lezhai, a child who hadn't yet passed his first formal examinations, far surpassed him. Upon arriving in Shaoxing, the Wang family members returned to their ancestral home, while Zhou Lezhai and the teacher's group were quietly dispatched to a separate villa. At the villa, they resumed their leisurely routine of daily study, just as they had in the capital. If anything changed, it was that Master Wang transferred a pair of beautiful maids, a gift from the prefect of Quizhou, to attend the teacher, and assigned the Liu brothers to serve as the teacher's personal guards. After these beautiful maids arrived, Zhou Lezhai witnessed another side of the teacher at this secluded property. Previously, though the teacher lacked literary refinement, he had conducted himself as a modest gentleman, treating the maids and servant women of the residence with proper respect. Now Zhou Lezhai realized that his earlier composure had simply been because he hadn't yet encountered the right temptations. Food and desire were, after all, basic human nature, nothing surprising there, but the teacher's appetites proved truly uninhibited. As a disciple living in the same courtyard, Zhou Lezhai was himself a young man in the prime of his vigor. The sounds that carried through the walls every other night left him in torment, wishing he were dead. Come morning, the teacher would appear radiant and refreshed, while his disciple could barely keep his eyes open. Mr. Zhou stayed in Xiaoyao Prefecture for quite some time and made a special trip to visit the Qiaonan Temple. It was said that the teacher's hometown lay in Shangyu County, but despite wandering throughout Shangyu, they never found the location of his ancestral home or family graves. Master Wang even asked the prefect of Xiaoyao to conduct an investigation, but nothing came of it. Judging by the teacher's daily demeanor, he seemed utterly indifferent to all of this. Zhou Lezhai suspected that his so-called inspection tour was mostly sightseeing, with no real intention of tracing his roots or honoring his ancestors. He never mentioned his forebears even once. This struck Zhou Lezhai as deeply strange. He who had grown up in a clan village, raised by the collective efforts of his kinsmen. Zhou Lezhai naturally knew nothing of what Master Wang was doing in Xiaoyao. He only observed that every 3 to 5 days, Master Wang would inevitably come to meet with the teacher. The two would closet themselves away for private discussions. The master also summoned Zhou Lezhai from time to time, asking whether the teacher had displayed any abnormalities and how he conducted himself in private. To all of this, Zhou Lezhai reported everything truthfully. Yet from the suspicious look in Master Wang's eyes, his employer seemed unsatisfied with these answers. What exactly did this Mr. Zhou discuss with the master that made him so eager to discover the teacher's true face? Zhou Lezhai was deeply curious, though his curiosity mingled with unease. Nevertheless, Master Wang's mood seemed quite good these days. Zhou Lezhai had grown familiar with Wang Liang, the master's longtime attendant. According to Wang Liang, ever since Mr. Zhou had joined the staff, the master's spirits had improved dramatically. He trusted Mr. Zhou implicitly, often consulting the teacher before undertaking any major decision. Everyone says Mr. Zhou possesses the gift of foreknowledge. You're his disciple. Has he taught you any of it? Zhou Lezhai shook his head with a laugh. He teaches many things, but none of them have anything to do with divination. I've never even heard him speak of such matters. That makes sense. It's his livelihood, after all. How could he pass it on so easily? Without 3 to 5 years of study, I doubt you'll catch even a glimpse of its surface. Wang Liang clapped Zhou Lezhai on the shoulder, his expression envious. Little brother, you're truly fortunate. With a master like that, whatever heights you reach in the future, at the very least you'll never want for food or drink. Uncle Wang flatters me. How could I possess such fortune? To serve Mr. Zhou and earn my bowl of rice in this residence, that already satisfies me beyond measure. Bah, you probably have no idea how much my master values Mr. Zhou. Wang Liang dropped his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. The master has staked half his career and fortune on him. You could say he obeys the man's every word. Zhou Lezhai was stunned. He had never imagined Master Wang's trust in the teacher ran so deep. Doubt crept into his voice. Although Mr. Zhou is clearly capable, everyone says he's a man without roots or background. You're right about that, but the man simply has the ability. Not a single prediction has missed its mark. No wonder the master trusts him so completely. Wang Liang's manner grew conspiratorial. Just a few days ago, the master instructed us to scout for suitable land around Dingyang and Jinhua. He's preparing to purchase property there, to establish a manor and gift it to Mr. Zhou as his own estate. Zhou Lezhai's eyes went wide. He had no idea where Dingyang and Jinhua were, but Master Wang intended to gift Mr. Zhou an entire manor. Such generosity was truly extraordinary. What supernatural power did the teacher possess that made Master Wang value him so greatly? End of chapter. Chapter 2668. The Capital, Part 24. As for what the teacher's supernatural power actually was, Zhou Lezhai would only learn later. But at that time, these rumors simply added another layer of mystery to Mr. Zhou's already enigmatic reputation. He had been at Mr. Zhou's side for several months now, and both Mr. Zhou and Wang Yehao had come to trust him considerably. Gradually, the two stopped sending him away during their conversations and kept him close by instead. Wang Liang called this confidant treatment. Given his status as Mr. Zhou's disciple, such treatment was not excessive. By traditional standards, the teacher-disciple relationship was comparable to that of father and son. Yet Zhou Lezhai could clearly sense that the teacher did not completely trust him. There remained a subtle wariness, directed not only toward him but also toward Master Wang and the other members of the Wang household. A certain desolate loneliness clung to the teacher. This puzzled Zhou Lezhai, for by any measure, the man's life was enviable and his future bright. With Master Wang's current influence, even securing a minor official position for Zhou Lezhai would likely pose no difficulty. Perhaps people of high attainment were all somewhat eccentric. Eccentric or mysterious, Zhou Lezhai still held a rather favorable impression of his teacher. First, the man treated him genuinely well. He was diligent in teaching, answering every question thoroughly. When he noticed that Zhou Lezhai didn't quite grasp something, he would add extra tutoring sessions, insisting on breaking down the knowledge until it was perfectly clear. Second, he lacked the common habit among superiors of trampling upon those beneath them. Mr. Zhou was courteous to everyone, never made unreasonable demands, and never used his status to oppress or mistreat servants and disciples. For this alone, Zhou Lezhai considered him a rare gentleman. Initially, he had felt somewhat guilty about his role as an undercover agent. But after discovering that Mr. Zhou was open and above board, with no shameful secrets beyond some widower's illness lust, he came to feel that being an undercover agent was effectively no different from not being one. His conscience gradually eased. The days in Xiaoyao were not few, and Mr. Zhou did not stay idle. He traveled about, visiting mountains and rivers. Whenever he witnessed the withering of people's livelihoods and the suffering of commoners, a look of unbearable pity would cross his face. Yet he never spoke of it. During this period, he also strolled through the markets, observing the operations of shops and the work of various craftsmen with keen curiosity. Upon returning, he would compose notes in his peculiar, vernacular style. Because Mr. Zhou's handwriting was truly atrocious, his notes were routinely copied by Zhou Lezhai in neat small regular script. Otherwise, even the teacher himself could not bear to look at them. The content of these notes was remarkably diverse: urban conditions, rural phenomena, commercial practices, craftsmanship techniques, the daily lives of commoners, price trends, local customs, everything was included. Zhou Lezhai could not fathom what purpose the teacher had in mind. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked Mr. Zhou directly. The teacher answered simply, "I'm thinking about how to make money." Zhou Lezhai did not understand what making money had to do with all this, so he held his tongue. Unexpectedly, Mr. Zhou turned the question back on him. "What money do you think is easiest to earn in this world?" "Being an official." "That doesn't count." Mr. Zhou shook his head with a helpless expression. "Officials getting money, that's not doing business, it's stealing the marrow and blood of commoners. By that logic, couldn't bandits also make great money? I mean legitimate business, not illegal dealings." Then it goes without saying, teachers' divine medicine. Zhou Lezhai particularly admired the teacher's medicine that worked with a single dose. Other physicians, no matter how renowned, all spoke of illness departing like spinning silk, prescribing bowls of medicinal broth for a month or two, often ending with both money and patient lost. Only Mr. Zhou's medicine produced instant results. Mr. Zhou allowed himself a somewhat guilty smile. Although the medicine is effective, falling ill is always troublesome. Besides, opening a pharmacy shouldn't hope for booming business. What else? Overseas trade, Zhou Lezhai said. In our Guangdong, people going overseas for trade are most numerous. With a modest capital of 20 or 30 taels, whether sailing to the Eastern Ocean or the Western Ocean, as long as one returns safely, a single outward voyage brings profit, and the return trip brings another. Making double profit on a round trip is extremely common. With good luck, 3 to 5 times the profit is possible. It's just what bad luck. Capsizing or encountering pirates, coming back alive is already the best fortune. So many people set out and never return. The risk is too great, let's set that aside for now. What else? More still, Zhou Lezhai thought, is the teacher testing me? Come to think of it, Mr. Zhou often lectured on economics in their regular lessons. He pondered for a moment before answering. Then there is opening a bank or pawn shop, taking deposits at low interest and lending at high interest, sitting back and collecting the difference. Money simply rolling in. You're quite right. Finance is indeed the fastest way to accumulate wealth. Mr. Zhou could not help clapping and laughing. But this line of work requires substantial capital and a powerful backer to support it. If the teacher wishes to pursue this business, isn't Master Wang a ready-made powerful backer? The teacher smiled but did not answer, instead continuing, what if we cannot do banking either? Then be a rice merchant. Rice merchant. Yes, in this world as long as one is human one must eat to survive. Being a rice merchant, isn't that a sure profit without loss? Mr. Zhou laughed heartily. Well said. Indeed, being a rice merchant is not a bad choice. However, rice merchants are merely middlemen transporting goods, seeking profit through capital. They don't grow the rice themselves. If natural or man-made disasters strike and there is no rice to trade, they can only stand there helplessly. What does the teacher think is the best way to make money? Zhou Lezhai's curiosity had been thoroughly piqued. If it were me, I would open a factory to manufacture objects that everyone needs and that are very cheap. Why doesn't the teacher make the divine medicine? For an instant, Mr. Zhou's eyes flickered and he spoke somewhat hastily. Divine medicine. That doesn't count. After all, it's divine medicine. There are too many prerequisites. Just the raw materials alone. Impossible to gather. Then he immediately changed the subject. Actually, there are many things that everyone uses and that are quite cheap. For example, soap. Yes, you call it yizzy, and matches, far easier to use than flint and steel. That day, the teacher spoke enthusiastically about numerous useful inventions. Zhou Lezhai had never heard of any of them. Hearing the teacher describe them so wonderfully, his curiosity grew until he could not help but say, Teacher, since these things are so excellent, why not have Master Wang put up the money to establish a factory? Both you and Master Wang could profit. AI, you think I don't want to, but making these things sound simple while being actually quite difficult. 1,000 threads and 10,000 tangles, nowhere to begin. That evening, Zhou Lezhai reported this entire conversation to Wang Liang. Unexpectedly, the very next day, Master Wang summoned him. He repeated everything again. Wang Yahao stroked his beard for quite some time before asking, does he truly have plans to engage in business and make money? It seemed like a joke, yet also seemed not to be, Zhou Lezhai answered cautiously. If he truly has such intentions, simply go along with him. Zhou Lezhai thought, this Master Wang is also quite enthusiastic about making money. Wang Yahao remained in Xiaoyao for a considerable number of days. He managed household affairs and paid visits to local officials and gentry. Incidentally, he also helped the teacher register his household. Only then did Zhou Lezhai learn that the teacher had been an undocumented person all along. With matters concluded, Master Wang set off to return to the capital. In addition to considerably more luggage, the party now included a depressed-looking scholar of about 40 years. This person's status was rather peculiar. He was actually a prisoner. Since when did official masters transport prisoners as a side task? Zhou Lezhai found this quite strange but felt it was not his place to ask further questions. He simply set off with the group. The party traveled by boat and sedan chair all the way to Hangzhou, where they finally boarded their vessel at the Rice Market Wharf, located 4 li outside the Wulin Gate on the city's north side. Wang Yahao's granduncle, Wang Chengsun, had served as Grand Governor of Canal Transport for over 20 years and was the last grain transport commander-in-chief of the Ming Dynasty. On this occasion, the party was transporting the contribution for the 9,000 years Zhangxian, and furthermore, Wang Yahao was a relative of their former superior, whose grace of promotion they wished to repay. Thus the grain transport troops in Hangzhou were particularly attentive, specially arranging 4 large official boats, one for Wang Yehao and his close followers, one carrying attendants and guards, 2 carrying various wealth and goods, plus 2 small boats following as backup vessels. Once aboard the official boat on the Grand Canal, the journey became quite pleasant. The teacher combined observations from their travels to comment and explain, and by the end of this trip, Zhou Lezhai felt his horizons had expanded tremendously. The teacher had taught him numerous methods of thinking and observation. Many people and situations that had puzzled him in the past, when reconsidered now through this new lens, gave him the feeling of clouds parting to reveal the sun, sudden enlightenment. The teacher said that learning was not merely mastering knowledge, but more importantly, learning to think on the foundation of that knowledge. Now Zhou Lezhai understood what he meant. One evening, their boat rested at Guazhou Ferry. Master Wang suddenly appeared at Mr. Zhou's cabin, his face wreathed in smiles, holding the latest Capital Gazette retrieved from the post station. That construction slave Manchu has indeed laid siege at Jinzhou. The teacher's calculation was wonderful, truly the work of a divine man. Ha! Actually there's no need to rush this time. Wait until summer when the heat becomes unbearable and they will withdraw. Mr. Zhou looked quite proud of himself. Through his studies in recent months, Zhou Lezhai had gained a basic understanding of the situation under heaven and knew the two were discussing the war in Liaodong. But their words were cryptic and disjointed, impossible to fully decipher. He only knew it must concern major military and state affairs, so he simply stood respectfully to the side, attending to his duties. That is good. Let alone withdrawing troops, even if the teacher now claimed the Manchus would fight directly to the capital city, Wang Yehao would not dare disbelieve. Teacher, traveling all this way, have the 2 maids been suitable? They'll do. It's just not very convenient on the boat. Zhou Lezhai laughed silently to himself. Although a private cabin had been specially allocated for the teacher, the space was truly cramped, rather inconvenient for intimate relations. The teacher seemed somewhat frustrated, fire rising. In a few days, we shall arrive at Yangzhou Prefecture. Since ancient times, Yangzhou's romantic pleasures have been unrivaled in the world. I wonder if the teacher has any interest. Wang Yehao felt that literati had their refined rhetoric and plain folk had their direct slang. There was absolutely no need to beat around the bush when chatting with Mr. Zhou. Straightforwardness served far better. Yes, the master is truly a kindred spirit. The teacher was quite cooperative. How rare that the teacher has such elegant tastes. This official has also long heard of the famous Yangzhou thin horses. When we arrive, I will certainly tour with the teacher. But the teacher posed a question that left Wang Yehao unsure how to respond. Master, are there fat horses? End of chapter. Chapter 2669. The Capital, Part 25. Yangzhou sat at a vital juncture of the Grand Canal, its prosperity born of the endless stream of north-south traffic. This flourishing economy had given rise to an equally thriving entertainment industry. Whether government music bureaus or private brothels, business boomed everywhere, truly confirming the old saying, "Green towers in every lane, songs through every night." It was precisely this unique position that had allowed Prefect Zhou Song to hone the art of hosting to perfection. Once official matters concluded, he invited Wang Yehao to visit the designated reception venue the following day. The moon-plucking tower beside Slender West Lake in the northern quarter of the city, there to drink and make merry. Strictly speaking, court law forbade officials from visiting prostitutes. Indeed, the prevalence of male homosexuality in the capital was largely an unintended consequence of this very prohibition. But the Ming Dynasty had endured for many generations, and its laws had grown lax over time. One need only recall when the 3 Yangs, Yang Shiki, Yang Rong and Yang Pu, had once joined together to invite the famous courtesan Qi Yaxiu to serve wine. The Grand Secretary had mocked her as a bitch without manners. Quick-witted as she was, the courtesan replied, If I am a mother dog, then surely the Lord is a male monkey, playing on the homophone for public marquee. The exchange became a celebrated tale of its time. Yet during the Qiaonan reign, censor Zhao Lun of Huguang had been punished with exile to Liaodong merely for fornicating with a music woman. Everyone understood what such cases truly meant. Those impeached for such transgressions were masters who had no protectors above and who carelessly made enemies below. Before monstrous power, a few thin horses counted for nothing. Thus Wang Yehao focused on attending to the feelings of this rough stock Mr. Zhou. After their formal meeting, he hinted obliquely to Prefect Zhou, arrange fewer literati for the entertainment. As for the singing girls, there was no need to fuss over their voices. Beautiful appearance was the priority. To put it plainly, they would be going straight to the meat market, so there was no need for elaborate peripheral programs. Prefect Zhou was rather surprised once he grasped these demands. This Master Wang was a Jinshi degree holder, after all. Why did he carry himself like a hungry ghost? But then, literati often harbored strange predilections, so this little preference was nothing unusual. Prefect Zhou promptly assured him he understood the master's meaning and arranged for only one companion, squad leader Tian, a local veteran of the pleasure quarters. A squad leader, Bazong in the Ming Dynasty, differed from its Qing Dynasty counterpart. It was not a low-ranking military position. Though squad leader Tian could not be called extremely wealthy, he possessed substantial assets. He loved pleasure, appreciated beauty, excelled at networking, and was renowned as one of Yangzhu's most romantic figures. His daughter, Tian Ziying, had been selected as a side consort for Prince Xin, which made him, by extension, a royal relative. In truth, Wang Yehao had no refined interest in appreciating thin horses. He purely wished to please this Mr. Zhou. Lately, his trust in the immortal had grown ever deeper. He had encountered many such immortals in the capital before, monks, Taoists, and warlocks who all claimed they could commune with spirits, summon gods, and divine fortune from misfortune. But most of their pronouncements were deliberately vague. If matters were not arranged beforehand, they resorted to forced interpretations afterward. A prophet like the teacher, whose appearance bore no mystical air whatsoever yet whose predictions proved accurate to the very day, that was truly an anomaly. With Mr. Zhou at his side, the court situation became as clear as watching flames. Dimly, Wang Yehao sensed he now held the general tide of affairs in his grasp. Heaven is truly helping me. He felt secretly smug. He had stumbled upon a treasure indeed. Now everything hinged on whether the prophecy of the 9,000 years downfall would come true. If it did, then entering the Grand Secretariat, becoming Prime Minister, reaching the pinnacle of officialdom, all would lie within his palm. Yet he was an official tempered by many years of cultivation, so he still made two-handed preparations, continuing to deal perfunctorily with the eunuch party while secretly arranging an escape route in advance. When he had returned to Xiaoyao and discussed building a living shrine for the 9,000 years with Prefect Zhang Luwei, he had cunningly avoided putting pen to paper. The situation remained unclear. The proposal for the shrine could be verbally agreed to, but no written evidence must be left behind. Claiming credit was easy enough, but clearing one's name later proved troublesome. The person who had inexplicably joined his entourage represented exactly one of these escape routes. His name was Jin Wenchai, a former advisor to Wei Dazhang, one of the first 6 gentlemen of the Donglin party. After Wei Dazhang's arrest and subsequent death in the imperial prison, most members of his circle had been persecuted by the eunuch party and gone into hiding under assumed identities. Jin Wenchai was among them. Though he held a Ziyukai degree, he dared not return to his native place or reveal his true identity. Instead, he set up a stall at Ancheng Ferry in Xiaoyao, writing documents for others. Poverty and frustration eventually forced him into a property dispute case, forging documents on someone's behalf. The forgery was discovered. He was hauled before the county magistrate, and under interrogation, his true identity came to light. Wei Dazhang was already dead, and Jin Wenchai could hardly be counted among the high-ranking backbone members. So with just a few words, Wang Yehao had secured this man for himself. To the eunuch party, Jin Wenchai held little value, but to Wang Yehao, Jin's identity as Wei Dazhong's advisor was remarkable. Should heaven and earth overturn, this man could serve as a strategic piece held in reserve. Thus, although Jin Wenchai wore shackles throughout the journey, he suffered no real hardship. Upon reaching the Yangzhou boundary, the shackles were simply unlocked, and he was treated to good food and drink, more comfortable than his usual circumstances. Once they arrived in Yangzhou, Wang Yehao took advantage of their stopover to win him over once more. Zhou Lezhai naturally did not understand Master Wang's painstaking calculations. He had only heard from Wang Liang that the prisoner was an advisor the master intended to recruit, and because a case hung over him, he had to wear shackles while on the road. If he's a prisoner, how can he become an advisor? How naive you are, Wang Liang sneered. Guilty or innocent, isn't it just a word from the prefect? And who does the prefect listen to? Doesn't he have to heed our master? That evening, as lanterns first flickered to life, guests and hosts took their seats. Delicacies and jade-colored wine spread before them. Rouged cheeks, powdered faces, and fluttering feminine presences surrounded them on every side. As host, Prefect Zhou began by introducing the attending guests to one another. This is Master Wang. Last year he toured Guangdong as imperial inspector, providing disaster relief and pacifying the populace. His merit is high and his labors hard. Upon returning to the capital this time, he will surely rise to great heights. Long admired, long admired. A sturdy middle-aged man beside him cupped his hands in greeting. And this is Master Tian, formerly an imperially appointed squad leader, now enjoying leisure at home. When it comes to patrons of Yangzhou's romantic establishments, if squad leader Tian claims second place, no one dares claim first. Prefect Zhou was obviously well acquainted with him, speaking without reserve. The second wife squad leader Tian took back then was none other than Miss Zhu, the finest zither player of this very moon-plucking tower. Such romantic fortune truly makes others envious. Originally, his daughter at home also learned a masterful hand at the zither, but alas, she was selected as a princess consort and departed for the capital a few years ago. We no longer have the pleasure of hearing her play. Master Zhou jests. The middle-aged man was quite at ease, having already pulled a girl into his embrace. As the saying goes, the speaker may have no intent, but the listener hears with purpose. Upon hearing this introduction, Wang Yehao immediately inquired, General Tian is the Tian family's side consort, the one Prince Xin took in earlier, your noble daughter. Ha, indeed, that is my little Ziving. Squad leader Tian beamed with pleasure. That child has a fortunate fate. Her mother was originally renowned for her zither skills. We taught her a bit of the art, merely hoping some gentleman might take a fancy to her someday. Who could have imagined she would be selected for Prince Xin's residence? Her life can be considered free of worry now. Wang Yehao thought to himself, this is far more than just freedom from worry. If Mr. Zhou's prophecy held true, the man sitting before him would become the future imperial father-in-law. If he did not cultivate this connection now, when else would he? I have long heard that General Tian is heroic and chivalrous, comparable to the legendary Lord Mengchang. Meeting you today, I see your bearing is indeed extraordinary. My respects, my respects. Though Tian Hongyu counted as a royal relative when one lined up such connections, in reality his daughter was merely a side-chamber concubine newly married to a prince who had not yet departed to his fief. Few people bothered to warm his cold stove. Wang Yehao's flattery today made him feel quite gratified. His mood improved, and his words flowed more freely. You're too kind, too kind. Lord Mengcheng kept 3,000 retainers. How could I compare? Raising 3 or 5 thin horses is enough to satisfy me. When it comes to the art of raising thin horses, squad leader Tian's expertise surpasses his skill at raising soldiers. Prefect Zhou quipped from the side. General Tian is truly a romantic scholar of renown, Wang Yehao continued his flattery, Speaking of raising soldiers, Tian dares not claim any expertise. After several cups of wine, Tian Hongyu's spirits rose. But speaking of raising thin horses, there Tian does have some insights. How fortunate we are tonight. Please enlighten us, General Tian. Gladly, gladly. Tian Hongyu accepted the wine offered by a girl and continued. Raising thin horses requires attention to 7 words. Thin, small, sharp, curved, fragrant, soft, upright. They must enter the trade at 6 or 7 years of age. Any older and they become tainted with worldly qi, the common air of ordinary life. No matter how rigorously they are disciplined afterward, they can never become first-class goods. He spoke with great animation, and the Zhou master and disciple listened, entranced. Strictly speaking, this was the first time either had seriously visited a pleasure establishment. The luxury and indulgence of this brothel exceeded anything Zhou Leja, a poor youth from the Guangdong countryside, could have imagined. In comparison, Mr. Zhou's eyes held more curiosity than surprise. The various dishes on the banquet table also broadened his horizons. Xiaoyao cuisine had always been celebrated for fresh ingredients and refined technique. Though the specific dishes differed from those of later generations, the essence and sophistication remained consistent. He longed to sample the flavors, but no one reached for their chopsticks. He had no choice but to continue sitting idly, exchanging pleasantries and flattery. When he heard Tian Hongyu's discourse, however, his investigative curiosity stirred once more. He asked, "General Tian, forgive this younger brother's limited knowledge. Do these thin horses have formal grades as well?" "Naturally they do. I see this brother is unfamiliar with such matters." Tian Hongyu recognized a novice at a glance and assumed the posture of a seasoned mentor. These thin horses are divided into 3 grades. The lower grade practices needlework and cooking. Only wealthy households can afford to keep them. The middle grade learns arithmetic, writing, and practical arts, keeping accounts, managing household affairs. Such girls can be called true helpmeets. The upper grade learns poetry, songs, zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, possessing 100 forms of attentiveness and 1,000 shades of ineffable sentiment. Only these can be called genuine beauties. Zhou Lejai listened with growing fascination, thinking ruefully that he would probably never have the fortune to enjoy such thin horse companions in this lifetime. The teacher beside him, however, found the whole discussion rather beside the point. With his own abilities, even upper-grade thin horses could not hold a real conversation with him. All this talk of romance was far less practical than simply taking a proper bath. Yet after only 2 rounds of wine, his perspective shifted. The brothel was not simply a place that traded on beauty, it more closely resembled a high-end entertainment establishment. The professional quality of the girls accompanying them and singing songs was remarkably high. They could make any type of guest feel comfortable. So no matter what nonsense the teacher spouted, or even when he began expounding on what is physics, after a few extra cups, the girls could earnestly play the role of enthusiastic listeners, offering cheers and exclamations at appropriate intervals, greatly satisfying his vanity. The banquet lasted nearly 4 hours. Driven by Tian Hongyu's convivial energy, the atmosphere remained warm and harmonious throughout. Both guests and hosts thoroughly enjoyed themselves. When it appeared they had celebrated enough, Prefect Zhou turned to Wang Yehao and said, "Master Wang, there is a queen among courtesans in this moon-plucking tower. She goes by Miss Yaoqing. She leads the way in allure and is unmatched in both beauty and artistic accomplishment. Ordinarily, she does not easily grant audiences, but knowing the master visits tonight, she waits specially in the pavilion. Why doesn't Master Wang go enjoy a cup of fragrant tea with her?" End of chapter. Chapter 2670, The Capital, Part 26. Many thanks for the Lao Gong Zhu's kind intentions. Wang Yehao cupped his hands in thanks, then turned to Mr. Zhou. Would Mr. Zhou care to partake in such refined diversions? Mr. Zhou was quite satisfied to see Wang Yehao being so sensible. Judging by his expression, He had originally prepared to demur with false politeness, but fearing the cooked duck might fly away, he restrained himself for half a moment before finally squeezing out, "Ha ha, if the master is occupied, then perhaps I shall go have a look." Zhou Lezhai nearly burst out laughing at his teacher's coy manner. He reflected that over these past days of traveling together, the teacher's true nature was revealing itself bit by bit. Yet he found he didn't dislike it. Nearby, Prefect Zhou observed Wang Yehao yielding the courtesan queen to a mere kink while remaining perfunctory throughout the banquet. Clearly, this must be someone Master Wang valued highly. He immediately scrutinized this eccentric, with his peculiar accent and vulgar speech more carefully. The man's face was white as jade, his fingers slender as scallion shoots, evidently the son of a wealthy family. Probably hadn't read much, likely a dandy whose household possessed considerable wealth and power. With this assessment in mind, Prefect Zhou hastily summoned a servant boy to lead Mr. Zhou in his pursuit of fragrant pleasures. The teacher departed to seek fragrance. Zhou Lezhai hesitated over whether to follow and attend him, but then Master Wang gave him a meaningful wink, so he hurried after. Mr. Zhou followed the turtle slave through winding paths until they reached a small building. The turtle slave bowed and scraped, saying, "Great master, this is the place." Zhou Lezhai quickly produced a string of copper coins to reward the servant and dismissed him. He stationed himself downstairs to wait. Above, he watched the teacher bound up the stairs 2 or 3 steps at a time, then pause at the door to ask in an affected tone of refinement, "Is this Miss Yaoking's boudoir? Is that Master Wang?" A young woman's voice drifted from within. Zhou Lezhai had expected the teacher to announce his own name. Instead, the man cleared his throat, dragged out his words, and adopted an official air. "It is indeed this official." The response nearly made Zhou Lezhai laugh aloud. From the pavilion came a soft, feminine voice. "Master Wang, please enter. This slave is changing clothes and cannot properly receive you. I hope the master will forgive the discourtesy." Though Zhou Lezhai was downstairs and couldn't hear clearly, the tone of seduction alone was enough to set his blood racing, stirring an involuntary physical response. He thought, a famous courtesan is truly a famous courtesan, formidable indeed. The teacher is blessed. I wonder when I might be like the teacher. Upstairs, Mr. Zhou was faring no better, calling out eagerly, "This official is entering." The sound of a door opening followed. He had probably gone inside. Then the woman's voice came again, carrying a slight tease. "Master Wang, do remember to close the door." A creak sounded, followed by the thunk of a door bolt dropping into place. Zhou Lezhai thought, the teacher is quite cautious. Yet scarcely a moment after this theatrical entrance, the teacher let out a blood-curdling scream. "I'm going to die." Zhou Lezhai chuckled to himself. "Teacher, isn't this rather too fast?" What followed, however, was a woman's sharp cry. "Shameless eunuch party lackey, die." Then came the crash of overturning tables and chairs, objects clattering to the floor. A shudder ran through Zhou Lezhai's entire body. Realizing something had gone terribly wrong, he leapt up and rushed for the stairs. Before he could reach the top, a chaotic clamor erupted from within. Amid the noise came the teacher's desperate screams. What do you want? Don't come any closer. Help, someone help." Zhou Lezhai threw himself against the door, but it refused to budge, the bolt inside held firm. In desperation, he slammed against it with all his might while shouting for help. "Come quickly, quickly. There's an assassin. Dog official. Die." The woman's hate-filled voice nearly split his eardrums. Then suddenly, silence fell inside, followed by a heavy thump, the sound of a body hitting the floor. Zhou Lezhai's anxiety sent sweat streaming down his back as he continued shouting for help. Turtle slaves and household guards heard the cries and scrambled upstairs in a panic. Unfortunately, the door remained bolted. It took several of them, working together with Zhou Lezhai, a considerable while to pry it open. When they finally looked inside, everyone stood dumbfounded. The room was in complete disarray, objects strewn everywhere. On the floor, a scholar was pinning down a young woman while still crying for help without pause. To intervene seemed wrong, not to intervene seemed equally wrong. The scene was thoroughly awkward. One turtle slave offered, "You don't understand. They're performing Guo AI drunkenly beats the golden branch. The person who gave offense represents the princess, so after the beating he must beg forgiveness." A guard quickly presented a different theory. "Nonsense. Beating the golden branch involves begging for forgiveness. This is calling for help. Clearly this is Tang Sanzeng trapped in the daughter kingdom." Zhou Lezhai stamped his foot in agitation. "This is an assassination. Save Master Zhou at once." Mr. Zhou heard this and felt utterly aggrieved, shouting in a voice near tears, "She's a female assassin. Look, there's a dagger over there." Upon hearing the word assassination, everyone finally surged forward and helped Mr. Zhou to his feet. Just then, a yard worker let out a shriek. This isn't Miss Yaoqing." Only then did the gravity of the situation dawn on everyone. Several men quickly twisted the arms of the woman attempting to rise and forced her to the ground. Others rushed to the front hall to report. Within moments, Wang Yehao and his entourage arrived. The crowd of onlookers at the door parted hastily. Prefect Zhou immediately barked at the accompanying bailiffs, "Bind the prisoner at once." The bailiff stepped forward promptly, seized Mr. Zhou, dragged him aside, wrenched his arms behind his back and prepared to tie him up. "Wrong one. Bind the woman." Prefect Zhou caught the error and corrected himself hurriedly. By now the woman's arms were twisted behind her, pinned down by several burly men, with no strength left to resist. Even after being bound, she continued cursing without pause. Prefect Zhou gave a pointed look and the guards quickly found a rag to stuff in her mouth. "Teacher, you must be shaken. Wang Yao began. "This female thief attempted to assassinate Master Wang. Fortunately, I managed to subdue her." Mr. Zhou caught his breath, still visibly shaken. "The dagger is still over there." At these words, Prefect Zhou went pale. Someone had attempted to assassinate a high minister at a venue he had arranged. When he arrived just now, he had heard the woman shouting something about the eunuch party. If anything had happened, never mind his black gauze cap, he might not keep his head. His expression darkened. What brazen banditry, daring to cause chaos here. Summon the procuress. The procuress was already ashen-faced before she was called. Never mind that the assassination target was Master Wang's staff member. Even if an ordinary guest had met with mishap, she could hardly explain it away. Trembling, she ascended the stairs, fell to her knees with a thump and began defending herself frantically. "Two masters. This slave truly has no idea what happened. Who is this woman? Why is she in Miss Yaoqing's room? Reporting to the master, this slave doesn't know. This girl isn't anyone from this slave's establishment. Impudent. If she doesn't belong to your house, did this official bring her?" Prefect Zhou snorted coldly. "Men, 20 strokes of the small board." The bailiffs answered in unison, dragged the procuress to the floor and began beating her with a sharp, crackling rhythm. The procuress screamed in agony, crying her innocence repeatedly. "This slave truly doesn't know, Aya, master, spare my life." Zhou Lezhai was already frightened out of his wits, shrinking into the background and keeping silent. Glancing at the teacher, he saw the man's face had turned iron blue, his expression inscrutable, clearly deep in troubled thought. After the beating concluded, Prefect Zhou asked slowly, "Do you know now?" The procuress wept. "This slave truly does not know. Tonight this slave arranged for Miss Yaoqing to wait in this room. Before the banquet ended, I even came to check. The miss was still here then. Master, spare my life." She kowtowed repeatedly, begging for mercy. By now the lamps and candles had all been lit, and the room was finally bright enough to see clearly. Liu Zhao poked his head in to look at the female thief and instantly froze, eyes widening, a chill running down his spine. He hurriedly leaned close to Wang Yao's ear and whispered, "My lord, this is the daughter of Mr. Gu Yuan." Upon hearing this, Wang Yao's look of surprise flickered for only an instant before he moved to take control of the situation. "Master Zhou, in this official's opinion, this matter should not be made public." Seeing that Wang Yao not only bore him no blame, but was actively helping him out of this predicament, Prefect Zhou quickly agreed. "What Master Wang says is most wise. There are too many people here, and the situation is complicated. I must trouble Master Zhou to clear the venue. As for this female thief's attempted nighttime burglary, this official shall interrogate her personally." Hearing Wang Yao define the incident as theft rather than assassination, Prefect Zhou knew his official position was secure. Moreover, the would-be assassin had repeatedly mentioned the eunuch party just now. He was even more eager to avoid any fire that might burn him. He agreed hastily. "Yes, yes, of course. Everything shall be as Master Wang decides." He then instructed his subordinates to transport the female thief quietly to Master Wang's boat. Meanwhile, the yard workers and turtle slaves conducted a search and finally located Miss Yaoqing. She was on the canopy bed, bound tightly with strips of skirt fabric, her mouth stuffed with cloth. According to her account, she had been applying makeup in the room when suddenly she was struck hard from behind and lost consciousness. This slave lay on the bed in a daze and knew nothing of what happened outside. Yaoqing wept. Seeing how the situation had developed, she knew something suspicious was afoot and insisted she knew nothing. "Old ancestor, since there has been a theft at this moon-plucking tower, this student should not impose any longer. I shall take my leave." Wang Yao finished speaking and smiled faintly. Prefect Zhou understood perfectly and immediately ordered, "Men, take this procuress and this whore into custody. Deliver them to the prefectural yamen for interrogation." The procuress and Yaoqing protested their innocence repeatedly, but the bailiffs descended upon them like wolves and tigers, wrapping iron chains around their necks, dragging and hauling the two women away. Zhou Lezhai stood stunned. It was his first time witnessing a high official adjudicate a case. When his clan handled disputes, favoritism and bent laws were common enough, but at least they maintained some pretense of reason to save face. This high official was something else entirely,